transmigrating into the world of grave robbers notes as the ultimate powerhouse. I not only acquired the top-tier mythical beast bloodline across all realms but also mastered the divine skill one palm dominates the world. With a single palm, I could calculate all worldly affairs, eradicate all evils, and even slay anyone under heaven. I even founded the 5th lineage of tomb raiding, earning the moniker Ghost Immortal with a backbox in the martial world. Despite being invincible, I remained exceptionally cautious, adhering to the principle of lay low when possible and putting it into practice. The current timeline is set in the late period of the Old Nine Gates, when a piercing scream echoed from the depths of Changsha's Biaozi Ridge. "Run! Third! Get out of here!" At the same moment, the rope in Wu Sanqing's hand suddenly snapped. His face filled with terror. He froze for a second before turning to flee, his mind screaming only one thought: something terrifying was about to emerge from within. On the other side, I turned toward the source of the sound. Strange, someone seemed to have screamed just now. Shaking my head, I sat up and rubbed my still throbbing temples. I figured I might as well go check it out. After all, I just transmigrated here and was unfamiliar with this world. As I slowly rose from the ground, I glanced at my status panel. Host, Shenku, 1% bloodline of the three-headed dragon, the top mythical beast across all realms. Bloodline abilities included extreme longevity and immunity to all poisons. Physical stats, 100. Mental power, 100. Average human baseline, 10. Skills, one palm dominates the world. Infinite flying daggers, back box, and 100 gold bars. Reading this information, I chuckled softly to myself. With strength and mental power beyond human limits, coupled with immunity to all poisons and the peerless skill of one palm dominates the world, what is there to fear unless encountering malevolent spirits? So, I strode forward with an arrogant swagger, heading in the direction of the sound. Soon, I reached the source of the screams. After scanning the area, I noticed a mess of footprints on the ground. Following the footprints, I came across a dark pit. At the sight of this pitch-black hole, I frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Should I go in? But the hole doesn't look very trustworthy. Hesitating for a moment, I suddenly had an epiphany. Damn, isn't one palm dominates the world supposed to predict everything under heaven? Why not calculate whether it's safe to enter? I extended my left hand and began calculating. Before long, I got the result, a close call but no real danger. In that case, I won't be afraid anymore. After confirming the result, I glanced at the pit, leaped down, and began walking slowly through the tunnel. Strange, why would I think of that? I suddenly stopped, stroked my chin, and pondered. Pit tunnel, these scenes feel oddly familiar. Wait a minute, isn't this grave robber's notes? So, I must be in a tomb passage now? After walking for a while, I came across some murals I couldn't understand. Damn, this really is a tomb passage. Then I remembered the last words of that dumb system: host has transmigrated to the world of grave rob. Before it cut off, probably the missing part was Bear's world. Recalling the grave-robbing novels I read in my past life, like The Mystic Nine and Ghost Blows Out the Light, along with the 4 major tomb raiding sects, I used to fantasize about what it would be like to enter this world. But now that I'm actually here, I'm acutely aware of its dangers. If I really step into a tomb, I might die without even knowing how. Thinking about these things, I couldn't help but feel like backing out. Although I now possess extraordinary strength on the bloodline of the three-headed dragon, the top mythical beast across all realms, having lived over 20 years in a safe, peaceful society, suddenly finding myself in such a place, especially inexplicably descending into an unknown tomb, left me feeling a bit panicked. I thought about making a run for it and walked back to the entrance of the passage. Just as the pit exit was within sight, I hesitated. No, since I've crossed over into this world, can I really avoid tomb raiding for the rest of my life? There are so many treasures in the tomb. Any one of them could be worth tens of thousands in that society. If the quality is good, it might even fetch millions or billions. Though in the end, they might not belong to me. Moreover, now that I possess skills and a bloodline equal to or even stronger than Xiao Ji's, should I really continue living the same life as before? My gaze instantly turned resolute as I turned and strode confidently deeper into the passageway. Feeling my heart pounding wildly, I reassured myself, it's fine, just a close call. I'll grab a few things and get out. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, I reached the deepest part of the passage and saw 2 tomb corridors. Driven by indecisiveness, I hesitated for a moment before randomly choosing a direction, my adrenaline slightly surging. I completely forgot about my skills and bloodline, charging forward recklessly. Soon, I discovered a side chamber and walked in without hesitation to start looting. Ceramic jars, ceramic shards, small wooden boxes, everything was swept into my system space like a plundering demon, grabbing and tossing whatever I found. As I searched, I arrived before the central coffin in the chamber. Suddenly, my mind cleared. This was a coffin. There was a coffin in the side chamber. Should I open it and take a look? Suddenly, a foul, unbearable stench wafted over. Strange, What was that smell? It stank. Puzzled, I turned around, only to see a monster covered in blood-red flesh with its skin peeling off. It let out a bizarre roar, startling me into a scream. My right hand instinctively flexed open and closed, as if grasping an invisible blade, before I threw a punch straight at the monster. With a thunderous boom, the monster was sent flying from my punch, embedding into the tomb wall like a human-shaped template. Without another glance, I activated super speed and bolted away. Holy Mother of Mercy, that was terrifying. What kind of monstrosity was that? This place isn't safe. Once outside the pit, I didn't dare linger, feeling the faint growls behind me. I caught my breath briefly before picking a random direction and sprinting for my life. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, a whole year has passed since I encountered the blood corpse. Back then, I randomly picked a direction and ran, unknowingly ending up in the western Hunan region. Over the past year, thanks to the items I took from that blood corpse tomb and the initial 100 gold bars I obtained from the system, my life has been quite comfortable. To toughen myself up, I've explored many tombs, each time returning with a full haul. Gradually, the grave-robbing circles in the southern provinces have come to know of my reputation. Because of the several sensational feats I accomplished in the past year, the grave-robbing world has bestowed upon me a few notorious nicknames, such as the Dread of Gods, Ghosts, and Men, the Blade Immortal with a back case, and better to provoke a 1,000-year-old corpse in a tomb than to cross the lone traveler with a back case. In a Miao village in western Hunan, I stepped out of my house and looked up at the bright, sunny sky. Today marks exactly 365 days since I transmigrated here, a full year. Wow! I've been saving up my system check-ins for so long, I wonder what goodies I'll get this time. Just then, the system's voice rang in my ears. Ding, time-limited check-in complete. In honor of the host's first time-limited check-in triggering a critical hit. Congratulations on advancing your bloodline to 10% and mastering the scripture of palm dominance to a minor achievement. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the skills Fleeting Shadow Technique and Complete Encyclopedia of Inscription Carving. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the weapon Vulcan Gatling Gun. All rewards have been automatically distributed. As the system's voice faded, the same overwhelming power as a year ago surged into my body and mind. But this time, I didn't cry out in pain or whimper for my mom. After a few quiet chuckles, I felt the immense power gradually dissipate. My bloodline ability gained 3 physical enhancements, and my mental strength doubled. An invincible life has become even more invincible now. Just as I was indulging in narcissism, Yike suddenly ran over. Brother Ku, what are you doing? I interrupted my fantasy and asked, Yike, what brings you here? The kid smiled and said, Brother Ku, you didn't forget, did you? Didn't you ask me to inquire with the old herbalist about the big rooster a couple of days ago? He agreed. Only then did I remember. Half a month ago, I used the One Palm World Sutra to calculate that there was a large tomb nearby. So I came to rest in the village, waiting for the annual check-in. During this time, I spent $50 silver to rent this house and studied the surrounding terrain, preparing to explore the tomb after the annual check-in was successful. A few days ago, as I passed by a house in the village, I saw an unusual chicken. With my 3-headed dragon bloodline and my recent study of the surrounding terrain, I realized that this place and the planned tomb site closely resemble a tomb-raiding movie scene I once watched. To verify my conjecture, I deliberately went to Bottle Mountain to take a look and carefully studied that big rooster, ultimately confirming it was 100% correct. Then Lin Zhouyan was going to use his own wealthy and generous transcendent temperament to try to buy that Nuqing chicken from that old medicinal farmer. But the results, although he didn't need this Nuqing chicken to go down that Bottle Mountain tomb with his strength, but no matter what, this Nuqing chicken was also the first Fey beast with a special bloodline that he had encountered after coming to this world. So, Grandpa Old Medicine Farmer, Dei has come to see you. Not for a while. Lin Zhouyan then followed Rong Baodue to the old medicine farmer's house. It's little Dei, come in. Well, there's that. Hello old master, I'm Lin Zhouyan, whom you've met before. Lin Zhouyan followed Dei into the fenced yard and came to the old medicine farmer smiling. Aha, I know, you're here for that chicken. The old medicine man said bluntly. Oh, is the old man that direct? I can give you that chicken, but you have to do one thing for me first. The old medicine farmer spoke again. Lin Zhouyan looked at the old medicine farmer, who also looked straight at him. There was a moment of silence between the two before Lin Zhouyan spoke up. Yes, master, what is it that you have to say directly? I will definitely help you if I can. Oh, you don't have to. I know that you must have seen that the chicken was unusual, and I, for one, see how unusual it is for you. The old medicinal farmer glanced at Lin Zhouyan with intent, turned around and walked towards the yellow earth room. Lin Zhouyan frowned slightly as he looked at the old medicine farmer's back and said in his heart, see anything unusual about me? Just you? Are you kidding me? Well, but this old guy has been running around the mountains for decades at least, so maybe he's talking about Chapter 4, Parchment. First engraved inscription. A few minutes later, the old medicine man who had gone into the house came out again. The difference was that this time he was holding something in his hand. The old medicinal farmer also did not avoid the Rongbao who was still on the side, and came directly to Lin Zhuoyang to look at him and opened his mouth. We actually met when you first came to our cottage. At that time, I smelled an earthy odor on you, and I've been running in the mountains for decades, and though I haven't gotten out too far, I've heard a lot about your line of work, so naturally, it's a good guess as to who you are. I see. Lin Zhuoyang nodded darkly in his heart. I don't know what you want this chicken for, and I don't want to care, but if you want it, then you're going to have to trade for one thing, and something like that is only found in the mountains, the old medicine farmer said, handing what he had in his hand to Lin Zhuoyang. It was a piece of parchment, but judging by the age it must have been from the last few years, and there were designs drawn on it. At this time Lin Zhuoyang was puzzled. He actually saw at the beginning that the thing in the old medicine farmer's hand was a piece of parchment, and had thought that he had inadvertently discovered a tomb in the mountains. And this is the result? I know what you're thinking, but it's not the same as what you're thinking. The old medicine farmer was at least someone who had lived for a long time. He didn't dare to say that he could tell what Lin Zhuoyang was thinking, but with his status, he was still able to guess some of it. And this is? A few years ago, I went to the mountains to pick herbs and, as the old medicine farmer recounted, Lin Zhuoyang then realized. A few years ago when the old medicinal farmer went to the mountains to collect herbs, he inadvertently found a wild lingji of excellent quality, although he didn't get close enough to check it out. With his decades of experience and vision in the mountains, he was sure that it must be a wild Ganoderma lucidum that had grown for 1,000 years, and when he wanted to get closer to pick it, he realized that in the grass next to that wild lingji, there was an oversized python that he had never seen before. There was a time when he had wanted to kill that python, but he had tried many different methods without the slightest effect. Even that raging harvest chicken couldn't do anything about that giant python, and was almost killed by it in return, and then it dragged on until now. So you want me to go and take care of that python for you, and pick that wild lingji back for the raging chicken? Not bad. I know that people like you, since you can come and go freely in the vertical and horizontal down there. Must have some skills that we ordinary people are not as good as, so I think it should not be difficult to deal with that one giant python. And on it, is some of what I know about that python, and how to securely pick the Ganoderma. Okay, you don't have to say anything, I'll take this. Lin Zhuoyang directly interrupted the words of the old medicine farmer, then took the parchment and turned toward the outside of the fenced yard. District to python only. Lin Zhuoyang, even underground zombies are casually afraid of a hang. And he also wanted to see what kind of python it was that even the angry chicken almost fell into its hands. You should know that the Nuqing chicken in your own memories was able to fight with even a big guy like the six-winged centipede that had lived for 1,000 years. Brother Yang, are you really going? Listening to what Grandpa Old Medicine Farmer said, that giant python couldn't even defeat the angry clear chicken. You know that the chicken at Grandpa Old Medicine Farmer's house has scratched even the blind bear to death. On the way back, Rongbao had been muttering endlessly after Lin Zhuoyang, but they were all words to persuade him to give up on entering the mountain. Lin Zhuoyang also knew that he was concerned about himself. After all, the children of this era are really simple and kinda. So Lin Zhuoyang looked at Rongbao and said, "Don't worry Dai, your brother Yang, I'm awesome. Going up to the sky and down to the ground, that's easy. You don't have to worry about me." Brother Yang, you're lying. How can a person go up to heaven and down to earth? My grandfather said that it was all a lie to children. Looking at Rongbao simple and serious expression, Lin Zhuoyang smiled. Indeed, people can't really do heaven and earth, even him. Although the floating life skimming technique is described as exaggerated, but to put it bluntly, it is also a special kind of lightweight stance, even if it is to go down to the sea to catch turtles, but it is only a long time to close the breath plus a special fast swimming method. Aha! No! The inscription engraving book possessed thousands of inscriptions within it, and it seemed like there were really inscriptions that could allow one to fly through the sky. However, with his current adept level strength, he might still be out of his depth. Lin Zhuoyang thought of his inscription engraving book and looked at Rongbao, and a glint flashed in his eyes. Dai, do you want to fly? Ha? Fly? Is it okay? But Grandpa, when Rongbao heard his words, a gleam of longing instantly sprang up in his eyes, but as soon as he thought of what his grandfather had said, "Come on, Dai, don't believe your grandpa, today Brother Yang will take you flying." Saying that, Lin Zhuoyang directly bowed and picked up Rongbao, then his left index finger sketched something into the air, followed by his big hand grabbing the air and slapping it on himself. Rongbao was originally still puzzled as he looked at Brother Yang in front of him, thinking to himself, what is Brother Yang doing? Suddenly, before he could think about it, he felt as if he was slowly ascending into the air, higher and higher and higher. Not a moment too soon, they're 200 to 300 meters in the air. Ah, young, Brother Yang, We're flying. Rongbao Dei looked excitedly at the diminishing land, trees and houses below. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Zhuoyang also had a marvelous expression on his face. After all, he is also the first time to fly off. Although before he tried to step on the endless flying dagger box inside the flying dagger to fly. But that kind of feeling of not being able to control with the present compared to, the difference is simply too much. Go, Dei, brother Yang will take you home. Even though it wasn't much of a distance to go back, the novelty of it for the two who were flying in the sky for the first time still kept them in the air for quite some time. It wasn't until Lin Zhuoyang felt that his spiritual power was insufficient that they slowly landed. Brother Yang, are you an immortal? Can you take me flying next time? As soon as he landed, Rongbao Dei looked at Lin Zhuoyang with a small red face excitedly gabbing away. Lin Zhuoyang looked at Dei's little face that was so excited that it turned red and touched his head. Then with a solemn face, he looked at Rongbao Dei. Dei, you can't tell anyone about what happened today, you know? Including your grandfather. Why? Rongbao Dei looked at Lin Zhuoyang in disbelief. There's no reason. If you want to fly next time you'll have to listen to me. It's a secret between the two of us. Got it? Said Lin Zhuoyang and winked at him. Oh, I know, brother Yang. Don't worry, I will definitely not tell anyone, including Grandpa Gideon. Rongbao Dei assured Lin Zhuoyang as if he understood something. Well, get back in there or your grandfather will be worried later. Okay, brother Yang, then I'll come back to play with you tomorrow. Chapter 5, Finding the Wild Ganoderma, Oversized Python. Day 2. Before dawn, Lin Zhuoyang walked out of the yellow earth room carrying the endless flying dagger box, looked around the deserted area. Then with a slight bow and a jump he soared into the sky towards the large mountain in the distance. After traveling the skies for hours yesterday and studying the inscription engraving book all night last night, he was now able to skillfully use all kinds of low-grade inscriptions. As for higher-grade inscriptions, with his current proficiency at the adept level, they all required at least a few tens of seconds of engraving time before he could use them. And the top-of-the-line inscriptions, well, that's more than enough. A dozen miles away from the Hmong village in the mountains, Lin Zhuoyang held the parchment given to him by the old medicinal farmer in his hand and looked up and around. Yet. The old medicine farmer's drawing of this map is also too low. It's for any geography expert, he can't study it. Lin Zhuoyang was speechless as he looked at the piece of graphic at the very top of the parchment. With this ghostly map graphic, the god of heaven would have to scratch his scalp off and look up to the heavens when he came. Forget it. I'd better find it myself. Lin Zhuoyang shook his head before taking a step towards the depths of the mountain forest. As long as the general direction was accurate, he believed that it shouldn't be difficult to find the so-called 1,000-year-old wild Ganoderma lucidum as well as the oversized python that the old medicinal farmer had said. But he still belittled the extent of the size of the mountain range beneath his feet. If he didn't have the palm calculation method of the palm world scripture, he might have gotten lost and trapped in here. Of course, that's if he doesn't fly into the air. Even so, it also still took him a day and a night to discover the place recorded on the old medicine farmer's parchment. This old medicinal farmer is also a batch of cattle. This place is at least 30 to 40 miles away from the edge of the big mountain. On this he can still go out alive. Even is also convinced. Lin Zhuoyang looked at the surrounding grass and trees, and in the distance there were many more large holes in the mountain wall. I guess those big holes were made by the oversized python that the old medicine farmer was talking about. Looking at those basin-sized holes, this python was afraid that it was really not small. But the most important thing right now is to find the wild Ganoderma. So Lin Zhuoyang continued forward, holding a dead tree branch in his hand, sweeping the grass at his feet in front of him. Very quickly, he then found the 1,000-year-old wildlingji that the old medicinal farmer was talking about. Looking at the wild Ganoderma lucidum on the mountain wall not far away, even from a distance of more than 10 meters, he could smell a faint special aroma that refreshed his heart. TSK, the old medicinal farmer has a good eye. I'm afraid this lingji is nearly 1,000 years old, if not 1,000 years old, said. Lin Zhuoyang then intended to walk up and pick. Sasha, hiss. Suddenly, just a meter or two away from being able to get close to the lingji there was a scuffling sound and a distinctive spitting sound coming from behind Lin Zhuoyang. Hey, finally showed up. Lin Zhuoyang turned around to look at the behemoth that had come behind him. At a glance, a hideous snake head the size of a small water tank was seen towering high above him, a pair of icy vertical telephones staring at his body, and the nearly meter-long snake's letter continuously gulping. As for this guy's body, I'm afraid that it's 20 to 30 meters as far as Lin Zhuoyang has seen so far. His howl. While Lin Zhuoyang was still constantly sizing up the giant python in front of him, the python was clearly getting impatient. As the giant python opened its mouth and let out a unique hissing sound, like the roar of a beast, but much sharper. Then he directly launched himself towards Lin Zhuoyang. Swish, boom, the giant python's head smashed right through the mountain wall like a cannonball. but Lin Zhuoyang's speed appeared to be even faster. The moment the python launched its attack, it disappeared into a shadow and arrived at the top of a tree. It was also at this time that he finally got a thorough look at the python's full figure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This big? It's a Guinness World Record. Hissing, below the top of the tree, the python turned around and looked at Lin Jiang at the top of the tree and hissed once again before opening its mouth and biting towards Lin Jiang. Sheesh, society is so complicated and you're so cranky. Lin Zhuoyang flirted to himself, then his eyes slightly condensed, and an inexplicable aura instantly erupted from his body towards the giant python rushing below and pressed down. Boom! As the invisible force of chi pressed down, the giant python was as if it had been hit by a boulder falling from the sky, and was instantly smashed to the ground, while the entire body of the snake was also fixed to death, unable to move. I chow! My bloodline ability is strong enough. I thought I could only suppress it for a while. I did not expect this directly to suppress. No wonder I dare to call it Dragon Wei Jinshi. Lin Zhuoyang looked at the oversized python below that couldn't move the slightest bit, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes, and then didn't think much about it. After all, what he possessed was the bloodline of the number one foreign beast of the heavens and earth, the three-headed dragon. So with a gentle leap he reached the top of the python's head. A python this big? It's not simple. If no one intervened and interfered, then it would have to be some kind of heavenly treasure that was eaten. TSK. Bears have bear bile, snakes have snake bile, and a snake this big might even have the legendary inner elixir if it really ate some heavenly material, said. Lin Zhuoyang then leisurely walked on the huge python's body, and the python under Lin Zhuoyang seemed to be spiritually intelligent, as if it understood his words, coupled with his actions. At this time the python's vertical telson was unexpectedly filled with a touch of humanized anxiety. However, because he was being pressured by the dragon's might emanating from Lin Zhuoyang, there was nothing he could do about it. Soon, Lin Jiang, who was walking on the huge python's body, stopped his pace. Looking at the python body at his feet, he casually made a move. A dozen or so 3-inch long flying daggers that flashed with a cold and chilling light flew out from the endless flying dagger box right behind him. Another wave of the hand. A dozen flying daggers directly formed a circular matrix and then stuck into the huge python's body, and began to strangle it like a meat grinder. Half an hour later, Lin Zhuoyang was sitting on a rock, and he was roasting python meat in front of him while his gaze rested on a bead in his hand. The bead didn't look irregular, but it emitted a unique aroma which was similar to the 1,000-year-old Ganoderma on his left hand, yet very different. It's like the essence formed by the combination of an unknown number of 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, TSK. So this giant python is the one that grew up eating 1,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum. Bullish my python. Lin Zhuoyang looked at the python that was no longer breathing life not far away and said. Then he saw the python's blood that was still flowing from the large hole that was dug out by his control of the flying dagger. Wipe. Just focusing on the inner elixir and Lingji. A python that grows this big, that's covered in treasure. This blood can't be wasted. With that, Lin Jiang invoked his flying dagger and began to split up the python's corpse. Chapter 6. I'm running around in the mountains and someone behind me is trying to steal my home? Rolling eyes. Lin Zhuoyang spent the night in the mountains. At this time, it had already re-entered the middle of the Miao village. After returning to the small earthen room he had rented from Rongbao Dei's house and washing up, he took the Lingji wrapped by the burlap and headed towards the old medicine farmer's house. And the other side. The old medicine farmer's house is being harangued by a couple of uninvited guests. Old grandpa medicine farmer. It's useless for you to keep the raging chicken anyway, so why don't you just sell it to Big Brother Partridge Whistle and the others? A slightly younger voice spoke. Not bad, Master Medicine Farmer. We really need this raging chicken. What do you want? Just tell us, we will definitely do what we can. A mature voice chimed in. Alas, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but this chicken doesn't belong to me now. The old medicine farmer said bluntly. Hey, Rongbao boy, what's going on here? A young man with slightly long hair and looking like a mixed race man looked at Rongbao Hushao in front of him and tapped him on the shoulder and asked. I also. Rongbao Hushao did not know what to say for a moment. Who cares if this chicken still belongs to this old medicinal farmer? If you dare not give it, directly snatch it. A girl wearing a red dress with several flying daggers around her waist directly opened her mouth in a domineering manner at this time. Don't, red girl, so do. Don't lecture me on that kind of reasoning. If the head of the moving mountain has a better way, why don't you just say it out loud and listen to it? The woman called Miss Red directly interrupted. Hey, who are you guys? Why do you want to rob my brother Yang's chicken? At that moment, Rongbao Dei's voice rang out from outside the fenced yard. Dei, what brings you here to old grandpa medicine farmer? And what you just said? Rongbao Hushao looked at Rongbao Dei who ran in and asked in a puzzled voice. Hadon? You, Dei, has that little brother not returned yet? Before Rongbao Dei could finish, the old medicine farmer asked at him. Grandpa medicine farmer, brother Yang is already back. I saw that the inside of his house was lit up when I went out just now. Rongbao Dei turned to look at the old medicine farmer and returned. So, did he bring back that thing? Hearing Rongbao Dei's words, the old medicinal farmer instantly became excited and hurriedly asked to Dei in front of him. Ha? Stuff? I don't know? Rongbao Dei scratched his head. That's it. It's okay, if he's got it, he'll definitely come by later. The old medicinal farmer was disappointed at first, then thought that Rongbao Dei didn't seem to know what he was letting Lin Zhouyan go to the mountains for. Rongbao Dei also only knew that going to the mountains would be dangerous. The kind of danger that even the Nuqing chicken couldn't handle. After all, the Nuqing chicken's ferocity was well known in their cottage. Hey, kid, did you just say that angry harvest chicken belongs to that so-and-so brother of yours? What about that brother of yours? The young man of mixed blood suddenly opened his mouth at that moment and asked directly at Rongbao Dei. Senior, can't you be more gentle? He's still a little kid. One of the more youthful and vivacious of the few spoke up and addressed the half-breed man. Sifu. Lin Zhouyan sighed. He was standing on a corner near the old medicine farmer's house. In fact, he had arrived long ago, only because he saw so many people in the yard of the old medicine farmer's house and seemed to be talking about something. So out of curiosity, he stopped at this spot where he couldn't easily be seen. Results, when he heard the whole thing, he was a little angry. I'm running around in the mountains and someone actually wants to steal my home? It's really intolerable. As for the few people in the yard of the old medicine farmer's house, Lin Zhouyan had pretty much guessed their identities at this point. That mature and steady man with a slight vicissitude should be the leader of the Moving Mountains lineage. Partridge Whistle. That mixed blood is the old foreigner. That youthful and lively is the flower spirit. As for the waist wearing a few flying daggers, think it is Unloading Ridge General Chen Yulo's right-hand man Red Nun. Looking at the few people from the old medicine farmer's house not far away, Lin Zhouyan said in his heart, Holy, although I admit that you Moving Mountains have some tricks up your sleeves, and they have a lot of people in Unloading Ridge, but so what? I damn well slaughtered a warlord with over 2,000 heavily armed men all by myself back in the day. Otherwise, why would there be a rumor in the circle that it's better to mess with a 1,000-year-old corpse in a tomb than to mess with a solo traveler with a box on his back? Such words. Thinking about it, Lin Zhouyan walked directly towards the old medicine farmer's house. Old man, I'll give you two choices. Either you give us the chicken yourself, or I'll make a move to rob it. Red Girl had already picked up her flying dagger by now, her eyes looking threateningly at the old medicine farmer. Red Girl, watching Honggu's movements, Partridge looked at her with a tangled face. Yan! Suddenly, Rongbao Dei opened his mouth and shouted. Moment! All the people in the yard looked out over the fenced yard. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've long heard that Unloading Ridge Chief General Chen Yulo has a short-tempered Red Girl by his side. And it's true today. And, not only is he cranky, he has no manners and actually threatened an old man. The people hadn't entered the courtyard yet, but the voices were the first to come in. What did you say? Whoosh! The Red Nun heard the incoming sound, directly red temperature, followed by two flying daggers flying quickly in the direction of the sound coming from. Swish! Suddenly, a figure suddenly arrived in front of the crowd. Then, boom! The sound rang out with it. Honggu's figure then flew out backwards. I generally don't like to take the initiative, but I also don't like people taking shots at me. Today is the first time I've seen you. Consider this as a face for Chief Handler Chen. Next time, you'll die. The moment the voice rang out, Z, a sound of a bow being drawn to a full moon sounded at the same time. Senior don't. Shoo. Partridge Whistle was late to warn. Then the same ending as before. Boom. Ah, head of the Moving Mountains. The same words I gave to your senior, I give to you. The instant the old Yankee was knocked out of the air, Partridge touched his gun. But, looking at the handsome man who had somehow suddenly appeared in front of him, his intuition told him that he couldn't move, or else the Red Nun and the old foreigner would be his downfall. He then slowly loosened his grip on the gun and looked at the handsome man in front of him with a grave expression. This, friend, just now it was really our fault. I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of Red Ant and my senior brother. Old Ocean Man. A wise choice. Lin Zhouyan didn't reply. Instead he looked at Partridge Whistle with a smirk on his face, meaning something. Then he turned around and walked directly to the old medicine farmer, handing him the burlap package in his hand. Here, take a look, master. The old medicine farmer who heard Lin Zhouyan's voice came back to his senses and froze for a moment before receiving the linen parcel handed over by Lin Zhouyan with an excited face as if he remembered something. Open with it. Chapter 7, Man, God, Ghost, Back Box, One Knife Fairy. Are you the ghost fairy, Master Lin Zhou? Nice. That's the one. The 1,000-year-old wild Ganoderma. I didn't think you'd actually get it. Well, but, your kid is also too shaft. Don't you know to find a better box to put it in? Look, with this broken burlap in it, I don't know how much medicinal properties will be lost. The old medicinal farmer looked at the wild Ganoderma in his arms and was as excited as if he was looking at his own newborn son, and his mouth was still rebuking Lin Jiang as he did so. I'll go, master. Where would you have me go to find you a box in that wilderness? Right, now that you've got the stuff, the chicken is mine, right? To you, but I tell you first that chicken fierce. Anyway, I do not return With that, the old medicinal farmer directly walked into the house holding the wild Lingji, while also closing the door. Watching the old medicinal farmer's maneuver, Lin Jiuyang smiled and shook his head. Really? With that, he went straight to the coop where the raging harvest chickens were kept. LOL. Cluck cluck cluck. Puff puff puff. As Lin Jiuyang approached, the Nuqing chickens in the chicken coop instantly looked a bit grumpy. Yo, what the hell? I traded 1,000-year-old wild Lingji to get you, and you still want to rebel? Lin Jiuyang looked at the increasingly irritable Nuqing chicken with a smile on his face, but a powerful dragon might flickered on his body. Although it was only for a moment, the raging chicken with a hint of phoenix bloodline really felt it. Therefore, the originally increasingly violent angry harvest chicken suddenly quieted down. With that, Lin Jiuyang directly opened the chicken coop and ordered, "Get out yourself." As soon as he had finished speaking, the raging chicken came out obediently and came to his feet, surrounding him like a child. This made the partridge whistle several people on one side look directly dumbfounded, especially the two Rongbao Hashao and Rongbao Dai. Wow, brother Yang, you're awesome. You made the Nuqing chicken walk out obediently with your words. Don't you know that the Nuqing chicken it's Rongbao Dai, who was most familiar with Lin Jianyang, walked straight up and chattered. Alright, didn't you already know about your brother Yang's ability? Alright, go home Dai. I still have something I want to say to these guys. Oh, okay brother Yang. Rongbao Dai heard this and pouted with an unenlightened face. Well, Yang may have to leave, but before he does, Yang will let you fly again and will have a gift for you. Oh. Lin Jiuyang leaned over and whispered in Rongbao Dai's ear. Really? Good Hearing this Rongbao Dai Kaisian left with a bounce. Wait until Rongbao Dai, a small child, leaves. It was only then that Lin Jiuyang turned his gaze to the partridge whistle few. Moving mountain head partridge whistle. You guys were more or less rude just now, so I hung you out to dry for a while. You shouldn't mind, right? At this time, the red nun and the old foreigner had already restood beside partridge whistle. Hearing Lin Jianyang's words, the two of them looked a little embarrassed. But they didn't say anything. I wouldn't dare. Your Excellency's tactics are brilliant. It's just that they're not as skilled as they should be. And it's true that we were rude before. I didn't expect Your Excellency to be able to take out 1,000-year-old Lingji in exchange for the raging chicken. We are indeed. Compared to Your Excellency, Partridge said archly, and his face grew embarrassed. After all, they couldn't take something like 1,000-year Ganoderma, and they didn't think of exchanging something of this caliber for the Nuqing chicken in the first place. Even their side almost made a hard robbery this kind of thing. With Lin Jiuyang this comparison, he was more or less, and the red nun behind partridge whistle naturally saw the whole process just now, so at this time can only be red-faced and lowered her head to keep quiet. Ha ha ha, there's no need for the moving mountain leader to be like this. To be honest, for the moving mountain lineage, including the unloading ridge lineage, I personally still have a great deal of respect, not to mention the moving mountain lineage. As for the discharge ridge lineage, I've traveled quite a bit in the past, and I've often heard that Discharge Ridge Chief General Chen Yulo is a righteous man, and the purpose of the tombs that Unloading Ridge has laid in the past has been to provide relief for the victims, for the sake of those people, and that alone is worthy of my respect. But what the red girl did today is something that makes me. Lin Jiuyang looked at the red girl as he spoke, and originally, when Honggu heard Lin Jiuyang's words in her heart and even a hint of pride appeared on her face, but until the back, her original red face that had hardly calmed down, reddened once again. This, senior, I was indeed a bit rude just now. I'm very sorry. At the same time I also say sorry to that old man inside. Honggu stood out and arched her hand at Lin Jiuyang. Come on, red girl, do not have to be so. See you so want to anger clear chicken. Think also encountered trouble. Will not be. That bottle inside the mountain, right? Lin Jiuyang waved a straight hand. Did your honor. Head of moving mountain doesn't have to keep calling his excellency his excellency. Let's formally get acquainted. My name is Lin Jiuyang, a retailer. Seeing as head of moving mountain is older than me, if head of moving mountain doesn't mind, you can call me Xiaojiu, or Ayan will do. Not waiting for partridge whistle to finish, Lin Jiuyang arched his hand and opened his mouth to interrupt, and the so-called retailer, in the circle of grave robbers is a solo traveler, a person means. As Lin Jiuyang's words left his mouth, both the moving mountain leader partridge whistle and his two senior siblings, including Miss Red, frowned in contemplation. Lin Jiuyang seems to have heard this name somewhere. The old foreigner muttered in a low voice. Wait, Lin Jiuyang. It's that. As if she had remembered something, Honggu raised her head with a shocked expression to look at Lin Jiang. It's him! At the same time, the Partridge Whistle trio also thought about it and looked at Lin Jianyang with the same shocked expression. May I ask if your excellency is Master Lin Jiao? The ghost immortal who is a human god and a ghostly immortal with a knife in his back box? Honggu arched her hand and asked solemnly, Ghost immortal Master Lin Jiao? Oh, it seems like some people have called me that. Lin Jiao stroked his chin and thought back for a moment. It seemed like there was indeed such a thing. Since the time he had slaughtered a heavily armed warlord by himself, some people in his circle had indeed called him that. There are even rumors that people who mess with him have died, and gods who mess with him have fallen. Ghosts will avoid him, and people will be frightened when they see him, coupled with the fact that the last character of his name is not bad with the pronunciation of the word master. So gradually some people called him Ghost Immortal Master Lin Jiao, but he has not been taken seriously. I did not expect that actually even the moving mountain leader Partridge Whistle has already heard. It seems that what he did in the beginning is really big. So it's the Ghost Immortal Master Lin Jiao. I'm Partridge Whistle, the leader of the moving mountain. Courteous, moving mountains, old Yankee, with all due respect, moving mountains, flowering spirit, courteous, unloading ridge, Honggu, courteous. With a few people knowing Lin Jiaoyan's identity, they immediately changed to a special arching salute, bending slightly at him to speak in unison. This special arching salute was used by the circle when treating the head of a clan or the head of a lineage. Although Lin Jiaoyan was just one person, with no disciples much less a sect, he had done things that everyone in the entire tomb raiding world would not dare to think about, much less do. Therefore, even if the other party is only one person, but he alone is enough to be ranked into the tomb raiding 4 major sects, become the 5th major sect. The rivers and lakes have even rumors that the ghost fairy Lin Jiao Master is the 5th major tomb raiding sect, in addition to moving the mountain, touching the gold, hairy mound, unloading the ridge of the 4 veins of the 5th vein, the back of the box people. Chapter 8, Brotherhood, Chen Yulo, Chief General of the Unloading Ridge. Of course, it's all a rumor in the jungle. And at that moment, Lin Jianyang froze for a moment as he watched the movements of a few people. Although he had entered this circle for a short period of time, he had also learned some of the rules of the Jianghu in the past year in addition to pouring down graves. So for a few people in front of the action also know the meaning of it. So hurriedly returned the salute. Several people do not have to be so. Lin someone cannot afford to bear. Cannot afford, that's too much for Master Lin Jiao. If you can't afford it, then I'm afraid Partridge Whistle, can't afford it anymore. Partridge then spoke with a solemn face. Right, weren't we just talking about Bottle Mountain? Why don't we talk about it? Lin Jiaoyan changed the subject. Good, Master Lin Jiao. Kuei head over, didn't I just say that? You are a few years older than me. Why don't we do this? You and I are destined to meet. Why don't the two of us refer to each other as brothers from now on? Although Lin Jiaoyan had already been in this world for a whole year, he still wasn't used to people calling him Master or Master when he didn't move. So he proposed to Partridge Whistle. Partridge Fox frowned in silence at this. What? Does Big Brother Partridge Whistle think that I, Lin Jiaoyan, am not worthy to be called brother to you? Looking at Partridge Whistle's tangled expression, Lin Jiaoyan's face sank. I'm leaning out. I'm not used to people calling me master because I'm not used to it. Doesn't mean I don't like it if. No. Can be acquainted with Jiaoyan, you such a brother? I still feel that it is my Partridge Whistle high up. How can it be? Partridge Whistle looked at the sinking Lin Jiaoyan and hurriedly opened his mouth for fear of any misunderstanding. And what he said was sincere. After all, although he is the leader of the moving mountain, and the moving mountain lineage also has 1,000 years of level of inheritance, but with Lin Jiaoyan in the past year to have done that, a few big things want to be compared to. He also really. Since that's the case, then from now on, I'll call you Big Brother, and you can just call me Jiaoyan. Come. We'll go to my house to talk in detail. Then Lin Jiaoyan went straight up and pulled Partridge Whistle towards his rented house, while the 3 old Yankees of the Red Nun followed closely behind. After returning here to the house that Lin Jiaoyan had rented, the people quickly talked about their respective situations. When the 4 Partridge Whistlers learned that Lin Jiaoyan was also here for that tomb in Bottle Mountain, only because he could see the extraordinary nature of the raging chicken and hunted in his heart, he went to the mountain to look for 1,000 years of Ganoderma lucidum in exchange for it. That's why there was a delay of a couple of days for them to get a head start. So after understanding all the circumstances, Partridge Whistle opened his mouth to Lin Jiaoyan and invited him. Since you, Jiaoyan, are also in it for the Bottle Mountain tomb, why don't we set off now and go down to the tomb together? And I'm sure that with your help, we'll have a much easier time on this trip. Well, Big Brother, how about this? I still have some things to do here, and it won't take much time, so why don't you guys rest here at my place today, and we'll set out in the morning. Lin Zhuoyang also wanted to agree directly, but thinking about his promise to Rongbao Day, he might not come back after he descended the Bottle Mountain tomb this time. So, rolling eyes. Early the next morning, Bottle Hill, the corpse-catching stagecoach. A rough-looking, burly, middle-aged man in a military uniform looked up at the blue sky and white clouds above his head, then spat on the ground to the side between the corners of his mouth, turning. He's a bear. Chief General, tell me what to do now. I've lost dozens of my brothers. Don't be so hasty, Marshal Luo. A lot of our brothers from Unloading Ridge have also died. On the side, a man with handsome features and a temperament combining elegance and banditry, dressed in a white tunic and cloth, holding a folding fan in his hand, responded by opening his mouth. However, at this moment, his face looked a bit embarrassed, and he, the general head of the Unloading Ridge lineage for this term, Chen Yulo, thinking of the beginning, he came with a group of Unloading Ridge brethren ambition, but did not expect, this is not yet completely inside the tomb, encountered such a difficult thing. When I think of those centipedes, Chen Yulo gritted his teeth a little. Those poisonous insects are not afraid of fire, water flooding useless, but it is full of poison. Those who touch it will be turned into a puddle of pus in a moment, and there are so many of them that they are simply some insurmountable monsters. I don't know if Honggu and the Partridge Whistle brothers have found something that can restrain this centipede. As the saying goes, when you think about something in the day, you dream about it at night. Speak of the devil. Just when the uniformed big man Luo Lao Crooked and Unloading Lingchen general head of the two people in a hurry, a soldier under Luo Lao Crooked ran over panting. Report martial law. The red nun who went down yesterday and the 3 Taoist priests are back. Hearing the soldier's words, Chen Yulo's eyes lit up. Luo Lao Crooked, on the other hand, spoke directly. Grandma Bear, finally, you're back. If I don't come back again, I'm going to personally lead people down the mountain to look for them. Between the words, the two rushed off in the direction of the mountain. Soon, Chen Yulo and Luo Lao Crooked both then saw Partridge Whistle and his party, and in their line, there was another handsome, upright young man who seemed to be carrying a box-like object at the back of his waist. But at this time, Chen Yulo also just took a glance. Right now his main concern was still whether he had found a way or something to restrain those poisonous centipedes, so he hurriedly walked up with a smile on his face. Brother Partridge Whistle, you guys are finally back. Chen Yulo walked over to Partridge Whistle and gave him a fervent hug. Only then did he continue to open his mouth and asked, by the way, Partridge Whistle brothers, how did you guys reap the rewards of going down the mountain this time? But did you find a way to restrain those centipedes? Yeah, Stinky Taoist, have you found a way to deal with centipedes yet? If not, I can. Chief General, we've already hired a high-ranking person who can deal with those centipedes. Partridge Whistle ignored Luo Lao Crooked's words and directly said to Chen Yulo, oh, a tall man? Hearing Partridge Whistle's words, Chen Yulo directly turned his gaze to the young man who had glanced at him earlier, and Lin Zhuoyang also looked at Chen Yulo at this moment. Sure enough, as expected of the Unloading Ridge Chief General, this Chen Yulo's image was similar to the one written in the book of his previous life, and even a little better. What the hell? A tall man? Who? Him? How can this little white boy be a high-ranking person? Stinky Taoist, you're playing with me, right? Although Luo Lao Crooked was a big old man, but with Partridge Whistle's words spoken, coupled with the fact that the only one who followed them was such a little white boy, so he naturally set his sights on Lin Zhuoyang. Luo Shuai, you have to be careful with your words, or the consequences can be really TSK. I don't even dare to think about it. The red nun made a strange comment. Granny Bear, what do you mean? Honggu? What consequences? What don't you dare to think? What? This little white boy can still eat me? Hearing Honggu's strange tone, Luo Lao Crooked could not be happy. Directly walking to Lin Zhuoyang, a pair of eyes ferociously staring straight at Lin Zhuoyang. White boy, you're good, aren't you? Luo Lao Crooked said and silently put his hand on the handle of the gun at his waist. Obviously, he's not stupid either. The other side of Chen Yulo heard the words of the red nun, coupled with the change of expression of the Partridge Whistle. Several people on the side instantly began to guess in his heart. This young man, I'm afraid he's not simple. Chapter 9, Luo Lao Crooked goes 8 ***** and prepares to go down to the grave. Otherwise the red nun wouldn't have said that, and the Partridge Whistle brothers wouldn't have shown such a look. Luo Shuai, right? I advise you to remove your hand from the handle of the gun, or it will easily go off. Lin Zhuoyang suddenly opened his mouth at this time. His voice was clear and cold, yet there was a feeling that he could not be ignored. At the same time, he was not the least bit afraid of Luo Lao Crooked's fierce eyes. On the contrary, a hint of teasing intent appeared in his eyes. What if I don't? Luo Lao Crooked is also a stubborn seed. Hearing that this little white boy actually dared to call him out, the hand on the gun handle has completely gripped the gun handle, and is even slowly pulling up. At the same time, those soldiers of Luo Lao Crooked on the side also began to slowly raise the gun barrels in their hands. On the side of the red nun and the old foreigner, they saw this scene, and without moving, they began to quietly back away. It was at the moment when they thought that they would be able to see the ghost immortal Lin Jioshi's means of getting angry next. Master Lin Jiao, why bother to talk to a big old man like Marshal Luo? Partridge spoke suddenly. At the same time, he came to Luo Lao Crooked's side, and without moving, he pressed down the other party's stupidly moving hand. Master Lin Jiao? Hearing Partridge whistle's words, Chen Yulo, the chief general of the unloading ridge on the side, instantly looked at the box at the waist behind Lin Jiaoyan's back. Similarly, Luo Lao Crooked also directly stared at this little white man in front of him with wide eyes and an unbelievable expression, then hurriedly moved his hand, which was still resting on the handle of the gun, and at the same time took a step back. Grandma Bear, is this white guy in front of me the ghost immortal? Mr. Lin Jiao? I'm so sorry, is it really true? Partridge Whistle felt Luo Lao Crooked's movements and was instantly relieved. After all, he was certain that as long as Luo Lao Crooked and the soldiers around him dared to aim their guns at Lin Jiaoyan, then he would definitely strike. With Lin Jiaoyan's godlike tactics, even if it won't take their lives, I'm afraid they won't be able to run away with broken arms and legs. But the way things are now, it's best if everyone can be a little bit more united, and it's best if there's no infighting going on. I've long heard that in our province there is a ghost immortal, Master Lin Jiao, who is a human god and a knife fairy in his back box, and today I've seen it, and it's really extraordinary. My name is Unloading Ridge General Head Chen Yulo. Greetings. At this time, Chen Yulo came forward and bowed to Lin Jiang. Yes. That just now I didn't know it was Master Lin Jiao in person. Luo Laokuan is just a big old man. Hi Han, Master Lin Jiao. Luo Lao Crooked looked back at Chen Yulo's movements and also hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. If you want to say who is the most afraid of Lin Jiaoyang among this crowd, it is none other than Luo Laokuan, although he has someone with a gun. But, People's War record is there. You know, he had scoffed when he first heard that someone had killed an entire warlord of a few thousand men by himself, but as he sent someone to check it out, he was really shocked, and he even ran a trip in person behind him, and my goodness, that scene, that broken limbs and broken arms, even he, a big warlord, felt scared when he looked at it, and what scared him even more was the strength of the warlord that was massacred, even though that warlord didn't have a lot of people, at least compared to the ones that had 10,000 or tens of thousands of people. But the problem is that people's soldiers are high enough quality and well equipped enough. To know that the soldiers under the hands of that warlord are all trained by the bottom 3 years of training. The hands of the weaponry is also the current world can rank on the number of advanced weaponry. But just like this, but was in front of this little white. Oh no! Is Lin Joji master as if chopping melons and cutting vegetables to kill the general to the essence of the light? This is simply, it's scary just thinking about it. Okay? A retailer, Lin Jiaoyang. If Chief Handler Chen doesn't mind, just call me old brother Jiaoyang. At this moment Lin Jianyang responded. At the same time, he looked at Luo Lao Crooked and said, Marshal Luo. I don't dare to dare. In front of Master Lin Jiao, what kind of a marshal am I? You can call me old Luo, or just call me Luo Lao Crooked. Luo Lao Crooked was now more or less groveling. His attitude like this made Chen Yulo and a few of the old foreigners he had previously looked down upon more or less gloat. Alright, since old brother Jiaoyang is here, and since the Partridge Whistle brothers said just now that you can restrain those centipedes, old brother Jiaoyang, then we might as well discuss what to arrange next. Chen Yulo spoke up at the right time. With that said, the crowd headed towards the corpse-catching stage. Discussions began about what to do next down the grave. An hour later, Lin Jiaoyang arrived at the Bottle Mountain Pass along with Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle and the others. Looking down from here is the top of that Yuan dynasty general's tomb. But, Lin Jiaoyang thought back to the episodes he had read in his previous life, but realized that there were a lot of them that he could no longer remember. After all, he hadn't read too much, so he thought that the next thing to do was to follow Chen Yulo and the others. Coming to the edge of the cliff, feeling the gusts of coolness coming from below and a strong smell of blood, Lin Jiaoyang frowned slightly. In his heart, he said, this tomb is worthy of being a murderous tomb. Old brother Jiaoyang, can you see anything? Chen Yulo came to Lin Jiaoyang's side and asked, looking at his furrowed brow. Lin Jiaoyang shook his head and suddenly added, this tomb is very evil. Hearing this, Chen Yulo nodded without saying anything. After all, he had already learned about the ferocity of this tomb with the lives of a dozen or so of his unloading rich brethren. After waiting for a while, seeing that Lin Jiang had nothing else to say, Chen Yulo began to instruct the following unloading brothers to prepare the centipede climbing ladder and get ready to go down to the tomb. Take your time. I'll go down and check it out first. Looking at the busy figures of the unloading ridge crowd, Lin Jiaoyang didn't want to wait for them so slowly, so he jumped down with a single leap directly after saying, After all, a person is still accustomed to, by virtue of his powerful skill power obtained by a system punch card. It can be said that as long as it is not encountered that what the snake god and so on the big guy, Lin Jiuyan can nonchalantly walk into any tomb to say that, I came, something to take, I'm gone again. This, and at the edge of the cliff, Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle and the others looked at Lin Jiuyan, who jumped straight down the cliff and directly froze. Crap, off the mark. What kind of operation is this? What do you think this place is? A bungee jumping place? Or your home? Just jump. You're a flyer, aren't you? Possibly stimulated by this jump of Lin Jiuyan, Chen Yulo originally wanted to follow suit, but after taking a step, he finally chose to climb the ladder honestly. But from intending to wait for the unloading ridge brethren to set up the ladder before going down became him doing it himself, setting up the ladder and climbing down at the same time. And on the other side of the Partridge Whistle, 3 people after some discussion, decided to leave the senior sister Flower Spirit on the top. He and the old foreigner, 2 people go down. And their method is also a bit more advanced than the centipede climbing ladder in unloading. That was the rope specially made by their moving mountain lineage, not only thin, but also very long, while combining a strong enough toughness. A small bundle of rope was hundreds of meters long, so the 2 men who were ready slid right down the rope in a single bound. That's a big slip for them, directly making the eyes of Chen Yulo, who was still constantly erecting a ladder by the side of the cliff, look a little red. Who in the Jianghu does not know that unloading ridge chief Chen Yulo is a high-minded and proud of the Lord? Everything wants to compare comparison, even if it is really not comparable. He still have to be in the heart than a comparison. Nice guy. Now it's a good thing that first Lin Jiuyan's large-scale bungee jumping scene can't be imitated. Then there is the moving mountains line, a rope down the cliff, a smooth one. And look at him, with a broken ladder and in his hand. This ing. Isn't it rubbing the face of the head of unloading ridge under his feet? Doesn't it show that unloading's methods are inferior to theirs? As soon as he thought of this, Chen Yulo instantly transformed into an infrastructural maniac and began to more quickly and up climbing the ladder. Chapter 10, All Hands on Deck. Action. The other side. Lin Jiuyan came down below. The smell of blood that had originally been smelled from above seemed heavier down here at this point. Looking up at the grave hole that Chen Yulo and the others had dug out earlier not far away, an eerie feeling came over him. Meanwhile, there were a number of clothes soaked in puddles of pus around the perimeter. It was thought to be those unloading brothers and Luo Lao crooked soldiers who had sacrificed their lives earlier. Wait a while longer. While Lin Jiang was planning to take the lead and go in to explore, he sensed 2 whooshing sounds coming from behind him. Just turned my head. Just 2 Partridge Whistle and Old Yankee, who had landed safely, were seen. Jiuyan, Master Lin Jiu. The 2 Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner came to greet Lin Jiuyan before looking at the tomb cave not far away. At that time, we were the ones who dug through this grave hole, and before we could fully enter, we encountered countless poisonous centipedes, and the chief general and the men under Marshal Luo died quite a bit before we safely retreated. Partridge looked at the grave hole and opened his mouth. Lin Jiuyan didn't respond when he heard this. He just nodded faintly, looking at the tomb cave not far away. With the concentration of the bloodline of the 3-headed dragon having reached 10%, even without using the unparalleled skill of the One Palm World Scripture, he possessed a 6th sense that surpassed normal people could be used to detect a certain degree of danger. That is, the so-called intuition, a special ability similar to that of foreknowledge. His senses told him that there was danger inside, though the sense of that danger was thin. At the same time, the powerful 5 senses given to him by his spiritual power that surpassed the limits of the human body also sensed that there were countless things inside that were crawling rapidly towards the outside. Think it would be those poisonous centipedes. Master Chief, slow down. It's okay, I can still do it. At this time, the voices of Chen Yulo and the unloading brothers came from behind the several people. The few people who heard the voice hurriedly looked behind them, and saw Chen Yulo's face reddened, slightly panting as he arrived in front of the few people. He first looked at Lin Jiuyan with a surprised face and said in his heart, my goodness, what a flyer. He jumped down from that high and his clothes didn't even get dirty. Then he looked at Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner. Well, just as tired as he was, and although more or less unconvinced, he really couldn't compete. A few minutes later, Unloading Ridge's group and Luo Lao Crooked's people had all arrived. Seeing this, Chen Yulo stood out to boost his morale and said, good, the brothers are all here. Without further ado, let's do it. Action. Chen Yulo's words had just fallen. Suddenly there was a faint hissing sound in the air, and it was getting thicker. The moment they heard this voice, the Unloading Ridge group, including Luo Lao Crooked's people and Partridge Whistle, all changed their faces. It was only because, after they heard this sound not long ago, they almost died here, and although they finally retreated safely, they paid the price with dozens of lives. In the meantime, uncountable maroon centipedes crawled quickly from not far away from the grave hole and even in all directions. Damn it! It's these centipedes again. Quick, quick, quick! Light the torches, prepare the lime powder, be careful around. Chen Yulo, who possessed night eyes, had excellent eyesight, and was the first to see and send out a reminder before the others could find out the direction of the centipede. Hearing Chen Yulo's reminder, Partridge Whistle hurriedly came to Lin Jiang's side to speak. Jiuyang, do you think you should put? No, some tiny centipede isn't enough. Lin Jiuyang knew what Partridge Whistle was trying to say, which was nothing more than that he wanted him to invite the raging chicken to deal with these centipedes. However, he didn't want to let these centipedes consume the raging chicken's stamina. After all, he still wanted to see the exciting picture of the raging chicken fighting the six-winged centipede. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Lin Jiang fixed his eyes and saw one of the unloading Ridge brethren covering his arm and screaming miserably, while a maroon centipede was thrown out of his hand. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiuyang frowned slightly as an invisible aura instantly erupted from his body, lapping out in all directions as if it were a large wave. At the same time a flash of cold light flew out from behind him and flickered at the arm of that unloading Ridge brother. Hurry up and stop the bleeding. You can still save a life. Lin Jiuyang hurriedly opened his mouth and said to Chen Yulo. At the same time, the powerful aura he had erupted earlier had at this time lifted off and even slapped to death countless centipedes crawling towards them. Because of the aura that he erupted, in just a few breaths of time those poisonous centipedes all ran away and disappeared. Chief General, those centipedes ran away. All of them ran away. At this time, one of the unloading Ridge brethren noticed the difference and shivered as he opened his mouth. Hearing the words of this unloading brother, Chen Yulo Luo Lao Crooked Partridge Whistle and other people hurriedly began to check the surrounding. And indeed, as the unloading brother said, those poisonous centipedes do not know why suddenly all turned around and ran away. Only Chen Yulo, who has night eyes, and Partridge Whistle, who is closest to Lin Jiuyang, have guesses. Chen Yulo was seeing the countless centipede corpses that had exploded not far away. Partridge Whistle, on the other hand, thought of the appalling and inexplicable pressure he had suddenly felt just now. Although the pressure wasn't directed at him, and it was only a flash of light, in that instant, he felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on him, and it could have crushed him alive in a minute. And so, Chen Yulo came straight to Lin Jiuyang and arched his hand to thank him. Thank you for 9. Lin Jiu Masters, if it wasn't for you, that brother of mine would have been turned into pus just now. Unloading Ridge, Li Lao Lu. Many thanks to Master Lin Jiuyang for saving my life. At the same time the unloading Ridge brother who had survived by having his arm chopped off by Lin Jiuyang also came to Lin Jiuyang and saluted with one hand in thanks. There's no need to be polite. If I hadn't been negligent just now, you wouldn't have broken an arm. Lin Jiuyang said as he helped Li Lao Lu up. Master Lin Jiu must not say that. My old six is already most fortunate to have survived. Alright, Lao Lu, don't get involved in what's to come. I'll leave 2 of my brethren with you and take you up. Chen Yulo walked to Li Lao Lu's side and patted his shoulder. Thanks to the chief handler. After settling the wounded, the crowd packed up and prepared to continue on their way. Very quickly. This time, with the help of Lin Jiuyang's invisible pressure, he hadn't encountered even a single centipede again along the way from the time he entered the tomb cave. Not a moment too soon. The crowd then came to the deepest part of the tomb cave. At a glance, a huge stone door appeared in front of him. See this stone door? Luo Lao Crooked, who didn't have much presence along the way, had eyes as bright as flashlights at this moment. Chapter 11, Sudden Plot Change. 4-winged centipede? Somebody, get on the guys, open the door for me, enter the tomb and get rich, ha ha ha. As Luo Lao Crooked's bandit-filled flailing voice rang out, his soldiers instantly ran out a dozen or so to go to the huge stone door and prepare to open it. Lin Jiuyang looked at Luo Lao Crooked, who was showing his wild and banditish spirit at this moment, and narrowed his eyes and secretly said in his heart, TSK, 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 this is the Luo Lao Crooked I remember, unlike when I was up there just now, afraid of me as if I had seen a ghost. If Luo Lao Crooked knew what Lin Jiuyang was thinking, it must have been a direct numb sliding shovel kneeling in front of him, grabbing his pants leg with both hands and then saying, My Lin Jojo, I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you cannot otherwise if you get you in trouble. Who knows you will not be angry in a fit of rage to my hard-earned half of my life to save the family business to the slaughter of the hares are not left After all, he had gone to see it with his own eyes in the first place, and that scene, to put it nonchalantly, had made him directly have nightmares for several days, and every time he dreamed that the people below him didn't know any better and messed with this god of murder, and then exterminated themselves. Reality. The crowd watched as the dozen or so soldiers of Luo Lao Crooked slowly pushed open the stone door. The scene inside the stone door also began to gradually unfold in their eyes. At a glance, the first thing that presented itself to the eye was the huge stone pillar wrapped in an unknown amount of gold and silver jewelry. In addition, there were walls studded with so many gems that it looked as if each one was worth a fortune. Ha ha ha. Granny Bear, hair, it's huge, so many gems, gold and silver. This trip was worth it. Luo Lao Crooked looked at the countless gold and silver jewels inside that still emitted light even though they were covered in dust. His eyes reddened, and he exclaimed with an excited face, "Okay, Marshal Luo, don't act like you've never seen the world. This exterior alone is already so luxurious. I'm afraid there's even better inside. Go in and take a look." Chen Yulo also had an excited expression on his face as he came to Luo Lao Crooked's side and patted his shoulder and opened his mouth. "It's not bad, the chief general has a point. Go. Let's quickly go in and take a look." Luo Lao Crooked stroked the harumph at the corner of his mouth and agreed, with Chen Yulo Luo Lao Crooked and the two of them leading the way. It didn't take long for the crowd to all walk inside the stone door. As soon as he walked through the stone door, Luo Lao Crooked started yelling at the soldiers under him. Quickly, all move me, all that glows, whether it is gold or silver or jewelry, put it all away for me." Numbly, "Marshal Luo, it's better to be careful. Why don't we explore first? In case there are any organs or something like that, we can also, in this hole of a place, what kind of mechanism can there be? Besides, even if there is a mechanism, there are still the chief and you guys, so I'm afraid of nothing." Luo Lao Crooked interrupted Partridge Whistle's words of reminder with a look of disinterest. The other side, a soldier was moving the crate in front of him with all his strength, but suddenly a puddle of slime fell from above and landed on his head. Asterisk. What is it? And it stinks. The soldier touched a handful of slime on his head, held it in front of his nose and sniffed it, then looked up. "Ah, holy monster!" Shrieking, the soldier fell straight to the ground, then ran on all fours toward the back. "Tay grandma, who is yelling here? Believe it or not, I'll get." Before Luo Lao Crooked could finish, he saw a scene that made him doubt his life. It was a huge centipede with a dark body, with nearly 100 legs on each side, I'm afraid, and 2 pairs of transparent wings on its body, 1 zhang in size, was continually pursuing the shrieking soldier, and then, help, save, lives, click, crunchy, human flavor. This is a 4-winged centipede. Partridge Whistle looked at the huge dark centipede not far away that was eating away at the soldiers with a shocked expression. "What the hell are you waiting for? Shoot it, kill it." At this time the terrified Luo Lao Crooked suddenly opened his mouth loudly and shouted, "Bang bang bang, bang bang bang." As Luo Lao Crooked shouted, those soldiers he brought with him also came back to their senses from their shock and fear, immediately picking up the guys on their backs and pulling the triggers on that 4-winged centipede. But that centipede didn't know what it had grown up on. Its back armor was extremely hard, and apart from sparks from the bullets hitting it, nothing happened to it. Hiss! The 4-winged centipede that was attacked at the same time suddenly erected the front half of its body and hissed into midair before charging at the closest group of people. One time, the whole bejeweled chamber was in total chaos. "Retreat! Retreat outside the stone gate." Chen Yulo looked at the crowd of people in disarray and hurriedly opened his mouth to remind them. "Not good, Chief General. This stone door suddenly closed at some point. It won't open." The voice of one of the unloading brothers rang out. The crowd's hearts sank and their brows furrowed. "Also be prepared to fight to the death." Unloading Ridge's group took the lead in surrounding Chen Yulo to protect him, led by the strong men under him, Kun Lun, Hua Makwin, and Hong Gu. Luo Lao Crooked also leaned over quietly. On the other side, Partridge Whistle Lin Zhouyang and the 3 of them were transformed into a small group. "Senior, what now?" the old foreigner, holding a bow and arrow, asked Partridge Whistle as he looked at the distant group of Unloading Ridge, as well as the huge 4-winged centipede scurrying around. "9 sons, holy, this plot is not right, crooked this is." Partridge Whistle was about to open his mouth to inquire about Lin Zhouyang when he only heard him suddenly come out with this sentence. "Ha, Lin, Master 9, what did you say?" The 2 Partridge Whistle old Yankees looked at Lin Zhouyang with some confusion. "Ahem, so what? It's fine, I just suddenly remembered something." Lin Zhouyang covered his mouth and fake coughed twice back. Only then did he look up at the 4-winged centipede in the distance and thought in his heart, "I'm sorry, the promised 6-winged centipede has turned into a 4-winged centipede, and isn't it a bit too early for this girl to make an appearance? Running out of the house when it's time for its episode? And this girl's size is not too small? This doesn't fit the original my centipede. This book doesn't match the original either." While Lin Zhouyang was still pondering in his own world if it was because of the butterfly reaction that occurred due to his arrival that caused the 6-winged centipede to turn into a 4-winged centipede, suddenly, I don't know where it came from, or if it came from all directions. It came as if the sound of something hard stepping on the ground. Then, a scene that the people present would remember for the rest of their lives appeared. Except for Lin Zhouyang. Chapter 12, Giant Centipede Swarm. Inscription engraving Angry Harvested Chicken. Great war rises. As they looked at it with their eyes, only the beams of the surrounding chambers were seen. On the ground, and even in mid-air, suddenly there was an influx of uncountable centipedes. These centipedes were completely different from the ones they had encountered outside in the beginning, whether it was the color, the size, or even the shape. The smallest of these centipedes were feared to be nearly half a meter, and some even possessed 2 wings. At this point, there were an unknown number of 2-winged centipedes flying in mid-air, and on the ground, there were countless giant centipedes crawling on the beams, with some 4-winged centipedes mixed in, only in extremely small numbers. Unloading Ridge's group of soldiers with Luo Lao Crooked looked at this scene and directly froze in place. Before, just some small centipedes had turned them away, even paying tens and hundreds of lives for it. And now, what they encountered was a giant centipede swarm, and there were even flying centipedes in it, plus the stone door behind them had been completely closed, so I'm afraid that this time they, even unloading Chief General Chen Yulo and Warlord Marshal Luo Lao Crooked had by now determined what would happen to them next. Also at this time, on the other side was the small group of 3 people from Lin Jiuyang. Lin Jiuyang looked at the giant centipedes that filled the entire chamber and thought to himself that it was time to let the raging chicken out for a walk, even though it probably wouldn't be of much use, but release it now and maybe even see alive. Exciting broadcast of a raging harvest chicken battling a swarm of giant centipedes. I'm afraid that when we meet the real 6-winged centipede in the back later on, I'm afraid that the raging chicken won't be of much use. That's right, it's the 6-winged centipede. By this time, Lin Jiuyang had already figured it out. The novels of the previous life or the movie and television, after all, are only novels and movies, not reality. And now the reality is that since the 6-winged centipede in movies and television exists, didn't the 6-winged centipede lay eggs as it grew? Didn't they have baby centipedes? If he remembered correctly, those small centipedes outside were all the children and grandchildren of the 6-winged centipede. And with so many children and grandchildren, plus hundreds of years and nearly 1,000 years, it was impossible that only that one 6-winged centipede had been born, right? Even if it is, that centipede without 6, 4, or 2 wings will always be born, right? After figuring it all out, with a wave of his hand, Lin Jiang directly released the Nuqing chicken from a small living world space inside his system space. The moment the raging chicken made its appearance, a loud and clear rooster call went up. Cluck cluck cluck. With the cock-a-doodle-doo of the angry harvest chicken, the entire swarm of giant centipedes in the chamber came to a standstill. Then, one by one, they began to back away while searching for the source of the sound. Unloading the Ridge bunch over there. When Honggu heard this loud and clear rooster crow, her face instantly became happy and she spoke. Great Chief General, it's the Nuqing chicken. Raging chicken? Hearing Honggu's words, Chen Yulo looked towards the abnormally large rooster in front of Lin Jiuyang, and then at the slowly retreating swarm of giant centipedes. Between shifting faces, he said, we still can't be too happy too early, even if this chicken can really deal with those big centipedes. But after all, the number of centipede swarms is too large, and the chicken is only one. I'm afraid. Moment. This sentence alone made the originally joyful Unloading Ridge group wake up as if they were splashed with a basin of cold water. Yes, no matter how divine that raging chicken was, there was always only one, and even if it could deal with a few, the outrageous point was dozens of giant centipedes. But, the centipedes in this chamber, at a glance, I'm afraid there are no less than 1,000 of them, that the rest are also, same thing, Lin Jiuyang naturally understood. That's why he started carving a special inscription in the air after releasing the raging harvest chicken. But in the eyes of outsiders Lin Jiuyang is drawing pictures to the air. If not his ghost fairy Lin Jiumaster's identity is there. I'm afraid that at this time, some people want to call him crazy. A few dozen seconds later, Lin Jiuyang had already carved 4 complete low-grade inscriptions. But I guess it shouldn't be much of a problem to use them on the raging chicken to deal with those centipedes, right? Same time, the centipede swarm in the chamber also identified the source of the sound just now. And after determining that the other party was just a raging clear chicken with a special bloodline, and there was only one of them, those giant centipedes that had already slowly left surrounded them once more. However, this time, their main target was placed on the raging harvest chicken, because after all, it was a natural enemy, so the first thing they wanted to take out was naturally the raging harvest chicken. One moment, a silent smoke filled the entire chamber. A great battle was about to begin. And even if the opposite side was a giant centipede swarm like 1,000 armies, the angry clear chicken was not the least bit flustered, and even a hint of contempt flashed through the special chicken eyes on the upper and lower eyelids, especially with Lin Jiuyang grabbing at the air and then flinging it at it afterward. It felt as if it was on Peerless at the moment. Giant centipede swarm, the incoming generals may keep their names. Raging chicken, you and other curmudgeons are not yet qualified to hear my name. Senior brother, do you think this angry harvest chicken can beat so many giant centipedes? The old foreigner asked in a low voice to Partridge Whistle, who was beside him. This should, before Partridge could respond. Cluck cluck cluck. Raging chicken, you rats, eat a certain blow. loud and clear chicken calls rang out. And the angry clear chicken directly swooped towards the centipede group with a flap of its wings that lifted its wings several meters high. Giant centipede swarm, how dare you? Give me a charge. At the same time, the giant centipede swarm also charged towards the angry harvest chicken. The moment the two armies, oh no, a chicken and a multitude of centipedes collided. The raging chicken used the momentum of its fall to spread its two large chicken wings high, easily slicing through the bodies of several giant centipedes as if they were incomparably sharp blades. At the same time, the two chicken claws underneath his body were as if they were cast in steel, easily breaking through the back armor of a giant centipede under his feet. And then with a flap of his wings, he drew out the spinal nerves of the other party in the process. This opening, raging chicken finished. This, in turn, was two of the 4 inscriptions that Lin Zhuoyang had specifically inscribed on the raging chicken. Sharpness, and tempering. The wings, beak, and claws of the Nuqing chicken can be made to have extremely powerful sharpness, as if it were an absolute godly weapon. And tempering strengthens the Nuqing chicken's body's defensive ability to an even greater extent, and the degree of hardness is not inferior to that of iron and steel. The other two are quick and recovery, which allow it to be faster and recover more. And so, the next thing you know, the angry chicken is on a 7-in-7 show of the giant centipede swarms of the Changbanpa. No, the Bottle Mountain Crypt. Cluck cluck cluck. Raging chicken, you're all dirtbags. Take your life. Hiss hiss hiss. Giant centipede swarm leader, gasp. Give me a charge. Giant centipede mass, report to the general. The enemy general is fierce. Why don't we retreat first? Giant centipede group leader, how dare you? Dare to disturb the army. Give me death. Unloading a crowd of people. Holy crap, what kind of divine chicken is this? It's too powerful, isn't it? A hair doesn't fall off the chicken when it passes through 10,000 centipedes. Luo Lao Crooked looked at the Nuqing chicken that was shuttling back and forth in the centipede group with wide eyes, so surprised that he could make a poem. It was instantly impressive. Well, my Rashi, the side of Chen Yulo also did not expect this chicken will be so powerful. We're ready to die here. But now, however, he suddenly thought of Lin Zhuoyang's actions before. Could it be that? With that thought, he looked in the direction of Lin Zhuoyang, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Chapter 13, The End of the Great War and a New Tomb Door. Lin Zhuoyang naturally felt the gaze that Chen Yulo seemed to have, but his attention could be drawn to the chicken centipede battle in front of him right now. He was just so damn good at watching it now. He hadn't expected that the inscription engraving book used on the raging harvest chicken could boost it so much. He was ready to strike at any time, but now it seems, as time continues to pass, soon all the giant centipedes in the entire chamber were dead and scattered, except for the limbs left behind, proving the great battle that had just happened. Not another giant centipede in sight. Snap! What a divine chicken! I didn't expect Master Lin Zhuo to have this kind of tactic. Chen Yulo walked up at this time and spoke to Lin Jiang. I'm flattered, Chief Handler. It's just a small path. Lin Zhuoyang responded with an arch and then recalled the raging chicken. At this moment, although the raging chicken was still looking radiant, a clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that it wasn't doing too well right now. After all, it had taken on thousands of giant centipedes with the strength of a single chicken, and even with the help of Lin Zhuoyang's inscriptions, it was always still just a chicken. When the Nuqing chicken came before and after Lin Zhuoyang then took the Nuqing chicken back into the previous system's living space with a wave of his hand. When you see a big, live, angry, clear chicken just disappearing into thin air, along with Chen Yulo, the shifting ridge group and Luo Lao Crooked all directly stared in disbelief. Chen Yulo was also startled at this time. In fact, he had wondered as early as when the raging chicken appeared. Obviously there was nothing when they came in together, but how did a chicken suddenly appear? He trusted his eyes very much. After all, his night eyes were considered an innate talent aptitude, and now after seeing the disappearing raging chicken coupled with Lin Zhuoyang's actions, he understood. It seems that he still knows too little about this ghost immortal Lin Zhuoji in front of him, or rather those stories and deeds narrated by the whole grave robbing circle are still too conservative. The entire tomb raiding community of peers know that ghost immortal Master Lin Zhuo slaughtered a warlord with his own strength, and there is even a rumor behind that he once ran after a 1,000-year-old dumpling. With just his hands, he can suppress all kinds of demons and ghosts inside the tomb. But about how he slaughtered the warlord, how he ran after the 1,000-year-old dumplings, and how he suppressed the demons in the tomb with just one hand, no one knows. Think about it. Chen Yulo looked deeply at Lin Jiang in front of him. No, Grandma Bear, is it my old Luo's eyes that are blurred? What about that chicken? Luo Lao Crooked rubbed his eyes and reached out to point at the place where the raging chicken had just disappeared in a shocked voice. Alright, Marshal Luo, this is just Master Lin Zhuo's tactics. There's no need to make too much of a fuss. Our priority now is to find the way out first, or find a way that we can open that stone door. Otherwise, even if there are countless gold and silver treasures here, it won't be of much use if we can't bring them out. Chen Yulo opened his mouth to change the topic. Yeah, the chief general is right. There are still so many gold and silver treasures here. If I don't bring them out Luo Lao crooked, that would really be a death sentence. Sure enough, as soon as it comes to gold and silver treasures, Luo Lao crooked instantly lost his mind to explore the rest. Hurriedly, he ordered his soldiers to collect the gold and silver treasures while searching to see if there were any exits or mechanisms that could open the stone door or something like that. Chen Yulo also ordered those unloading Ridge brothers to act. At the same time also said to Luo Laoqian, Marshal Luo, no matter what, or let the following brothers pay attention to a little bit. I think here, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Don't a moment and then triggered what organs? That would not be good. Chen Yulo had just finished speaking. The voice of one of the unloading brothers then came through. Master Chief, a stone door has been found here. Granny Bear, stone door again. I'm on a collision course with the stone door, aren't I? When Luo Lao Crooked heard this, he shook off his right hand and wiped it on his head with a displeased expression. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. Chen Yulo spoke, and then it was here to the stone door that I had just discovered. And at this time, Lin Jiuyang and Partridge Whistle Old Yankee 3 again heard the sound of the first time came over. Master Lin Jiu, Partridge Whistle brothers, what have you found? Chen Yulo asked as he came in front of the crowd. Chief General, not yet, Partridge Whistle responded, while Lin Jiuyang shook his head. In that case, we'll just have to open the door, Chen Yulo said after some contemplation. Could be, directly bomb him. Luo Lao Crooked staggered. No, Marshal Luo, we are still in the tomb at this time. If we use explosives, in case, boom, before Chen Yulo could finish, a sudden loud bang came. The crowd hurriedly turned their heads to look, and they saw Lin Jiuyang making the movement of closing his fist, and then looking in the direction of the stone door from before. Hiss, moment. A large chorus of voices sucking in cool air rang out one after another, only to see that the direction of the stone door where it was before. At this time, in addition to a pile of rubble, was a hollow chamber visible at a glance, and there were even a few coffins inside. Then look at the ground of those debris, a glimpse of the whole picture. From the number of these debris, that stone door is feared to be a jack stone door, and it was such a stone door that was given a single punch by Lin Jiuyang. At this point, Lin Jianyang already had more or less an impatient look on his face. It's true, a job like grave robbing is faster when done alone. What kind of bull stone door? What kind of trashy mechanism? He just straightened up with one force. With the property that one palm could hold the power of the world brought about by the unparalleled skill of one palm world scripture, nothing would be able to block his punch. If so, then another punch. While the rest of the crowd was still in shock, Lin Jiuyang also walked into the middle of the stone door. Next, it was his turn to lead the summit match. As soon as you walk into the middle of the stone door, as far as the eye could see, there were several sets of huge coffins that were expensive and impressive. There were also some colorful drawings on the coffin, but because of time, it was no longer possible to see exactly what was there. But that's okay, he doesn't care. After all, he never wanted to study any history. All he wanted was always just the gold and silver inside the coffin. After all, there were so many gold and silver treasures outside, so he thought that the ones that could be put into the coffin must be even more valuable, which was also his past experience of going down to the tomb. Never mind how good the outside was, he just needed to remember one thing, and that was that the inside of the coffin would only be better, and that would be the end of it. As for whether there will be any danger in opening the coffin, Lin Jiuyang said, oh, whether the things inside are dangerous or not I don't know, but I know one thing, that is I am dangerous. So, boom boom boom, as Lin Jiuyang slapped his palm in the air, an invisible force directly lifted the lids of all the coffins. Chapter 14, Another Stone Door, a New Chamber. Also at this time, Chen Yulo and the others had only just regained their senses from the shock of shattering a 1,000-pound stone door with a single punch. Before they could calm down their excitement, they saw Lin Jiuyang slap the lids of all the coffins through the air again. I'm going, brother, you be a man. That coffin lid wasn't heavy, but it still weighed tens or hundreds of pounds, right? And you just slapped it away? And it was a slap in the air. You're here in a martial arts play? With the coffin lid lifted off, Lin Jiuyang walked straight forward and started feeling around in the coffin. It's my grandma's. With Lin Jiuyang's action, Luo Laoqian, who has always been arrogant and domineering, can't stand it anymore. After all, from the very beginning of the tomb, he has regarded the treasures inside as his own. But the man who is collecting the treasure in the coffin at this moment is the one he can't afford to mess with and doesn't want to mess with. So, Marshal Luo, there's still quite a few more out there. Those are enough. Chen Yulo naturally knew what kind of person Luo Lao Crooked was, so he opened his mouth to persuade. After all, he had more or less come back to his senses as well. From the beginning when he was not concerned about anything, to now when he was directly and sharply out of the way. He also clearly sensed that Master Lin Jiu was more or less impatient. I'm afraid, but thinking about it, if he had this skill, I'm afraid that he would have already reached the deepest part of this tomb by now. But it is because of them that they will always stay here. When he thought of this, Chen Yulo heart more or less uncomfortable. After all, as the Changsheng Mountain General Head, always only he dislikes other people's portion, or someone dares to dislike him, but it can't be helped. That master, he can't afford to mess with him. A man who can slaughter an entire warlord. If he wants to make a move against their Changsheng Mountain unloading lineage, then I am afraid. A few minutes later, Lin Jiuyang jumped out of the last coffin. Just landed. Master Lin Jiu, what kind of treasures are inside? Can you let my old Luo see it? Don't get me wrong. I just want to take a look. My heart itches. Luo Lao Crooked came to Lin Jiuyang's side rubbing his hands together and said with an embarrassed face, no need to look. Nothing good. Martial law. You've earned it. After saying that, Lin Jiuyang turned around and started to turn around in this chamber. Ah, this. Luo Lao Crooked froze for a moment. Martial Luo. What Master Lin Jiu means is that there's nothing good in here, and it's not worth as much as the ones outside. At this time, Chen Yulo came up and said to him. Lin Jiuyang didn't retort when he heard this, but he also didn't think about laying his hands on the things outside. After all, it was his own choice. Every line and every faction had their own rules, and his rule was to only take the treasure in the coffin. If there was something good in it he had earned it, and if there wasn't then it was fine. But if it's an empty coffin, that's TSK. Stone doors again. As he walked, Lin Jianyang found another stone door. Hearing Lin Jiayang's words, Chen Yulo and the others immediately gave up their intention to continue searching this chamber and hurriedly came to Lin Jiayang's side. Observing the stone door in front of them, found the organ. In no time, Chen Yulo discovered the mechanism of this stone door and didn't give Lin Jiuyang the chance to continue performing a punch to shatter the door. As his voice fell, soon the Hanama abduction beside him consciously stepped forward and pressed the mechanism button as he had instructed. Click 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 click. As the mechanism button was pressed, a series of ear-piercing sounds soon sounded at the stone door, while the door was slowly opening. My granny bear, this is the real chamber, right? What are those two outside? With the moment the stone door opened, it was the scene behind it that surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the scene behind the stone door, the world unseen Luo Lao Crooked immediately opened his mouth to express his psychological changes at this moment. So did Chen Yulo and the others. Judging by the size of this place, what we were just in should only be considered a side room. Nice, indeed. And Lin Jiuyan looked at the stone arch bridge in front of him that was reflected in his eyes, and underneath it was a black empty pool. And behind the arch bridge there is a magnificent palace. The plaque above the palace is also written on the three big words Infinite Hall. The heart couldn't help but darken. Here is the place I expected to enter at the beginning of the well. In front of the two, what is it? Not for a while. The people then all walked across the stone arch bridge to the bottom of the Infinite Temple. The Infinite Hall? I didn't see the tomb owner's coffin after walking for so long before, so I guess it should be in here, Chen Yulo said as he looked at the atmospheric palace in front of him. Ha ha ha. The Infinite Hall. Doesn't that mean there are countless treasures inside? This should be my old Luo making a fortune. Ha ha ha. I think it's better for everyone to be careful. The more we get to the end, the more dangerous it gets, Partridge reminded. Ah, the crowd nodded. Immediately after that, he started walking towards the Infinite Hall. By the time the crowd arrived at the entrance of the Infinite Hall, it was time for Luo Lao Crooked Soldier to make his move again. Click 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 click. As a piercing sound rang out, the door of the Infinite Palace was slowly opened. Through a portion of the gate space that has been opened, one could only see countless gold and jade jewels piled up in that pitch-black palace. The unloading Ridge Group and Luo Lao Crooked who saw the scene directly reddened their eyes, although there was also a lot of gold and silver jewelry in the side room just now. No matter which direction you looked at it, the ones in here seemed to be better. Besides, who's too rich for their own good? When the palace gates were completely opened, Luo Lao Crooked directly rushed in with his men without any martial virtues. This look of Chen Yulo is gnashing his teeth and hating in his heart. This Luo Shuai really don't have a long memory. As soon as he saw the treasure, he was like losing his mind. He didn't even explore it. If he met any organs, he would die without knowing how. Ha, isn't this great? Someone to scout out the way for us and save us the risk. Lin Jiuyan looked at Luo Lao Crooked who had rushed into the palace holding the gold and jade jewels and put them between his noses and inhaled them in his heart. This brainiac, there's no fear of any bacteria or anything like that on those things. After all, they're vintage, and after all this time, who knows if there's any critters crawling through that in here. Speaking of critters, he suddenly remembered those centipedes from before, then looked up and around the palace here. If he remembered correctly, this was where the six-winged centipede made its appearance. What the hell? It's a man or a ghost? Suddenly, Partridge Whistle and Chen Yulo simultaneously uttered exclamations of surprise. Lin Jiuyan looked in the direction they were looking, and saw a woman's back suddenly appear in a corner of the palace. Judging from the woman's clothing, she should be wearing clothes from the Ming Dynasty years. But here, it was a proper Yuan Dynasty tomb. A Ming Dynasty person in a Yuan Dynasty tomb? And there's not even a hint of breath showing on this woman. This could be fun. Chapter 15, The Paperman. Six-winged centipede finally shows up. But soon Lin Jiuyan realized that something was wrong. If he was right, it looked like a paperman. On the other side, Partridge Whistle had already drawn the two guns at his waist, and Chen Yulo also gripped the small divine blade. The two men looked at each other before walking slowly towards the paper figure. Ahem, that's just a paperman. Big brother Partridge Whistle and Chief Handler Chen don't need to be so cautious. Lin Jiuyan covered his mouth and said with a fake cough of reminder. Paperman? Partridge Whistle, Chen Yulo and the two of them looked at each other and murmured out in confusion. Is it really a paperman? But this is too realistic. Seeing that the two of them were still a bit in disbelief, Lin Jiuyan casually waved a palm wind at the paper figure in the corner. As the palm wind landed on that paperman, in an instant the paperman turned into a pile of debris and disappeared. Grandma Bear, it's really a paperman. Scared the hell out of me. Not far away, Luo Lao Crooked cursed after putting his gun back in his holster. The rest of the unloading ridge group and soldiers were also frozen in uncertainty. This, Partridge Whistle Chen Yulo, two people see that it is really a paperman, but also completely put down their hearts. But soon, a new problem has arisen. Why is there a paperman in this Yuan Dynasty tomb? Or a paper figure from the Ming Dynasty? Thought about it for a short while. Partridge Whistle spoke up. Our moving mountain lineage has recorded that rumor has it that during the Ming Dynasty, there was a group of people named Guanshan Taibao. This Guanshan Taibao is an official position specially set up by the Hangu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty, and they are specifically responsible for supervising the construction of imperial tombs on behalf of the Hangu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. The Guanshan Taibao originally relied on grave robbing to start their career, and finally, for some unknown reason, they were recognized by Emperor Hangu, who also made him set up this official position specifically for them. And rumor has it that Guanshan Taibao is proficient in the art of witchcraft and even the method of exploring tombs with paper men. At this point, Partridge didn't say any more, because the more he spoke, the more ugly and grave his face became. At the same time Chen Yulo recalled something. Guanshan Taibao, the original name of which should be called Coffin Mountain Taibao, originated from the area around Coffin Mountain in Wuxia Gorge, Ba Shu. In terms of the steepness and danger of the terrain, it was one of the few in the entire grave robbing world. Of course, none of that is the point. Most notably, the Guanshan Taibao has suppressed and even massacred fellow grave robbers by various means since it was supported by the Hangu Emperor of the Ming Dynasty. Among them, the four major tomb raiding sects, namely Fashu, Tu Jin, Monshan, and Shiling, are the most miserable. Even the Fat Xiao lineage, which was the first of the four major tomb raiding sects, has been heard to be extinct until now. Therefore, Chen Yulo looked at the paperman that had already gone up in smoke and thought that there might be the body of Guanshan Taibao or something inside this Yuan Dynasty tomb. Just a secret hatred in my heart. Oomph. So it's something left behind by an enemy. So there might be their corpses in here? Better not let me come across it. Or else. At that moment the old foreigner spoke up grimly. He also remembered that hundreds of years ago, during the reign of Emperor Hangu, several of the moving mountain leaders of their moving mountain lineage had died in the hands of these people after arriving in the Central Plains. It was even because of this so-called Guanshan Taibao that their moving mountain lineage had been reduced to only their senior siblings and 3 of them stepping out of the clanland by now. If it wasn't for the fact that their moving mountain lineage was living outside of the pass back then, otherwise he had no doubt that they might not have even had the chance to be born. And when Chen Yulo, who was on the side, heard this, he also nodded in recognition. After all, back then, if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many of them in the unloading ridge, it might have been possible to actually break the inheritance. Alright, Chief General, let's just collect the gold and silver treasures in here now and forget about that laborious paperman. Luo Lao Crooked stood in the distance, wondering how Chen Yulo and the others were so concerned about a paperman that had already gone up in smoke, while saying that he also grabbed the gold and silver things on the ground and put them into his pocket. Lin Jiuyan hadn't experienced this era and the inculcation of his ancestors, so although he knew something about what the Guanshan Taibao had done, he wasn't averse to it though. On the contrary, it is quite appreciated. After all, they have the ability to exclude themselves what is wrong, are for the sake of interests and survival. So he turned around and joined the team that was scavenging for gold and silver treasures. As for the rules he had set before, I'm sorry, I haven't even seen a coffin here, so I don't know what rules to talk about. He's a new age young man, talking about an out and out, breaking old rules and reinventing new ones, and summarizing that, the old man has no boundaries. Next, Wherever Lin Zhuoyang passed, there was a big wave of his hand, and then there would be large swaths of gold and silver treasures disappearing into place. Luo Lao Crooked from afar looked at this scene. That envied him to death. Grandma Bear, if I, Lao Luo, had this kind of tactic, what treasure couldn't I get? Marshal Luo, don't be whimsical. This kind of tactic is usually a family heirloom or a sex top secret, and is not transmitted to the outside world, Hannah Marquis said as she took a bite out of a gold dollar. Cut. I know it too. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. What a sound. Suddenly, an extremely distinct sound like high heels hitting the ground rang out, and it was very dense. It's like hundreds of people walking together in high heels on a smooth floor. Look out everyone. It could be a big one, Chen Yulo reminded as he held the small divine blade. Just as the crowd was gazing on guard, suddenly there were several miserable cries from behind. The crowd rushed to look back and saw that a black mist had actually risen behind them at some point. A pair of scarlet as if bull-sized eyes could still be faintly seen in the black mist. Tay Grandma Bear, what kind of demon is it this time? Hurry up! Set up all the light and heavy machine guns for me and sweep the up. Luo Lao Crooked looked at those bull-sized scarlet eyes and hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted to a group of soldiers under his command who were still in a daze. Hissing, in the black mist. With the contact of the black mist, those unloading brethren and soldiers who were swept and affected by the black mist directly turned into a puddle of pus. Luo, Marshal Luo, we didn't bring any light or heavy machine guns. A soldier tremblingly looked at the black fog not far away and opened his mouth to Luo Lao Crooked. What did you say? My special grandma. Then what are you waiting for? Get your ass in gear and it for me. It was then that Luo Lao Crooked suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought his big guy with him when he went down to the tomb. Everyone be careful. That black mist is highly poisonous, just like those centipedes we encountered before. You'll die if you touch it. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang, clang. The other side. Lin Zhuoyang looked at the black fog not far away. After seeing the sparks of fire coming out from the bullets hitting that monster in the black fog, if nothing else, that thing in the black mist was the six-winged centipede, right? But, Chapter 16, a palm retreats the black mist, and a flying sword defeats the centipede. The six-winged centipede can spit mist, and a ing black mist? Thoroughly refined this is. Master Lin Jiao, I still ask for your help. At this time, Chen Yulo saw that the black mist was about to come in front of the crowd, so he hurriedly bowed his hand to Lin Zhuoyang, who was on the side. Well, I would have shot it if you hadn't told me. Just as well I wanted to see what that thing looked like in there. Said. Lin Zhuoyang raised his palm and launched it at the black mist that was about to come in front of him. Moment. A majestic invisible force spread from his palm in a fan shape and finally collided with the black mist. After the invisible force and the black mist had stalemated for only a few seconds, the originally dense black mist was completely dispersed by the invisible palm force. The guy in the black mist was then revealed. Hiss. Only for a moment. The people who saw the true body of the monster in the black mist all sucked in a breath of cool air, while cold sweat broke out furiously all over their bodies, only to see a head of nearly 10 feet long, more than 2 meters wide, with a shiny black body, scarlet eyes, and 6 wings on its back. An oversized centipede appeared in front of him. It also had wisps of black mist spewing out of its hideous mouthpiece, which was intimidating. Hiss hiss hiss. 9 sons be careful. While the crowd was still drowning in shock, the 6-winged centipede suddenly lunged towards Lin Jiang at the very front with a hiss. Partridge spoke hastily to warn, and at that moment, between the right hand of Lin Zhuoyang, an invisible force was held in his palm, followed by a fist blast. Boom! Hiss! Before the crowd could react, they felt a strong wind slapping their faces, and at the same time, all of them were blown backward several steps by this strong wind. Only Partridge Whistle and the 3 of them, Chen Yulo, who were guarded by the burly Kunlun, were barely able to stabilize their forms, also witnessed a scene that shocked them to their core. It was simply appalling to see that after Lin Jianyang swung his fist, that 6-winged centipede was actually sent flying out a distance of more than 10 meters by his fist. Ha! 6-winged centipede. I know you've become an elf and can understand what I'm saying. I'll give you a chance to submit to me or die. After Lin Zhuoyang swung his fist out, he did not move too much more, but remained standing in place, looking at the 6-winged centipede not far away with a bashful face and opened his mouth. Hiss hiss hiss. But apparently, he had still overestimated the 6-winged centipede's intelligence. After being sent flying by his punch, the 6-winged centipede was obviously very angry at this time, and directly directed a mouthful of 1,000-year-old phlegm at Lin Zhuoyang. Looking at that disgusting and extremely slimy black liquid flying towards him, Lin Jianyang directly flashed to the side without saying a word with a floating shadow skimming technique. The same Partridge Whistle had long since left the spot with a turn and leap. Chen Yulo, on the other hand, was directly picked up by Kunlun and carried on his shoulder to turn around and run. Wait until that 1,000-year-old spit hits the floor, just for a moment, accompanied by a snorting sound. The thick hard stone ground was directly burned out a big hole, and a burst of black smoke. Holy, so much power? Lin Zhuoyang looked at the large hole and was surprised. Hiss hiss hiss. It was in such a moment of surprise that the six-winged centipede arrived in front of Lin Jianyang. Goodness gracious, the floating shadow skimming technique powered up, and the six-winged centipede pounced directly onto the remnants. And at that moment, Lin Zhuoyang had long since appeared a dozen meters away from it. I won't play with you, stinking centipede, since you don't want to serve, then die. With that, Lin Jiang slapped the endless flying dagger box behind him. Then Chen Yulo and the others on the other side saw countless flying daggers with flashing cold light suddenly fly out from behind Lin Zhuoyang. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The flying daggers kept rotating around Lin Zhuoyang as if they were worshipping their king. This side of the unloading ridge bunch. Honggu's eyes directly lit up when she saw this scene. She also plays flying dagger. Grew up in the ancient colorful juggling flying dagger door. A hand of flying dagger can be said to play the thief. She had also once heard her master say that the most powerful flying dagger in this world was not a flying dagger, but a royal dagger. It was rumored that in ancient times the flying dagger sect, had once had a true master of the sword, who could manage to use his chi to control the sword. I didn't expect to see her today. Kill the other side. As Lin Zhuoyang dropped his voice, the countless flying daggers that surrounded him rushed towards the six-winged centipede. Hiss hiss hiss. On the six-winged centipede side, it was clear that it wasn't a wimp either, and was extremely confident in its back armor. But this time it had miscalculated. Endless flying dagger box and the flying dagger countless. At the same time also all are not ordinary flying daggers, although not with the most top-notch material production, but sharpening iron like mud, blowing hair, cutting gold and jade simply do not too easy. Fruity. The six-winged centipede's hardback armor that was strong enough to carry bullets couldn't block the endless flying daggers at all. However, the endless flying daggers also lost enough power to penetrate out from the other side of the six-winged centipede after shooting into it. But that's okay. The endless flying dagger box. The last thing it lacked was flying daggers. Then he only saw Lin Zhuoyang turn around and take down the endless flying dagger box in a domineering manner and press it in front of his body. Boom boom. Clank clank clank. This was immediately followed by a rumbling sound coming from the treasure box, as the sides of the treasure box slowly opened. In an instant, countless flying daggers were madly surging out from the sides of the treasure box as if they were out of control, the number of which was unknown. Swish swish swish. Clank clank clank. For a time, the entire limitless hall was filled with the sound of dingo clanging and flying daggers slicing through the air. Hiss hiss hiss. The six-winged centipede looked at the flying daggers roaming the sky, and for the first time, a hint of fear appeared in those bull-sized scarlet eyes. Six-winged centipede. Master 9, I'll give you one last chance. Submit, or die. Lin Zhuoyang spoke again, but also disappointed again. The six-winged centipede actually turned around and ran away directly, but the endless flying dagger box are taken down. This pussy are installed out. How can it just let it slip away? On the other side of the partridge whistle Chen Yulo and others can be watched. He made such a big commotion. The result is only the six-winged centipede to scare away. Then he still mix in the future? So with a thought, countless flying daggers transformed into a chain of flying daggers and flew towards the six-winged centipede. Hiss hiss hiss. Very quickly, the countless chains of flying daggers then completely bound the six-winged centipede, while also leaving daggers marks on its body. After seeing the six-winged centipede completely lose its ability to move, Lin Jianyang urged the floating shadow swiping technique to his head. Immediately afterward, he began to carve some sort of special inscription in the void. Since the soft ones couldn't come, then he had to come with the hard ones, and if he wanted to permanently control this big guy, then the best way to do so was an inscription that could control the soul. And such an inscription is really there in the book of inscription engravings. It was only necessary to add a drop of his own blood in conjunction with the power of inscription to achieve a permanent inscription branding, thus controlling this six-winged centipede. Hiss, what kind of treasure is that box behind Master Lin Zhou? It's obviously such a small box. How can it hold so many flying daggers? Seeing that the six-winged centipede was no longer a threat, Luo Lao Crooked felt that he was able to do it again. So he looked straight at the endless flying dagger box at his waist behind Lin Zhuoyang and opened his mouth. At the same time, he recalled the scene he had seen when he had gone to check on the warlord that had been overthrown by Lin Zhuoyang. After comparing it one by one with the flying daggers flying all over the sky just now, one instantly understood what was going on. Then he looked at the box behind Lin Zhuoyang with glowing eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Marshal Luo, be careful what you say, and don't overthink it. Chen Yulo frowned slightly as he looked at the golden-eyed Luo Lao Crooked and reminded. Chapter 17, Luo Lao Crooked has a different heart. Luo Shuai. turn back to the shore. But obviously, Luo Lao Crooked didn't listen at all. Still staring with glowing eyes at the endless flying dagger box behind Lin Zhuoyang, Chen Yulo saw this, only silently moved away from him. At the same time, he secretly sighed in his heart, Luo Shuai, Luo Shuai, I hope you won't do anything out of the ordinary, otherwise, I can't help you. He knew very well in his heart that Lin Zhuoyang was by no means an ordinary person. From the very beginning of what happened when he encountered the small centipede swarm, along the way, that ghost immortal Lin Zhuoshi didn't say too much, but he did everything with a crisp and clear mind. Other than that, the way he just punched away the six-winged centipede was enough to show that even without using that treasure box, he could deal with the six-winged centipede with his bare hands. Moreover, he would not forget the previous image of that Lin Zhuozi slapping the coffin board through the air and painting the Nuqing chicken in the void, thus enabling the Nuqing chicken to valiantly fight against thousands of giant centipedes. All the signs do not indicate that that ghost fairy Lin Zhuoshi is by no means an ordinary person, but instead is a master who is armed with a variety of mysterious stunts. A super master. Therefore, I'm afraid that whether or not there was that treasure box made no difference to him. Besides, if that treasure box was really some kind of divine artifact, then it would definitely have the ability to choose its own master. And he didn't think that Luo Lao Crooked could make the divine artifact recognize him as its master. On the other hand, Luo Lao Crooked on the other side didn't think so at this time. He couldn't get over it for a long time ever since he saw the image of endless flying daggers flying in the sky just now, and there was a voice in his heart that kept telling him, what kind of bull **** ghost immortal Lin Zhuoji? It turns out that it's all relying on the power of that treasure box. Then if he himself was able to obtain that treasure box, wouldn't he be able to become as powerful as him, or even stronger? The thought of holding a treasure box in his hand, facing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of troops, a big wave of his hand was a torrent of millions of flying daggers surfacing. Gee, that scene, that push, and with this kind of artifact, wouldn't it be a good idea to go down to the grave in the future? The further he thought about it, the brighter the light in Luo Lao Crooked's eyes became. Then he began to observe the Lin Zhuoyang at this moment to see if he could find an opportunity to directly handle him. As he watched for a while, his big, already not so smart brain told him that now was the best time. Although I don't know what Lin Zhuoyang is doing at this time, it's obvious that he can't be interrupted. So, the other side. Lin Zhuoyang was still continuing to carve the inscription he wanted in the void, but he also felt a wave of malice coming from behind him. With that, he mobilized his mental power to disperse out a sliver, and he quickly knew who it was. Oh, Luo Shuai, right? Looks like he's got my endless flying dagger box on his mind. In that case, let's see if you have the guts. A few minutes later, a soldier quietly groped behind Luo Laoquan and said something next to Luo Laoquan's ear with his hand over his mouth. Then he saw Luo Lao Crooked's eyes light up, then imperceptibly nodded to the soldier. Immediately following, a little while longer, Luo Lao Crooked suddenly shouted, ******* him. Immediately, Luo Lao Crooked and the group of soldiers led by him threw out the grenades that had been prepared in their hands towards Lin Zhuoyang. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, bang bang bang. After throwing the grenades and hand grenades, Luo Laoquan was still uneasy and led his soldiers to conduct a several-minute-long fire in the direction of Lin Zhuoyang, until after shooting all the bullets from the gun in his hand. At the same time the smoke caused by the previously thrown grenade cleared. Ha ha ha. What a bull ***** ghost immortal master Lin Zhuo. It's nothing more than that. Under my old Luo's fire coverage. Even if you're a true immortal you'll have to die. Ha 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 ha. As the smoke caused by the grenade dispersed, only a pile of crushed flesh remained where Lin Zhuoyang had been before. It was also because of this pair of shredded meat that Luo Lao Crooked's originally tightened spirit completely loosened up. And then he began to be arrogant, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Zhuoyang and that ferocious six-winged centipede had already been blown into a pile of broken meat by their grenades. Martial law, the treasure box. At that moment, a soldier came to Luo Lao Crooked with the treasure box he found from the pile of broken meat. This is that divine artifact that can store and control countless flying daggers? It's truly extraordinary. Maybe that means of being able to collect a piece of treasure with a wave of the hand is also utilizing this artifact. Ha ha ha. Get this divine weapon. I, Lao Luo, will surely be Harry. Luo Lao Crooked took the treasure box handed by the soldier and laughed recklessly. Then as if he remembered something, he suddenly turned to look at Chen Yulo and opened his mouth. Chief General, now that what's his *********** ing name the laboring ghost fairy Lin Zhuoshi is dead, I'm now barring. Suddenly I have some other ideas about the 50-50 split of the treasure I told you about earlier. Would you like to hear them? I wish to hear about it. Chen Yulo responded with a bemused smile and an attitude that wasn't condescending. And it is this attitude can make this time self-confidence burst Luo Old Crooked upset. Granny Bear, I say Chen Yulo, I gave you face before because you have a good hand at listening to thunder and recognizing points, and can find tunes for me, so that's why I opened my mouth to call you Chief General. Do you really think that Laozi really respects you? Now that I've obtained such a divine weapon, as long as I'm willing, I can kill your entire Changsheng mountain in minutes, do you believe me? As Luo Lao Crooked said, he directly slapped the treasure box on the ground following Lin Zhouyan's previous action. As for Chen Yulo, he still had a bland look on his face as he watched this scene and shook his head slightly. Marshal Luo turned back to the shore. Hearing Chen Yulo's words, Luo Lao Crooked was shocked in his heart. Then his eyes darted around and looked around, then intentionally made a neck craning motion to look behind him as well. After seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary, his heart was slightly relieved. What the hell? Scared the hell out of me. I thought that Lin kid wasn't dead yet. Cut. I said, how can it be? So many grenades, not to mention the individual, even the ground are blown out so big a pit. Even if they do not die in the end will have to be their own wave of fire coverage to shoot into a hornet's nest. Although his heart was so self-compassionate, Luo Lao Crooked still intentionally overlooked some details. For example, at that time, both Lin Zhouyan and the six-winged centipede were locked in midair at a height of nearly meters by those countless flying daggers transformed into chains. So many grenades thrown out of the resulting explosion should logically also blow away those flying knives. But from start to finish, and the pile of broken meat on the ground, no matter which angle you look at it, it doesn't look like a human being or a six-winged centipede that big. And the big puddle on the floor, obviously. All in all, everything is showing that Lin Zhouyan is probably not doing anything at all. Maybe he is watching them somewhere at this moment. And this was what Chen Yulo had in mind at this time. It was also the thought of the other unloading brethren. They unloading ridge lineages Piao, but not stupid. The situation and so on, still able to distinguish. Especially since they also got the information given by the Chief General in advance. Chapter 18, to make a man perish, you must first make him mad. The same. Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner naturally didn't believe that Lin Zhouyan would simply die like that, and it was just as Chen Yulo thought. Lin Zhouyan was currently in the corner of a room beam dozens of meters away from them, sitting on the back of a six-winged centipede watching this scene with an interested face. But if one looked closely, one could more or less still see a touch of icy killing intent in his eyes, a touch of killing intent towards Luo Lao Crooked and the soldiers under him. Granny Bear, what a face for you. On the other side, Luo Lao Crooked said with a ferocious expression, slapped his palm on the top of the treasure box, and also extremely it's too shouted, come out, my endless flood of flying daggers, kill them all for me. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, G.A., 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 G.A. A flock of breathless children flew silently through the air. What's going on? It shouldn't. After waiting for a while longer, Luo Lao Crooked looked at the treasure box that still didn't ring, and hurriedly picked it up to check it out. But with his IQ, he can't read, so not being able to understand, he followed the previous actions of Lin Zhouyan, domineeringly turning, hilariously turning around, picking up the treasure box and slapping it heavily on the ground, and then looking at Chen Yulo and the others with a cold expression on his face. For crying out loud, kill, G.A., 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 G.A. Another group of breathless children passed through the air. At this time the side of the old foreigner looked at this scene as really some cannot hold back, but still try to hold back the laughter in the heart to the side of the elder brother Partridge Whistle opening. Elder brother, this is what's known as wanting to make someone perish, but first making them crazy. Aha! Not knowing how to answer, Partridge Whistle only responded faintly at this point, but judging from his already slightly reddened face, I'm afraid he actually wanted to laugh. After all, a bearded old middle-aged man with a wooden box in his hand and then a very middle-aged swinging purse, there is indeed a bit. Ugh, martial law, why don't you get it? Even if you did kill Master Lin Jiu, all such artifacts have the ability to recognize their owners. Generally non-great fortune, great ability, or just someone like Master Lin Jiu who possesses the general strength of gods and devils. Otherwise, it is simply impossible for a regular person to be recognized by this kind of divine artifact. Chen Yulo suddenly sighed and opened his mouth at this time and said to Luo Lao Crooked, great chi? Great ability? Humph, I'm a great warlord of the Hunan army in southern province. Just by virtue of this, I'm a person of great fortune and great ability. How can I not be recognized by this divine weapon? I must be using it the wrong way. I must be. Hearing Chen Yulo's words, Luo Lao Crooked shouted out in defiance. Then he went back to pondering the treasure box in his hand. The other side, Honggu looked at Luo Lao Crooked's appearance and frowned. Chief General, why do you care about him? What's the saying? The sins of heaven can be forgiven. People who commit sins cannot live. Aha! Let go of your martyr's fart. I, Luo Lao Crooked South Province Warlord, can be ranked in the top 5. What the hell are you? TSK, TSK, TSK. It looks like this Luo Shui might really be crazy. Hua Maquin shook his head as he looked at Luo Lao Crooked, who had gone a little crazy. Sigh, he was scared out of his mind. Chen Yulo sighed. Hearing Chen Yulo's words, the crowd nodded with understanding in their hearts. Also, after all, an invincible as if a god at this time may be watching him in the dark. The heart is not panic, not afraid is impossible. Not to mention a man he himself feared. How can this be? Something must be wrong. Why won't this treasure box listen to me? At this point, Luo Lao Crooked's originally lax spirit had been tightened to the limit. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Chen Yulo said was the truth. Lin Jiuyang probably didn't die, and was now somewhere staring at him dead in the face. If he could no longer crack control of this treasure box, then he would surely be dead through and through. What's wrong? Can't you open it? When Luo Laoquan was trying to open the treasure box in his hand but was unable to do so, a voice suddenly sounded in Luo Laoquan's ears. Yeah, open. No, how can you not open it? Luo Lao Crooked hadn't noticed anything unusual yet, still focusing on the treasure box in his own hands. Well, why don't you let me try? The voice in his ear sounded again, as if it were a demon whispering, as if it were compelling him. Give you a try? What kind of a dong are you? Luo Lao Crooked instantly erupted in anger when he heard this, wanting to lash out, but when he turned his head, he saw that familiar face. Ghosts! Ghosts! With a shriek, he hastily fell backwards several steps before falling to the ground, shouting to his own soldiers off to the side. Shoot! Shoot me! Shoot him! Shoot him! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! As Luo Lao Crooked's words fell, those soldiers under his command also reacted in a hurry, reloading before raising their guns and pulling the triggers at Lin Jiuyang. Available at. With a burst of gunshots, they realized, however, that all the bullets they had shot out stopped at a distance of 1 foot in front of Lin Jiuyang, not being able to advance the slightest inch. While Lin Jiuyang had a disinterested expression on his face at this moment, he even had time to pull out his ears. He waited until the gunfire had stopped completely before looking up at the soldiers who had fired. You guys done fighting? In that case, it's my turn next, said. Lin Jiuyang arrived in front of a soldier with a flash and casually slapped his hand on his ceiling. Wow, a horrifyingly disgusting scene is born, only to see that the soldier, from head to toe, all the flesh and blood of his body fell to the ground as if it had lost its support, and the soldier, who was only left with a white, wretched skeleton still standing in place. One time, the pupils of everyone in the entire infinite hall contracted sharply, their faces instantly reddened, and then, vomit, all of them turned around and vomited, including such figures as Unloading Ridge Chief General Chen Yulo and Moving Mountain Leader. And Lin Jiuyang, who watched this scene, didn't stop himself, still walking straight towards those soldiers. Run! He's the devil! Run! With the horrific manner of that soldier's death presenting itself, instantly the fear in the hearts of the other soldiers outweighed the feeling of nausea, and they hurriedly turned around and ran, and Lin Jiuyang stopped in his tracks as he watched the scene. Not that he suddenly took pity, but, hiss. Ah, help! Run! That centipede isn't dead yet. Ah! With a burst of black mist emerging, all the fleeing soldiers crashed headfirst into the black mist filled with powerful corrosive toxicity. Then, Chapter 19, Luo Lao Crooked Death. Dan Well, return to the ruins bronze cauldron. Marshal Luo, you don't really think that I, Lin Jiuyang, have gotten this far by relying on that box, do you? If that's what you think, then you're really naive. Lin Jiuyang turned around and came to Luo Laozuan, looking down at Luo Laozuan, who was still paralyzed on the ground with a stupefied look on his face. The corners of Luo Lao Crooked's mouth suddenly twitched for a while, then his eyes cleared and he smiled, followed by, Lin Jiuyang looked at the lightless eyes and breathless Luo Lao Crooked on the ground, and for a moment the corners of his own mouth twitched imperceptibly twice. This girl is too fragile, right? This gave a direct scare to death? Yes, Luo Lao Crooked died. The death was so refreshingly unassuming that Lin Jianyang had the feeling of a punch in the cotton. But, it doesn't matter. It didn't affect his next maneuver. After determining that Luo Lao Crooked had really hung up, Lin Jiuyang didn't want to play around anymore, so he headed directly towards the interior of the infinite hall. The six-winged centipede followed closely behind. The people in the temple also hurriedly followed suit when they saw this. Very quickly, he then came to a cave, or rather a well. Although I didn't watch the whole thing when I first watched the show, but if he remembered correctly, below this wellhead was the Dan well where the Emperor's alchemy was located specifically for him, and underneath that, there was a precious tripod used for alchemy, in addition to numerous things such as 1,000-year-old ginseng and various secret medicines. One thought, Lin Jiuyang directly jumped down with a single leap. The six-winged centipede, on the other hand, suddenly disappeared. The rest of the crowd, seeing that the six-winged centipede had disappeared into thin air, hurriedly came to the mouth of the well to look down. However, because the light was too dim, No one could see it except for Chen Yulo. Chief General Chen, what's the situation down there? Partridge Whistle knew that Chen Yulo possessed night eyes, so he opened his mouth to him and asked, I only saw a copper tripod down there. The rest is impossible to know because of the well. Chen Yulo responded directly. Senior brother, Master Linjiu has gone straight down there. I think any dangers I'm afraid have long been taken care of by Master Linjiu. Instead of speculating on this, why don't we just go down there and take a look? The old foreigner said. I agree. Red Nun seconded. Aha! Hanama Abduction nodded. Good. In that case, let's go down and take a look. Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle both looked at each other and then said. Getting the results from the two, Honggu hurriedly made positive arrangements. Hua Makwan looked at Honggu being so attentive and flirted with her with a smile. TSK. Chief Handler, do you think Honggu has a crush on Master Linjiu? Why else would she be so attentive? Hanama Abduction, do you want to die? Honggu threw a flying dagger directly at the feet of Hua Makwa. Ha. Well, Hanuma Abduction, you should stop making jokes about Red Ant. I think I should have known what Honggu was thinking. Chen Yulo patted Hua Makwan's shoulder, then said thoughtfully as he looked at the flying daggers at his feet. And Honggu still thought that Chen Yulo also thought that she was looking at Lin Zhuoyang, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to try to explain. Chief General, Head, Honggu, there's no need to say more. In fact, the moment Lin Zhou used his flying dagger just now, I realized that something was wrong with you. If you really want to, then feel free to do it boldly. I'll support you. Chen Yulo interrupted. Honggu was not stupid and naturally heard the meaning of Chen Yulo's words, so she hurriedly arched her hand and thanked him. Many thanks to Chief General for making it happen. No, Chief General, Red Ant, what are you two playing dumb? Wasn't it just now? Alright, do your thing. Chen Yulo patted Hua Makwan's shoulder hard to interrupt what he wanted to say. Then he turned around and looked at the centipede ladder that had already been set up by a group of unloading ridge brethren under his command. Master Chief, it's done. One of the unloading brothers arched his hand at Chen Yulo. Well, good work. Chen Yulo turned his form again after giving a word of encouragement to this demolition ridge brother. Turning to Partridge Whistle, he said, Brother Partridge Whistle, you see that everything is ready, are we not? In that case, Chief General, let's get moving right away. Yes. With Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle and the two of them having discussed the matter, the crowd began to move. 10 minutes later, everyone has gone down into the well. The first thing he saw was the copper tripod that Chen Yulo had mentioned earlier. It wasn't very clear to see before coming down, but now after facing this copper tripod directly, Chen Yulo realized how huge this copper tripod was. This copper tripod modeling ancient atmosphere. The bottom is 2 people thigh thick legs. Copper tripod is also carved with many complicated lines. At a glance is not extraordinary. Of course, the only ones who focused on this bronze tripod were Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner Chen Yulo, while the other unloading brothers were staring at those dry corpses around them the moment they landed on the ground. Honggu, on the other hand, began to search for Lin Zhuoyang. Tap, while the group of unloading ridge brethren were still touching the corpses. Lin Zhuoyang walked over from the other side. Master Lin Zhuoyang. When the two of them, Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle, saw Lin Zhuoyang walking over, they directly spoke out. Chief General, Big Brother Partridge Whistle. Lin Zhuoyang responded. Then to the two men, he asked, Chief General, Big Brother Partridge Whistle, do you see the origin of this bronze tripod? It's not yet. Chen Yulo smiled bitterly and shook his head. The same is true of Partridge Whistle. Seeing this, Lin Zhuoyang looked at the bronze tripod and after pondering over the memories in his mind he spoke. It is rumored that there is a clan in the South Sea called the Hateful Sky Clan. And this Hateful Sky Clan once cast a copper tripod with the power of the dragonfire at the bottom of the sea and named it Returning to the Ruins. And there were also a mirror and 4 talismans around this copper tripod. This mirror refers to the Return to Ruin bronze mirror on the bronze tripod. The 4 talismans on the other hand represent the 4 talismans of man, ghost, dragon and fish. As Lin Zhuoyang's words slowly came out, the crowd also began to compare the huge copper tripod in front of them, as if it was exactly the same as what he had said. And at this time, the well-read Chen Yulo also recalled a volume of ancient history curricula that he had once read. Opening his mouth, he said, but I remembered that this Guihui bronze tripod was offered to King Mu of Zhou by the South Sea Hate Heavenly Clan, and according to wild history, after King Mu of Zhou obtained this tripod, it was shattered by a shocking thunderbolt during a carry. What's going on here? Hearing Chen Yulo's words, the crowd all looked unsure, while Lin Zhuoyang also furrowed his brows as he looked at the huge bronze tripod in front of him. For a while I wondered if it was true or not. After all, it's still true that he didn't see it all in the first place. After a while, Lin Zhuoyang couldn't understand and simply didn't want to, and directly put away this copper tripod with a wave of his hand. And Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle and others watching this scene did not say much. After all, This copper tripod is huge. Even if they have the intention to take away, cannot take away. At the same time, on the other side of the originally Long wanted to make a move after the red nun saw Lin Zhuoyan put away the bronze tripod, hastily came to his body, directly kneeled down. Chapter 20, Red Nun worships her master. The Heaven Killing Clan. Holy. Before Honggu could say anything, Lin Zhuoyan was shocked in his heart. Holy, what's going on? It's not even a new year yet, why are you suddenly on your knees? Honggu didn't know what was in his heart, but just looked at Lin Jianyang with a sincere face and kowtowed 3 times heavily. Only then did she voice out to him, "Unloading Red Nun. I implore Master Lin Jiao to be able to accept me as his disciple." What the hell? Worship? It was only after hearing Honggu's words that Lin Jiang realized that he wanted to be a teacher. But, that's a little too damn tough, isn't it? Is this the way to worship a teacher? Why do I feel like I have the illusion that I'm being rushed? Lin Jiang looked to Chen Yulo, then to Partridge Whistle, then to the rest of the Unloading Ridge bunch. Well, this was premeditated. Zhou Yang, Miss Red is so sincere. You might as well accept this disciple. Partridge Whistle spoke up. If Master Lin Jiao is suspected of being a sectarian, then I, Chen Yulo, can announce here today that I will remove Red Ant from my Unloading Ridge lineage, and from here on out, she will not be a member of my Unloading Ridge. Chen Yulo also spoke out with a determined face. Oops, I'm going. What a great move to take the heat out of the situation. Lin Zhuoyan looked at Chen Yulo with a shocked expression, more or less incredulous. To know that this Red Nun more or less is considered to be his unloading a line of senior, surely know a lot of secrets about the unloading of the line. This ing. Alright, Chief General and Brother Partridge Whistle, you two don't have to sing in unison. Lin Zhuoyan directly broke the performance of the two, then looked at Honggu, who was still kneeling on the ground. You want to worship me? What do you want to learn? When Honggu heard this, her face was delighted and she directly opened her mouth without hesitation. Master, I want to learn Flying Dagger. Hearing Honggu's reply, Lin Zhuoyan was surprised. Answering so quickly? You didn't even hesitate? Then he glanced deeply at the Red Nun, speculating something in his heart. Flying daggers? Endless flying dagger box. Is this girl eyeing my endless flying dagger case? But it doesn't look much like it. Right. This Red Nun grew up in the ancient colorful juggling flying dagger door, so she was watching me Imperialize flying daggers before, and that's why she, after figuring out the reason in between, Lin Zhuoyan nodded slightly, while Honggu, who was watching his movements, was happy, because it meant that she was successful in worshipping her master. Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle glanced at each other at this time and smiled wordlessly. Alright, you get up. From now on you're a member of my Heaven Killing Clan. Lin Zhuoyan casually made up a name and said to Honggu, the Heaven Killing Clan? Although Lin Zhuoyan had made it up, to Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle, as well as the rest of the Unloading Ridge crowd, this was an extraordinary piece of news. After all, since this ghosty mortal Lin Zhuoshi's debut, no one has ever been able to know his identity, his origin. Everything about him seems to be a mystery. No one can know. No one can know. Master, I wonder what is the heaven-slaying vein? Honggu asked out in confusion, and at the same time, it was also equivalent to asking for the others. Cough cough. Hearing this, Lin Zhuoyang suddenly coughed, then pretended as if nothing had happened, preparing to explain, make up, this heaven-killing vein to this disciple. The others watched Lin Zhuoyan's movements and didn't notice anything unusual, and thought it was because Honggu had asked some core question that made him so. At the same time ears were pricked up in fear of what secret rumors might fall next. Ahem. The so-called Heaven Killing Clan is actually a group of people who exist for the sake of killing the heavens. According to the records of our lineage, people have human veins, and if they are killed, they will die. The earth has an earth vein. If it is cut off, within a radius of dozens of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles, it will become lifeless and dead, unsuitable for the survival of living beings. In the same way, the sky also has a heavenly vein. If it can be chopped, then the sky will collapse, the clouds will fall, the world will go dark, and chaos will reappear. Ran, the heavenly vein is too ethereal. The only record of my heaven-killing vein killing the heavens was 1,000 years ago, and it is rumored that at that time it was the 98th patriarch of our vein who relied on his own formidable strength, plus the first divine weapon that my heaven-killing vein has carefully cultivated for thousands of years rushed up to the sky, and fought with that ethereal heavenly vein for 7 whole days and 7 nights at a height of tens of thousands of feet. Unfortunately, it ultimately failed. Also because of that battle, mountain torrents erupted on Earth, the Earth shook, and countless people were affected and died. And it was also after that heaven-killing operation that my heaven-killing lineage was targeted by the heavenly Tao. And ever since then, our lineage has been reclining into the deep forests since then, no longer entering the world. Lin Zhuoyang babbled with an expression of serious remembrance. And the people who heard what Lin Jiang had said about the heaven-killing vein were shaken to their core at that moment as they turned over huge waves in their hearts. Didn't realize. Wan did not expect. There was actually such a race in this world. A race that actually existed to kill the heavens. God, kill the sky. What kind of tribe is that? What's the idea? Actually trying to kill heaven? And there are people who have tried it. Which is simply, all of the people present all had stagnant and shocked expressions on their faces, none of them expressing doubt. After all, the scene of flying swords flying in the sky was still fresh in my mind. So what can't you believe? I'm afraid people will believe you when you say that Lin Zhuoyang is a god. So, Master, you are now entering the world for. Honggu looked at Lin Zhuoyang, looking at him with a strange glint in her eyes. Could it be that his master's entry into the world this time was also for the purpose of killing the sky? The same. Chen Yulo, Partridge Whistle and the rest of them also looked at Lin Jiang, wanting to know an answer. Cough cough cough. Lin Zhuoyang couldn't help but cough a few times as he looked at the curious and searching eyes of the crowd. Holy, can I dare you to believe something so outrageous? But he looked at the faces of the crowd. The eyes. Well, it looked like they believed the real thing, which was what he wanted in the first place, yet what even he couldn't believe. So after contemplating for a while, he said, I entered the world this time purely because I got tired of staying inside the mountain, so I came out for a walk, and also to find out if we can come across the tombs of some of our predecessors of the Heaven Slaying clan, because according to what my ancestors told me, our Heaven Killing clan actually has a very long history that can even be traced back tens of thousands of years. Even in the ancient times, our Heaven Killing clan really did kill the heavens, but we don't know why there was a break in the inheritance of our clan, resulting in only a historical record of at most 1 or 2,000 years. As Lin Zhuoyang continued to talk nonsense again, Chen Yulo Partridge Whistle and the others also began to make up their own brains. Like what Lin Zhuoyang got a secret order from his family to go out into the world to search for the lost history their clan once had. It could also be a search for the first divine artifact that was lost when their 98th patriarch killed the heavens 1,000 years ago, etc., etc., etc. Although Lin Zhuoyang hadn't said anything about it, but it couldn't resist their whims. And it's not like this scenario is impossible. Chapter 21, Kanzan Taiho's body, gas explosion. Ahem. Well, Chief General, Brother Partridge Whistle, and all the unloading brothers, let's just search the place and see if there are any good treasures left. Seeing that the crowd was caught up in their thoughts, Lin Zhuoyang quickly spoke out to change the topic. He was afraid that someone would ask a new question in a few moments, and then he would go crazy. Aha! Just as well. Chen Yulo nodded. The information about this astonishing heaven-killing clan was too vast to sort out in a moment, so it was better to focus on the present moment first. Other than that, think about it later. The crowd then hurriedly returned from the message from the heaven-killing clan and began to continue searching for the treasures in this Dan well. Lin Zhuoyang looked at this scene and his heart was finally relieved. In making it up he felt like he was going to reveal himself. No way. Not next time. Over the matter. The next time Unloading Ridge's group had been scavenging the treasures and touching the corpses in the Danjing without stopping. Partridge Whistle, on the other hand, led the old Yankee in search of their goal. As for Lin Zhuoyang, he was wandering around, looking here and there, and as for the treasures, he had already collected all the valuable ones on the other side of the Dan well in advance. What's the harm in letting this side of it go to the Unloading Ridge bunch? Master Chief, we have a situation. Suddenly, one of the Unloading Ridge brethren exclaimed in shock. Hearing the sound, Chen Yulo hurriedly walked towards where this Unloading Brothers was. Partridge and the others also walked over. Seeing this, Lin Zhuoyang had no choice but to follow closely behind, waiting to come to where the Unloading brother who made the noise was. Soon the crowd saw a corpse wearing a black Taoist priest's uniform and a thin veil on its head, sitting in a corner in a Taoist cross-legged posture. If it was just a dry corpse or an ordinary corpse it wouldn't be enough to make this Unloading Brothers let out a shriek. What was unusual about this body was that it was so well preserved that even at a glance like this, he seemed to be a living, breathing human being. The skin was full and red, the muscles and blood vessels were clearly visible, and except for some unrecognizable ghostly symbols drawn on his face, he was practically indistinguishable from a living person. Chief Handler, this can't be the corpse king of Bottle Mountain that Rongbo Hahiu's little brat was talking about, can it? Hanama Abduction said as he looked at the corpse that was as if it was alive, yet without the slightest breath of life. It shouldn't be. Looking at the clothes of this corpse, it should be from the Ming dynasty, and here, it's a Yuan dynasty tomb. Chen Yulo carefully looked at the clothes worn by the corpse and opened his mouth. Whatever, just go up and take a look. Honggu impatiently walked straight up. Honggu, just when Honggu's hand was just a fraction of a centimeter away from that corpse, Lin Jianyang suddenly spoke. Master, what's wrong? Hearing Lin Zhuoyang vocalize, Honggu retracted her own hand and turned around to look at Lin Zhuoyang and asked. Nothing, I just want to say that if you want to die, just touch that corpse with your hand. Lin Jiuyang looked at Honggu and said with a frown, "This, old brother Jiuyang, what's wrong with this corpse?" Hearing this, Partridge Whistle asked Lin Jiuyang, "This corpse is covered with necrotic poison. If you touch it casually, you may." Although Lin Jiuyang had not finished his words, the consequences were already clear in the minds of the crowd. "I know." At this time, Chen Yulo suddenly let out a cry of alarm. It drew the crowd to look toward him in a hurry. "The chief handler, what do you remember?" Hanama Abduction asked as he looked at his chief generalissimo. "Do you guys remember that paper man we encountered in the first two chambers before? Plus this corpse in Ming Dynasty costume." "Kanzan Taiho," the old foreigner exclaimed outright, then looked at the corpse. Likewise, others reacted. "If I'm not mistaken, this should be it." Chen Yulo looked at the corpse, a light flickered in his eyes. "Obscure. Humph. Since it's the corpse of an enemy, what my old Yankee said before will now be honored." The old foreigner said, not waiting for others to react, directly took the bow in his hand and hitched an arrow to shoot. Whoosh! As the 3 arrows shot out in unison, Partridge Whistle looked at his reckless senior brother who was already too late to stop him. With 3 arrows hitting the body squarely, a snap sound also came out from the corpse's clothes, and then the crowd saw a token that looked like it was made of pure gold fall out. Seeing this, the token made of pure gold automatically flew into his hand with a thought. Looking at the pure gold token in his hand, the front is engraved with the words Guanshan Tai Bao, which also confirms the identity of the corpse. Good. Sure enough, it's the corpse of an enemy. In that case, I'll have to. Shidoshi. Before the old foreigner could make a move, Partridge Whistle stopped him with a drink. "Look out everyone, that corpse is evaporating poison gas." Suddenly, Honggu shouted as she looked at the grey poisonous gas that was already bubbling out. Unfortunately, Red Nun's reminder was still too late. A few close to the unloading of the Ridge brothers have inhaled a few strands of grey poisonous gas, immediately after the beginning of breathing difficulties, and finally directly died. From inhaling the poisonous gas to dying from it, it was just a few breaths, and because of Lin Jiuyang's earlier rebuke, Honggu also remembered that she was no longer from the Unloading Ridge lineage, but from the Heaven Killing clan, so she withdrew and stood behind Lin Jiuyang, and so she just about dodged a bullet. "Quickly, the poisonous gas is still evaporating. Hurry and leave the Danjing and run outside." Chen Yulo looked at the several Unloading Ridge brethren who were already lifeless, and had no time to grieve. Looking at the corpse of the Guanshan Taibao that was still bubbling outward with grey poisonous gas, hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted, "What a damnation! This Guanshan Taibao is a scourge, dying without sparing others. What an abomination!" The old foreigner cursed angrily as he fled. "Stop it! If you hadn't shot those arrows, it wouldn't have happened otherwise," Partridge chided the old Yankee. Hearing his senior brother's words, the old foreigner had nothing to say in rebuttal, so he had to obediently shut up. For his part, Lin Jiuyang didn't say anything more, even though this poisonous gas wasn't of much use to him, and even as long as he wanted to, he could have dispersed this grey poisonous gas in the same way that he had dispersed the black poisonous mist that the 6-winged centipede had spewed out with a slap earlier, but he had long since stopped wanting to stay in this Danjing, so naturally he wouldn't make a move. As for those few dead Unloading Ridge brethren, he could only express his silent condolences. After all, this poisonous gas attack time was indeed a little too fast. Very quickly, the crowd climbed up out of the Danjing, not waiting for the crowd to catch their breath. A series of bang, bang, bang explosions came out from within the Danjing. At the same time, the entire infinite hall shook, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Chapter 22, Narrow Passage. White Giant Ape. Not good. Looking at the movement, that Guanshan Taibao's corpse should be connected to some kind of explosive mechanism. This hall is going to collapse. Hurry up and run, Chen Yulo said as he looked at the vibrating infinite hall. The rest of them couldn't think too much and pulled their legs out and ran towards the outside of the Great Hall. But, after running out of the Great Hall, they instantly lost their way. What do we do next? Do we go back the way we came? Or go out at a new intersection? Either way, looking at the mountain walls that have started to shake and the rocks that have started to break and fall, it doesn't seem like either way is going to work. On Lin Jiuyang's side, he looked at the stone beams falling overhead and casually slapped them into pieces, falling aside with a palm across a distance of 1 or 2 meters. Then he frowned at his palm. "Master, what are you looking at?" Honggu was a little confused as she watched Lin Jiuyang's maneuvering, not knowing what was going on with this master she was worshipping, having the time to look at her own palm at this hour. "Found it. Follow me." Lin Jiuyang didn't respond to her, and in just a few breaths of time, Lin Jiuyang seemed to have discovered something, turned straight around and ran in one direction. Seeing this, Honggu had no choice but to follow, while calling on the others. "Chief General, Moving Mountain Leader, and the rest of the Unloading Ridge brethren follow quickly." Hearing Honggu's voice, Chen Yulo and the others immediately woke up, before looking at Lin Zhuoyang who had already run out a long way. The crowd instantly realized that they were afraid that Lin Zhuoyang had discovered some secret passage or something, so they hurriedly followed. It was also just a few seconds back and forth. As soon as Chen Yulo and the others left, the infinite hall completely collapsed with a loud rumbling sound, inside a narrow passageway that stretches out of sight. Lin Zhuoyang was walking slowly at the very front with his powerful vision that far surpassed Chen Yulo's night eyes. If it wasn't for the red nun Chen Yulo and the others following behind him, he was afraid that he would have run out of sight at this point. Who, Lin, Master 9, what kind of road is this? Even if it's so dark, it's also so narrow. The old foreigner groped the wall in front of him, his eyes looking ahead at a dark scene, and asked out loud. When Lin Zhuoyang, who was walking at the very front, heard this, he breathlessly rolled his eyes directly and opened his mouth to cope with the words. Sang-du, senior brother, just go, where's all the nonsense? 9 sons won't harm us, Partridge Whistle said. Ha ha ha, old Yankee, if you think this is narrow enough for you, then think about the Kunlun brothers who follow our family's generalissimo. For his size, he must be even narrower. Darkness. Hanama abducted flirted with the old foreigner. When the old foreigner heard this, and then thought of the big man beside Chief General Chen, this instantly balanced his heart. Yes, he is so tall and thin feel narrow, then that big body must be finished. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that this is an escape route secretly dug out by the workers who built the underground palace themselves back then. Otherwise it couldn't have been so narrow, and there wasn't any lighting. Chen Yulo in the darkness could see a bit more clearly than the others because he had night eyes. Through his observation, the narrow passage was not high enough to resemble a robber's hole, yet it was perfectly big enough for a person around 2 meters tall to walk, and the passage was rugged and winding, narrow and wide at times, which would never be the case if the passage was part of the underground palace. That's why he dared to say that it was a strip that the workers who built the underground palace at that time had dug up themselves. Well, I felt it too. This passageway is narrow and wide at times, and the ground we're walking on is extremely uneven, so it's definitely not the part that belongs to the underground palace. Partridge spoke up as well. There's a wind ahead. Almost there. At this moment, Honggu suddenly spoke, and when the people who were still in the darkness heard this, they instantly became energized, and their original slow pike speed steeply accelerated quite a bit. Sure enough, with not much time left to walk, the crowd felt the slightest breeze blowing ahead. After another 10 minutes or so, the crowd finally stepped out of the narrow passageway. Ah, it feels so good to not be tied down. Hanama Abduction exclaimed as she breathed in the fresh air. Shoo, keep your voice down. We're not in the right place. The old yokel whispered to Hanuma Abduction. Cut. It's not right. What could be? Oh, Huama Abduction is talking. See their front. Chen Yulo Partridge Whistle Lin Joji 3 people are serious to stare at the front. As they looked, they saw a white giant ape with a size of 10 feet tall staring at them with a ferocious face. And at this moment, Lin Jianyang looked at the 10 feet tall white ape in front of him, thinking in his heart that this girl would not be as small as those descendants of the 6-winged centipede, right? Then, monkey, where's the monkey? Suddenly, Lin Zhuoyang asked a nonsense question. Instantly let Chen Yulo Partridge Whistle 2 people in the heart. If not, the scene is not right. They want to cover the face of a bitter smile. Roar! It was also a few seconds after Lin Zhuoyang's words left his mouth. A flash of thought flashed through the 10-foot-tall white ape's eyes, and then he opened his mouth and roared at Lin Zhuoyang, followed by a straight zero-frame start and an attack on him. TSK. Not speaking of martial arts monkeys, turned out to be one. Lin Zhuoyang flirted with a smile on his face, not putting the white giant ape in his eyes at all. At the same time, a strange rune flashed in his brow, and immediately afterward, before the giant ape's fist landed, it flew straight backwards as if it had been struck by an invisible sledgehammer. Boom! It didn't stop until it hit the stone wall, and it was Lin Zhuoyang who carved it after completely subduing the 6-winged centipede because he was being counted on for a sneak attack by Luo Liaoquan and his men, and was hiding in the shadows when he wanted to see Luo Liaoquan perform. 20 times mental power increase inscription. It could multiply his existing mental power by a full 20 times. It turned out that his spiritual power had already broken the limits of the human body, and even exceeded 101 points, and after the increase of the inscriptions, he would be able to do the externalization of his spiritual power, and that was why he hadn't done anything in the first place. But the bullets fired by those soldiers at Luo Lao Crooked just couldn't get within 3 feet of him. At the same time, it was also the reason why he could make the gold medal of that Guanshan Taibao fly to his hand automatically between a thought and Danjing. Roar! The other side. After the white giant ape stood up from the ground, along with a roar coming out, it also directly jumped up high and smashed towards Lin Jiang with both fists raised above its head. Master, watch out! 9 sons, be careful! Master Lin Jiao, be careful! Chen Yulo Partridge Whistle Red Nun. 3 people watched this scene and hurriedly opened their mouths to remind. As for Lin Jiuyang, he was looking disdainfully at the giant ape in midair that was speeding down towards him. Then raise both palms to your mouth. Followed by, Anon, rumble. Along with a strange roar emitted by Lin Jiuyang, a soundwave shockwave visible to the naked eye also appeared in front of him, blasting away at the giant ape. In just a few short breaths of time, that giant ape was directly washed out by the sonic shockwave more than 10 meters away, and at the same time couldn't even move anymore after falling to the ground, obviously dead as a doornail. Chapter 23, Main Crypt, General's Corpse. Looking at the white giant ape that was no longer moving a dozen meters away, Lin Jiuyang lowered his hands. Che, what's with the roaring? The whole thing is if I don't know how to roar. Really? Then he turned around and was about to say something, but looking at the expressions on the faces of the people, Lin Jiuyang still felt it was better not to say anything. Then it was straight ahead. It wasn't until Lin Jiuyang walked out a few meters away that the others came back to their senses. I'll go. Is this lion roar kung fu from Master Lin Jiu? Hanama abducted a look of awe. Lion's roar? But why do I hear it? Kind of like the legendary dragon roar? The old Yankee said hesitantly. Aha, I think so too. Red Nun concurred. At this time, Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle both looked at each other. Both of them could see a hint of shock carried in each other's eyes. Just because, just now, when Lin Jiuyang opened his mouth to roar, they seemed to vaguely see what seemed like no, 3 dragon heads appearing on his body. Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle, 2 people originally thought it was their own illusion. After all, other people did not see. But now, well, hurry up and keep up. The 2 who knew everything in their hearts were silent but gave each other a silent look. Then he looked at Lin Jiuyang, who had already walked out a short distance away, and took a step to follow. The others had no choice but to follow in haste when they saw this. Soon, led by Lin Jiuyang, the crowd then came to a huge stone door carved with the graphic aura of the Yuan dynasty. Squeak! With the doors open, the crowd also got a good look at the scene inside. There was a lot of gold, silver and jewelry piled up around the huge chamber, in addition to a lot of weapon racks with all sorts of weapons on them. Then there is a large purple and gold coffin in the middle of the tomb room, and just by looking at the shape of the coffin, one can tell that what is lying inside must be a person of noble status or high standing, judging from those weapon racks in the chamber. This should be a general's tomb. At the same time, Partridge Whistle and the old Yankee got excited too, because they saw a mural on the wall not far away with countless little people, and in the hands of one of the little people there was a bead that resembled an eye, was making a gesture of dedication to a huge figure in front of him. Chief Handler, this should be the main crypt we've been trying to find, right? Hua Makwan looked at the purple and gold coffin and opened his mouth. Without any surprises, it should be. Chen Yulo smiled and nodded in response. TSK, I didn't expect it. The saying that a great misfortune must be followed by a blessing has really come true. Brothers, go! Hearing Chen Yulo's words, Hua Makwan's eyes lit up as she looked around at all the gold and silver jewelry. No way! Because of the vibration caused by that previous explosion, coupled with the fact that they had passed through another narrow escape passage, they hadn't brought with them much of the gold and silver that they had originally searched for down there. Luckily, though, there were no less treasures here than down below, and the coffin of the tomb's owner had been found. Simply unfortunate. As the unloading Ridge Brethren began to move, Chen Yulo still opened his mouth just in case. Abductor, first put away the treasures around, and don't move the coffin of that tomb master first. Huama Abduction naturally knew what Chen Yulo meant, so he nodded and told the following brethren to be careful. After all, there were indeed too many things encountered along the way. Master Lin Jiu, look at this coffin. Boom, boom. Just as Chen Yulo was about to open his mouth to ask Lin Jiang how he would deal with that purple and gold coffin, before he could finish his sentence, he heard a loud bang coming out. Moment. Everyone in the entire chamber looked in the direction the voice came from. He saw that the lid of the purple gold coffin had actually fallen aside, a few meters away from the coffin. At the same time, a purple-green blackened palm climbed onto the edge of the coffin. It's not good. A corpse has risen. Partridge Whistle exited in shock, and then quickly ran towards the purple and gold coffin, intending to suppress the guy who had already risen up inside. But before Partridge Whistle could get much closer, something inside the purple and gold coffin popped right up. Boom! There was a dull thud on the ground. The crowd got a thorough look at what it was at that point. A general's corpse that was 2 meters and 3 meters tall, with a burly body and wearing an ancient general's armor, just stood there straight. A pair of gray-brown dead eyes swept over everyone in the chamber between turns of the head, upon seeing the gold and silver objects held in the hands of a group of unloading Ridge Brethren. Roar! It roared with rage, and accompanied by a trail of residual shadows it rushed towards those unloading brothers with gold and silver treasures in their hands. The first to bear the brunt of this is the Hanama abduction. As for Chen Yulo and Partridge Whistle, The two of them looked at the appalling speed of that general's corpse and could not react at all for a moment. This naturally included the Hanama abduction that was targeted. Just when he thought he was about to be finished, a figure appeared in the middle of it in Hanama abduction at a speed faster than that general's corpse. Then, boom! As the two fists, one large and one small, collided together, a ripple of air visible to the naked eye swept through the center of the two fists. At the same time, the owners of the two fists fell back a few steps. Hisai Naya, hard enough. Lin Zhuoyang felt the pain coming from his fist and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. But it was also good. Roar! Come on! With two angry shouts, one person and one corpse once again fought together. Immediately after that, one person and one corpse began to stand in place and fight hard. You punched and I punched. No one would let anyone. The four thighs were as if they were nailed in place, except for the depression of the land under the feet when the force was applied. The fists of the one man and one corpse were getting faster and more powerful. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Rumble. The sound that came out from that fist landing on his body was as crazy, urgent, and fierce as a war drum. This looked at the side of the Chen Yulo partridge whistle Red Nun and other people are dumbfounded. Holy, are these two still human? The old foreigner looked at the front in addition to the four legs of the lower body. The upper body is completely a person and a corpse swings a fist to play out with a trail of residual shadow formed by the air mass alarmed voice. Humph, of course my master is a human. As for the other one, that's a zombie. Honggu at this moment looked at the one person and one zombie wrapped in a mass of air in the distance, and raised her head proudly at the thought that one of them was her master. What do you guys say? Who will be Lin Jiuji and that general corpse? Looking at the air mass not far away, even though the crowd was more than 10 meters away from them, they could still feel the wind of the fists on their faces. And that's why Hanama Abduction suddenly asked this. But before he could finish, Honggu spoke with great certainty. My master will win. Red Ant is right. The general corpse is relying on its zombie body to fight. And although Zhou Yang is also relying on his purely physical body to fight it at this time, but don't forget that he has other means, depending on whether he uses them or not. Partridge analyzed. Chapter 24, it's time to end it. Desperate mountain moving. Not bad. Other than that, with Master Lin Zhou's countless flying daggers, this general's corpse won't be able to survive. Chen Yulo looked at the air mass not far away and also spoke. A few minutes later, the wind of the fists where Lin Zhuoyang and the general's corpse were grew more and more prevalent, and the air mass caused by their swings grew bigger and bigger, while the sound of the fists landing on their bodies became louder and louder, as if thunder and lightning were roaring on a rainy day. There was a lot of rumbling and banging. Boom! Suddenly, a huge rumbling sound that was even more explosive than before rang out, while the air mass steeply exploded, and the violent fist wind was like an 8th grade gale blowing around the chamber. This sudden scene was something no one could have anticipated. Therefore Chen Yulo partridge whistle and the others were directly lifted out a dozen meters by the wave. But the crowd couldn't care about the pain coming from their bodies and hurriedly got up from the ground, wanting to see the final result. After all, this was a matter of life and death for them. And on the side of Lin Zhuoyang and General Corpse, through a final burst of punching power, one person and one corpse both flew out backwards. However, because the general's corpse was a zombie body, there was no pain, it would not get tired, and there would be no talk of exhaustion. But Lin Zhuoyang couldn't, although he possessed a powerful physical quality that surpassed the limits of the human body. In the end, he would still be tired and exhausted. That's why he interrupted the result of this hard fight by suddenly bursting out with an even more powerful punch as soon as he realized what was happening to his body. And during this hard fight, he also tested out the potential of this general corpse, which was equivalent to breaking the human body's limit to reach around 180 to 190 points of the system's prescribed value. According to reason, it is not Lin Zhuoyang's opponent, but because the other party is the body of a zombie, not tired and not dead, body and hard as iron. So it is just to keep the kind of state just now for 100 years and 1,000 years are alright. Roar! The general's corpse that flew out backwards let out a roar and once again stood up straight. As Lin Jiang watched this scene, he wiped the fine sweat that emerged on his forehead and revealed a smiling expression. Ha ha ha. Cool. It's so damn cool. It's the first time I've had such a good fight since I started. But it's time for it to end. With that, Lin Jiang stretched out his right hand to quickly carve out an inscription in the void, and then he flung it at the general's corpse. And in the eyes of the onlookers, Lin Zhuoyang just waved a few times haphazardly at the air before making a flinging motion at the general's corpse. It's this unknown tactic again. Chen Yulo partridge whistle and the two of them watched Lin Zhuoyang's movements and secretly said in their hearts. The general's corpse on the other side also didn't notice any abnormality at all, and just rushed towards Lin Zhuoyang one after another. But, rushing halfway, it felt as if a membrane had been applied to its body, an extremely thick and hard invisible membrane binding it. This, however, was precisely the inscription of fixation inscribed by Lin Zhuoyang, similar to the Monkey King's fixation technique. The only difference was that the inscription of determination that Lin Zhuoyan was using was only a low-grade inscription, which was why he was able to carve it so quickly. If he was carving a super or even god-grade inscription of determination, theoretically, he could even fix the time and space of a piece of heaven and earth. And at this moment, after Lin Jianyang saw that he had completely fixed the general's corpse, he slowly walked over to the general's corpse, and at the same time, his hands had already begun to carve out a complex inscription. He wanted to try and see if he could subdue this general's corpse like he did with the six-winged centipede. After all, this girl's zombie body was indeed bullish, coupled with its strength and speed that was not weaker than his. If it could be taken in, it would certainly be a not insignificant help. The other side. Chen Yulo and the others looked at the familiar scene and also recalled the image of when Lin Zhuoyang had tried to subdue the six-winged centipede. The difference was that this time no one dared to get behind him and try to take the treasure box or anything else. After all, Luo Lao Crooked that foregone conclusion's body is still being crushed in the ruins of the Infinite Hall. And coupled with that scene just now, even if someone really has this heart, they don't have the guts. Alright, it's over. Crutch, greet the brethren and pack up. When Master Lin Zhou collects the general's corpse, we'll be able to leave this haunted place. Chen Yulo watched the image of one person and one corpse standing against each other without interrupting, and turned to Hua Maquin and instructed, "Yes, Master Chief." At the same time, Partridge Whistle hurriedly ran towards the purple and gold coffin after seeing that the general's corpse was fixed in place by Lin Zhuoyang. The old Yankee followed suit. As soon as they arrived in front of the purple and gold coffin, the two of them impatiently jumped right in and started searching. I'll go. Chief, head this. Alright, they're not interested in the treasure. They're just looking for one thing, Chen Yulo said as he waved his hand to interrupt Hua Maquin's words. As the general head of Unloading Ridge, one of the four major sects of grave robbers, he knew more or less everything about the other three sects. The Moving Mountain sect, historically, has only been interested in the elixir pills and the tombs, while they seem to have been searching for a treasure called Zu for generations down the line. Others, while they do take, they never take more than they have enough or can use. No way. Sherfu. No, nothing. How did this happen? Obviously. It can't be. It can't be. It has to be here. We've been looking for it for years. It can't be. At this time the old foreigner's somewhat insane tone rang out steeply, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Huama Abduction looked at the old foreigner who was normal before at this time became a little crazy. A look of despair. Do not know what happened. What's the situation with the old foreigner? Chief General? Hearing Huama Abduction's inquiry, Chen Yulo only sighed slightly. No way. Why no? Jesus Christ, are you messing with us? Why? Suddenly, the old Yankee, who probably couldn't accept some kind of truth, began to yell at the top of his lungs, live like a madman. And Partridge Whistle was also sitting in the purple and gold coffin at this time with his eyes lifeless. Quite an attitude of self-abandonment. Pow! Enough! What are you yelling about here? Honggu then walked up and gave the old foreigner a big mouthful of anger. I don't know why you all suddenly became like this all of a sudden, but no matter what comes your way, I think you should all calm down. Instead of barking like a dog here, Honggu looked at the two with a hateful expression. I don't know if it was because Red Nun's words had worked, or something else, but Partridge Whistle eventually pulled himself together and stood up from the purple and gold coffin, and as the old foreigner watched this scene, he also stepped out of the purple and gold coffin along with his footsteps. Only that confused expression still indicated his state of mind at this time. Chapter 25, General Corpse Evil Come, Refining the Bloodline Pill. The other side. Lin Zhuoyang had stopped moving his hands. Meanwhile the general's corpse is undergoing an amazing transformation. The first thing was his skin, which was slowly changing to the color of normal human skin. This was followed by its fangs, and its sharp claws were recovering, and the color of the pupils of its eyes were changing back to normal human pupils. One of the biggest changes was an extra inscription that looked like a royal command rune in the center of its brow, like the third eye of Erlang Shen. It also emitted a faint reddish light that was not easily detected by ordinary people. A few dozen seconds later, Lin Zhuoyan looked at the tall figure in front of him, who was 2 meters and 3 meters tall with a strong build, and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It's no thanks to me adding a few extra special inscriptions to you. This stance, it's perfect. Well, the only downside is that you can't talk and have a lower IQ, but that's okay, that's good. I still have to name you. Saying that, Lin Jianyang pondered for a while and uttered, "There, you'll be called Wicked Lie from now on. The Wicked Lie of Ancient Wickedness." Hearing Lin Jianyang's words, the general corpse, also known as Evil Lie, seemed to understand something and nodded at Lin Jianyang. After this side has completely collected the general's corpse, it was only then that Lin Zhuoyang had time to turn his attention to both Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner. Although he had concentrated on inscribing the power of inscriptions earlier, he had also paid attention to the others. He sympathized, though he did not understand it, with the sudden madness of the old Yankee, and with the dejected despair of the partridge whistle. Speaking of which, I'm afraid that the inheritance time of this moving mountain lineage will not be shorter than that of the Zhang family. And the only difference is that the Zhang family can live a long life or even a long life in youthfulness because of the Qilin bloodline. The mountain lineage is because of the reason of the ghost eye curse. The longest lifespan is only 50 or 60 years old. The shortest lifespan is even just born because it can't withstand the ghost eye curse and die directly, but also a poor family. Master Lin Jiao. As Lin Jiaoyang brought Evil Lai to the front of the crowd, only then did the crowd look at the general corpse Evil Lai, who followed behind Lin Jiaoyang with strange colors in his eyes. If not before have seen his original appearance, the crowd cannot believe that in front of this 2 meters 2-3 strong man will actually be a zombie. But also Rongbao each shall their village for generations to fear, extolled by the corpse king of western Hunan. Lin Jiaoyang nodded his head in response to the crowd one by one, then walked straight to Partridge Whistle. Big brother Partridge Whistle, I know a little bit about your moving mountain lineage, and although I can't help you find the dust pearl, I have a way to briefly extend your lifespan and provide you with a longer period of time. Hearing Lin Jiaoyang's words, Partridge Whistle sulked for a moment before suddenly lighting up, looking straight at Lin Jiaoyang. Jiaoyang, are you telling the truth? Being stared at by Partridge Whistle's straight eyes, Lin Jiaoyang turned his head more or less sheepishly and responded, well, I can assure you, the reason why he had a feeling of weakness, mainly because of the dust pearl. Lin Jianyang actually knew where to find the dust pearl, but with his current strength, he always felt that it was still not secure enough. To put it bluntly, it's insecurity and paranoia of victimization. After all, this was the aftermath of every new century person crossing over to any world, even now that more than a year had passed. Therefore, even if he could calculate the location of King Dian's tomb, King Xian's tomb, by virtue of the One Palm World scripture, he didn't want to go there, and always wanted to wait until he became stronger one day, or wait until the One Palm World scripture, the floating shadow skill, or either the inscription engraving book, a certain skill had completely reached full level before he would consider those extremely dangerous catacombs. After all, he wasn't a protagonist like innocent fatty little brother with a protagonist aura. Master 9, what you said is true. The old foreigner also came back to his senses at this time and opened his mouth to confirm once again. Not bad, 1,000 times true. After so many years of your Zakrama clan's ghost eye curse, it's not so much a curse as it has developed a bloodline. I don't know if you guys have heard of the Qilin Zhang family. They are the ones who were born with physical qualities that surpass normal people because they have the legendary Qilin bloodline. Some people with strong bloodlines, their blood can even repel insects and evil spirits, suppress evil spirits, and even have extremely long lifespans. So, if you can also possess a special bloodline, then theoretically, this bloodline power can form a counterbalance with your ghost eye curse. But in that case, you may not be able to enjoy the benefits that come with the bloodline either. Lin Jiaoyang said, it doesn't matter if the bloodline brings abilities or not. After all, as long as it can counteract the damage brought about by the curse, that's all that matters. But, the question is, where are we going to find special bloodlines to transplant into us? Yeah, the Qilin Zhang family we also have records in Moving Mountain, but as far as we know from our records, their bloodline seems to be born. And, this bloodline transplant. Listening to Partridge Whistle and their worried words, Lin Jianyang smiled faintly. You don't have to worry about the issue of bloodline because I've already thought of it and have the materials in hand. The next thing we need to do is experiment. What? Hearing Lin Jiaoyang's words, the Partridge Whistle old Yankee was filled with surprise and a look of disbelief. 9. Master Lin Jiao, are you telling the truth? If you can help our Zakrama clan lift the curse. No, even if it's just inhibition. I, Partridge Whistle, am willing to work as an ox for you in this life in return. Partridge Whistle said excitedly to Lin Jiaoyang. Senior, you. The old foreigner on the side looked at Partridge Whistle with an ugly face when he heard his elder brother's words. Old Yankee, what's a little sacrifice like that if it can slow down the damage the curse has done to our race? Hearing the words of his own senior brother, the old foreigner had to shut up, but when he thought that his senior brother, the leader of the Moving Mountains, had actually undermined his own dignity to say such words for their sake, he was, ahem, big brother Partridge Whistle, you don't have to be like this. And I have to make it clear to you in advance that I don't have the means to make your entire Zakrama clan have such a special bloodline. With the materials I have in my hands right now, the most I can do is to help you and the old foreigner and your senior sister, Flower Bell, obtain this special bloodline, thus coming to help you buy more time to search for the Dusk Pearl. After hearing Lin Jiaoyang's words, the originally agitated Partridge Whistle also calmed down, and only then did he remember the meaning of what Lin Jiaoyang had said before. But think about it, after all, is a special bloodline? Ordinary people do not say have, see cannot see, even if they move the mountain clan that 1,000 years of inheritance of the record. the only has a special bloodline of that mysterious and incomparable Kirin Zheng family. But even so, he still looked at Lin Zhuoyang gratefully and arched his hand in thanks. No matter what, even if it's just to buy some time, it's enough, old brother Zhuoyang. Many thanks. Good, brother Partridge Whistle. In that case, why don't I start now? Seeing that Partridge Whistle understood, Lin Zhuoyang planned to start where he was. Anyway, the Shanxi Corpse King here had been subdued into an evil by himself. Plus the place was big enough. And he actually heart also a little selfish. That is, want to use the Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner to do an experiment. So that in the future he can give his own disciple Red Nun and later on their own creation of the Force with this method to let them also have a special bloodline. As soon as he thought of it, and without waiting for Partridge Whistle and the others to respond, Lin Zhuoyang released the return to market copper cauldron that he had previously put away with a wave of his hand. Watching Lin Zhuoyang's movements, Partridge Whistle thought to himself, could it be that old brother Zhuoyang was planning to use alchemy to give them a special bloodline? But is this possible? But then he thought of his identity. The identity of that extremely mysterious heaven-killing clan. Perhaps they had this special alchemy method in that clan. The other side. Chen Yulo. Back when he heard Lin Zhuoyang say that he could transplant a special bloodline for Partridge Whistle and the others, in order to avoid suspicion. Then he took the people of Unloading Ridge away and walked to a corner of the chamber to start counting up the harvest this time. When he saw the sudden appearance of the returning ruins copper cauldron, he thought that something had happened, but now it seems that he thought that it was related to the special bloodline. At the same time, on Lin Jiang's side, after he summoned the returning market copper cauldron, he took the lead in carving 2 special inscriptions for himself. Because the next operation required extremely large amounts of mental power and the need to know what was going on inside the bronze cauldron, he inscribed a 50-fold mental power increase inscription and a 2-eye perspective inscription. After preparing everything, he waved his hand again, and the 6-winged centipede with a body size of nearly 10 feet appeared in the chamber. Hiss hiss hiss. As soon as the 6-winged centipede came out, it began to spin around a few times as if it was spreading its wings. This caused the crowd watching the sudden appearance of the 6-winged centipede from the side to be shocked, while at the same time saying in their hearts, sure enough, the 6-winged centipede's sudden disappearance into thin air at that time was the result of it being put away by Master Lin Zhuojiu using a special means, just like the raging chicken. On the other hand, Lin Jiang didn't think about it that much, and with a wave of his big hand, the 6-winged centipede directly opened its mouth vessel and spat out a mouthful of black and red essence blood, which then automatically flew into Lin Jiang's hand. Looking at the black and red essence blood in his hand, Lin Jianyang's mind moved to take out another 2,000-year-old Lingji from the system space that he had scavenged in the Dan well. Then with one hand, he carved a flame inscription in the void and flung it at the returning ruins copper cauldron, the copper tripod below the air flames, followed by the blood and Ganoderma lucidum in his hands at the same time thrown into the tripod. He then began to refine the bloodline pills he had anticipated. Chapter 26, Bloodline Dan becomes Old Yankee Metamorphosis. As Lin Zhuoyang's movements began, Partridge Whistle, Old Yankee, Red Nun and the 3 of them sat down right next to him and guarded him. The 6-winged centipede also stayed quiet on the sidelines, not moving the slightest bit. Chief General, is Master Lin Zhuo making pills? It looks really amazing. Not far away, Huama Abduction watched Partridge Whistle's movements of them did not come closer, but only said to his own Chief General Chen Yulo, fantastic indeed. Only I didn't realize that this Master Lin Zhuo actually has the ability to create fire out of thin air. Chen Yulo looked at the blazing flames burning out of thin air below the copper tripod, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. With his intelligence, in fact, after that time, he began to suspect what Lin Zhuoyang had said at that time about the heaven-killing clan, especially just now, after he was idle. He repeatedly recalled those words said by Lin Zhuoyang. The more he thought about it, he only felt that there were a lot of loopholes, but along the way, Lin Zhuoyang showed all sorts of miraculous means and had to let him fall into contemplation. Now he saw that he could create fire out of thin air, and this kind of godlike means was proving the authenticity of those words uttered by Lin Zhuoyang. Since he can make fire out of thin air, he can make thunder, electricity, rain, and wind out of thin air. Combined with what Lin Zhuoyang had said at that time about their heaven-killing clan having a record of killing the heavens, then could this ability be something that their heaven-killing clan had acquired after successfully killing the heavens? After all, these abilities that he had displayed were simply too appalling, and it could be said that this was simply a power that only a god could possess, or rather, this was simply an ability that only God could have, and they, the heaven-killing clan, are merely stealing the power of the heavens. For a moment, Chen Yulo thought carefully, and even a hint of fear appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Jiang. After all, stealing the power of the heavens was too terrifying just to think about. As time passes, in a flash, Lin Zhuoyang then sat in front of the bronze tripod for a whole hour. In this past hour, Lin Zhuoyang kept melting the essence blood and Lingji inside the copper cauldron with the inscription flame, and every now and then, he would also fling out an inscription to incorporate into it. Very quickly, the inscription fire beneath the returning ruins bronze cauldron gradually weakened until it was completely void. Seeing this scene, the three partridge whistlers, who had been waiting painstakingly for an hour on the side, hurriedly stood up. There was still a gleam in the eyes of the partridge whistling old Yankee. Phew, it's finally done. It was a lot harder than I expected, but okay, great job. Lin Zhuoyang took a deep breath before slowly exhaling it, looking at the returning ruins copper cauldron in front of him and muttering. After resting for a while, he directly waved his hand and opened the lid of the returning ruins copper cauldron. The moment the lid of the tripod was opened, a special medicinal fragrance was emitted. The crowd inside the chamber smelled this particular medicinal fragrance. Just a mouthful. Hissing spirit instantly as if enlightened. Mental strength multiplied. With another wave of his hand, four medicinal pills that shimmered with a faint red light flew out of the copper cauldron and landed in his palm. Looking at the 4 six-winged centipede bloodline pills in his palm, he turned his head toward Partridge Whistle and the old foreigner. Brother Partridge Whistle. I'll do it. Not waiting for Lin Zhuoyang to finish speaking, the old foreigner directly walked quickly to his front, and then took a blood vein pill from his hand before eating it in one bite without the slightest hesitation. Holy, the old foreigner still has such a brave side? Although Lin Zhuoyang knew in his heart that this elixir would definitely not kill him after being enhanced by his own multiple inscriptions, it was just that it would not kill him. As for any other side effects, or if he could get the power of the six-winged centipede's bloodline, he actually didn't have a clue in his heart. After all, this was his first time operating, but what he does not know is that in the heart of the old foreigner, his senior brother Partridge Whistle can be much more important than him. He can die, but his senior brother Partridge Whistle absolutely not, because in his heart, his senior brother is the last hope of their Zakrama clan. So, old Yankee sighed, as the blood vein pill went down. At first he only felt refreshed, but as time passed by, he began to feel an extremely majestic, ferocious force running around inside his body. After another moment, the power seemed to turn into a blazing flame and burned inside his body. Only for a moment, his whole body became hot, fiery, even his skin took on a sickly fiery red color. His entire face was wrinkled and his mouth was wide open as if he was in extreme pain, but he couldn't make any sound. Old Yankee, old brother Zhuoyang, what's wrong with my senior brother old Yankee? Partridge Whistle looked at the old foreigner who was in pain but could not make a sound and asked Lin Zhuoyang with anxiety in his heart. How do I know what's wrong? It's my first time to make pills to my brother. Of course, that's something you certainly can't say to Partridge. So he pretended to be calm and said, "Don't worry, brother Partridge Whistle. This is the potency of the elixir being stimulated and changing the old foreigner's body. So this is all a very normal behavior." Looking at Lin Zhuoyang's serious expression, Partridge Whistle believed it, so he had to just stand still and anxiously look at the painfully silent old foreigner. What Lin Zhuoyang didn't know was that his nonsense words were really right. Not for a while. The agonizingly silent old foreigner suddenly spat out a large mouthful of golden blood with a wow sound. Immediately after that, he simply fell straight to his knees and threw up the entire time. Partridge Whistle was shocked in his heart as he looked at the puddles of golden blood on the ground, as this color of blood represented exactly what was formed after the effects of the ghost eye curse. And now, along with the old foreigner continuously spitting out more and more blood, light red, crimson, and blood red gradually appeared in the originally golden colored blood. That is, until the blood he spat out changed from the golden color with a reddish tinge at the beginning to the blood red with a hint of golden color now. Could it be that this was the self-exchange that was taking place after the elixir took effect? Partridge Whistle said in his heart. At the same time, Lin Zhuoyang also completely put down his heart as he watched this scene. After all, the image of the old foreigner spewing out blood non-stop at the beginning did have startled him, but after realizing that it seemed to be a blood exchange process, he was relieved, and at the same time, it also proved that this elixir he had refined was indeed useful. A few more minutes later, the old foreigner stopped his incessant spitting of blood and slowly stood up from the ground, not caring about his own clothes that were stained by the blood he had just spat. Just with a happy expression on his face, he said to Partridge Whistle, "Senior brother, this elixir really works. I feel like I'm so relaxed all over now. I've never been relaxed before. And that's not all. I feel as if all my physical qualities have been enhanced so much now. And the kueishing kicking and fighting I always used to be unable to learn, I now feel as if I can make it very easily. Okay, right. Quickly take off your clothes and I'll see if the curse is still there." Partridge was thrilled to hear the old foreigner's words. The look of excitement on his face was something the crowd had never seen before, and the old Yankee hastened to take off his shirt at Partridge Whistle's words. With the top off, the first thing that stood out was his muscular body that was nearly comparable to decades of fitness trainers. Next was the six-winged centipede tattoo on his waist, and as he looked at the tattoo, He compared it to the six-winged centipede next to it. The crowd realized that the tattoo was pretty damn similar to the six-winged centipede, and at the same time expressed their envy of the old foreigner's perfect muscles. All the while Partridge's eyes were on the old Yankee's back shoulder. "How's it going, elder brother? Is the curse still there?" the old foreigner asked eagerly. "Still." Hearing this, the old foreigner's originally excited heart was as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it, instantly cooling it down. "But, very thin," Partridge added. "What?" The old foreigner who heard this froze. "Senior brother, this elixir is really useful. Look at the blood you spit on the ground. From the golden color at the beginning to the blood red color at the end. This shows that this elixir is useful. Secondly, although this bloodline power didn't completely erase the curse on your body, it suppressed it, and in the past, your curse was so obvious that you could see a clear and unmistakable eye as soon as your clothes were removed. But now, the eye has become very, very faint, and although it can still be seen at a glance, it is, so to speak, like a return to the way it was when we were first born, compared to what it was before." As Partridge Whistle finished speaking, the old foreigner directly turned to him happily and said, "In that case, wouldn't it be true that we've got a few more decades, and even if this bloodline power can suppress the curse all the time, then we'll be no different from normal people?" "Ah," Partridge nodded excitedly. "Unfortunately, there's no way to mass-produce this elixir. Otherwise, the entire community could," Partridge Heart said. "Elder brother, in that case, you should also eat one quickly. The remaining two, one for elder sister, one for Master Nine to keep for himself." Chapter 27, The Return Journey. Majinbang, Dian Army, I advise you not to do this. Nearly evening, a path on Bottle Mountain. A group of people led by Lin Zhuoyang, Partridge Whistle, and Chen Yulo were heading towards the corpse-catching stage. Behind them, a group of unloading Ridge brethren were carrying large boxes and small boxes of things. Although judging from the sweat on their foreheads, the things should be very heavy, but they were all showing happy expressions. At this time, an hour and a half had passed since the old foreigner had taken the bloodline pill. With the time spent by Partridge Whistle taking the bloodline pill, plus the time spent in the middle in searching for a way down the mountain, plus, because there are still a lot of gold, jade and jewels in the Bottle Mountain that have not been taken out, Chen Yulo, the chief general of the unloading ridge, wants to leave a mark and wait for the next time to take it. Therefore the originally expected time to return to the corpse-catching post within an hour was eventually delayed until now. But that's okay. The crowd looked at the stagecoach in the distance. Almost there. Inside the corpse-catching stage at this time, a middle-aged man in military uniform sat in the main seat. In front of him also stood Luo Lao Crooked's adjutant from before, Adjutant Yang, who at this moment looked at the uniformed man in front of him with a pandering expression. "Horse Marshal, don't worry. I've already ordered it all. As soon as they come back, we can just take it down. That is, just what? Isn't he just a milquetoast brat? Why are you afraid of him? What's the point of calling him the Ghost Immortal? Mr. Lin Jiao, it's not worth it to have a nice nickname. Under my guns, no matter if he's a ghost or an immortal, he has to give me an honest answer." The middle-aged man in military uniform opened his mouth with a disdainful expression. Yes, Marshal Ma, you are right. There are so many guns and cannons outside, even heavy machine guns. Even if he is a ghost, is a fairy that would have to be beaten into a sieve slag by your guns and cannons. Adjutant Yang nodded his head in agreement, but he was still a little worried inside. After all, he had followed Luo Lao Crooked to check out that matter in the first place. The scene was simply a lopsided massacre, with all those guns and cannons chopped into pieces. Alas, forget it. When the time comes, see what happens. Things cannot be done to slip first. Report. Suddenly, a soldier with the word Dian embroidered on his uniform walked in and shouted, "Say," reporting back to Marshal Ma. "The brethren we arranged to keep an eye on them came to report that they have already seen unloading Chief General Chen Yulo and the others, and there are many big boxes and small boxes pulling behind them. They should be treasures brought out from the ancient tombs." "What? Already? And a lot of treasure?" Hearing the soldier's words, Marshal Ma on the main seat directly stood up, especially when he heard that Chen Yulo and the others were still pulling big boxes and small boxes of treasures. The light that radiated from those eyes was brighter than that of Luo Laokuan when he saw the treasures. "Are you sure you see it?" "Yes, Marshal Ma. I can see it very clearly. According to the brothers who are on the stakeout, those boxes big and small add up to no less than 100 boxes, I'm afraid." "Ha ha ha. Well. It seems that this bull unloading Ridge Chief General still has some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing as they brought me back so much treasure, I was going to just kill them all, but now I'll give them a chance to submit to me." Ma Shuai laughed in a bandit-like manner. The other side, Lin Zhuoyang, Partridge Whistle, Chen Yulo and the others had already brought a group of unloading Ridge brethren carrying hundreds of boxes of treasures inside the corpse-catching post. Looking around at the silent corpse-catching stage, for some reason, Chen Yulo's eyebrows jumped. Strange. I remember we left quite a few brothers behind when we left. There's also that Luo Shui fellow who also left behind quite a few soldiers, which adds up to not to mention 1 or 2,000, but 1,000 or 800 is also there. How come now? Hua Maquan looked at the empty stagecoach and scratched his head and spoke with a puzzled expression. Everyone be careful. I have a feeling something's not right. Chen Yulo frowned and spoke cautiously. Aha! Partridge nodded slightly. Lin Jiuyang, on the other hand, looked around the stagecoach blandly, as if he had already seen through everything. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Suddenly, with a burst of rapid and massive footsteps ringing out, the entire surroundings of the stagecoach station steeply ran out a lot of weapon-wielding soldiers, and at a glance, no less than 1,000 of them. Moreover, the weapons in the hands of these soldiers were also extremely fine, and some of them were even holding the most advanced German submachine guns and light machine guns. As they watched, they also noticed 2 heavy machine guns pointed straight at them not far away. Ha ha ha. Welcome the triumphant return of Chief General Chen leading a group of Unloading Ridge brethren. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a wild voice rang out from behind a group of soldiers, and as the voice came out, the soldiers surrounding them directly in front of them consciously made way. And at that moment, they thoroughly knew who the other party was? The great warlord of the Yunnan army, Ma Zhenbang. Gentlemen, that man is a great warlord of the Dian army, whose power and strength is not weaker than Marshal Luo, or even stronger than Marshal Luo, and this man is extremely lawless, and can be said to be burning, killing, looting, and pillaging without any evil. The people or forces that are targeted by him are extremely headache-prone. Next, we have to be careful. Chen Yulo was afraid that Lin Jiuyang and Partridge Whistle's few people didn't know each other's identity, and explained for them in a low voice. Ha! Hearing Chen Yulo's words, Lin Jiuyang smiled disdainfully. A warlord? Lawless? Doing nothing? Then he can be miserable. I Lin Jiuyang like to play with this kind of, commonly known as, abusing wild BH animals. When Chen Yulo saw this, he then remembered that this one in front of him was an existence that had directly overthrown a warlord, and after raising his head to look at Marshal Ma Zhenbang of the Dian army who was walking towards himself and the others, he secretly prayed for him in his heart. Ma Shui, I wish you a good journey, smooth wind and water, smooth yellow springs, head into the road, go well ha ha ha. I've long heard of the reputation of Chief General Chen of Unloading Ridge, and today, I've seen it, and it really lives up to its name. By this time, Ma Zhenbang had already arrived in front of the crowd, not worried in the slightest that they would suddenly rise up and attack him. It couldn't be helped, with his men all around the perimeter, and 2 heavy machine guns pointed straight at them in the distance. They couldn't even lay low if they wanted to. So it's Marshal Ma of the Dian army. I wonder what Marshal Ma is. Chen Yulo humbly looked at Ma Zhenbang circumspectly. Alas, Generalissimo Chen is also a smart man. The current situation is laid out here, so I don't think I need to say anything more, right? Ma Zhenbang spoke bluntly, not following Chen Yulo's expected routine at all. It's, alright, Chief General Chen doesn't need to say much. Come on people, put all those treasures away. By the way, thank this Chief General Chen of Unloading Ridge. Ma Zhenbang opened his mouth and shouted at the gun-toting Dian army soldiers around him. Many thanks to General Manager Chen. The crowd of Dian army soldiers also obediently shouted at Chen Yulo. Even so, the mockery in that voice, Chen Yulo was still able to feel it. Wait, just as those soldiers were about to take away the chest containing the treasure, Chen Yulo suddenly let out a loud shout, then only turned his head to look at Ma Zhenbang and opened his mouth. Marshal Ma, those treasures are not only my Unloading Ridge lineage. In this kind of witch, there are also the 2 brothers of the Moving Mountain and the Ghost Fairy Lin Joji masters out of the way to help. So in accordance with the rules, bang bang bang, screw the rules, unloading Chen Yulo, right? I, Ma Zhenbang, see that you're a talented person, so I'm willing to give you some face, otherwise do you think you guys will live to see me? I'm telling you, now here, in this place, the old man is the rule. Not waiting for Chen Yulo to finish, Ma Zhenbang directly pulled out his gun and fired several shots at Chen Yulo's feet, then looked at him with an arrogant face and said angrily. Then he spoke again. Also, what kind of bull ****** moving mountain? What kind of bull ****** ghost immortal Linjoji? You let him stand out. I would like to see if he has grown 3 heads and 6 arms. He dares to be in Laozi. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. I'm just a little abusive violent. Suddenly, a bland voice interrupted Ma Zhenbang's words, which instantly made Ma Zhenbang feel like his majesty was being provoked. Then he turned his head directly toward the direction from which the voice had come. When he saw that Lin Jianyang looked like a little white boy, Ma Zhenbang smiled and came to Lin Jianyang. Ha ha, you're that bull ***** ghost fairy, Master Lin Jiao, a little white boy? I heard you destroyed a warlord? Ma Jinbang said as he picked up his gun and tried to slap it towards Lin Jiang's face. Asterisk 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 I advise you better not do this. Lin Zhuoyan looked at Ma Jinbang with a bemused smile on his face. Marshal Ma, I also advise you that you'd better not do that. Chen Yulo also spoke from the side with a smile on his face as he watched the scene. Chapter 28, Collecting the Dian Army, and the power becomes a reality. Separation. Anger. Get angry. This was what Ma Jinbang felt in his heart at this time. The provocations one after another gradually made him run out of patience, especially the way Chen Yulo and the others looked at him, as if they were looking at a clown, which made his hallowed Den army marshal how could he stand it? Originally, he was thinking that this Chen Yulo was a talented person, and by taking him under his command, he could have him help him descend into the tomb and look for more treasures in the future, but now it seems that he is still too forgiving. Ha ha ha. Well, very good, you guys managed to piss me off. Die for me. Ma Jinbang laughed back in anger, and then without warning, he raised his gun and aimed it at Lin Zhuoyang, pulling the trigger without the slightest hesitation. Bang! Boom! With the sound of a gunshot and a muffled sound at the same time, Ma Jinbang's figure instantly flew backwards out of a dozen meters, fell to the ground as directly after a mouthful of blood in his chest churning spit out, and the bullet he shot out after pulling the trigger stopped straight in front of Lin Zhuoyang just like that, spinning rapidly but unable to go in a hair's breadth further. TSK, if bullets are useful, then what am I going to do with all my skills? Lin Zhuoyan looked at the bullet head that was still spinning rapidly in front of him, stretched out a finger and gently tapped it, and the bullet head instantly stopped spinning and fell to the ground. Ma Jinbang, who had been kicked out by Lin Zhuoyan not far away, looked at this scene and directly dropped his jaw in shock as he hurriedly shouted out with a fearful look on his face. Shoot! Shoot me! Beat him to death! Beat him to death! Until this moment, Ma Jinbang really believed that the boy who looked like a little white boy really had the ability to overthrow a warlord. Unfortunately, he woke up too late, with Ma Jinbang's frightened voice for a long time. Originally should have shot a group of Dian army soldiers at this time is no action. On one side, Chen Yulo had even asked the brothers below to pick up the grass shields to prepare to prevent the next shooting, but he looked at the motionless Dian army soldiers. Instantly, he thought of the Xiangxi Corpse King Evil Lai who had been immobilized by Lin Zhuoyan with a wave of his hand, and as Ma Jinbang looked at the motionless group of men, he thought that it was due to the fear in their hearts, and for a while he had not come back to his senses. So in a hurry, he stood up covering his raw chest, and pulled the trigger on one of the soldiers beside him, blowing his head off shouting, "Give me back, what are you waiting for? I told you to shoot, shoot, didn't you hear?" Bang bang bang. Immediately after he shot a few more soldiers, he woke up in a cold sweat and looked around at the motionless forms of his own soldiers. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with fear. Ma Jinbang, a warlord of the Yunnan army? You've been burning and looting, doing nothing, lawless, and very arrogant. At this moment, Lin Jianyang's voice slowly sounded, while he was also walking towards Ma Jinbang step by step. Looking at Lin Zhuoyan's not so quick but not so slow footsteps, Ma Jinbang only felt that every step was like stepping on his heart. Are you a human or a ghost? Ma Jinbang looked at Lin Zhuoyan and yelled loudly, wanting to use this to dispel the fear in his heart. Me? I'm human, of course, but you? Not so much, at least not for a while. Lin Zhuoyan looked at him with intent and smiled, while secretly thinking in his heart, Ma Jinbang you Lin Zhuo master, I started to carve up a wide range of inscriptions of determination at the first moment I saw you, specially prepared for you exclusively. I hope that you can hold up a little bit longer next, so that I can play a little bit more, but don't die too fast. Bang bang bang, kill you, day. And naturally, Ma Jinbang heard the meaning in Lin Zhuoyan's words, so he directly and quickly got up and took the German submachine gun from the hands of a soldier who was unable to move aside and pulled the trigger at Lin Zhuoyan. But the result was still the same as before. All the bullets stopped when they came close to a foot in front of Lin Jianyang's body and then fell to the ground. Kill, you die for me. Kaching. Ma Jinbang yelled frantically, the German submachine gun in his hand ragingly spewing out bullet after bullet, and he didn't stop until the magazine was empty and a hollow sound came from the gun. What a pain in the ass. Lin Zhuoyang recited a sentence, and then Ma Jinbang slowly ascended into the air as if he had been contained by a large invisible hand on his throat. All around the entire post station, all the soldiers of the Dian army looked at the Ma Shui who was about to die of suffocation, plus the invisible shackles on their bodies prevented them from moving the slightest bit. Some of the timid ones have already peed their pants. TSK. This tactic of Master Lin Zhuo, it's simply divine. On the other side, Hua Ma Abduction looked at Ma Jinbang, who was floating in midair as if he was being strangled by an invisible hand, and marveled. Aha! Chen Yulo Partridge Whistle nodded. Lin Zhuoyan sighed. He didn't bother to see how Ma Jinbang was doing. Instead he looked at the Dian army soldiers who were not allowed to move and opened his mouth and shouted, "Gentlemen, I'll give you a chance. Submit, or die. Now that you are ready to move and the opportunity is before you, give me an answer and a pitch. Those who are willing to submit to me, walk up and give him a cut. Those who aren't, give yourself a cut and get the hell out. The opportunity is right in front of you. I hope you can take advantage of it." The group of Dian soldiers who heard Lin Zhuoyang's voice hurriedly moved their bodies, and after realizing that they could really move, their first thought was to turn around and run. After all, the ability that Lin Zhuoyang had displayed was just too bizarre, and there really are people who do that. But the result is, those who tried to escape just ran a few meters away before they directly and suddenly exploded, the kind that blew up in pieces. I advise you not to think about escaping. As long as I want to, you'll be dead in minutes. Lin Zhuoyang's voice was cold and precise, and it reached the ears of every Dian army soldier. And with the previous lesson, all the Dian soldiers stayed where they were and didn't dare to move. "I'll do it." Suddenly, a voice rang out. It turned out to be Luo Lao Crooked's previous adjutant, Adjutant Yang, only to see him pull out a saber from one of the soldiers and walk straight to Ma Zhenbang. Without hesitation, he stabbed a knife into his stomach. Then he walked over to Lin Zhuoyang and knelt down on one knee and arched his hand respectfully. "I, Yang Fushun, from now on, will be the only one who looks up to Master Zhou, and will go through fire and soup without hesitation." Lin Zhuoyang looked at Lieutenant Yang in front of him, and there was light flashing in his eyes, obscure and unknown. This guy, first betrayed Luo Lao Crooked, and now betrayed Ma Zhenbang. 100 pounds have 99 pounds of backbone. Accept him after the day is not over? So it was a big wave directly at him. In just a few short breaths of time, Deputy Yang's entire body with his clothes turned into flying ash. "Sorry guys, this guy first turned against Luo Lao Crooked, then Ma Zhenbang. So, you all should understand my thoughts." As soon as Lin Zhuoyang finished speaking, a Dian army soldier came in front of Ma Zhenbang, pulled out the saber that Adjutant Yang had stabbed in earlier, and took a stab at him before coming in front of Lin Zhuoyang. "Master Lin Zhuojiu, my name is Li Hai. From now on, I'm willing to follow you and look up to you. Go through fire and water without hesitation." Lin Zhuoyang looked at Li Hai in front of him and nodded his head in recognition, saying, "Not bad. From today onwards, you're the commander of my close guard battalion." After having Li Hai as a role model, very quickly, all the Dian soldiers present came and threw in their lot. "It is poor Ma Zhenbang, the warlord marshal. At this moment he has long been no human appearance, if not with Lin Jianyang inscription power support. I am afraid that has long been dead. Alas, Marshal Ma, Marshal Ma, why are you so bitter, knowing that we have a ghost immortal killing god here? You still want to come and seek death?" Chen Yulo came to Ma Zhenbang at this time, looked at his body full of knife wounds inside and said, "Ho ho." At this time, Ma Zhenbang had long been exhausted, and the pain in his whole body had long caused him to have a mental breakdown. Watching his body being cut down slash after slash, that double torture of both physical and mental. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Zhuoyang had given him a power of inscription, he would have wanted to die long ago. "Repent. I'm sorry." Ma Zhenbang thus took his last breath with remorseful intentionality. Even Lin Jiang's power of inscription could not hold out. Another hour later, after Lin Zhuoyang had completely subdued all the soldiers of the Dian army and had them release the rest of the Shifting Ridge Brethren and Luo Lao Crooked soldiers that they had previously imprisoned, he also obediently took in Luo Lao Crooked's soldiers, and then took Honggu and a group of soldiers to say goodbye to the two Chen Yulo partridge whistles. "Chief General Chen, Big Brother Partridge Whistle, we'll meet again in the mountains and waters. We'll meet again in the future. Good. Brother Nine Sons, be careful on your journey as well. Master Lin Jiu, this is one of my belongings, named Little Divine Striker, as a way of practicing for you. Thanks a lot." Looking at Chen Yulo actually handing over his self-defense treasure, the small divine blade, Lin Zhuoyang was a bit surprised, but still chose to accept it as a good karma. Wrong chapter, please skip it yourself. Sorry, readers, this chapter was put in the wrong subvolume. I'm very sorry, please all of you handsome and invincible, handsome and suave readers to skip this chapter by yourself. A million thanks. Vertical Day, the place where the Black Army is stationed outside the Sandy City. As a loud roar came out, the entire Black Legion of nearly 10,000 men assembled in orderly formation and headed towards the distant Sand City. Interspersed among them were tanks, armored vehicles, and transports adding up to hundreds, and at this time within the Sandy City, entrance to the city, Zhang Qishan was waiting with his own city defense force and all the family members of the Nine Gates. After a day of discussion yesterday, the 9 heads of the family unanimously decided that no matter why the Wolf Army had traveled thousands of miles to come to the southern province's territory this time, they did not know why they had come to Sand City. I don't know the reason, I don't know the purpose, but no matter what, there was absolutely no way to make enemies, only to make friends. which was why they came to the entrance to the city early in the morning and waited. And within Sand City, the people of Sand City were also discussing this matter. I've heard that this time, it seems to be the Black Wolf army from the Yun province side that's coming, but it's fierce. Nonsense, where is the ferocity? I have a relative who is from the Yun province side. I heard my relative say that this wolf army doesn't kill or rob, and treats the people extremely friendly. Yes, I've heard that too. It's just a bit cruel to the enemy. I heard those invaders died old, tragic deaths, and those of their rival forces, TSK. What happened to that? Do you guys know? I heard that this wolf army's grand marshal originally seems to be from our southern province, and has some kind of nickname, called something, Ghost Immortal, Master Lin Jiu. Yes, it seems to be this name. Boo, 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 boo. Suddenly, a sound of neat and loud footsteps traveled into the entire Sand City from far and near. Entrance to the city. Although he had yet to see the figure of the Black Wolf army, Zhang Qishan could conclude just from the neat and consistent footsteps that had already come over. It's an iron army, a really top-notch army. The other pawns had never been in the military, but they knew what the sound of such neatly organized footsteps meant. It means that this is an army with rules and discipline. And an army with rules and discipline means that he has an absolutely powerful group force, a strong military force that can suppress all resistance. This instant, the faces of all the heads of the 9 sects were grave, especially after the Black Army gradually appeared in their eyes. As the Black Legion got closer and closer to them, the moment that majestic and powerful army aura pressed straight down on them, even Zhang Qishan, the head of the 9 sect, even though he himself was a mixed military man, was almost directly overwhelmed by this aura. What kind of eyes were those? Proud, fierce, eyeing everything, crushing everything, that kind of eyes, and the will that came out of them, he had never seen before. And that was Zhang Qishan's first impression after seeing the wolf army. He and his not to mention the other 9 doors in charge of the family, in which the 4th master of the water locusts and even legs and stomach began to shiver a little, shivering out to see the strength of this army. Plus Chapter 29, Changes in the Years. Wolf army wants to station in Changsha City. Storm to rise. The wheel of the year turns. Years pass with time. 3 years have passed in a flash. A black army of nearly 10,000 men was stationed on a wide road rushing to the Sand City in southern province. Host, Lin Jiuyan. Bloodline, first exotic beast, 3-headed dragon, 50%. Bloodline abilities, immortality, invulnerability to all poisons, suppressing evils and swallowing demons. Dragon chanting to suppress the sky. Dragon power to suppress the world. Primary dragonization, comes with aptitude after dragonization. Physical fitness, 910,000. Mental strength, 910,000. Skills, 1 Palm World Sutra, LV3, Inscription Engraving Book, LV3, Sonic Kung Fu, LV4. Items, Vulcan Gatling, Endless Flying Dagger Box, hundreds of tons of arms, tanks. Inside the main camp of the garrison, Lin Jiuyan was slightly mesmerized as he looked at his personal information panel for the past 3 years. Lin Jiuyan first took the thousands of soldiers that were left after integrating Luo Lao Crooked in Majinbang and headed towards Yun Province. After arriving in Yun Province, he beat up all the local warlords, letting them know who was the big and small queen of that land in the future. He was then stationed there and began to systematically train his soldiers, as well as descending into the grave a few times. And the rest? He spent the rest of the year clocking in 12 times in a row in accordance with the system's time-limited clocking and rules. It was followed by once every 3 months and once every 6 months. 3 years down the line, most of the things he got from punching the clock were sold for fine weaponry to arm the soldiers below him. Of course, the biggest gain was that his bloodline of the number 1 foreign beast of the heavens and the worlds, the 3-headed dragon, had managed to reach half of its bloodline concentration. The second thing was that the overwhelming skill of 1 Palm World Scripture had also managed to reach LV3 at the proficient level. Then 2 more Jedi skills were gained and a skill fusion card was given. The 2 overwhelming skills were Sonic Fist and Sonic Legs, and together with the floating shadow technique that he had obtained at the beginning, the 3 skills had been fused by the skill fusion card. A whole new skill was formed, the Sonic Feet. Cultivating the Sonic Feet could strengthen one's physical and spiritual power, as every attack reached the speed of sound or even supersonic speed. So a body and spirit had to be strong in order to utilize the true power of this skill. The rest of the time, he then continued to refine special elixirs within his garrison in the Cloud Province. So far, everyone in the nearly 10,000 troops under his command had taken the body strengthening pill that he had refined. Although this pill was not as powerful as the effects brought about by the Bloodline pill, but it also gave every soldier of the nearly 10,000 troops under his command a physical quality of around 90 points, close to the human limit. Because of this, in the past 3 years, no matter which side he fought against, his army never lost and the number of dead and wounded was extremely low. And because in every war, The soldiers under his command were like wolves who saw their prey, fierce and never afraid. Gradually they also gained the title of a wolf army. Tap, tap, tap. Master. The brethren below report that the situation within Sand City has been scouted out. While Lin Zhuoyang was still wandering around, a figure with a beautiful figure walked in and said respectfully to him, as the eyes shifted over. Name, Red Flying Snow, Red Girl. Bloodline, Phoenix Bloodline, normal 99%. Bloodline ability, extra long life. Invulnerable to all poisons. Prevents evil from retreating. Reborn in fire. This ability can only be used once in a lifetime. Physical fitness, 160. Mental strength, 165. Skills, Flying Dagger Technique, LV4. Fighting Technique, LV4. Phantom Light Power, LV3. Weapon, Imperial Sword Box, built in 99 sharp flying daggers from the Endless Flying Dagger Box. And then an exclusive personal artifact formed by the power of 99 inscriptions inlaid by Lin Zhuoyang. Fused with 99 drops of Red Flying Snow's blood, Lin Zhuoyang looked at the personal information interface of the Red Nun in front of him, which was a piece of attribute-less panel that he had obtained from a March limited time punch in the past 3 years. There was originally nothing on top of this attribute-less panel, and it wasn't until after he once inadvertently paired it on a soldier that all of that soldier's information suddenly appeared on it that he realized the usefulness of this attribute-less panel. As for Honggu's Phoenix Bloodline, it was extracted by Lin Zhuoyang with the power of inscriptions after sacrificing the Raging Harvest chicken. As his line of sight moved in between, Lin Zhuoyang again directed the attribute-less panel onto the burly figure that had been standing motionless next to him. Name, Evil Lai, Xiangxi Corpse King, General Corpse. Bloodline 1, Zombie Bloodline, 50%. Bloodline 2, Six-Winged Centipede, 50%. Bloodline abilities, no longevity. Steel Bones, infinite strength, as fast as lightning, absolute fury. 6 wings to shake the sky. Physical fitness, 330. Mental strength, 2. Equipment, General's Locked Armor. This armor was cast by Lin Zhuoyang with 100 years of cold iron, which is engraved with 17 inscriptions, and then later cast into its body by Lin Zhuoyang with the power of powerful inscriptions, and it can always surface when needed, and it is a personal and exclusive artifact of wickedness. Master? Seeing that Lin Zhuoyang was slow to speak and looked at her again before looking at Evil Lai, Honggu was a bit puzzled for a moment, so she opened her mouth and shouted again. Tell me about it? What's the situation in Sand City now? Hearing Honggu's voice, Lin Zhuoyang returned to his senses and opened his mouth. Yes, after the following brethren's probing, there is an army of 5,000 men in charge of guarding the city defenses of Sand City today. The name of this army is called the Sand City Cloth Defense Army, and their leader is one named Zhang Qishan, and according to the brethren below, this Zhang Qishan is also the within the Sand City. As Honggu recounted the situation within Sand City one by one, Lin Zhuoyang nodded his head from time to time. It wasn't much of a change from the Sandy City he remembered. Sand Castle, Old Nine Gates, Jude Cow, the beginning of Pirate's Pen. Finally, after waiting for 3 years, Lin Zhuoyang finally waited. As early as more than 2 years ago, he had sent people into Sand City, but at that time, the city defense officer within Sand City was not yet Zhang Qishan, which was why he had postponed it until now. Because without Zhang Qishan, then there's no way to start the plot here. So he's waiting. He wants to reach out to Zhang Qishan after he becomes the Nine-Gate governor, and through him, try to find out about the most mysterious organization, or force in the world. He also wanted to get in touch with the mysterious 1,000-year-old Qilin Zhang family, and his little brother who was not yet an adult at this time. The other side. Inside a luxurious single-family house in Sand City, there were 9 people who were sitting on the soft sofa with heavy faces and furrowed brows. On the main seat, there sat a young man with a tall and straight body, handsome and young face, wearing a military uniform, which also revealed a majestic and domineering powerful aura. And he is the head of the 9 Gates, the governor of the 9 Gates, Zhang Qishan, Master Buddha. I can hear from my men that wolf army is already stationed on the avenue 20 miles away from Sand City, and I'm afraid that at the latest tomorrow, they'll be stationed in Sand City, and by then, suddenly, a middle-aged man with a stocky figure and a jaded air in the lower position opened his mouth to break the originally heavy and quiet atmosphere and said, if it's just that nearly 10,000 wolf army are fine, but I heard that the head of that wolf army's close guards, the human slayer Li Hai, has also come. There are even rumors that Imperial Knife Hand Red Girl are among them. Gentlemen, to know that the Red Girl is that master's disciple, deep in his true heritage, a hand of Imperial Flying Dagger means being used by her that is really out of this world. Zhang Qishan's left side, a middle-aged lean man with disabled legs, sitting in a wheelchair, who was currently holding a teacup in his hand, spoke. It's not that I'm saying, third master and fourth master, you two don't need to raise others' spirits to destroy your own, right? Even if that wolf army is really as fierce as the rumors say, our 9 sect isn't weak either. Besides, there are still so many civilians within the Sandy City. Old Buster, Zhang Qishan, who was in the main seat, looked at the young man who was chattering and shouted. Upon hearing Zhang Qishan's voice, the young man he called Old Bastard instantly wilted and obediently sat back in his seat. Eighth Master, we're not growing others' ambition to destroy our own, but this is the truth. And Master Buddha and all the heads of the house, they are afraid that what they are worried about is not the nearly 10,000 wolf troops, or the human butcher Li Hai or that imperial sword hand. Misread. What they are worried about is whether or not that Lord has come himself this time. On the center position, a man holding a small yellow dog in his hands and wearing a Chinese tunic said with a smile. Upon hearing this person's words, the people in the arena were all staring at each other with a few scruples and a few uneasiness in their eyes. This naturally included Zhang Qishan, the great Buddha Zhang. After all, that master's deeds and methods could be said to have been completely deified in their circle. In this circle, he is a well-deserved god, even in Zhang Qishan's heart. I'm afraid that the 1,000-year-old Qilin Zhang family that he had once stayed in may not be able to arm wrestle with this master. Chapter 30, Entering the City. Talking. The army is on the move. Vertical day. The place where the Black Army is stationed outside the Sandy City. As a loud roar came out, the entire Black Legion of nearly 10,000 men assembled in orderly formation and headed towards the distant Sand City. Interspersed among them were tanks, armored vehicles, and transports adding up to hundreds. And at this time within the Sandy City, entrance to the city, Zhang Qishan was waiting with his own city defense force and all the family members of the 9 gates. After a day of discussion yesterday, the 9 heads of the family unanimously decided that no matter why the Wolf Army had traveled thousands of miles to come to the southern province's territory this time, they did not know why they had come to Sand City. I don't know the reason, I don't know the purpose, but no matter what, there was absolutely no way to make enemies, only to make friends, which was why they came to the entrance to the city early in the morning and waited. And within Sand City, the people of Sand City were also discussing this matter. I've heard that this time, it seems to be the Black Wolf Army from the Yun province side that's coming, but it's fierce. Nonsense. Where is the ferocity? I have a relative who is from the Yun province side. I heard my relative say that this wolf army doesn't kill or rob, and treats the people extremely friendly. Yes, I've heard that too. It's just a bit cruel to the enemy. I heard those invaders died old, tragic deaths, and those of their rival forces. TSK. What happened to that? Do you guys know? I heard that this wolf army's grand marshal originally seems to be from our southern province, and has some kind of nickname, called something, Ghost Immortal, Master Lin Jiao. Yes, it seems to be this name. Boo, 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 boo. Suddenly, a sound of neat and loud footsteps traveled into the entire Sand City from far and near. Entrance to the city. Although he had yet to see the figure of the Black Wolf Army, Zhang Qishan could conclude just from the neat and consistent footsteps that had already come over. It's an iron army, a really top-notch army. The other pawns had never been in the military, but they knew what the sound of such neatly organized footsteps meant. It means that this is an army with rules and discipline. And an army with rules and discipline means that he has an absolutely powerful group force, a strong military force that can suppress all resistance. This instant, the faces of all the heads of the 9 sects were grave, especially after the Black Army gradually appeared in their eyes. As the Black Legion got closer and closer to them, the moment that majestic and powerful army aura pressed straight down on them, even Zhang Qishan, the head of the 9 sect, even though he himself was a mixed military man, was almost directly overwhelmed by this aura. What kind of eyes were those? Proud, fierce, eyeing everything, crushing everything, that kind of eyes, and the will that came out of them, he had never seen before. And that was Zhang Qishan's first impression after seeing the wolf army. He is even so, not to mention the other 9 family members, of which the 4th Master Water Locust even began to shiver a little in his legs and stomach. Holy, this army is too terrifying, even from such a distance. I feel like I'm not facing an army, but a huge number of wolves. Water Locust's lips trembled a little as he said, indeed, without seeing it, I thought at first that those rumors about this army were always just rumors, but now it seems that it is indeed true to its name. The 6th Master, who was carrying a black sword, looked at the distant army that was approaching from afar. His face was heavy, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. You have only seen the military quality of this army, but what I have seen is their individual strength. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like I might not be able to beat any of them in a one-on-one situation. The 2nd Master February red face slightly white, looking at the Black Wolf army that has been about to come close, tone heavy said, no way. Hearing the words of the 2nd Master, February red, Huo Xianfu spoke out in surprise. Ha, I just did a fortune telling. Even if 2nd Master and those wolf army soldiers have a one-on-one winning percentage, guess what? 50-50, Chi Tizuichi Beiji said at this time with a few copper coins in his hand. What? Hearing Chi Tizui's words, the crowd was shocked, and even Zhang Qishan revealed a look of disbelief, and Chi Tizui looked at the expression of the crowd. His face obscure color flashed, but did not say more. In fact, he just counted a lot. For example, if Master 6, the most capable and ruthless of the 9 of them, fought those wolf army soldiers to the death, the winning percentage was actually 50-50, and if you meet that what people slaughterly high, actually is bound to die, and the red girl these he counted, the result is that even just one people slaughterly high can stir up their entire 9 doors, all the way to the time when he wanted to count the legendary one, the ghost immortal Lin Jiuji, but before he even started, just the mere idea of wanting to count made his heart palpitate instantly. It was as if what he was trying to count was not a person, but an ancient god, and as long as he dared to count, then he was bound to be killed by some kind of invisible power backlash, or the kind that killed him on the spot. Boo, 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 boo. Also at this time, the Black Wolf army came to a complete stop at a distance of 50 meters in front of the crowd. This was followed by a pair of glowing eyes staring straight at them as if they were staring at a piece of fatty meat. Tap tap tap. Just as Zhang Qishan wanted to step out to introduce himself, a pretty figure riding a tall black horse came in front of the crowd. Gentlemen, I am the Wolf Army's Vice Marshal Red Flying Snow. The Jianghu people give face to me, call me the Royal Swordsman, or Miss Red. Today, I, the Wolf Army, am new to your precious land and have disturbed you all, so I'll apologize here first. The Red Nun arched her hand and looked at all the heads of the 9 gates one by one and said, Cut, why did you come if you know you're interrupting? But don't say, this looks really exciting. Fourth Master Water Locust Heart secretly said, but you can only think about it in your mind. You can't say it out loud. Miss Red is welcome. I am the city defense officer of this Sand City, and the Zhang family of the first gate of the 9 gates. Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan walked out and similarly arched his hand in response. 9 gates of February Red. 9 gates and a half of Li. 9 gates of Water Locusts. 9 gates Wu Sanner. The rest of the 9 sect headmasters also followed Zhang Qishan's steps and walked out, arching their hands back. Miss Red, I don't know what your army came to my Sand City for. This time, seeing that all the heads of the 9 sect had met their greetings, Zhang Qishan looked up at the Red Nun on the horse and asked. There was no way, thinking that he was a Sand City cloth defense officer, commanding thousands of cloth defense troops, but also the head of the 9 gates, Zhang de Buddha, could only raise his head to look up at the woman sitting on the horse. Other than that, he couldn't play with his temper on the fact that she was that master's only disciple. Grand Master Zhang, our army has come back to the southern province this time because my master and I are originally from the southern province, and I think you know this, and we took a lot of generals born in the southern province with us when we left, so we came back this time to settle down, and the reason why we came to Sandown was because we thought it was a great place to be. So, Honggu looked at Zhang Qishan and opened her mouth. Although she didn't finish her sentence, all the people of the 9 sect understood the meaning. One time, the whole scene went cold. All the family members on the side of the 9 gates were silent and speechless, and Zhang Qishan also lowered his head without knowing what he was thinking. And the Red Nun didn't disturb them, just sitting on the horse quietly waiting for their answer. Anyway, today, this Sand City, they are to enter as well, not allowed to enter. Then they still have to enter. As for blocking, the corner of the Red Nun's mouth slightly curled up. The nearly 10,000 wolf troops behind him were afraid that they couldn't wait for someone to stop them. After all, many of the people down there had idled their way out. If this is the time to fight, then, Miss Hong, I wonder if Master Linjiu is here as well. At this time, Zhang Qishan suddenly looked up and asked. Hearing these words, all the heads of the 9 sect looked up at Honggu on horseback, their eyes obscure. Of course, it wasn't as if that lord hadn't come. They were going to stop the nearly 10,000 troops before them from entering the city. If they hadn't seen it yesterday and Chi Beiji hadn't counted it, someone might still say they were scared less to with him or something like that. But now that they have seen the strength of this army with their own eyes, coupled with the fact that Chi Beiji still counts for a hand, this kind of thing that they know they can't do it but still want to do it, they can't do it. Whether it was Zhang Qishan or the rest of the 9 sect's family members, they all thought the same way. And the reason for that question was purely because he or they wanted to meet the legendary master. Red Ant, invite all of the heads to come over and have a seat. Suddenly, while Honggu was still thinking about how to reply, a voice steeply sounded in the middle of the crowd. With just this hand, it instantly startled Zhang Qishan and the others. What kind of tactic is this? The silhouette was not seen for a fraction of a second, but the voice clearly reached everyone's ears. But next, as they walked with the Red Nun towards the center of the wolf army, their already surprised looks became even more shocked. It was only because they had followed the Red Nun and had already walked more than 100 meters towards the center of the wolf army before stopping. With a distance of more than 100 meters, the sound could actually be conveyed so far, and still allow each and every one of them to hear it clearly? It didn't matter that Zhang Qishan and the others were still in the midst of a state of skepticism. Lin Zhuoyan then stepped out of a black Ford sedan in front of them. At the same time, some of the soldiers had automatically separated to form a large circle, with a large round table in the center with tea and snacks and such. All of you in charge, please sit down. Lin Jiang looked at Zhang Qishan and they spoke out. I don't dare to dare. Elder, you first. Lin Zhuoyan's voice woke them up. Looking at the handsome, lean-looking young man in front of them, wearing a distinctive black military coat, the crowd couldn't believe that he was actually the legendary Ghost Immortal, Master Lin Jiao. After all, the other party's looks were simply too young, and it could be said that he was about the same as several of them, I'm afraid, or even slightly younger. Sure enough, the saying that you can't judge a book by its cover is fully realized at this time, but no matter how young the other party looked, after all, the other party's strength, identity, and means were all there, and the crowd of the Nine Sect did not dare to take it lightly. Great Buddha Zhang, Master Lin Jiaozi may not. It's really a shame for you to call me that. If you don't mind, you can call me Qishan. Zhang Qishan hurriedly opened his mouth. Alright, since that's the case, then I'll say what I have to say. I want to enter Sand City. After this, the Wolf Army and the Nine Sect can form an alliance or well water. You will remain the bushcraft officer of Sand City and I will not interfere. And I won't interfere with. As Lin Zhuoyan opened his mouth, all the people of the Nine Sect, led by Zhang Qishan, talked to him, and the process was all very smooth. Some win-win projects have even been agreed upon as well, and both parties are happy. Chapter 31, Law Crystals, Jude Cao's Visit. A few days later, West Street, Sandown. A majestic mansion stood here, above the main door of the residence. The word Linfu was written as if it was carved by a knife and axe. This was a gift given to him by the heads of the 9 gates after Lin Jiang led his wolf army into the city a few days ago. At the same time, after the conversation outside the city a few days ago, the 9 gates also agreed to divide half of Sand City into areas for the wolf army to manage. And accordingly, Lin Zhuoyang also promised that in the future, when the 9 sect was in danger, the wolf army would come to their aid. At this time inside the Lin mansion, Lin Zhuoyan was studying something in a basement that he had ordered to be specially dug out. It was a diamond-shaped crystal that looked like a stone. The crystal was something he had acquired after a time-limited clocking in the past 3 years. The system's introduction to it is Tiny Law Crystal. It contains countless extremely tattered law origins. It's simple, it's direct, and it's brutal. But it had to be said that although the system's description of it was simple and crude, for a long time in the past, or it could be said that from the moment he got this crystal, he'd been working on this thing non-stop. In the end, after his tireless efforts, he was able to work out something. For example, Honggu's Imperial Sword Treasure Box. In fact, from the very beginning the flying daggers in that Imperial Sword Treasure Box would be reclaimed by him every few months for an inscription reinforcement, because the power of his inscriptions was related to how much spiritual power he used when carving them. So unless it was a creature like the 6-winged centipede or the evil lie, the effect could not be considered permanent until his essence blood was added, and that effect had to be while he was still alive. In other words, if he died, or if he left this world, then the inscriptions on the evil lie and the 6-winged centipede would also dissipate. But after obtaining this tiny law crystal, he realized that he could now carve out any inscription he could at will. And it seemed to be so because this crystal stone seemed to be able to increase the speed of his inscription engraving, as well as the ability to prolong the time that the power of inscription existed. It's even allowed him to realize the effect of a true permanent presence of the power of inscription. Then when he thought about the system's introduction to him, countless laws, even if they were extremely broken, they were still laws, and his inscription engraving Dequan was, strictly speaking, actually formed with the help of the power of the various laws of the heavens and earth. In the end, after some experimentation on his part, the truth was also true as he had suspected. Honggu's Imperial Blade Treasure Box completely and utterly detached from him, becoming an independent spiritual weapon, or rather, divine weapon. At the back he used the power of the law crystals to create an inscription divine artifact for Evil Lai and Li Hai and the others one by one. Also in the process, he found a little problem, that is, when he wanted the power of inscription to exist permanently on the same object or creature, he would have to squeeze the law crystal in his hand at all times while carving the inscription. Although it seems simple, the problem was that every time he carved an inscription, the law crystal would emit a large white light that was extremely blinding. That's why he'd specifically ordered such a basement to be dug out. And now, the core staff under his own command already possessed an inscription divine artifact, so later on, he began to study that since this law crystal stone was a condensation of laws, and the inscription power produced by inscribing his own inscriptions also belonged to a type of laws, then was there any way to fuse it with himself? so as to completely control and even possess these crippled law powers, so that in the future he could inscribe inscriptions like a mage with instantaneous skills? No longer even needing inscriptions to be engraved, he could directly use the power of the laws? As soon as this idea popped up, Lin Jiuyang couldn't stop thinking about it until now. More than a year had passed since he had obtained the law crystal, and he had used many methods, but so far he was still unable to melt the crystal into his body. Ugh, it looks like a long way to go for this program. Lin Jiuyang tried one last time and sighed. Knock knock, Master 9. There's a crooked man outside who says he wants to see you, and he's bringing gifts. Suddenly, the voice of human slayer Li Hai came from outside the main door of the underground chamber. Hearing Li Hai's words, Lin Jiuyang froze slightly. Crooked? He didn't remember befriending any other crooked people since he came to this world? Steep. He remembered a crooked man. Could it be him? What's he doing here? Take him to the lobby and wait for me. Not being able to figure it out, Lin Jiuyang opened his mouth to Li Hai, who was outside the door of the secret room. Yes, the lobby of the Lin residence. At this moment there was a crooked man in a decent suit with sharp eyes, a high nose and blonde hair sitting at the tea table in the lobby, quietly savoring the tea in his hand. TSK. I didn't realize that this crooked friend could actually taste our country's tea. I thought you all liked coffee. Lin Jiuyang's voice came in from outside the lobby. The crooked man who heard the voice immediately put down the teacup in his hand, stood up without haste, and turned to look at Lin Jiuyang who had already walked into the lobby. Ha ha, Master Lin Jiu. I am a merchant from the pretty country. My name is Jude Cao. Jude Cao first politely learned the culture of this era of Daxia and smiled and arched his hand at Lin Jiuyang. Before continuing, Daxia has a deep cultural history. All walks of life are extraordinary, and this tea ceremony, too, is very profound. Every time you enter, swallow, there is a different kind of tea flavor back, as well as the tea leaves are produced differently. The warm cooking time is different. The taste changes every time. I'm still in the process of learning. Jude Cao has a modest expression on his face. Lin Jiuyang came straight to the main seat and sat down, looking at the well-spoken and gentle Jude Cao in front of him. It was really hard to imagine the role he played in Stolen Writings, but he still admired the guy, even if he is a crooked man. After all, this guy, regardless of ambition, means, endurance, scheming, whichever, it could be said that even if he wasn't considered to be the top of this world, he was definitely in the upper echelon of the group. The only weakness is being too obsessed with immortality. For the sake of immortality, one can even give up everything. Except for the life bar should. After all, without life, what's the point of living forever? Well, Mr. Judka from the pretty country, I wonder what you came to see me about this time. Lin Jiuyang looked at him and asked bluntly. Master Lin Jiu, I came over this time mainly because I've heard about your deeds. As for myself, I am obsessed with the culture of Daxia. So, Chapter 32, Longevity? Longevity? Fusion crystals. And what does Mr. Jude Cao want to know? Not waiting for Jude Cao to finish, Lin Jiang interrupted. It's like this, Master Lin Jiu. When I first came to the southern province, I heard that you, Master Lin Jiu, slaughtered a warlord all by yourself. Honestly, when I heard this news, I was very shocked. Mr. Jude Cao, if there's nothing else, you may go. Listening to Jude Cao's beating around the bush, Lin Jiuyang directly interrupted him impatiently. Really? I know you're very resourceful and deep-minded, but can you just get to the point? I have to accompany you here to get high and drink tea to listen to you talk about the time of nonsense. Maybe I have studied how to fuse the crystal. The shrewd and cunning Jude Cao also quickly stopped his mouth when he saw the impatient expression of Lin Jiuyang. There was a moment of silence before he spoke slowly. Master Lin Jiu, I know you are a legend in that circle, even known as a myth in this circle, so I want to know, in this world, is there really longevity? Hearing this, the impatient Lin Jiuyang thought to himself that it was really like that. This guy was already obsessed with immortality right now, so after thinking for a moment he spoke. Well, that depends on how you interpret it. Hearing what Lin Jiang said, Jude Cao's eyes instantly lit up and he hastily spoke out. Please ask Master Lin Jiu to solve the problem. TSK. What do I think? The so-called longevity doesn't exist at all. As soon as he spoke, Jude Cao's face darkened. But nevertheless, longevity should exist. After all, when a person's lifespan reaches 100, 1,000, or 10,000 years, how is such a person different from living forever? Don't you think? Lin Jiuyang looked at Jude Cao. Then I don't know if you Lin Jiu sure. Heiko, I'm tired. See you off. Before Jude Cao could finish speaking, Lin Jiuyang directly stood up and shouted to Li Hai on the side. Yes, Master 9. Mr. Jude Cao, please. Hearing Lin Jiuyang's words, Li Hai directly walked over and blocked Jude Cao who still wanted to continue to pursue the question. And looking at the fading away Lin Jiuyang, Jude Cao's heart was filled with doubts. Longevity doesn't exist. but long-lived people. Thinking about what Lin Zhou-yang had just said, Jude Cao just frowned tightly and was invited out of the Lin mansion by Li Hai. And after Jude Cao walks away, Lin Zhou-yang appeared at the window of a small building in the Lin mansion, where he could just see the back of the departing Jude Cao. Gee, Jude Cao, Jude Cao, the suspense is given to you. Let's see what you will do next. Live long. In a flash, a large portion of time had unknowingly passed since Lin Zhou-yang and the others had arrived in Sand City. Inside the underground chamber of the Lin residence, a burst of white light flashed. Steep, ha ha ha, almost there, almost there. It's true. Spiritual power is the key to fusing crystals. Inside the chamber, Lin Zhou-yang looked at the law crystals floating in midair in front of him, flashing with bursts of white light, and happily exclaimed. After mulling over the research for the past half year, he had finally discovered the faint connection between himself and the law crystals every time he carved an inscription. That's mental power. But, speaking of spiritual power, his spiritual power didn't seem strong enough to completely connect to the law crystal, thus fusing it. Holy, can't we just give up? In the past, the spiritual power was 400 or 500 points, 700 or 800 points, and now 900 points of spiritual power can actually barely feel this connection. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm mentally overpowered alright. In the secret room, Lin Zhou-yang was practically frantic as he grabbed his hair, muttering to himself as he flailed around. Right, after all this time, try a card? Do it if you want to. System, give me sore. Ding. 8-month time limit clock detected. Ding. Punching in successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skilled Divine Sense and Numinous Power technique at the grand completion level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill upgrade card. All rewards have been automatically issued. With the end of a few dings in his head, not a moment later, Lin Zhou-yang felt as if something was wrong with his brain. Or maybe it's a problem with his mental powers. Boom! Suddenly, a sound like a thunderous explosion resounded in his mind. He was instantly shaken, his 7 orifices bleeding, and his entire brain was dazed. Even with his current spiritual power of up to 900 points, he almost didn't bear it. Took a break. It was only a matter of 10 seconds or so, when he just slowed down. Rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out again, one after the other. I can't take it anymore. Boom, buzz. With a loud bang accompanied by a buzzing sound, Lin Zhou-yang only felt as if he had arrived in another world. A world of gray. A world that can't be seen at a glance. Another blink. It was as if he had come back to reality. No, it's not right. It's 9 out of 10. Look around and keep watching. The whole underground chamber, the whole Lin mansion, the whole west street of Shacheng, a small half of Sandown, a half of Sandown, a big half of Sandown, a whole Sandown, until, that is, he saw beyond the sandcastle. Holy, what the hell is this? God's perspective? It wasn't until then that Lin Zhou-yang came back to his senses. And then, swish, and he was back in the gray world. Standing in the middle of this gray world, Lin Zhou-yang thought calmly. The scene just now was practically identical to God's perspective. Or rather, that's what's known as divine consciousness. And could this be my spirit world? So, how do I get out? As soon as Lin Zhou-yang had this thought, he felt a heavy sensation hit his entire body. Hiss. Headache. A sense of reality hit me as I opened my heavy eyelids. Lin Zhou-yang looked at the law crystals that were still floating in midair, as well as the secret room illuminated by the lights. He slowly reached out his hand to try to reach for the law crystals. Only two. Host, Lin Zhou-yang. Bloodline, first exotic beast, 3-headed dragon, 50%. Bloodline abilities, immortality, invulnerability to all poisons, suppressing evils and swallowing demons. Dragon chanting to suppress the sky. Dragon power to suppress the world. Primary dragonization, comes with aptitude after dragonization. Physical fitness, 1,000 10,000. Mental strength, 10,000 100,000. Skills, 1 Palm World Sutra, LV3, Law Inscription Mastery, LV4, Sonic Kung Fu, full level. Items, Vulcan Gatling, Endless Flying Dagger Box, 100 tons of arms, tanks. A few hours later, Lin Zhou-yang woke up from the secret room. Look at this brand new personal information panel. The original inscription engraving book skill was gone. And neither was the Divine Sense Numinous Power technique that he had just obtained by punching the clock. Instead, there was a brand new Law's Inscription Mastery skill. Lin Zhou-yang looked at the name of this skill on the panel, and as soon as he closed his eyes, he saw a world that had no boundaries, and was colorful. And this, his current spiritual world, was a great contrast to the gray world before. At the same time, that skill upgrade card was also used by him on the sonic feats that were about to be fully leveled. By now, he had completely fused the law crystals and controlled the laws, albeit in a crippled form. But in this world, he felt that he had some plans that he could bring forward. Chapter 33, the plot begins. A few more months. Shachang Lin Mansion. The backyard of the mansion with 9 entrances and 9 exits. Lin Jiuyang was leisurely lying on a recliner, and behind him stood Evil Lai and Honggu. Li Hai stood in front of them, slightly bowed and was saying something. Master 9, this is all we've had in San City for the past year. Any changes over at the 9 gates? After listening to Li Hai speak about the situation of his men's wolf army in Shachang over the past year, Lin Jiuyang thought of the 9 sects that he hadn't seen for a long time. Master, in the past year, the 9 sects Zhang Qishan Zhang Big Buddha has come to see you several times, but because of the reason that you've been in seclusion, I stepped in each time and sent him away. In addition, apart from Zhang Qishan, the rest of the 9 sects head honchos also came a few times, and then there was that crooked countryman called Jude Cao. Other than that, not much. Listening to the words of the red nun beside him, Lin Jiuyang nodded. So when Zhang Qishan came to me, did he say what it was about? No, let's just say it's a visit to see you. Pure and simple. Okay, by the way, Heiko, how's that thing I asked you to do coming along? Lin Jiuyang suddenly remembered what he had instructed Li Hai to do 2 months ago and opened his mouth to ask. Master 9, this matter is still being processed, because of the reason for your request. So only 11 have been found so far. Li Hai bowed and responded respectfully. Yeah, also, being 2 meters tall and having a special occupation before death, it's really quite hard to find during this period. Never mind, take your time, Lin Jiuyang said in an indifferent tone. Yes, Li Hai was slightly relieved to hear this. Tap tap tap. Report. At that moment, a wolf army soldier came in front of them and shouted. Say, Li Hai looked at the soldier. Reporting to the 9th Master, Deputy Marshal, Battalion Commander Li. The surveillance target that the regiment ordered earlier has appeared. Hearing these words, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of Red Nun Li Hai, and they all looked at Lin Jiang. It wasn't the first time something like this had happened, but the accuracy still made them feel surprised every time. And the source of this surprise is, a few months ago, after Lin Jiuyang had thoroughly fused the law crystals, he used his seclusion as an excuse to study the law inscription mastery skill for a period of time. During the process, he suddenly remembered the bazaar train at the beginning of Old 9 Gates, so he instructed Li Hai to have his brothers below pay attention to the train station in Shachang. I didn't think. Now it's actually happening. Gee, the plot has begun. Lin Jiuyang lay on the recliner, looking at the blue sky above his head and murmuring to himself. The two of them, Red Nun Li Hai, were looking at him in confusion. What started it? And what about the train that showed up in this train station? Heiko, prepare the car. Lin Jiuyang stood up from the recliner and said to Li Hai beside him. Master 9, where are we going? Although Li Hai didn't know what was going on, but Lin Jiuyang had given the word, he would do just that without hesitation. Pearland, listen to the theater. Sandy city streets. A polished and shiny black Ford sedan was driving on the street, and the Ford sedan was escorted by 2 teams of soldiers wearing black military uniforms with wolf heads embroidered on their shoulders and submachine guns in their hands, driving in the direction of the pear orchard. This car. It seems to be the car of the wolf army's leader. What do you mean as if? It's, yeah, I saw it a year ago when the wolf army came into town. Well, true, but I haven't seen it since I saw it once a year ago. Yes. This car is sitting in the car is a big man. A year, just heard his name, have not seen his people, how today suddenly went out. Do you guys think it could have something to do with that ghost car that suddenly appeared in the train station last night? No way. Didn't I hear that Buddha has surrounded the entire train station? So what if it's surrounded? You guys forget when the wolf army entered the city a year ago. That time even the Buddha himself went out of the city to greet them. Oops, let's not talk about these big shots. What are you afraid of? This wolf army is good. Into the city for a year. Look at our side. How well managed. Say, do you guys know what's going on with that ghost train in the train station? This who knows I heard that as soon as we found out about this last night the whole train station was surrounded by Buddha with his men, and they wouldn't even let us look at it. Inside the Ford sedan, Lin Jiuyang listened to the sounds coming from both sides of the street. His face didn't change. His eyes looked out of the car window, not knowing what he was thinking. Zip. Master 9, it's here. As the Ford sedan let out its brakes, Li Hai in the front passenger seat turned his head and spoke to him. Well, get in there and listen to the play. Saying that, Li Hai, who was in the passenger seat, took the lead in opening the car door and came to the rear door position to open the door for Lin Jianyang. As for the Red Nun, she opened the car door herself and stepped down. Ago Vice Marshal Hong, Battalion Commander Li, what brings you two here? At this time, a middle-aged man responsible for the management of the pear orchard heard the wind and came to greet them in a flattering manner. Our 9th Master is in a good mood today and wanted to come over to listen to the opera. Why? Steward Liu has a problem? Li Hai said to the steward of the pear garden in front of him. while also winking imperceptibly at him. Regarding Li Hai's little action, although Lin Jiuyang's eyes on the bridge of his nose didn't see it, his other set of eyes saw it clearly. Although the Divine Sense Numinous Power Grand Technique and the Inscription complete book that he had obtained in the beginning seemed to have been swallowed up by the law crystals after fusing them to form the law inscription mastery skill, but because of this, his spiritual world has undergone both qualitative and quantitative changes. So now, although he didn't have the Divine Sense of the Divine Sense Numinous Power Grand Technique, his spiritual world extended a power that was even more powerful and peculiar than the Divine Sense. He called it, the Eye of the World. With it, you can see the whole world. Of course, he couldn't do anything like that right now. What? This is. Hearing Li Hai address the young man next to him, the Pear Garden steward had a shocked look on his face at this moment. After all, he hadn't met that legendary master Lin Jiu, so he had thought that today was the day that the two of them, Honggu and Li Hai, had brought their friends over to drink tea and listen to the opera. Didn't realize. Nine masters, hello. I'm the steward of this pear orchard, Lu Shan, and I'm here to welcome you to, on behalf of my second master. Well, old Lu, don't make up these falsehoods, take us in nimbly and arrange a good place for us. My master is still waiting to hear the opera. Not waiting for this pear orchard steward Lu Shan to finish, Honggu directly impatiently opened her mouth to him and urged. Seeing Honggu's self-satisfied look, and looking at Li Hai with his worldly eyes, and then looking at this pear garden steward in front of him, Lin Jiuyang had already guessed something in his heart. Yes, it's my ignorance. How could I let Master 9 stay out here? Master 9, Vice Marshal Hong, Battalion Commander Li, you three please follow me, Steward Lu Shan hurriedly said, then turned around and walked towards the pear orchard to lead the way for them. Chapter 34, The Pugilist Makes a Death, and the Red Nun Goes Ballistic. Led by Steward Lu Shan, the three soon entered the middle of the pear orchard. Snap. Yes, well sung, Master 2 sings well, just came in. Lin Jiuyang then heard bursts of applause, as well as cheers that went on and on. Standing in the doorway and looking toward the stage, Lin Jiuyang saw the second master of February Red, whom he had met once. At this time, February Red was wearing an embroidered costume, his face was painted with heavy makeup, and he was singing Farewell My Concubine. On stage, if he felt something, February Red glanced along with his senses and was in a state of shock, but quickly reacted and continued his theater. But in his heart, he couldn't stop thinking, strange, what day is it today that this master has actually come out? Doorway direction. The moment Lin Jiuyang met February Red's gaze, he gave him a slight nod. Then, under the leadership of Steward Lu Shan, he walked towards the VIP seats on the second floor of the pear garden. Coming to the second floor, the view is even wider, and you can see the crowd downstairs, as well as every move of February Red on the stage as he sings. Wait until a few people are seated. Lin Jiuyang looked at the figure on the stage that was filled with flexible power in every move, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, TSK, if this February Red were a woman, with this figure and appearance, I wonder how many men would fall head over heels for him, right? Boom! Tay grandma, what the hell is that? Pussy whipped, not manly at all. Might as well go inside a kiln and have some fun. Suddenly, downstairs at a table leaning forward from the theater, a pugnacious man wearing a large flowery jacket with a large gold chain and holding two oily, polished walnuts slammed the teacup in his hand on the table and shouted. It instantly attracted the eyes of everyone in the entire pear garden. Agu, this grandpa. If you have any questions, why don't you wait until the second master finishes this song and then we'll talk about it, okay? Come. This master, you drink a cup of tea to dissipate your anger. Dissipate your anger. Steward Lu Shan walked to this pugnacious man wearing a large flower jacket, panderingly righted the teacup and repoured him a cup of tea and said, I shucks, you get the outta here. What's that? Drink tea. Nothing else but tea here for you? Like finding a chick for the man to juggle while watching your pussy-whipped second master sing. Maybe I'd be a little interested. Ha ha ha. The pugilistic man did not give Lu Shan any face at all, and did not even put February Red on the stage in his eyes at all. Still acting in my own way with one foot on the stool, spinning two walnuts in his hand, he shouted at Lu Shan and February Red on the stage. Hey, that one down there, keep your voice down. Steep. The red nun's voice rang out. Lin Jiuyang froze for a moment when he heard her speak. I'll go, my good disciple. Are you trying to steal heads? After all, he could remember that these guys were supposed to be handled by Zhang Qishan, right? Ouch, I'm going. Said Pussy really came up with a pussy? Ha ha ha. Brothers, what do you think of that upstairs? Looks like she's okay, ha. The pugnacious man with the big flowery jacket looked at Honggu and said with a loud laugh to the few brothers beside him. Ha ha ha. Not bad. This girl has my temper. I like it. Hey. That's no good. Fair play. I've got my eye on her too. Listening to the words of these strong men who were obviously from the provinces, the others in the entire pear orchard were stunned. What kind of tiger and wolf word is that? Do they really not know who the woman they're flirting with is? It's over. They are dead. On the second floor, Li Hai, who was standing behind Lin Zhuoyang, looked at the guys below and felt a moment of silence for them. Alas, a few stalwarts. Let's hope you leave Sandown in one piece next. Oh no. Looking at the expression on Honggu's face right now, not to mention leaving Sandy City, they were already lucky to leave the pear garden alive. Alas, so sad. A moment of silence for you all. Seek death. Honggu's face was a little green at this point. From the time she had worshipped Lin Zhuoyang, left Unloading Ridge, followed her master to the Cloud Province, and then later returned to the Southern Province and came to Shachang. So many years had passed. No man had ever dared molest her like that. Well, now there is. But it's almost gone. Ha ha ha. Hey, that girl, can't be eaten. Don't look for it. Come to me. Big brother, pure man, give you warmth. Ha ha ha. A couple of burly men in big floral jackets below were still flirting unknowingly. Their reckless death-defying attitude was so bad that even February Red couldn't stand to watch. A few friends. I would advise you to run while you can. I shucks. What the hell? Run? What am I running for? Because, if you don't run, you're not far from death. Of course, it's pretty much the same now. Suddenly, Honggu's voice appeared downstairs. A couple of pugilists were around. Ouch I go. Sister, you came down fast enough. What's the matter? So eager to throw yourself into your brother's arms. Boom. Before the word was even uttered, the pugnacious man who liked to hold two walnuts in his hands flew straight out. Ugh, it's true. If you don't die, you won't die. Second floor, Lin Jiang said as he looked at the already fuming Honggu and the pugilistic man who flew out. Aha. Li Hai nodded with empathy in his body. Alas Li Hai, you said that this disciple of mine, who has a body and a face, should logically be better at marrying off. But look at her temper. Does any man dare to want her? Cough cough cough. Hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, Li Hai directly did not hold back a burst of coughing, and secretly said in his heart, my Mr. 9, it's okay for you to talk about it, but can you not bring me along? You are her master. You say she can. That is, you can slap her with your big mouth. But I can't. Not to mention the status of her being your disciple, but in terms of strength, I can't even her. Downstairs, Honggu, who had just kicked the pugilistic man away, also heard what her own master said. Instantly his face was black. What do you mean there are still men who dare to want me? What kind of talk is that? Does that mean she won't be able to get married? Asterisk. You're looking for death. At this time, the pugilistic man who had been kicked out of the room covered his chest and climbed up from the ground, looking at Honggu and exclaiming. At the same time he said that, he also pulled out a pistol directly from the back of his waist and pointed it at Honggu. Swish! Suddenly a cold light flashed. Immediately after that, a flying dagger floating in mid-air appeared beside Honggu. The pugilist, on the other hand, was reaching for his neck at that moment, but before he could touch it, his head fell off his shoulders. Hiss! At this moment, the entire pear orchard was filled with the sound of sucking in cool air. Even February Red on the stage looked at the flying dagger floating beside Honggu and revealed a grave expression. Between the flashes of cold light just now, he felt the hairs on his body stand on end, and a feeling of extreme danger rose from the bottom of his heart. In other words, even with his stature, if he went up against the Red Nun, then I'm afraid the result would be, and this is only a flying dagger. He knows, this Red Nun can have a whole 99 flying dagger. Chapter 35, Zhang Qishan's arrival. North and South Dynasty rings. Silence. At this moment the pear orchard was plunged into an atmosphere that had never been seen before. At the same time, the other few people who were with that pugilistic man were already covered in cold sweat at this time. The reason? They recognized the Red Nun, or rather the flying dagger floating in mid-air. Although they were not from Yun Province, much less South Province, as people who frequented this circle, they knew some of the things that went on in this circle, and of all these things, the one that deserved their attention the most was the ghost immortal, Master Lin Jiao, that godlike existence, and the people associated with him, the tactics of the woman in front of them, and the flying dagger, all reminded them of what they knew. That's the only disciple of the ghost immortal, Master Lin Jiao, the royal swordsman. Miss Red, the woman who was rumored to have received all the true skills of Master Lin Jiao. This time, the Red Nun also turned her head to look at a few of them. Moment. Flop. This girl? No. Auntie, we didn't know you were. Tap. What kind of people dare to make trouble here? Suddenly, there was a neat footstep and a voice full of anger outside the front door. Immediately after that, Zhang Rishan, Zhang Qishan's adjutant, walked in with two teams of men, one team in yellow uniforms, one in black. As soon as he entered the door, Zhang Rishan saw a headless body on the ground and a head that fell aside. Hinayama, what's the situation? Zhang Qishan's voice sounded behind him. Not long after Zhang Qishan, who was wearing a military cloak, also walked in. Looking at the stage, Thunder should still be singing the second master of February Red. At this time he stood on the stage, did not move. He also looked at the red nun not far away and the flying dagger floating in midair above her head. After taking another look at the headless body on the ground, it all sorted itself out in an instant. Miss Red, what's wrong with you with this man? Make you so angry? Zhang Qishan asked Honggu with a smile. Master Buddha, this matter is not the fault of Miss Red. It's totally the one on the floor that's picking a fight this time, and the ones kneeling over here. At this time, February Red opened his mouth to explain for Honggu. Oh, hearing February Red's words, Zhang Qishan looked at the several people kneeling beside Honggu, and his puzzled eyes then looked at February Red. Ahem, these few people first disturbed the order of the pear garden, and Miss Hong opened her mouth to stop them. Then they verbally flirted with Miss Hong a few times. February Red naturally read Zhang Qishan's eyes and opened his mouth to narrate it for him. And after Zhang Qishan heard February Red's words, although it was very subtle, he could already imagine the scene at that time. Looking at the several pugilists still kneeling beside Honggu, and this headless body on the ground. Sheesh, awesome guys, you all dare to molest. No wonder people are so angry that they even show their flying daggers. Zhang Rishan, who was behind Zhang Qishan, also looked at those guys with a face of admiration. After all, he had been in regular contact with the red girl over the past year, and had even practiced a few hands with her. Regarding her force value, Zhang Rishan could only say that it was the second best in the world because the first one was Master Linzhou. Miss Hong, look at it this way, leave these few people to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Today this matter. Alright, if Master Buddha wants to take it, it's just that. I was also too angry just now, that's why I didn't grasp the balance. I'm here to say sorry to the second master first. The red nun waved her hand and turned to February Red again, arching her hand. Where's the matter? Speaking of which, this happened in my pear garden, and made Miss Hong suffer from these guys because of me. I also have to take part of the responsibility. February Red returned the salute. Ahem, a few of you, since you enjoy talking so much, why don't you come up and sit down and talk? Second floor, Lin Jiuyang, who had watched the entire process, spoke to the bottom, downstairs. Although it had been a year since then, Zhang Qishan still had a vivid memory of this voice. Looking up with the source of the sound, he saw the same figure from a year ago. This master, when did he come out? Zhang Qishan gave a cry in his heart. Then he arched his hand and said, Master Lin Jiu, it's been a long time. Why are you free to come here today? Might as well come up and say it. Lin Jiuyang returned. Good, Zhang Qishan answered before taking a step towards the second floor. If the second master doesn't intend to continue singing, why don't you come up here as well? Lin Jiuyan looked towards February Red on the stage and opened his mouth to invite him. It's... February Red hesitated, but nodded in response. 2/4 of an hour later, after asking the people inside the pearly garden to leave, February Red came inside the private room on the second floor. Second master is here? Please sit down. Lin Jiuyan looked at February Red who walked in and opened his mouth. Thank you, Master 9. February Red arched his hand in salute and then sat down. Master 9, I heard that you... As February Red opened his mouth, several people slowly became acquainted and chatted. Zhang Qishan suddenly took out a ring from his arms. Speaking to February Red, he said, Second Master, your family is more familiar with objects from the North and South dynasties. I wonder if you have seen this ring? Hearing Zhang Qishan's words, February Red subconsciously looked towards the ring. Just for a moment, February Red's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but when he thought of the two ninth Master Buddha who were still beside him, he instantly changed back to normal. Then he shook his head and said, Unseen. Upon hearing February Han's reply, a flash of color flickered in Zhang Qishan's eyes. Obviously just now, he clearly saw the change in February Red's face. That meant he definitely knew about this ring, but now how? Second Master, if you know any information about this ring, please tell us truthfully, because, Buddha, inhale exhale, the ninth Master is still here, so we might as well talk about something else. February Red suddenly let out a blast, then took a deep breath and said, This. Zhang Qishan looked at the suddenly angry February Red. For a moment he was a bit puzzled as to why he was angry. He just frowned and didn't say anything. TSK. An object from the North and South dynasties. At this moment, Lin Jiang took the ring from Zhang Qishan's hand and looked at the red narcissus pattern on it and spoke. I once heard that the family crest of the second master's family used to be the red daffodil, only I don't know why it was suddenly changed to an azalea later on. Second master, this wouldn't be something from your family. would it? The topic that he didn't want to mention again was once again brought up by Lin Zhou-yang, and February Red's face instantly darkened. But thinking of the identity of the person in front of him, he ultimately did not have a fit. Second Master, you and I are both in the upper third of the old Nine sect, and if it wasn't for the significance of what happened this time, I wouldn't have sought you out. If you really do know something, please, 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 please. Zhang Qishan also spoke up at this time. Chapter 36, The Girl. Ugh, Buddha, you do realize that I haven't touched anything down there in a long time. February Red sighed looking at the ring on Lin Zhou-yang's hand and said. Zhang Qishan knew his answer when he saw this, and likewise knew the reason why February Red no longer went down to the tomb and touched things down there. Ask the world what love is. It teaches one to live and die in love. Suddenly, Lin Zhou-yang came this way into the air. February Red and Zhang Qishan directly looked at Lin Zhang with dumbfounded expressions, not knowing what was going on. The private room. On the side, Honggu and Li Hai directly slapped their foreheads. Master, Nine Masters, is nervous again. Second Master, I've heard that your wife is incredibly beautiful, a first-class beauty, and because of that, it's only because of that you're so mesmerized by her. Even gave up her ancestral craft for her. I wonder, do I have the honor of being able to visit your home? Lin Zhou-yang suddenly turned his head and spoke to February Red. Sorry about that, Master 9, Neiz has been unwell in recent years, so I'm afraid. February Red didn't know what Lin Zhou-yang meant, so he had to politely refuse. Oh, not feeling well? Ha, I was expecting something. Little problem. As for me, I know a little bit about the art of Qi and Huang, if you don't mind. Second Master, take me to take a look. Maybe I can give a good look, Lin Zhou-yang casually said. Hearing Lin Zhou-yang's words, February Red and Zhang Qishan both had a look of disbelief. After all, over the past few years, they had also looked for countless famous doctors and countryside famous doctors, but in the end, they all ended up not being able to do anything. But for some reason, it didn't come out either. February Red also pondered for a while, and was about to open his mouth again to politely refuse when he suddenly froze. The same, Zhang Qishan, who was at the side, was also stunned. Giftedness? A little? Just now they subconsciously felt that it was simply impossible, or rather, they didn't believe it. But the person in front of me said something that, with a little understanding, that could be. In this instant, Zhang Qishan and February Red both looked at each other and could see the meaning in the other's eyes. If someone else had said this, they could have disbelieved it or even just scoffed at it. But this person in front of them was someone who was almost deified in their circle. Maybe his slight knowledge is just awesome, or the super awesome kind. And even if he couldn't cure the girl, maybe with the other party's mysterious background, he had seen this condition of the girl? And so, Master 9, it's better to choose a day than a date. Why don't we leave now? February Red was direct. This? Lin Zhou-yang froze for a split second. Just now he had a face that wanted to refuse, but now he figured it out? Alright then, I've been in Sand City for so long, I haven't been out and about much yet, so I'll go to Second Master's house first today, Lin Zhou-yang said, standing up directly. Seeing this, February Red hurriedly got up and opened the door to his room, rather like he was in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhang Qishan behind him also stood up and hurriedly followed. Sandy City, Red House. It was only a small half-hour before a few cars stopped in front of the Red Mansion. Come to the Red Mansion. February Red was the first to get out of the car. By this time, the housekeeper of the Red Mansion had also welcomed him out. Second Master. The butler of the Red House came straight to February Red to greet him. Well, butler, how is the girl today? February Red asked, looking at management. Alas, Second Master, Madam is still the same. She drank a few more pairs of medicines today. Still no effect. The housekeeper returned. Hearing this, February Red frowned, his face filled with worry. Second Master, don't worry, maybe Master 9 will have a solution. At this time, Zhang Qishan came to February Hong's side and said with one hand on his shoulder. Aha! Hearing this, February Red nodded. Yo, this mansion of the Second Masters is atmospheric. At this time, Lin Zhou-yang also came to the side of the two men. Looking at the mansion in front of him, which was no less than his own Lin mansion, he said, only February Red's mansion to see. Their own that mansion of the 9 gates of the people or on the heart. Master 9, follow me. As soon as February Red heard Lin Zhou-yang's voice and thought of the maid at home, he rushed to his side, grabbed him and headed inside the Red Mansion. Knowing February Red's mind and thoughts, Lin Jianyang didn't resist and allowed him to grab him and walk inside. Speaking of which, this matter is still he deliberately provoked it, or else he idly wanted to come to February Red's house to see, or to see other people's wives. He didn't have that kind of idea and didn't want to break up the CP. Very quickly, under the leadership of February Red, the crowd walked through the front porch, and after rolling around for half a quarter of an hour, they arrived outside a compartment in the Red Mansion. Haven't walked in yet. The crowd then smelled a strong odor of Chinese medicine. At the same time, a young voice came out of it. Elder mother, this is an imported medicine that I managed to get with great difficulty. As long as you take it, you will be cured. Well, Chinpi, you have a heart. A gentle voice filled with favor rang out. Outside the door, February Red frowned slightly when he heard the voice coming from inside. I thought that Chinpai had taken some medicine for the girl again, but thinking that this was also a piece of filial piety of Chinpai's child, plus the girl would surely protect that kid again, I didn't raise my voice to stop it. Instead, he waited until there was no more movement inside before he planned to take Lin Zhuoyang and the others inside. If Lin Zhuoyang knew what was in February Hong's heart, he would definitely look at him with a look of a little cutie's expression as he looked at him and said, "My stupid second master, is this filial piety from your disciple Chinpai? This is clearly a perverted love affair. I lost my watch. My disciple is in love with his own wife. What kind of doggone plot is this?" When he first looked at this place, he thought it was weird. No, I have to give Chinpi a good tweak. Mind the time. February Red had led them into the room. Just came in. Lin Zhuoyang then saw a girl sitting on the edge of the bed. Fresh looking, with a gentle and elegant demeanor, as well as a pair of soulful and playful eyes, though perhaps due to illness. At the moment those soulful, playful eyes were filled with nothing but endless pallor and numbness. This was the first impression she gave Lin Zhuoyang. Second master, you're back. Bedside. The girl saw February Red standing in the doorway and stood up with a delighted expression on her face. February Red see this, not waiting for the maid to come forward, he took the lead and came to the side of the girl to assist her. Well, I'm back, girl. February Red looked at the girl in his arms with a doting face. Here, let me introduce you. This is Master Buddha. You know him. Over here this is Master Lin Jiao, whom I have mentioned to you, and these two are his disciples and deputies, Miss Hong, and Battalion Commander Li Hai Li. Chapter 37, Teaching Chinpi a Lesson. The girl heard the second master's words. Looking at this man who felt much younger than even her own second master, the girl had some doubts in her heart. This is the ghost immortal, Master Lin Jiao, that second master once talked about? That's too young. Chen Pai, who was on the side, also looked at Lin Jianyang with a scowling face after hearing February Red's introduction. When the wolf army first entered the city, he didn't see the scene because he was in his tomb. After returning from the tomb, and also because his territory was outside of the wolf army's jurisdiction, even after a year had passed, he had only heard some of the events of that day by hearsay. After all, his heart and attention could be here with his master's wife, so where would he have the leisure time to inquire about any wolf army? Now seeing that this person who was not much older than himself actually had such a high reputation in this Jianghu of theirs, and was even deified and called the god of this Jianghu, in an instant, he developed a kind of animosity towards Lin Zhuoyang, a kind of defiant, disagreeable hostility. Why should you have such a great reputation and accomplishments when you look about the same age as me, and even look younger than me? To put it bluntly, it's jealousy that's turned his face away. Ma'am, meet Master Buddha, meet Master Lin Jiao and all the other masters. At this point the girl opened her mouth and politely called out to the crowd. Little Red, quickly go down and prepare some food, and tea, the honored guests are here. The maid spoke again to the maid at the side. Yes, ma'am. The maid named Xiao Hong responded and walked out of the room. Girl, come on, sit down. I specially invited Master Jiao back this time to treat you. Master Jiao will definitely be able to cure you. February Red at this time helped the girl to the guest table and sat down and said, hearing the second master's words, the maid smiled helplessly. She herself knew about her own illness, not to mention the fact that this Lin Jiao in front of us is so young. I'm afraid that his medical skills are not as good as, of course, thinking so in his heart, but after all, he is also the person invited by the second master. And I heard that this Master Lin Jiao has an extremely high status in the second master and their circle, even surpassing Master Buddha. So she still held out her hand obediently, ready to wait for this Master Lin Jiao to take her pulse. Master, there's no need. I've already found the medicine that can cure Master Auntie. Trust me, it won't be long before Master Auntie recovers completely. Suddenly, not waiting for Lin Zhuoyang walked up to take the pulse for the girl to see the doctor. Although he does not need to be so troublesome, but after all, the process should still go. Otherwise there is no credibility. But what the hell was the steep exit of Chenpai with an inexplicable hostility? Is it possible that he is a mind reader and knows that I want to care for him properly? Is that why he's showing hostility towards himself? Nonsense, Chinpi. I know you have a piece of filial piety, but you can't bring back everything, and take it to your master's wife. What if something goes wrong? February Red chortled at Chenpai. It won't, master. They wouldn't dare lie to me or I'd kill them, Chenpai said with a fierce face. TSK. Second master, this disciple of yours doesn't look very smart at first glance, not to mention being cheated. I'd even believe that he's being sold and counting money for others. Lin Zhuoyang suddenly opened his mouth and said with a smile on his face, asshole, what kind of a thing are you to talk here? Chenpai had a fierce look on his face, and even directly picked up his weapon, the 9-clawed hook. Not good, bad. The moment Chenpai's words fell, February Red and Zhang Qishan were shocked in their hearts, and their faces changed drastically at the same time. Fruity, boom, buzz, accompanied by a silent and loud humming sound. A terrifying pressure as if the sky was collapsing instantly filled the entire Red Mansion. All the people present, except for the 3 Red Nuns Lehigh Maidens, the others, such as February Red and Zhang Qishan, did not survive for a second before directly kneeling down. As for the specially targeted Chenpai, he was even directly crushed to the ground by this pressure. The ground. Feeling the pressure coming from his body, Chenpai roared loudly and angrily as he tried to get up. At the same time, his heart was filled with endless fear at this moment. Until this moment, he didn't know why the man in front of him was called a ghost immortal. Ghost fairy, like a ghost like a fairy. Just a mere pressure almost crushed him alive. Is this ING still a human being? Sure enough, there's no such thing as a wrong nickname in the jungle. Master Lin Jiao, Chenpai is still a child. He doesn't know any better. Please can you be magnanimous and spare him for once? The maid beside the guest table looked at the Chenpai on the ground whose entire face was bruised and red, and opened her mouth to Lin Zhuoyang to plead for mercy. If she hadn't been unable to move an inch right now, she would have wanted to just kneel down. Ma'am, if Chenpai is even considered a child, then what are those people out there? What are the people who died at his hands? Babies? Lin Zhuoyang looked at the girl. To be honest, the girl was silly. No, it should be simple a bit too much. At this time, Chenpai on the ground heard his teacher's wife pleading for him, and did not want his teacher's wife to worry about him, not to mention that he did not want her to beg others for him, so was making frantic efforts to get up from the ground. But alas, to no avail. Master Lin Jiaoji. Silence. Before the girl could continue, 2 words from Lin Zhuoyang made her shut her mouth. The girl's eyes were wide and her expression was horrified. What kind of tactic was this? How could she suddenly not speak? Master 9. Don't worry, second master. Madam is fine. She just can't speak. Before February Hong could finish speaking, Lin Zhuoyang responded and at the same time lifted the pressure on Zhang Qishan and him with a single movement of his thoughts. It also lifted the pressure of the entire Red Mansion. The moment he felt he could move, February Red immediately got up and hugged the girl for a check, and only after finally determining that there was nothing wrong with her, did he cast a grateful look at Lin Zhuoyang. After all, just now that pressure, as a personal experience, he is sure that if the role in the girl, I am afraid. At this moment, Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan also stood up, looking at the ghost-like immortal back figure in front of them. Their hearts were also shaken. After all, it was just a chi pressure. A simple chi pressure. The ground. Chenpai is still fighting it. And yet, Lin Zhuoyang had no intention of putting away the idea of the intimidating pressure on him, and even strengthened it slightly. Then he came to the guest chair and sat down, at the same time lifting the girl's confinement of not being able to speak. Then with a feigned pinch of the flick finger he placed it on her wrist. Annoying. Shut the up. Lin Zhuoyang listened to the roars of Chenpai struggling on the ground or the screams that came out because he couldn't withstand the pressure, and slightly frowned and coldly shouted, as Lin Zhuoyang's words left his mouth. Instantly, it was as if the words came out of his mouth. No matter how Chenpai opened his mouth, he couldn't make the slightest sound. Chapter 38. Say you're stupid and you won't admit it. At the guest table, the girl looked at Chenpai, who was lying on the ground with his mouth open and silent, with a worried look on her face. February Red also saw what was on the girl's mind, but seeing the way Lin Zhuoyang was taking the girl's pulse with her eyes closed, he ended up not speaking. It was just a squeeze with both hands on the girl's shoulders. Feeling the hands on her shoulders, the girl nodded understandingly to February Red. Halftime. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, a voice came from the champi on the floor. At the same time, the intimidating pressure on his body completely dispersed. Instantly feeling rejuvenated, Chenpai lay unaffected on the ground panting heavily. For the first time, he saw death beckoning him. Well, what do you think I am now? At this time, Lin Zhuoyang also opened his eyes and tilted his head to look at Chenpai on the ground. Chenpai wouldn't dare. It was all Chenpai's fault just now. Chenpai still has to thank Master 9 for his teachings. When Chenpai on the ground heard Lin Zhuoyang's words, he instantly rolled up and half-kneeled at him. TSK, TSK, TSK. Your kid's face becomes quite fast but I think my master still likes the unruly look you had just now. Why don't you recover a little? At this time, Honggu looked at Chenpai and flirted. Red ant. I'm afraid that if he dares to recover he'll be suppressed in minutes. Don't arch your fire. Lehigh looked at Honggu and opened his mouth in tears. Shut up you two. Go out and wander around if you have nothing to do. Find yourself a man and a mother-in-law. Don't follow me around all day. Lin Jiuyang looked at Honggu and Lehigh. Master 9. How is the girl's her body? At this time, February Red, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, opened his mouth and asked Lin Jiuyang. February Red's words timely blocked the mouths of Honggu and Lehigh who were about to open their mouths to retort. 1,000 holes in all the anger. Lin Jiuyang looked at February Red and then at the girl, and then said 8 words. Put. February Red who heard this directly knelt down and turned to Lin Jiang with a pleading face. I beg Master Zhou to save my girl. I, February Red, am willing to offer everything in my Hong family, as long as I can get back my girl's health. Even if it means going up a mountain of swords and down a sea of fire, I'm willing to do anything. Second Master. The girl who had long known about her physical condition looked at the kneeling February Red with a heartbroken face. Master 9, please help save the girl, and I, Zhang Qishan, am willing to take out all my possessions. Zhang Qishan also opened his mouth to beg. No, what are you doing? I didn't say I won't cure. Lin Jiang looked at Zhang Qishan who had a serious expression on his face as well as February Red who was kneeling on the ground. With a wave of his hand February Red was lifted up by an irresistible and invisible force. Master 9, I found a medicine earlier. Do you think that medicine could be? Before Chen Pai, who was still kneeling on one side, could finish his sentence, Lin Jiuyang directly and unceremoniously struck out. Medicine? What kind of medicine? Poison? Not that I'm talking about you, Chunpi, you're an adult too. Why do you trust people so easily? It's rumored outside how much of a meanie you are. I just can't figure it out. How come no one spread the word about how stupid you are? Master 9. What do you mean by that? February Red heard this and looked at Chen Pai, who was still kneeling, and seemed to have thought of something and looked at Lin Jiuyang and asked. Chen Pai also sensed something and looked straight at Lin Jiuyang. What do you mean? I mean that this stupid disciple of yours is really stupid. Go and see for yourself the medicine he brought back. What is it? Western medicine. That Western medicine comes in injections and for oral use. That stuff. Usually when those wolf army soldiers under my command are very seriously injured, it's only used for pain or surgery. So, it's still true. Honggu interrupted Lin Jiuyang at this time with the medicine that Chen Lei had brought back. Pain relief? Surgery? Chunpi, who heard this, was a bit confused. He didn't understand. And February Red was a little puzzled in his eyes because he hadn't been exposed to these things. Zhang Qishan is also the same. After all, Western medicine is very expensive. And he thinks that the Chinese medicine in Daxia is better than Western medicine. So he has not paid attention to it. The name of this drug is morphine, and its specific effect is to stop pain or numb the nerves, and it even reduces a person's anxiety. And frankly, it's a relaxing effect on the mind. That's why my master just said it's something that's only used when my wolf army soldiers are seriously injured or during surgery. The red nun opened her mouth to the crowd and explained. This thing, why does it kind of look like big cigarettes? Zhang Rishan muttered. Because that's what this stuff is extracted from. Ah, the big smoke. That's why we don't usually use this stuff. Except when our men break their arms or legs, or are so badly injured that they can't stand that kind of pain. What? Hearing this, Zhang Qishan February Red and the others were shocked. Following. Pow! You bastard! You actually used this kind of thing on your master's wife. February Red directly huffed a big mouth on Chen Pei's face and angrily said, Master, I didn't know it was. That's why I said you were stupid. You still won't admit it. Oh yeah. It's worth mentioning that although this stuff can be used as medicine to ease the pain in case of serious injuries, if you use too much of it, it has the same effect as big cigarettes, and it's addictive. Lin Jiuyang Archfire. No wonder the Red Nun and Li Hai are sometimes out of tune. It turns out that they all learned from him. When February Red heard this, he became even more angry, but before he could do anything, Chen Pai stood up with a fierce face full of murderous aura. Addictive? What's the difference between that and opium? Damn them! Although Chen Pai did not know right from wrong, he still hated it very much when it came to this kind of thing, not to mention that it was still happening to his heart's secret love, his teacher's wife. With that, he charged out with his own 9-clawed hook. February Red who saw the scene did not make a move, but only had obscure colors flashing in his eyes. Zhang Qishan, who was on the side, also lowered his head the moment he heard that this thing was addictive, and his eyes were gleaming with essence. Someone is targeting the Red House. Borrowing Chen Pai's hand to control the girl, that would be equivalent to controlling February Red. It was the same thought in both men's minds. Li Hai, Honggu, you two follow along. Don't let that kid be fooled by some people again. Also, if you come across one that will get by, then kill them all. Not a single one left. Yes, Master, ninth master. The two of them, Hong Gu Li Hai, nodded their heads in response and then turned around to chase after Chenpai. As for the ones who would get by, it was a unified code word for their wolf army, referring to a certain G family that had a pretty good little life. And the unifying tactic against these very good people who live their lives is, the cherry blossoms in your hometown are in bloom, and we've come to take you home. Chapter 39, Pretty Country Club. Kamehameha Ryu. Hinayama. You go too. Zhang Qishan was a bit confused at first until he reacted after a while and commanded Zhang Rishan. Yes, Master Buddha. Zhang Rishan replied back and also turned around to leave the room. When a few people left, Lin Jiang looked at February Red and Zhang Qishan, as well as the girl. Master 9. What's wrong? The girl didn't know the original reason, but Zhang Qishan and February Red both saw a touch of gravity in Lin Zhouyang's eyes. What kind of thing could actually make this lord frown? The girl's illness. It can be cured. It's just a bit complicated. February Red instantly got excited when he heard this, and even the girl had an unbelievable expression on her face. Master 9, how complicated is it? Zhang Qishan was still very sensible and quickly picked the point. Well, first of all, it's detoxification. The corpse poison in the girl's body has spread all over her body, and has even penetrated deep into her organs and bone marrow. What? Corpse poison? In an instant, February Red's face that had just been excited went cold, frowning at the girl in front of him. Corpse poison? How could there be corpse poison in the girl's body? Zhang Qishan also looked at the girl, turned his head and wanted to talk to the Lin Zhou master in front of him again. Could it be that he was mistaken? But, in the end, he still didn't open his mouth, because he had heard that Master Lin Zhou had once entered the Bottle Mountain along with the people from the two veins of the Unloading Ridge and Moving Mountain. 9 masters. He even subdued the Xiangxi Corpse King within the Bottle Mountain, and that Xiangxi Corpse King he had also seen in the Lin House. That kind of cold, ferocious breath can never be wrong. Therefore, there is a Corpse King by his side every day. Lin Zhouyang. For the corpse poison, I am afraid that no one knows more than him. That is why he, again, of course February Red knew about this, but the girl has never touched anything down there. So how could she have contracted corpse poison? February Red questioned. That's something you'd have to ask her personally. If she hasn't been exposed to anything underground, there's no way she'd be suffering from necrotic poisoning for no reason. Unless someone specializes in poisoning. Lin Zhouyang looked at the girl and then at the two of them. And that's when the girl also remembered the hairpin that Chun-Zi had brought back, which had suddenly fallen to the ground the moment she picked it up. And she, too, had been accidentally scratched when she picked it up. It seems that it was only after that she... Girl, are you remembering something? February Red asked as he looked at the girl's changing face. The maid hesitantly opened her mouth, and finally said, a few years ago, Chen Belt came back with a hairpin. As the maid recounted, the three quickly determined that the hairpin must be something down there. This damned rebel. February Red was furious. The other side. Chin Pai had already kicked in the door of the Pretty Country Club with a 9-claw hook in his hand with vigor. Those inside the clubhouse who heard the noise quickly rushed out with katanas in hand. A short woman wearing a lady's suit and military leather boots looked at Chen Pai, who had barged into the guild hall, and asked with an ugly face, Helmsman Chen, what do you mean by this? Humph, what do I mean? What is this thing you have given me? You should know better than me in your own heart, right? Chen Pai looked at the woman and said with a vicious look on his face. Hearing Chen Pai's words, this woman's face instantly changed. Did Chen Pai already know? Sure enough, what Master 9 said is true. Looking at the woman's sudden change in color, it was only at this moment that Chen Pai finally decided that he had been tricked, so he directly zero-framed his hand, and the 9-clawed hook in his hand darted straight toward the woman. Clank! The two katana-wielding Sakura samurai immediately drew their swords in defense of the 9-clawed hook, shielding the woman behind them. Seeing this, Shinpei flung his 9-clawed hook and shifted his target to kill the nearest Sakura warrior. Put! With the 9-clawed hook going straight through his chest, that Sakura samurai died tragically on the spot. The top of a building slightly taller than the Pretty Country Hall. The two of them, Honggu and Li Hai, stood here, looking at Chen Pai who was fighting those Sakura warriors below. Li Haidao, we're just going to watch from here. Not go down and help? Honggu, there's no need. These little days are no match for Chen Pai. Besides, it's not too late for us to make a move if we really need an expert. Li Hai, that's fine. Outside the main gate of the Pretty Country Club, Zhang Rishan leaned his back against the wall and crossed his arms as he listened to the sounds of fighting coming from inside the guild hall, and had no intention of intervening. Clanking. Inside the clubhouse, Chen Pai's hand of 9-claw hook made it out of this world, hitting those Sakura warriors back and forth. It was quite an imposing sight. Chunpei, don't you go too far. This is the territory of the Pretty Country Chamber of Commerce. I advise you to quickly stop. Otherwise, The pretty country chamber of commerce and our Sakura chamber of commerce will not let you go. Tanaka Ryoko's heart ached as she watched the Sakura Kingdom warriors on her side continue to fall. Those are some of the best sent from back home. Tender. When Shenpai heard Tanaka Ryoko's words, he coldly shouted out with a ruthless and impatient face. At the same time, the movement of flinging the 9-clawed hook in his hand became more and more rapid and vicious. Somewhere in a room inside the clubhouse, Jude Kao was sitting at the tea table with a bemused look on his face. Across from him was a Sakura man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in a black samurai uniform. Also standing around this room were a dozen or so Sakura samurai dressed in black night clothes with black face masks and katanas on their waists. Unlike those Sakura warriors outside who were being abused by Shinpai, these dozen or so guys wearing face masks looked like they were specially trained. A completely different aura. Mr. Kamita, your Sakura Nation soldiers are being massacred by that Shinpi. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Jude Kao poured a cup of tea for the man in front of him and spoke. Death and battle is where they belong. The man known as Kamata said with gentle movements as he picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. When Jude Kao heard this, he didn't respond. He just smiled and shook his head. But in his heart he sneered. Another so-called Bushido spirit. How pathetic. Kamita-sensei, that guy outside is really annoying. Why don't you let us go out and settle him? It's also a good idea to give you and Mr. Judka a quiet space to sip your tea. Suddenly, one of the black-clad samurai in the room stood out and bowed to Kamita, who was still sipping his tea. Well, go, don't disgrace our Kamehameha Ryu. Kamito paused for a moment, but finally nodded his head in agreement. Hi, we will never disgrace the turtle stream and will kill Shinpai. A dozen black-clothed warriors simultaneously took a step forward and bowed 90 degrees to exit. Clanking. Outside, Shinpai was still frantically flinging the chain of the 9-clawed hook in his hand, and in the blink of an eye, only a few sporadic Sakura samurai and that Tanaka Ryoko were left in the entire front yard of the Pretty Country Guild Hall. Shinpai, you're looking for death. Tanaka Ryoko had picked up her katana at some point as well, and shouted angrily at Shinpi, who was not far away. With that, he led the few remaining Sakura warriors to charge towards Shinpi. Dare to lie to me. This is what happens. Shinpai's face was hideous, and the 9-clawed hook in his hand carried a swish-swish sound as it cut through the air as it flew toward Tanaka Ryoko and the others. Just when the 9-clawed hook was about to hit a few people, swoosh came a sound. Clank. Shinpai's 9-clawed hook was suddenly knocked down, while several other sounds that cut through the air continued to fly towards him to kill him. In just an instant, Shinpai was hit by several darts and took several steps back. Before he could stabilize his stance, several of Tanaka Ryoko's men had also arrived in front of him. Accompanied by the slashes of the knife, several more knife wounds were added to Shinpai's body, who had already been hit by several darts. Chapter 40, Lehigh dominates and sweeps the field. Ahem. Vile. Shinpai collapsed not far away, looking at those black-clothed warriors either crouching or standing that suddenly appeared behind Tanaka Ryoko's few people and angrily rebuked. Ha ha ha. Mean? No, no, no. This is a fighting style unique to our Kamehameha school of ninjutsu. A black-clad warrior held out a finger and shook it. Then this fighting style of yours is quite unique. Suddenly, a voice rang out of nowhere. What man? The moment the voice rang out, a dozen or so black-clothed warriors instantly looked around vigilantly. Where are you looking? Dwarfs. Boom. As the voice came from an unknown direction, a loud roar followed along with it. Put. Boom. Steeply, a large sword nearly 2 meters long with a thin blade and thick back descended from the sky, directly staring a black-clothed warrior into slag. Also appearing was the figure of a man wearing a black military uniform and a black military cap. Is he? When Shinpai in the distance saw this figure, he instantly recognized the person coming. It was the one he had just met, Lehigh, who was under Master Lin Jiao. Gentlemen, the cherry blossoms of your hometown are in bloom, and I've come to take you home. Lehigh stood beside the large sword and spoke out to the dozen or so Kamehameha School's ninjas surrounding him in an encircling position. Shinobu! A dozen black-clothed warriors looked at Lehigh and shouted angrily in unison. Immediately after that, the smoke rose from under their feet, and their figures disappeared. TSK. Boring tactics. Lehigh looked at the smoke and shook his head. Die. Suddenly, a black-clothed samurai appeared behind Lehigh at an unknown time, and a katana stabbed straight towards his back heart position. At the same time, there were several other black-clothed figures that appeared all around Lehigh's circumference, holding katanas that blocked all of his retreats. I've already said that this is a boring tactic. Lehigh frowned. His right hand opened with 5 fingers and flung it through the air. and the nearly 2-meter large sword beside him automatically took off and surrounded him in a superb pirouette. With the sound of blades slicing through their bodies, those black-clothed warriors around him were all beheaded, becoming headless corpses that fell to the ground. Darkness. Watching their senior brothers and sisters being killed so simply, the remaining group of black-clothed warriors were horrified in their hearts. This was followed by bouts of anger. Kame-sun Ryu is invincible, with a dark voice, followed by a burst of swish, 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 swish sound of air breaking came. Annoying, just give me death. Lehigh felt the countless darts and concealed weapons coming towards him and instantly made his hands in the form of supporting the sky. At the same time, the large sword also flew directly to the mid-air in front of him, with a faint glow still emanating from the blade. As he flung his hands downward with force, the greatsword fell to the ground with it. Boom! Accompanied by the loud roar of the greatsword landing on the ground. Countless air blades erupted from the blade, as well as gusts of air waves sweeping in all directions. The entrance to the clubhouse. As early as when Lehigh appeared, Zhang Rishan ran in. Seeing this powerful strike, with the heart-stopping feeling of danger coming from his heart, he directly and without hesitation pulled Chenpai, who was still frozen in place, turned his head and ran out of the clubhouse. Wait a quarter of an hour. As the smoke caused by Lehigh's blow cleared, it was only then that Zhang Rishan dared to probe in with Chenpai to check. Hiss! When they saw the picture inside, the two of them directly sucked in a breath of cold air, simply because at this moment, the front yard of the guildhall was nothing but a mess of corpses that had been reduced to pieces. There was also the dense trail of blades left on the wall from the greatsword's emanation of chi blades. Pretty country chamber of commerce backyard. In the original room, at that moment, Jude Kao was bending over and walking into the middle of a secret passage with Kamita leading the way. From the time he heard the Dao screams coming from outside, Kamita realized something was wrong. Originally he wanted to go out to check, but just as he reached the door, his heart senses as a ninja told him he couldn't go out, or he would surely die. So without hesitation, he gave up the so-called samurai spirit, turned his head and led Jude Kao to open the secret door, intending to leave this place, and in the corner where they can't see, Honggu stood, throwing flying daggers in her hands, not paying the slightest attention to the two men's movements. Wait until the two have completely walked into the secret passage. Lehigh also walked over. What the hell? Running away? Honggu, on purpose? I originally wanted to directly kill them just now, but Master said to let that Jude Kao live and save it for later use. What about the ninja? Lehigh asked. Evil is waiting for him on the other side of the secret passage. SS. Hearing this, Lehigh directly sucked in a breath of cool air, and in his heart, he mourned for that guy. Misread. Battalion Commander Lee. Where's that Jude Kao? At this time, Zhang Rishan also found the place. Ran away. Honggu said casually as she glanced at him. What? No way? Zhang Rishan was a little surprised to hear this. After all, Lehigh was so powerful. Then Miss Hong, who was the only disciple of Master Lin Jiu, shouldn't even be able to handle a Jude Kao, right? On purpose. Lehigh could see Zhang Rishan's thoughts and patted his shoulder and said something, then walked towards the outside. Lieutenant Zhang, I'll leave this place to you. The red nun also patted him on the shoulder and said, then walked away as well. Chenpai looked at the two who walked out, then looked at Zhang Rishan, and walked up to him to also pat his shoulder, but Zhang Rishan dodged it. What do you want? Have something to say? Nothing, just wanted to talk to you. I'm leaving first too, Chenpai said as he looked at his dangling hand and withdrew it. With that, he also turned and left the place. Alas, I end up taking it all. Looking at the three people who left one after another, Zhang Rishan sighed with a helpless expression. Outside the Chamber of Commerce Hall, streets, Chenpai, who wanted to go back to the Red Mansion, was stopped by both Honggu and Lehigh. Looking at the two people in front of him, Chenpai was more or less a little weak. After all, he had scolded Master Lin Jiu before, so he thought to himself that these two guys wouldn't be here to take revenge on him. After all, he had heard that the wolf army under Master Lin Jiu was very much in awe and adoration of him. Anyone who dares to say anything bad about Master Lin Jiu will end up getting a good beating from them. I heard it's old and tragic, and those are still just ordinary wolf army soldiers to take action. Now in front of himself is the head of the Close Guard Battalion, with the title of Human Butcher Lehigh, and there is also a red girl who is the disciple of the Lin Jiu master. He had just seen Lehigh's methods with his own eyes, and Miss Hong, as the disciple of Master Lin Jiu, thought that she should also be only as strong as she was weak. Chenpai, what are you thinking about? Honggu asked curiously as she looked at Chenpai whose eyes were flickering. Nothing. I wonder if you two stopped me for something. Chenpai woke up with a start and said in a hurry. We did have something to tell you when we stopped you, and it had to do with your master's wife. Li Hai looked at him and opened his mouth. What? Shen Yang? What's wrong with her? Elder mother? Upon hearing that it was about Sher Maiden, Chenpai was instantly in a tense mood. Could it be that medicine that Sherfun Yang was addicted to? Or, Chenpai didn't dare to think any further. Your master's wife. She's fine, and my master is removing the corpse poison from her body. So, corpse poison? What corpse poison? How did my master's wife? You shut up. Listen to me first. The red nun who was interrupted by Chenpai was upset and yelled directly at him. Chapter 41, Dear Living Grass. Only then did he continue. If you still remember the hairpin you brought back a few years ago, you should be able to figure out when your master's mother started to develop the disease. Hearing these words, Chenpai instantly froze, and couldn't help but think back to the time when he saw that exquisite jade hairpin, because he saw how good it looked. He thought of taking it back to give it to his mistress. As a result, the hairpin broke. The master's wife cut her hand, and later, after telling you so much, I just want to tell you what to do when you go back. You weigh it yourself. Your master can be waiting for you in the Red Mansion now. Hongbu looked at the dumbfounded Chenpai with an expression of unknown meaning. With that, he gave a look to Li Hai at the side, and the two of them directly turned around and left. The other side. Inside the Red Mansion, February Red and Zhang Qishan stood outside the door. February Red walked around with an anxious expression on his face, and every now and then he turned his head in the direction of the room. From the time the three of them, Honggu Li Hai Zhang Rishan, left, Lin Zhuoyang made the suggestion of detoxifying the girl, and the room at that moment, the girl had completely fainted. On the floor beside her bed, there was also a copper basin, which held a lot of black blood. These were the corpse poison blood that Lin Zhuoyang had forced out of the girl's body by penetrating into her body through the invisible palm power of the One Palm World scripture. But because the corpse poison in the girl's body has long been deep into her internal organs and bowels, want to completely remove, it can only be gradual. Although he could also use the power of the law inscription to directly remove the necrotic poison from the girl's body and ensure that she was healthy, or even directly help her recover to become a normal person. But that would be a complete loss of the back storyline, and he still wanted to explore something through the back. So although he sympathized with the pain the girl would have to suffer next, he could only condemn her for now in order not to disrupt the next plan. Outside the door, Chenpai thought for a long time, but finally returned to the Red Mansion and came here, looking at his master, February Red, who was walking back and forth in the courtyard, and the frowning Zhang de Buddha, who was frowning tightly at the side. He took a step and walked in. You treacherous disciple, how dare you come back? February Red looked at Chenpai who walked in and said angrily, Put. Chenpai looked at the furious February Red and directly knelt down. Master, hit me. It's all my fault. I didn't listen to you. And that's why Master's wife was poisoned by the corpse poison. I deserve to die. Snap. When Chenpai said that, he directly raised his hand and slapped his face several times in succession, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. This instantly dumbfounded February Red, who had wanted to go up and give Chenpai a good lesson. Looking at Chenpai, who was kneeling on the ground, February Red's mind was complicated, and for a while he didn't know what to do about it. Crunch. At this point, Lin Zhuoyang opened the door to his room. Seeing this, February Red rushed forward. Master 9, how is the girl? Lin Zhuoyang looked at the worried-looking February Red and smiled. Don't worry, second master, the detoxification is going well. Have your subordinate go in and take away the copper basin and throw it into the fire. Hearing Lin Zhuoyang's words, February Red looked excited and hurriedly walked in. Zhang Qishan saw this and hurriedly followed. Chenpai also stood up and rushed into the room. As soon as you enter the door, the three of them then saw the pale-faced maid on the bed, and the copper basin holding black blood by her bedside. Yatu, how are you? February Red came to the bedside and picked up Yatu and asked with concern. Second master, I feel much better. My entire body has a sense of relief. Yeah, great. Hearing the girl's words, February Red was happy. Suddenly, he saw the copper basin on the ground again, and the black blood in it, and said angrily to Chenpai, who had followed him in from the side. Look at these. This is what you did. Chenpai looked at the copper basin and lowered his head to blame himself. Second master, now is not the time to be happy. At this time, Lin Zhuoyang walked back in and said, the corpse poison in the girl's body has long since penetrated into the 5 organs, 6 bowels, and even the bone marrow, and at present, I have only helped her expel part of the corpse poison. Other than that, it can only be done gradually and slowly. The most important thing right now is that because the corpse poison has been in the girl's body for so long, it can be said that it has become part of her body. That's why after each detoxification, she would become very weak. and there must be a large medicine that is gentle enough to help her regain her vitality. Otherwise, Lin Jiuyang stopped here and didn't continue, but several people in the room understood what he meant. Ninth Master, if you need anything you can just ask. I also have some long-lasting medicinal herbs in my residence. Just say the word and I'll send someone to fetch them right away. Zhang Qishan said to Lin Jiang. There's some more at the helm too. I'll get them right away. Chen Pai also immediately turned around and ran out. Looking at Chen Pai who rushed out in a hurry, Lin Jianyang was speechless. What are you running for? You're running when I'm done. You know what medicine I need? But naturally, he had already rushed out. So Lin Jiang had to look at the remaining two. Zhang Qishan in February read. All the other medicinal herbs are fine to deal with. I have collected some myself over the years, and there is no lack of some 1,000-year-old medicines. But among them, the most important one is still missing, and it is also the most difficult to find. You said, Master 9, no matter how hard it is to find, I will do whatever it takes to find it. When February Red heard Lin Jiuyang's words, he said with a serious face. Zhang Qishan also nodded on the side. Dear Living Grass, Zhang Qishan's residence. At this time in the living room sat Zhang Qishan, February Red, Qi Tizui, and the Ninth Master of Reconciliation. 3 days had passed since Lin Jiuyang had detoxified the girl. In these 3 days, February Red and Zhang Qishan used a lot of manpower and material resources, as well as connections to mobilize the entire 9 sect to search for the dear living grass that Lin Jiuyang said 3 days ago. Finally, on this day, Master Xie of the 9 Gates got the news. Lao Jiao, what's the situation now? Is it confirmed? Zhang Qishan looked at the opposite side of the Xiejiushi and opened his mouth to ask, and February Hong also looked at him with an expectant face. Master Xiejiu first lifted the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea before looking at the few people in front of him and said, Master Buddha, Second Master, I'm pretty sure about the dear living grass. At the Crescent Moon Hotel in Beiping, there will be an auction in a few days, and among the 3 finale items of this auction, there is dear living grass. Great! February Red had an excited look on his face when he heard the news. Although in the past 3 days, his lady girl had gone through 2 more detoxification sessions by Master Lin Jojo, coupled with the pills that Master Lin Jojo had specially refined. In just 2 days, the girl's complexion and body were much healthier than before. But in the past 2 days, the toxins discharged from the girl's body have always been only among the blood and internal organs. As for the deeper necrotic poison, before finding the dear living grass, even Master Lin Josie said that he couldn't remove it at will. So he had been hurting his brain for the past 2 days, and now that he had finally gotten the news of the dear living grass, instantly his mind relaxed a lot. Next, just find a way to get the dear living grass. Master Buddha, since we've gotten news of the dear living grass, let's set off immediately. Get the lady's body cured sooner, so we can go to that mine sooner to see what's going on. Qi Tizui looked at the excited February Red and said to Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan nodded in recognition when he heard Qi Tizui's words. After all, the matter about the ghost train had dragged on for quite a long time, and he was afraid that something else would change if it dragged on any longer. Although there was still Master Lin Jiu, the true Buddha, sitting in Sand City, in the end, in his heart, this Sand City was still their 9 sect Sand City. Chapter 42, Deliberation, Taking Postings, 8th Master. This is not as simple as you think. Suddenly, Master Xiejiu opened his mouth. What's wrong Laojiu? Is there anything else wrong? Zhang Qishan asked when he heard this from Xia Laojiu. Ha, Master Buddha, you don't know. I've been asking around for a while, and this Crescent Moon restaurant is not simple. First of all, the owner behind this Crescent Moon Hotel is surnamed Yin. This Yin family itself is a hegemon in the Beiping area, and later, after they started the Crescent Moon Hotel, they became even more powerful, specializing in the underground business. Although they don't go down to the tomb, almost the entire circle, as long as they have something good in their hands, they will basically send it there to be auctioned. Over time, that place has become known as the pinnacle of our circle. So that means if we move the Crescent Moon Hotel, it's the same as moving the entire circle's cake. Then when the time comes, as Master Xiejiu slowly opened his mouth to tell the story, several people also knew the situation of this Crescent Moon Hotel. The short answer is that unless a character like Master Linjiu might be able to touch base with the Crescent Moon Hotel, I'm afraid that with the current strength of their 9 sect, they really can't afford to mess with this power. After all, there were too many people involved behind this Crescent Moon Hotel, and without absolute strength, it would only be futile in the end. No matter what, steal or rob, I have to get my hands on this dear living grass, February Red said with a ruthless face. For the sake of the girl, even if he took all the heritage of the entire Red family over the last 100 years, he would not hesitate to do so. Second Master, calm down first, since Lao Jiu has already inquired. I think he has a plan. Zhang Qishan looked at the resolute-eyed February Hong and patted his palm on his shoulder to persuade him. not bad, second master. Take it easy and listen to me. Master Xiejio also opened his mouth to February Red, and then began to tell about his plan. I've accounted for 2 plans so far. The first is the invitation. In order to enter the Crescent Moon Hotel you must have an invitation sent by them. Otherwise we won't be able to get in at all. So as long as we have the invitation to pay our respects, with our financial resources, it won't be a problem at all to take the dear living grass. As for the second plan, having said that, Master Xiejio did not say any more. But the people had realized in their hearts that it was a last resort. But the problem is, where are we going to get this invitation? Zhang Rishan, who was standing behind Zhang Qishan on the side, opened his mouth and asked, I've already inquired about this one. The Northwest Region's Peng family castle Fort Master Peng 3 Whips will be on the way to our Changsha city and area of the train station tomorrow. At that time you guys can make a move. Vertical day. Entrance to the Tamzhou railway station. After yesterday's deliberation, it was finally decided that Zhang Qishan, February Red, and Qi Tizui would act. Qi Tizui was the first to get on the train and go poking around as a fortune teller. Then rejoin Zhang Qishan and February Red 2 people. Inform the 2 people of the situation to spy. And then February Red is responsible for stealing the invitation to worship. Zhang Qishan to deal with those shrimp soldiers and crab generals. And in Sandtown, inside the Lin residence, Lin Jiang nodded as he listened to the information Li Hai reported to him. Hai Z, you first arrange those things within the secret room. And I'll go into seclusion for a while after I've dispensed the pills that Lady February Red will use for the rest of her time. For the next thing, you and Red Ant will continue to follow the original plan. Remember, don't interfere, don't get involved. Yes, Master 9. Li Hai respectfully replied back and then turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Zhuoyan closed the door of the room with it between his thoughts. At the same time, now in the center of a government in the Republic of China, Zhang Qishan's top boss, Center Gathering, had suddenly sent out an instrument of appointment against Sha Chang. Time to revert back to the train station. At this time Qi Tizui had already thoroughly probed all the circumstances at Peng Sanwip's place. Master Buddha, second master, that's probably the situation. Although I didn't see any weapons on those people, I think they should be hidden. So you should be more careful when you move in a while. Qi Taizue reminded as he sat in front of the 2. X2. After hearing all the information Qi Tizui said, the 2 nodded in response. Then he got up and walked toward the compartment where Peng Sanwei was. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, with the sound of the train making a noise. Zhang Qishan looked at the train tunnel he was about to enter not far away, and then looked at those people not far away, ready to act. At this time, the February Red has also come to the train car to join the railroad tracks, opened the carriage door and climbed onto the roof of the train, toward the Peng 3 Whips where the box and go. Boom boom boom, buzz, very quickly. As the train enters the tunnel, February Red sees that the time has come and acts immediately. A harrier rolled directly into the box where Peng Sanwip. Once he came in, he saw Peng Sanwip his hands around the chest lying down in the box chair to sleep. Phew! February Red let out a soft breath at this. He didn't want to get into a fight with the other side if he could, so it was best for him to face such a situation. Immediately after calming his mind, February Red began to observe at Peng Sanwei, trying to find out where the invitation to worship was located. Soon, he found the location of the worship post. The position was awkward, though, and gave him some hesitation as to how to proceed, but the thought of his girl waiting for him at home, so with a clench of his teeth and a hardened heart, he reached out his hand and touched it against the location of the worship invitation. TSK. Before February Hong could touch the worship invitation, Peng Sanwei suddenly moved his body and smacked his mouth twice, as if he had dreamed of something delicious. Seeing this, February Red hurriedly held his breath and looked at Peng Sanwip. I don't know if it was because his gaze was too hot or what, but Peng Sanwei suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing this, February Red knew that he could not wait any longer, or else there would certainly be a change. So while Peng Sanwei was still in a daze, he quickly reached out and took the invitation to worship from him, and was ready to turn around and leave. Mother rob me of my post. At this time, Peng Sanwip looked at the February Red who was ready to leave and woke up. Without saying a word, he threw a punch at February Red. Boom! February Red reaches out to block and takes 2 steps backwards. Not wanting to tangle, he quickly kicks out a leg to pull the 2 apart. A jump to climb up to the car window and try to escape. But how could Peng Sanwip let him go? Pulling out the whip in his hand and lashing at February Red, outside the box door. Hearing the sound, Peng Sanwip's little brother hurriedly drew out the hidden knife and weapon from his body, and was about to open the door of the box. On the other side, Zhang Qishan, who had been observing for a long time, saw this and knew that the second master had already alarmed the other party, so he directly rushed over to Peng Sanwip's little brother. No good. There's help. With a crowd of juniors failing to react, Several people were put down by Zhang Qishan in just a few seconds. They then rushed towards Zhang Qishan with their swords and weapons in hand. Inside the box, hearing the sounds of fierce fighting coming from outside, February Red knew that it was Zhang Qishan who had struck, and seeing as another train was about to arrive as planned, it was too late to delay any longer. Offended, Master Pang San. February Red made a sound, followed by a set of ferocious to the extreme combo moves that attacked Pang San Whip. February Red attack and defense situation changes too quickly. Pang 3 Whip, a moment of inattention, was hit by surprise, fell to the ground. February Red saw this, quickly turned around and climbed up the train window. Another Harrier flip on the roof and fled. You asshole, don't let you. Master Pang San, let me find you, or you're dead. Pang San Whip looked at the departing February Red and roared angrily. Zhang Qishan, who was outside the box, heard this roar full of anger and knew that the second master had gotten his hands on him, so he directly drew his pistol and fired several shots. Bang bang bang. With the sound of gunshots, Pang San Whip's men rushed to dodge, and as a result, Zhang Qishan took this opportunity to get away smoothly. Chapter 43, Lu Jianshuan. Inside Sandy City. It wasn't long before Zhang Qishan and February Red both got their hands on him. The 9 Gates Solution 9 Masters got the message. Likewise, the other heads of the 9 sect had gotten the news. The same was true on Lin Zhouyang's side. Lin House. Inside a certain luxurious room, Mrs. February Red's maid and her close maid, Xiao Hong, were all here. Lin Zhouyang stood at the door and knocked on the door of the room, then walked in. Master 9, but Master 2. They got it. The girl looked at Lin Zhouyang, who walked in, and opened her mouth to ask. As for what they were going to do next with the second master and the Buddha, under her pestering, February Red eventually told her. And because of that, today she obeyed the words of the second master and stayed within the Lin mansion, not going anywhere, because the second master said that during his absence, as long as she obediently stayed in the Lin mansion where the 9th master was, even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be able to hurt her in the slightest. But so, she was safe. But what about the second master and the others? So the whole day was spent in worry and fear, afraid of hearing any bad news. Ma'am, don't worry. The second master and the others have already gotten their hands on them and set off for Beiping. Lin Zhouyang looked at the worried-looking maid and opened his mouth to comfort her. That's good, that's good. The girl muttered to herself as she heard this and patted herself on the chest. Ma'am, this is the body-nourishing elixir I prepared for you, and for this next period of time, I will have my disciple, Hong Gu, accompany you. Also, the 3 meals a day will be arranged for you by the servants of the Lin mansion, and if you have any needs, you can speak to my apprentice Red Ant, or to the servants of my Lin mansion, and they will satisfy you. Right, there's also this elixir you have to take on time. Don't forget it. Lin Zhouyang instructed the girl. At the same time his palm spread out and a white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Then putting the bottle down he intended to leave. Master 9, are you planning to go out? The girl looked at the white porcelain vase on the table and subconsciously thought that he was going out for a trip when she heard Lin Zhouyang's words, so she opened her mouth to ask. Not really, it's just that I've recently felt an epiphany, so I'm going to go on a retreat. Lin Zhouyang looked at the girl and smiled back, and the girl who heard this nodded in understanding. After all, she had heard about such things. Next Lin Zhouyang saw that she was taking her leave after asking no questions. The entrance to the chamber. Lin Zhouyang came straight here after bidding farewell to the maid. Li Hai, who had been waiting at the entrance of the secret room, hurried forward when he saw Lin Zhouyang arrive. Master 9, everything is ready as you said. Well, for the rest of this time, I won't receive anyone until I get out on my own. Lin Zhouyang instructed Li Hai. Yes, Master 9, rolling eyes. Time then came to the second day after Lin Zhouyang entered the secret room. The same time when Zhang Qishan February Red and the 3 of them had just arrived in Beiping railway station. At the bottom of one of the stop signs, a short man dressed in a full black suit with a black hat and large frame sunglasses on his face stood. He was still staring at the exit of the train station while stoned with a melon in his hand. Miss, after waiting for so long, and after 3 trains, why hasn't it arrived yet? It can't be a no-show, can it? Suddenly, a girl in a cheongsam with braided hair came to the smaller man and asked at him. No way, I've gotten someone to make sure that what's-his-name Northwest Peng San Whip got on the train a long time ago, and it's reasonable to expect him to be here by this time. The smaller man's exit was astonishing, spitting out what turned out to be a female voice. In that case, I'll bring someone to wait. The cheongsam girl heard this and said, Wait for what? Don't you forget what I've instructed you to do. The small man, no, woman spoke to the flag girl. But, miss, even if we teach him a hard lesson, he still has our hotel's post in his hand, so when the time comes, the cheongsam girl hesitated. The post? What post? As long as I, Crescent, don't do it, even if the god of heaven came, he wouldn't be able to take a step into the Crescent Moon Hotel. The smaller woman opened her mouth and arrogant words were spat out with it. Miss, coming. At that moment, another girl in a cheongsam ran over and opened her mouth to shout at the smaller woman. What's the hurry? When you come, take him down for this young lady and bring him to the alley for a hard beating. Before the smaller woman could finish her sentence, the first of the cheongsams turned toward the train station exit with her face in her hands. Only for a moment. The small woman then saw the Zhang Qishan who was wearing a large sable. Just a glance. It was like a peach heart appeared in her eyes. My god, he's the Northwest Pang San Whip? Didn't they say that all Northwesterners are tanned? So, miss, should we still take it to the Crescent Hotel? Now, go! Without waiting for the cheongsam girl to finish, the small woman walked straight toward Zhang Qishan and the others. The other side. Sandy City. A military automobile drove slowly into the city. In the car sat a man wearing the same military uniform as Zhang Qishan and the others, with a sturdy and powerful figure, hard and resolute looks, but his eyes exuded a cold aura like that of a viper. At this moment, he looked out the car window at the slowly receding street scene of Sand City and opened his mouth to say to the soldier who was driving, "First, go to the mansion of the fourth master of the 9 gates, Water Locust." "Yes, sir." The soldier driving the car who heard the voice responded immediately, then turned the steering wheel to turn the direction. The land of the Water Locust, the fourth master of the 9 gates. With the roar of the car, soon the military vehicle came to a stop. Opened the door. Lu Jianxuan looked at this mansion in front of him, the corner of his mouth curled up, and there was a grim light flickering in his eyes. With that, he ordered the soldier who was driving the car to take the contents of the car and walk straight in. "What are you?" As soon as he walked inside, a watchman immediately stopped the two men from opening their mouths and drinking. "Oh, hello this brother, I'm Lu Jianxuan, the Sand City intelligence officer who just took up his post in Sand City. Having just arrived at the boundaries of Sand City, I've heard about the reputation of the fourth master of the 9 gates, the Water Locust, so I've come to pay a special visit." Lu Jianxuan voiced out to the gatekeeper while giving a look to the other soldier who was following. With that, this soldier took out 2 pieces of ocean from his pocket and stuffed them into the hand of this gatekeeper. "I also hope that this brother will do me the favor of informing me," Lu Jianxuan said as he saw the other party accept the money and looked at him with a smile. Okay, you wait." The watchman turned the 2 pieces of ocean in his hand upside down, and after saying something to Lu Jianxuan, he turned and ran inside. Before long, the fourth master Water Locust then walked out with a big step, and he was followed by 7 or 8 henchmen. Water Locusts came to the gate and looked at the man wearing the same military uniform as Zhang de Buddha, frowned and opened his mouth. "In my 9 doors Water Locusts, the road people give face. Call me a fourth master. I do not know how to call this official. I am the new intelligence officer of Sand City, with an official rank slightly higher than Zhang Qishan's by 1 rank, Lu Jianxuan." Hearing Lu Jianxuan blow up his own house, especially what the other party said at the beginning, Water Locust instantly changed his face. "So it's Lu Jianxuan, Officer Lu. Out of respect. Chapter 44, 18 Corpse King Riders, Lu Jianxuan Ambition. Since Lu Jianxuan's car entered Sandy City, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, Lu Jianxuan separately visited the 9 doors. In addition to the absence of Zhang Qishan in February read 2 people. The entire 9 doors, all the family members have been visited by him. At this time inside the Lin mansion, the secret room of the Lin house, Lin Zhuoyang didn't care in the slightest about what was happening and changing in the outside world. All of his attention was now focused on the 18 burly figures in front of him. These 18 burly figures, each 2 meters tall, wearing a general's armor and holding a large sword nearly 10 feet long in their hands, exuded the same ferocious and sinister aura as Evil Eye. In addition, on the other side of them, there were 18 high horses, clad in iron armor, with obscurity in their eyes. Lin Zhuoyang had a dozen inscriptions of different colors floating around him at this moment, each of them emanating gusts of law power fluctuations, connecting the 18 burly figures and 18 tall-headed horses in front of him. Almost there, Lin Zhuoyang whispered to himself as if he had sensed something. Same time, over the entire Sandy City, suddenly dark clouds covered the city, and gusty winds like waves raged and swept across the entire Sandy City. There was also the constant sound of rumbling thunder and lightning. Inside the secret room of the Lin residence, Lin Zhuoyang felt the aura of thunder in the sky above Sand City that was like a heavenly tribulation, and then looked at the figure in front of him who was already mounted on 18 high-headed horses, with strands of green flames coming out of his human eyes and horse's eyes. Ha, I'm about to be a success. Let's see. Steel bones, boundless strength, extremely fast running, ferocious corpse chi, no fear of sunlight, internal sword chi, corpse fury incarnate. There's also the specially refined precious armor on his body. The precious sword, Plus this thunder baptism that's coming soon. The ING buffs are kind of stacked. 18 Corpse King Riders, prepare to come out. Lin Jiuyang shouted out with a somewhat frantic face. At the same time, in the sky above Sand City, with a shout from Lin Jiuyang, rumble, the sky steeply exploded continuously. Lu Jianxuan's residence. Looking at the sky dim, the sound of thunder explosions endless, but there is not the slightest movement of rain, and even can only hear the sound of thunder explosions, but cannot see a trace of thunder and lightning light. How odd is that? What crappy weather? Lu Jianxuan cursed in a low voice, then turned around and returned to the mansion. Inside the mansion where the other heads of the 9 gates were located, Lu Jianxuan couldn't see or guess what was going on, but they had a vague sense of what was going on, and they all looked in the direction of the Lin mansion within Sand City. Lin House compound. Honggu and Lihai looked at the movement in the sky that was only thunder but not rain, as well as the inexplicable and steep appearance of a heavenly might over their Lin Fu. The two of them glanced at each other, both thought of something and looked in the direction of the secret room. Winnie Winnie dash, hiss, tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Suddenly, a horse's neighing and the intertwining sound of hooves trampling on the ground rang out from the ground floor of the Lin residence. Following, before the subordinate soldiers within the Lin mansion could react, even Honggu and Lihai did not react in time for a moment. Bang bang bang, accompanied by a sound of the earth shattering, 18 figures filled with green flames and an overwhelmingly strong fury chi rushed out from the ground. The moment the 18 figures rushed out of the earth, they simultaneously bucked their horses and swung their swords, slashing into the sky. Rumble, with a loud roar coming out from within the Lin mansion, a huge invisible blade chi filled with fury corpse chi converged from them and rose up into the sky. A certain restaurant within Sand City, inside the heavenly private room, Lu Jianxuan, the 4th master, Water Locust, the 3rd master, Half-Cut Li, and Hua Xianqiu are all gathered here. I wonder what intelligence officer Lu sought us out for this time. On one side of the 8 immortals table, Immortal Hua looked at Lu Jianxuan, who was blandly drinking tea, and asked. Hearing Immortal Hua's question, the 2 3rd and 4th masters also looked at Lu Jianxuan. Seeing several people's gazes gathered on him, Lu Jianxuan smiled slightly and spoke. A few of you, I came to Sand City not long ago, but just in these few days, I gained some understanding of the situation in Sand City. I think several of you are all characters who have entrenched themselves on one side. If you are trapped in these 9 gates like this, it's really a bit too much of a pity. Lu intelligence officer may as well speak straight if he has something to say. The 3rd master Half-Cut Li straight out. Good. In a word, I want to replace Zhang Qishan. Lu Jianxuan put down the teacup in his hand, a light called ambition flashing in his eyes. Hearing Lu Jianxuan's words, the 3 of them, the Half-Cut Li Hot Immortal Nun, secretly said in their hearts that this was indeed the case. Several of you, if you can help me and stand on my side, I can assure you that when I am accomplished, you will be the upper 3 of the new 9 sects. Moreover, my goal is not just limited to this tiny Sand City, but the entire southern province and beyond, and at that time, the rewards available to you. Lu Jianxuan spoke tantalizing words, trying to convince the 3. Earlier, you said that you already have some understanding of our Sand City, so I wonder how intelligence officer Lu feels about the Wolf Army? After all, half of the territory of this Sand City, although it still nominally belongs to our 9 sects, is actually under the jurisdiction of the Wolf Army, and the Wolf Army commander, Master Lin Jiu, has a relationship with our 9 sects, especially with Master Zhang Defu. That's not shallow. Immortal Hua opened her mouth and looked at Lu Jianxuan. On the other hand, Lu Jianxuan, who heard Hua Xianfu's words, frowned in confusion. Wolf Army? What kind of unit is that? Were they the soldiers in black uniforms on the other side of the sand castle? Aren't they part of the sand castle ragtag army? Humph, that's ridiculous. Hua Xiangu looked at the frowning and puzzled Lu Jianxun and gave a cold snort, then got up and left the private room without hesitation. I thought that this Lu Jianxuan is really ignorant, but also said that he has understood all the situation of the Sand City. But the result is this? Still want to stick your hand out of Sand Castle? In the end, I'm afraid I won't even know how to die. The eyes of the 2 3rd Master Half-Cut Li and 4th Master Water Locust also showed a touch of disappointment at this time. I thought this Lu Jianxuan is a deep-hearted old Inbi, but it turned out to be half a day nothing. Ugh, Lu intelligence officer, next time you do something, it's better to get the situation right before you do it. Half-Sack Li left a message and walked away. The 4th Master Water Locusts glanced at Lu Jianxuan, said nothing and also walked away. That's all. Lu Jianxuan was dumbfounded as he watched the 3 of them leave the scene one after another, leaving him sitting alone at the 8 imperial table staring blankly at their departing backs. Wolf Army? Master Lin Jiu? What a familiar name. I think I've heard it somewhere. After Immortal Hua's trio left, Lu Jianxuan frowned in thought. It was also at this time that he realized something was wrong. As if since he came to Sand City, The 2 days ahead of him had been too smooth, whether it's spying, or the men seemed to be a little too obedient. Chapter 45, Auction Fiasco. Baying. Inside the Crescent Hotel, the two of them, Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui, were sitting in a certain compartment on the second floor of the Crescent Moon Hotel's auction house at the moment, listening to the auctioneer in charge of the auction downstairs. Ladies and gentlemen, the first round of auctions has come to an end. After a short break, the second round of auctions will begin. Ouch, Master Buddha. This first round of auctions is finally over. This jingling of bells really shook my brain. Qi Tizui looked at the auctioneer who had left below and turned his head to Zhang Qishan and opened his mouth to complain twice. Then he added, "But Buddha, you do not say. These rich people really know how to play." The bell is pressed. The white silver is like running water flowed out. I am also convinced. He. Watch, this second round is about to begin. And the next one is the main event. And I'm afraid the price will double next. Zhang Qishan said as he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. Qi Tizui, why? What are you afraid of? It's not our money anyway. I just don't know how much it'll hurt the second master when he finds out. The second master will only be distressed by the lady. And I wonder how the lady is doing in the ninth master's mansion at this time? Don't worry, Master Buddha. At Master Zhou's place, even if an army of 100,000 comes, it won't necessarily be able to attack it. Qi Tizui thought of Lin Zhuoyang and spoke without worry. Just as the two were talking, it's only been a short time. The auctioneer who had left earlier walked out again. Jingle bells. As the auctioneer rang the bell on the auction table, the entire auction house instantly fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, the second round of the auction is about to begin. Here, I would also like to say that this second round of auction actually has another special meaning. There are a total of 3 lots in this round. These 3 lots are not only very precious and rare, but also relate to the marriage of the heir of our Crescent Moon Hotel, Mississippi in Crescent Moon, and Mr. Peng Sanwip of the Northwest. The second floor of the auction house. Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui were in the box, listening to what the auctioneer said below. Qi Tizui froze. What the hell? What's the big marriage deal? No, Master Buddha. This is something that Master Xiejio didn't say anything about either. Ha? Or did you already know? Qi Tizui looked at Zhang Qishan and asked. And at this moment, Zhang Qishan also frowned and shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. Ladies and gentlemen, the lots for the second round are Qilin Exhaustion, Deer Living Grass, and Blue Snake Gallbladder. Due to the fact that these 3 herbs are extremely rare and uncommon, in order to preserve their medicinal effects, this time, this auction adopts the method of blind auction. Before the two of them could get back to their senses from whatever that marriage matter was, they heard the words of the auctioneers below again. Instantly, Qi Tizui was shocked. No, Buddha, what the hell is this blind auction? Wouldn't that make us wonder which one is actually the deer living grass? There's no turning back from the bow. Since we don't know which one is the deer living grass, we'll just have to shoot them all, Zhang Qishan said with a frown. The second round of auction will now begin. The first lot, starting price, $200,000. Jingle bells. The auctioneer downstairs had just dropped her words when a bell rang. Jingle bells, jingle bells. This was followed by the sound of several bells ringing one after another. And at this time on the second floor of the auction house, inside the box where the Sakura Chamber of Commerce was located, a Sakura man wearing glasses and a suit shouted to an underling beside him, "Light the lanterns." Hearing the order, the subordinate hurriedly walked out of the box and shouted to the auctioneer below, "Host, we're going to light the sky lanterns." "Okay, light the sky lanterns." Hearing the voice from the second floor, the auctioneer's wife then responded. Zhang Qishan Qi Tizui was in the box. Qi Tizui instantly stood up when he heard the words lighting the sky lantern. Holy, Master Buddha, the Sakura people have lit the sky lantern. Lighting the sky lanterns? What does it mean? Zhang Qishan asked in confusion. Master Buddha, lighting the sky lantern means that this next lot has been outright bagged by the other side, and no matter how much anyone bids, they will offer 10% more than the other side. Simply put, no matter what price is called for this last lot, it will end up being paid for by the person who lights the sky lantern. Qi Tizui explained. You mean this thing is already theirs? Zhang Qishan asked. That's not true. But what? Looking at Qi Tizui's tangled and hesitant appearance, Zhang Qishan hurriedly asked. It's actually quite simple. If they light the sky lanterns, we'll light them too, and fight with them over the lanterns. In this way, it'll depend on which one of us on both sides pays out more money in the end. Whoever it is. Then what are you waiting for? Light the lamp. Zhang Qishan directly opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Master Buddha, you have to think clearly. If we also light the lamp, then I'm afraid that our small half of the family business. There's nothing to hesitate. Point. Zhang Qishan said as he interrupted Qi Tizui. Okay. Qi Tizui saw this. also know that they have no choice. After all, they simply do not know whether this first lot in the dear living grass, in case if, light the lamp, with Chi Tizui shouting at the auctioneer below, jingle bells, with 2 sky lanterns in the bucket, the bells are still ringing below. Sandy City, Lin House, the Lin Mansion, which had been trampled by the 18 Corpse King riders, had been restored to its original state by now. At this time the lobby of the Lin Mansion. Lin Jiuyan was listening to Li Hai and Honggu reporting on what had happened in the outside world in the past few days. Master 9. Just yesterday, Zhang Rishan, Zhang Qishan's adjutant, led a team of people to remove countless treasures from within Zhang's residence and sent them to the 9 gates to solve Master 9. Also, a few days ago came a man called Lu Jianxuan, said to be the newly appointed intelligence officer of Shacheng from above, and as soon as he arrived, he took the lead in visiting each of the 9 sects' current family members. Master, we listened to you and didn't get involved in anything in the outside world, and we also ordered the people below us not to disclose the slightest bit of what's going on in the Lin Mansion. 9th Master, that Lu Jianxuan also invited 3rd Master Halfcut Li, 4th Master Water Locust, and Hua Xianqiu yesterday, but in the end it seems that they all left unhappily. Pop 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 pop. Listening to Li Hai and Honggu's information report, Lin Jiuyang sat in the main seat with his eyes closed, his fingers regularly tapping on the desktop. After thinking for a while, he opened his eyes and said, Hi Z, go prepare some money. Just take a few $100 million at random, and let Wicked Light take you to the Crescent Moon Hotel in Beiping at the fastest possible speed, and give it to Zhang Qishan and the others. Honggu, prepare yourself, tomorrow you will bring 5,000 wolf troops back to Yun province. Station them there, recruit and wait for the right time. That's right, take the 18 Corpse King riders with you. The old rules, whoever doesn't obey, dies. But you have to remember, without my orders, don't mess around at will. Yes, Master, 9th Master. The 2 men responded, then turned to leave the lobby. Lin Jiuyan looked at the back of the 2 people leaving and closed his eyes again. An invisible vision burst out from him, instantly covering the entire Sand City. Chapter 46, Sending Money. Lu Jianxuan wakes up. Chen Pai, Beiying, Crescent Hotel Auction House. The auction had come to the last lot at this point. However, Zhang Qishan and the others encountered a problem at this time. That is, they ran out of money. 3rd Master Peng, will you continue to participate in this auction? Please reply as soon as possible. On the auction stage, the Cheonsamclad auctioneer looked at the box on the 2nd floor where the 2 Zhang Qishan were and asked, Rush for your life. Waiting for a child will kill you. Master Buddha, what do you think we should do now? Chi Tizui looked at Zhang Qishan with an anxious face. Any news from Lao Jiu's side? Zhang Qishan asked with 2 fingers rubbing his brows. Not yet. In a compartment on the 3rd floor of the auction house, Inu looked at Zhang Qishan's compartment which was slow to move and was also anxious. Miss, they're not out of money, are they? At this time, the young Cheongsam girl who was at the train station earlier looked at Inu and said, I suppose so. What's to be done about this? How about? Crescent Moon listened to what the maid beside her said and thought about something and said, Miss, here's the money. Suddenly, another maid ran in and shouted at Inu. Oops, what's your hurry? Fei, what money is coming? Inu looked at the maid who ran in a hurry and opened her mouth. Miss, just now there was a man outside who called himself Li Hai, saying that he came to deliver money to a white-looking man called Ping Sanwip. The maid called Xiao Fei narrated to Inu. Hearing the words of the maid Xiao Fei, especially hearing the other party specifically talking about the white-looking Peng San Whip, it meant that it was the one who sent money to Zhang Qishan rather than the one who was stranded in one of the compartments that she had sent money to. She instantly perked up. By the way, how much money did the other side send? Inu hurriedly asked. After all, this last lot, the asking price had now reached tens of millions. I don't know but they opened the box and I took a cursory look at it, and there's like hundreds of millions just sitting in plain sight. The maid, Fei, said, What? Hundreds of millions? Hearing Xiao Fei's words, everyone in the entire 3rd floor box was shocked. Master Peng San, if, tap tap tap. Just as the Cheongsam auctioneer on the auction stage was about to open her mouth, a maid suddenly came to the side and said something beside her ear. Waiting for the maid to leave, the Cheongsam auctioneer reorganized his language and said, Alright, distinguished guests, just now the following people came to say that 3rd Master Peng has new funds in his account. So now, the auction continues. 2nd floor. Hearing what the auctioneer said downstairs, Chi Tizui was confused. What's the situation? New funds have arrived. How come we didn't know about it? Zhang Qishan also had a puzzled expression on his face. The 2 then looked at each other. Could it be that Master Xiejio's side is done? Just as the 2 were puzzled, Li Hai and the tall evil Lai, a man and a corpse, walked in. Wicked came with several large boxes in his hands. The two of them, Zhang Qishan, who heard the sound, hurriedly turned around to look. Master Buddha, Master 8, Master 9 asked me to bring you money. Li Hai looked at the two and smiled and arched his hand. With that, the evil on the side directly threw several large boxes roughly on the ground. One of the boxes, because of the violence of the evil, the moment it fell on the ground, the money inside also fell out with it. The two men looked at the money that fell out, the one foreign note of great denomination, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Looking again at the other big boxes, could it be that inside? Wicked lie. Next time can you not be so violent? Put it slowly, can you? Li Hai looked at the money scattered out and the broken box and said to Evil Lie. Roar. Evil just gave a low growl in response. Well, pretend I didn't say that. Li Hai looked at the little bit of fangs exposed by Evil Lie and gave it a sardonic look, then turned to the two Zhang Qishan on the side. I'm really sorry for making Master Buddha and Master Baji laugh. Not in the way. We also have to thank Master 9 for his help. Zhang Qishan and Shi Tizui glanced at Evil Lie and knew what it was. So naturally, they would not take it personally, and even if they were to take it on, they could not beat it. After all, this girl is a corpse king, and with the money sent by Lin Zhouyang in place, the auction continued, the sky lanterns were lit, and this game, they had a smooth wind. The other side of the sandy city, Lu Jianchuan's mansion. At this moment, Lu Jianchuan finally knew his current situation completely. This damned Zhang Qishan. Without being in Sand City, his people dare to count on me, having the people below obey me openly, just not telling me the slightest thing about the wolf army and Master Linzhou. Damn it! Lu Jianchuan slammed the things in his house with an angry look on his face. It turned out to be Zhang Rishan, Zhang Qishan's adjutant, who had made the people below him go against him on his first day in Shachang, and would not hesitate to do whatever they were told to do. But in reality, in the end, all the intelligence and news he got from those soldiers were all about the 9 sect only, and there was no news about the wolf army or the Lin house's Lin Zhou master. So much so that he didn't realize until now that the Lin Zhou master who had shaken the entire Cloud Province territory and was ruthless to the extreme, killing people like butchering dogs, and his wolf army had actually come to Shachang as early as a year ago. It was also his fault that he didn't do his homework. Who knew that the Cloud Province overlord would suddenly raise his entire army to come to Sand City, coupled with the fact that the wolf army was so disciplined that the news was too closed. It would take some time for anyone else to want to inquire, but no matter what, he can only find a way to make up for the loss first now. The original Pretty Country Chamber of Commerce Hall. After a flurry of turnarounds and money attacks by Jude Cao, the place was back to its former self, and at that moment inside the clubhouse, somewhere in the room, a man in a suit and glasses was pouring tea for a teenage-looking man in front of himself, and this teenager-like person is the February Red disciple, Chen Pai, who has been missing for many days. Servant Chen, please have some tea. The man in the suit turned to Chimpy. Mr. Mora ******, right? You're so polite. Why don't you just say what you have to say? And also, if I remember correctly, this should be Judka's territory. What? Were you scared by Battalion Commander Li of the Wolf Army, not daring to show up, so push you to be the spokesperson? Shinpai looked at the teacup in front of him without the slightest desire to drink, but instead looked at this Sakura man in front of him with a disdainful face. I have to say that Wolf Army's Battalion Commander Li is a very powerful person, but as long as one is human, there are weaknesses, so it's not such a big deal to say that one is intimidated. As for Mr. Jude Kaw, he's out because something came up, and I've asked Helmsman Chen to come here this time because I want to ask a question. The man in the suit lifted his teacup and took a sip, not caring in the slightest about Shinpei's eyes or what he said. Just say whatever crap you have to say. I've got work to do. Chen Pai was also not polite and directly said. Chapter 47, Chen Pai's rise to power and Zhang Qishan's return. As far as I know, Servant Master Chen seems to have a special affection for your mistress. Over the past few years, a lot of connections have been made and a lot of things have been done for the sake of your mistress's illness, the man in the suit said casually. When Chen Pai heard these words, a pair of eyes instantly narrowed, revealing a hint of danger in them. Helmsman Chen doesn't have to look at me like that, nor do you have to think about taking a shot at me, because you don't have a chance. The man in the suit could see what was going on in Shinpei's mind. As his words fell, dozens of black-clothed figures suddenly appeared around the room, densely surrounding both of them. Shinpai looked at these familiar black-clothed figures and thought of those black-clothed Sakura warriors that Li Hai had forcefully subdued that day. Servant Chen, at your age, you have means and strength far beyond your peers. To be honest, you're just a bit poorly born. Otherwise, that lady wouldn't know whose woman she'd be. What do you want to say? Shinpei asked as he frowned at the man across from himself and opened his mouth. Nothing, I just want to help you get to the top. If you become the head of the 9 sect, then would you be able to The man in the suit spoke seductively to Chinpei, but at this point, Chenpai was no longer so easy to fool. Impossible. Zhang Qishan's strength is strong. Why does it have to be Zhang Qishan? Couldn't it be any other family member of the 9 sect? For example, the 4th master. As far as I know, your 9 sect has a rule that the one who can do it is the one who can do it. And whoever can kill the previous 9 sect's head of the family can become the new head of the 1 sect. And I, for one, can help you. Chinpei looked at the other man, and the man in the suit looked at Chinpei, and the two of them stared at each other. But Chinpei never had much of a heart, and quickly lost the battle because he couldn't see through the man across from him. What about Master Linjiao? If he intervenes, you don't have to worry about that one. From the very beginning, he had no intention of meddling in your 9 sect's affairs, and if he really intervenes, I'm afraid that your 9 sect's great Buddha, Zhang, won't be willing to do so either. Then when the time comes, the man in the suit didn't finish his sentence, but Chinpei had already guessed something. Why are you helping me? Chinpei asked again. No reason, purely wanting to make you a friend. Every other day, a restaurant in Sand City, the Heavenly Box. The 4th Master Water Locust has just arrived here, ready to take his little beauty to eat a good meal, and then good to go back to play a little. He, who was preoccupied with what position he should use when he went back in a while, completely failed to notice that there was something wrong with the restaurant today. Terrific! What's going on? Didn't I tell you to get ready earlier? Why haven't you served the food until now? Water Locust wrapped one arm around his newly arrived little beauty while shouting angrily at the head of the restaurant. Well, just fine. 4th Master. The person in charge of the restaurant at this time on the forehead of the cold sweat wildly, but the 4th Master Water Locust says if blind cannot see, or rather his eyes at this time only beauty, and the person in charge of the restaurant, after dealing with the 4th Master Water Locusts, turned to leave, with the beautiful name of going to urge the cook to serve food quickly. It wasn't long after he left, dressed in a white chef's uniform and a chef's hat. Chinpei pushed his food cart and walked in. Slowly. Can you walk faster? Do you still want to work? 4th Master Water Locust looked at the figure pushing the food cart angrily. In such a hurry? Then I'll give you a ride. When Chinpei heard his voice, he pushed the food cart directly toward him with force. At the same time, he took out the weapon he had hidden in advance, the 9-clawed hook, and flung it at the Water Locust. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. But the moment his voice rang out, Water Locust and his men realized that something was wrong, and immediately pulled out their pistols and pulled the trigger on Chinpei. He had no choice but to dodge the incoming bullets between tosses and turns, then flung his 9-clawed hook at the nearest Water Locust henchman, accompanied by a poof sound. That man was immediately 9 claws hooked through the chest, then Chinpei draw back the 9 claws hook. He also fell to the ground with no life. Chinpei, it's you bastard, actually trying to kill me. Do you want to be beaten to death by your master? The Water Locusts at this time also discovered Chinpei's true colors, and shouted in a loud and angry voice, Humph, if I kill you, I'll be the new 4th master, equal to my master. He can't punish me. When Chinpei heard the Water Locust's words, he coldly snorted, and then flung his 9-clawed hook through the other party's voice, about to take his life. But, unfortunately, the Water Locust had quite a few henchmen, and there were also those who were loyal to him, and Chinpei still only killed one insignificant minion with this attack. Seeing that this was not going to work, Chinpei kicked up a table on the side as a shield, then flung the 9-clawed hook repeatedly. In an instant, the entire skybox is full of bang, 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 the sound of gunfire, as well as poof, 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 poof blade through the body sound. Finally, as one after another of Water Locust's men died under Chinpei's 9-clawed hook, even Chinpei, that little beauty of Water Locusts, did not let go. Now, only the two of them were left in the entire box. At this time, the 4th Master of the Water Locusts he held a pistol in his hand that had long been shot out of bullets, and his body trembled and huddled behind the table, quietly listening to the sound of footsteps coming from Chinpei's approach. Steep, Chinpei's footsteps stopped, and Water Locust hurriedly fished out a dagger from behind him, waiting for Chinpei's movements. At this time, Chinpei looked at the 8 immortal table a few steps away from him with a vicious face. He knew that this Water Locust was not simple. It is possible that the current Water Locust was waiting for him to get close and then sneak attack him. And so, he straight up not about martial arts. The 9-clawed hook in his hand dashed towards the 8 immortals table with a single fling. Put. Aha! Behind the 8 immortals table, Water Locust looked at the 9-clawed hook on his chest with a wide-eyed expression of disbelief. I'm leaning out. Young people don't talk about martial arts, Water Locust secretly said in his heart, then slowly closed his eyes. Sandy City, Tamzhou Railway Station. Adjutant Zhang Rishan stood waiting outside the train station with 2 groups of soldiers. Looking at the train station where no one had come out yet, He kept walking back and forth with an anxious face. Woohoo! Suddenly, the train whistle sounded from inside the train station. Not for a while. He then saw the 3 Master Buddha's 2nd and 8th masters walking out, and by their side, there were 2 girls, and at that moment one of them, who had an extraordinary temperament, was crossing her arms around Master Buddha's arm. Zhang Rishan was more or less confused as he watched the scene. What's going on here? Master Buddha went out for a trip and brought back a lady for himself? Ha ha ha. Master Buddha. 2nd Master. Look, I told you that Lieutenant Zhang would definitely be dumbfounded. Ha ha. As Zhang Qishan and his party arrived in front of Zhang Rishan, 8th Master Qi Tizui smiled at Zhang Qishan in February Hong. Okay, Buster. Hinayama. Is something happening lately? Zhang Qishan saw the anxiety in his eyes and opened his mouth to ask. Hearing this, Qi Tizui hastily stopped laughing, and February Red also waited quietly to gaze at the following. Master Buddha. Zhang Rishan hesitantly glanced at the girl beside him who was wrapping her arms around him. Lieutenant Zhang, just say it. This is the lady your Buddha got you back. Not an outsider. Qi Tizui urged him on. Hearing the words of the 8th Master, Zhang Rishan was surprised in his heart even though he had already guessed it. Then, seeing Zhang Qishan nodding, he directly said, Master Buddha, 2nd Master, 8th Master, there is a change in the 9 gates. Chapter 48, Zhang Qishan lends a hand. As Zhang Rishan opened his mouth, Zhang Qishan's 3 faces all sank, and after a moment of silence, it was only then that Zhang Qishan asked, What's going on? Master Buddha, let's talk on the way. I want to go to the 9th Master's residence to check on the maid first, February Red said with a worried face. Aha! Zhang Qishan nodded upon hearing this. With that, a group of people got into the car and drove in the direction of the Lin Mansion. Road. They knew from Zhang Rishan's mouth all the things that had happened within Sand City during their absence. At the same time, there is also the murder of the 4th Master this afternoon. Chen Pai on the throne, such a major event concerning the change of the 9 gates. Lin House. With Zhang Qishan, several military vehicles parked at the entrance. February Red was the first to get out of the car and head inside the Lin Mansion. Lin House door. Has long been waiting here. Li Hai looked at the urgent and panicked greeting. Cannot even hit the 2nd Master. February Red helplessly smiled and shook his head. With that, he greeted Zhang Qishan and the others. Master Buddha, 8th Master, and this, Miss Een, inside please. Li Hai looked at the few people and spoke. Aha. Zhang Qishan nodded at Li Hai, then asked, Battalion Commander Li, this way. I found that the patrolling wolf army seems to be a lot less, and there is no red girl in sight. This is, something happened over there in the Cloud Province, so Master 9 had Red Ant go back with a few thousand wolf troops to deal with it, Li Hai said casually. Hearing this, Zhang Qishan nodded slightly and did not ask any further questions. Followed by Li Hai, the crowd soon arrived in the lobby. Master 9, x2 inch. As soon as they walked into the lobby, Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui greeted Lin Zhuoyang, who was sitting in the main seat of the lobby, with an arch. Master Buddha, 8th Master, please sit down. Lin Zhuoyang spoke to the two of them while looking at In Xinyue beside Zhang Qishan. For this girl, Lin Zhuoyang heart some curiosity, at this time to see, well, indeed, is a great color. The figure wasn't too tall, but the dull face and the color of spirit and shrewdness revealed in her eyes, coupled with the lively and lovely temperament she had, remarkable indeed. And at this moment, In Xinu was also looking at Lin Zhuoyang on the main seat of the lobby with a curious expression. About this man, even when she was in Peking, she had often heard her father or others talk about him. Even her father had once said that he wanted to marry her off to this Cloud Province overlord, Master Lin Zhou, who was known as the Ghost Immortal. But at that time, because she had heard that this Lin Zhouzi was a supreme murderer, killing the heavens and the earth, there was nothing he didn't dare to kill, so she had an extremely bad impression of him. And at this moment, looking at him on the main seat, In Xinu realized that this Master Lin Zhou seemed to be very different from the impression she had carved out in her own mind. At the first glance alone, she only felt a kingly and domineering aura coming over her. At the second glance and then again, the other party had a refined and easygoing scholarly aura, temperament of vulgar, changeable, mysterious, looks martial and soft, body shape lean but see its height. Under the clothes should be a set of powerful and strong body. The whole person reveals an air of mystery that makes people unconsciously curious. Back to reality, as Zhang Qishan and the others took their seats. At this time, February Red also walked in with a maid who looked extremely good. 9th Master. These days the maiden resides in Linfu. Thanks to the care of the 9th Master, February Red here to pay thanks. As soon as February Red came in, he bowed 90 degrees to Lin Zhuoyang on the main seat. Seeing this, Lin Zhuoyang smiled and nodded his head. There is no need for the 2nd Master to be like this. When you guys left, I promised that as long as the lady is in my Lin mansion for a moment, I, Lin Zhuoyang, can keep her safe for a moment. While saying that, there was an invisible force that helped February read up. Ninth Master, now that we have brought back the dear living grass, I don't know when it will be possible. February Red felt the invisible power coming from his body and had no choice but to helplessly stand up and open his mouth to Lin Zhuoyang and ask, "Don't worry, Second Master, after tonight, I'll return you a healthy lady." Lin Zhuoyang looked straight into February Red's eyes and assured him. Hearing this, February Hong was happy in his heart, but seeing Zhang Qishan and Qi Tizui who were still sitting on the side, he thought of what he had heard from Lieutenant Zhang when he came, so he calmed his agitated mind and took the girl to sit on the side as well. Master 9. I wonder what the situation within Sand City has been like for you, over these past few hours. After Zhang Qishan saw that the matter of the second master's wife had been completely settled, he arched his hand and opened his mouth to Lin Zhuoyang on the main seat. Master Buddha, I know all of this, but according to what we said when we first entered the city, I won't intervene to interfere in your nine sex affairs. Lin Zhuoyang looked at Zhang Qishan. Master 9, I have an unkind request here. I wonder if I can. Buddha, please, it's like this. Tomorrow I want to gather the entire nine sect for a meeting. I don't know if I can do it here in your Lin Fu. Hearing Zhang Qishan's demand, Lin Jiang had a face that was unchanged by the collapse of a mountain. Just mulling it over in my mind. Zhang Qishan wants to convene a meeting of the nine gates, but the address has to be in his own Lin Fu. He is trying to capitalize on the situation. After thinking for half a day, Lin Jiang still nodded at Zhang Qishan, with Lin Zhuoyang promising. That night, all of the large and small forces in the entire Sand City had received notification that Zhang Qishan, the great Buddha Master Zhang, would be holding a meeting of the Nine Gates Association tomorrow at the Lin Mansion. This move, that is, shows the relationship between the Buddha Zhang Qishan and the ghost fairy Lin Zhuo Master. I am afraid that there is also today's residence of the fourth master of the Nine Gates, Chen Mansion. Boom! Chen Pai sat in the main seat of the lobby and slapped his palm on the tea table sounding indignant. Humph! Zhang Qishan, what's that? Calling him Master Zhang Dafu really thinks he's a master. At this moment, in the lobby of the Chen Mansion, besides Chen Pai and his men, there was Lu Jianquan, the new intelligence officer of Sand City, as well as the man in a suit from the pretty country chamber of commerce hall. Lu Jianquan looked at the main seat of the angry Chen Pai, although the face is smiling, but in fact the heart is well my Pai. I kept muttering, I don't know what Murakuma sees in this Chen Pai. A little bit of mindfulness of the city or not, just sat in this 9-door 4-master position began to be unselfish. Do not put Zhang Qishan in the eyes, although he hadn't met that Zhang Qishan so far either. The fact that the other party was able to overwhelm the entire nine sects for several years with his own power was enough to prove his ability. And this Chen Pai, a reckless one. Fourth Master Chen, there is no need to be so angry. Zhang Qishan is not enough for you to be afraid of. Next you just need to do a good job of developing in secret, then pulling down Zhang Qishan this 9 gates. It is just a matter of time. But, tomorrow's meeting of the 9 gates, you still have to go. After all, the address of this meeting is at that master's residence. Even if you don't give face to Zhang Qishan, you still have to give face to that master. The man in the suit named Mora spoke slowly at that moment. Not bad, Fourth Master Chen. Mr. Mora is right. Although you cannot put Zhang Qishan in your eyes, but with that master, at least your attitude is still necessary, or else it will be detrimental to our next plans and development. Lu Jianquan also spoke up. Well, Chen Pai on the main seat listened to the words of the two men, nodded contemplatively. After all, on the subject of insight into that master, he has personally felt. Chapter 49, The Nine Gates Conference. Night. At this time, Lin Zhuoyang had just finished completely dispelling all the corpse poisons in her body for the second master's wife's maid. At the same time, using the power of dear living herb and some other great medicines to restore her body well, just walked out of the girl's room. Li Hai then came to his side and whispered to him, Master 9, he's here. Hearing Li Hai's words, Lin Zhuoyang nodded his head slightly, and then walked towards a certain direction of the Lin mansion under Li Hai's lead, a certain room in the Lin residence. Li Hai pushed open the door to the room and then stepped aside. Lin Zhuoyang, on the other hand, walked straight in. When Lin Zhuoyang walked into the room, Li Hai closed the door once again and stood at the entrance to act as a guard, a pair of glowing eyes scanning the surroundings. Room. Lin Zhuoyang just came in. A silhouette then arrived in front of him, arching his hand and respectfully shouting, Ninth Master. Well, how about that? Lin Zhuoyang looked at the silhouette and nodded in response to the question. Master 9, I'm thoroughly mixed up with them now, but I haven't seen Jude Cao. It was a Sakura man named Mora who represented him, while Lu Jianhun was also pulled in by him. It is not yet known what the purpose of this cherry blossom man or Jude Cao is. The figure replied respectfully. Not bad, you're doing great. Continue your performance next. As for Jude Kao, you don't have to worry about it. Mainly focus on this Sakura person. Although on the surface, this cherry blossom man is here on behalf of Jude Kao, in reality, this cherry blossom man should have another purpose. Or even, there are other people behind him. As for Lu Jianxuan, keep an eye on him too. I want to see if he'll be an alternative to it. Lin Zhuoyang frowned and spoke in a low voice. Yes, Master 9. Then I'll leave you to it. The silhouette bowed and arched his hand. And Lin Zhuoyang nodded slightly when he saw this. This silhouette saw the movement of Lin Zhuoyang nodding his head and then turned around and walked towards the door of the room. Just as he reached the door, the figure suddenly paused. A hesitant voice followed. Master 9. I wonder, how is she? Seen your mother? Hearing this, Lin Zhuoyang unfolded his smile and said, Don't worry, she's fine. The corpse poison has been completely removed. And after that, as long as she's not purposely poisoned or targeted, she won't have any problems living for 100 or 80 years. The figure at the entrance of the stomping feet heard this and nodded slightly, then opened the door of the room and walked out. Vertical day. The sky was a little overcast. However, the atmosphere within the Lin Mansion seemed even heavier. At this time, the lobby of the Lin Mansion. The heads of the 9 gates are gathered. Upper 3 doors, Buddha Zhang Qishan, 2nd Master February Hong, 3rd Master Half Cuddly, Ping San Men, 5th Master Wu Lao Dog, 6th Master Blackback. The next 3 doors, ranked 7th Hua Xian Gu, 8th Master Chi Tai Zue, the oldest 9 to solve the 9th Master. Among them, the only one missing is the 4th ranked 4th Master, the Water Locust, or the new 4th Master nowadays, Chen Pai. What's the situation today, Great Buddha Zhang? You invited us to a gathering at Master Lin Zhou's residence, and we're all here, and you don't say anything? 3rd Master Half Cuddly looked at Zhang Qishan, who was sitting in the main seat at this time, and asked bluntly, if it was Master Lin Zhou sitting in that seat, he was afraid that he would really have to think about it before opening his mouth. But the problem was that they hadn't seen Master Lin Zhou today, so with just Zhang Qishan alone, he wasn't afraid at all. And as the 3rd Master Half Cuddly opened his mouth, the black-backed old 6, Hua Xianfu and the others also looked at Zhang Qishan. Although they all knew in their hearts what was at the heart of this meeting, none of them just mentioned it. Gentlemen, you have all been in Sand City recently, and no one has left Sand City except Old 9 who has gone out, right? In that case, you should all know about the 4th Master's Water Locust. Zhang Qishan's face was already a bit ugly when he saw that Chen Pai was late, and at this time, after hearing Half Cuddly's words, his face instantly looked a bit more gloomy. Master Buddha, this matter has already spread throughout the entire Sand City. Who could not know about it? But it can't be helped. What about us, the 9 sect? We really do seem to have such a rule. The one who can kill the previous incumbent, can sit in this current incumbent. So I can now be afraid of fear. Afraid of walking on the road suddenly ran out of so few crazy people, just want to kill me. But fortunately I am ranked 7th in the 9 sect, so I think there shouldn't be many people targeting me. But it's Master Buddha, those several masters above you. You have to be careful. After all, there are quite a few people inside and outside of Sand City right now who want to learn that Chenpi. Immortal Hua spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Enough, Master Buddha. Chen Pai is my disciple. This matter is all due to my poor teaching leading to this. I'm going to go and capture him back and leave him at your mercy. At this time, February Red really couldn't stand Hua Xianfu's conspiratorial tone, so he directly stood up and arched his hand at Zhang Qishan. Cough cough. 2nd Master. According to the rules, Chen Pai he is now the 4th Master of our 9 sect. Although our flat 3 sect is not as good as your upper 3 sect, but in terms of status, it's not that different from yours. So you're about to go and arrest the Lord of the 1st sect with a straight face like that. You're breaking the rules and sending a bad signal to the rest of us. The black-backed old 6th spoke with a rag in his hand, wiping the black knife in his hand. Then what does Master 6 think should be done? February Red looked straight at the black-backed old 6th. For a while, the entire Lin Mansion lobby was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Ouch, you son of a, how dare you bite me? Ha ha ha, dog 5th Master. You can't even look at your own dog. Why don't you just change your name to something else? At this point, Wu Old Dog suddenly pretended to be bitten and threw the dog on the ground. And as soon as the yellow-furred puppy landed on the ground, it ran out curiously, and was caught by Master Xiejio and hugged it. Moment. The originally strong smell of gunpowder in the lobby of the Lin Mansion was dissolved by a single operation of these two people. The backyard of the Lin residence. With his world eye, Lin Jiang watched every move of the 9 sects leaders inside the lobby. The other side, Chen Pai had only set out not long ago as well, and was heading in the direction of the Lin Mansion. Alright, gentlemen, I, Zhang Qishan, have no intention of blaming anyone for convening the 9 Gates meeting this time, but I just want to discuss Chen Pai's appointment as the new 4th Master and the loopholes in our 9 Gates rules. 2nd Master, You should also sit down first. After all, 6th master is right. No matter how much we are displeased, Shenpai is now the new 4th master of the 9 gates after all. And if you go and take him in such a grand manner, it won't be good for you to spread the word. Zhang Qishan felt the attitude of the rest of the people in the lobby and opened his mouth. Hearing this, February Red also knows the situation today. Now the 9 doors seem to be one and united. But in fact, tap tap tap. After a short while, a sound of footsteps came in from outside the lobby of the Lin Mansion. Master Zhang Dafu, could it be that your house is too small to accommodate all the heads of the 9 gates? That's why it was chosen to be in Master Lin Zhou's house. The person had not yet arrived, but the voice had already come in. Asshole, you rebel. February Red looked at Chen Pai, who walked in and angrily opened his mouth to scold. Master Red too. I am now the 4th master of the 9 gates. It's not good for you to scold me like that. Chen Pai looked at February Red with a gloomy face. Humph, Chunpi, no matter what your status is, but the 2nd master is your master. That's irrevocable right. Is it better for you to talk to your master like that? Transparent man Chi Beiji suddenly spoke out at this time. Aha! What's the matter? Master Chi Ba, you want something? Chinpi turned his head to Chi Tizui. TSK. Good show. Good. Buzz. The 3rd master half-cutly just opened his mouth, and before he could finish, a sudden aura descended on the entire Lin House lobby. With that, Li Hai's figure walked in. This book on the name Hua Xiangu is positioned as a special name of the Hua family, such as Zhang Qilin of the Zhang family. The original name of Hua Xiangu during this period was Hua Jinshi, also known as Hua Sanyang. The name Hua Xiangu represents the status and position of a female Hua family member in this family. Chapter 50, Mines, Graves. Day 2. Outside Sandy City. The 4 of them, Zhang Qishan, Zhang Rishan, Chi Tizui, and Li Hai, were walking on the road to the countryside. As for yesterday's meeting of the 9 gates, because of Li Hai's appearance, coupled with the situation of the 9 gates today as well as the different ideas of each of the family heads, it ended up being a non-starter. And also because of yesterday's 9 gates meeting, at this time, Zhang Qishan also had a different idea in his heart. Nowadays, the 9 doors, only he Zhang Qishan, February Red, Chi Tizui and the solution of the old 9 people in one heart. The others, all have their own ideas. The 9 gates, will be scattered, even the 2nd master. Ugh. Thinking of this, Zhang Qishan raised his head and sighed as he looked into the distance. Zhang Rishan and Chi Tizui looked at the Buddha's appearance. As for Li Hai, he didn't have any other ideas because he wasn't from the 9 sects in the first place. Soon, with the footwork of 4, no, 3 plus a donkey, they finally arrived at their destination. As for the donkey has a weak Chi Tizui on it. The 4 men and their asses looked at the mountain range of mines that stretched out before them, and they were surrounded by caves filled with weeds and rubble, and not far away they could vaguely see the broken railroad tracks. Those cherry blossoms broke the railroad here right after they ran the train from here. So apparently they're trying to hide something? Zhang Qishan dispelled the matter of the 9 gates in his mind and said as he concentrated on observing the surroundings. Master Buddha, I received your order long ago and accompanied Lieutenant Zhang to visit once. How did it turn out? Hearing Chi Tizui's words, Zhang Qishan looked at him and asked. According to my previous observations, this place resembles the dragon's ambergris tomb recorded in Feng Shui metaphysics. Chi Tizui was holding a compass in his hand. Although their family did not specialize in Feng Shui, they did dabble in it. What is the dragon ambergris tomb? Adjutant Zhang asked suspiciously at him. Look. Chi Tizui took out from his body the map that he had drawn during his last visit and said as he extended his finger to cross several lines on the map. This whole mountain range of mines is beside a curved pool of water not far away, and it looks like the style of a dragon feeding on water. This is called the Crouching Dragon Feeding Water Bureau in Feng Shui. To the west is, while Zhang Qishan and the others were still listening to Chi Tizui talk about his findings from his last visit, at this time inside the mine King Wuzi's tomb, yet there were 2 people who appeared. Master 9. This is a meteorite? A voice with a crooked accent rang out. This person is exactly the long-disappeared Jude Cao, and the 9th master in his mouth is also naturally Lin Zhouyoung. Not bad. This is indeed a meteorite. To be precise, it should be a meteorite copper, or a piece of meteorite copper that possesses a strange power. Lin Zhouyoung said as he reached out and stroked the huge meteorite copper stone in front of him. Strange power? When Jude Cao heard Lin Zhouyoung's words, he looked at the meteoric copper in front of him, and a glint flashed in his eyes. What? Got an idea? Lin Zhouyoung squinted at Jude Cao. Don't dare. Just a little curious. Feeling the eyes of Lin Zhouyoung, Jude Cao instantly felt like an awe and let out a sarcastic smile. I advise you not to hit on this piece of meteoric copper. It is still of use to me, and as for what you want, I will get it for you. After finishing his speech, Lin Zhouyoung no longer paid attention to Jude Cao and began to close his eyes to observe the entire King Wuzi tomb with the power of the world eye. Jude Cao, who was on the side, saw Lin Jianyang's movements and had some words in his heart that he wanted to say. But, after thinking about it for a while, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, Master 9, are we here for something? Lay out. Lin Jianyang returned with his eyes closed. Lay out? Jude Cao was even more puzzled in his mind. You're not the only one in this world who wants to explore the secret of immortality. From ancient times to the present, I don't know how many generations of emperors and generals have spent their entire lives for this nebulous secret. Lin Jianyang knew what was on Jude Cao's mind, so he patiently explained to him. After all, this guy was still very useful for what he was going to do next. Originally, he didn't want to start laying out this matter so early, but after yesterday's Nine Gates meeting, he clearly sensed Zhang Qishan's psychological changes. Perhaps that's when he came across it. During this past period of time, he had been living in deep seclusion, observing the situation within the entire Sand City at all times with the power of his world eyes, although there were no obvious discoveries. But, he also found a hint of something. Jude Cao, what do you think of that Sakura man under you? Lin Jianyang still had his eyes closed and opened his mouth to ask Jude Cao. Under the village? Jude Cao was a bit puzzled when he heard Lin Jianyang's words, wondering why Master Jiao suddenly asked about an insignificant minion. It was true, in his mind, that Sakura person was just a puppet, a minion, that he had put out in the open, but he still respectfully returned. Master 9, as far as I know this Muraku ***** is the Grand Master of a Bushido school over in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. What genre? Before Jude Cao could finish speaking, Lin Jianyang directly opened his mouth and asked. That's, said Jude Cao, momentarily speechless when he heard this. Not knowing the genre, not knowing where he came from, and you haven't even scratched the surface of who he really is. How dare you use such a person? Lin Jianyang opened his eyes at this time, and a pair of eyes filled with inexplicable Dao rhythms struck Jude Cao's mind directly, causing him to almost collapse directly to the ground. Okay, let's go. Looking at Jude Cao, who was so scared by him that his legs went weak, Lin Jianyang walked past him toward the deeper part of King Wuzi's tomb. Let's see, will you come? Outside. At this moment, Zhang Qishan's few people had already arrived at a place full of dilapidated graves through Qi Tizui's meal of analysis. Looking at the place where there are white streamers everywhere like a mass grave, Zhang Rishan turned his head to Qi Tizui and said, Master 8, are you sure this is the place? When Qi Tizui heard Zhang Rishan's words, he hesitated for a while and finally spoke. Ahem, although I am not very proficient in feng shui, I am sure that the entrance to the mine must be in this neighborhood. Looking at Qi Tizui's serious expression, Zhang Rishan laughed and came to his side, patting one hand on his shoulder. It's not the 8th master. I'm not questioning your judgment. Why are you so nervous? Who's nervous? I'm. Silence. Suddenly, before Qi Tizui could finish, a low voice from Zhang Qishan rang out. With that, several people hurriedly crouched down and looked towards Zhang Qishan's line of sight in a certain direction. Li Hai hadn't said anything since the beginning, and even for the person in the distance who had been secretly spying on them he had long since discovered it. However, he kept in mind what the 9th master had told him. Since these people would be useful later on, he only needed to step in when it was a matter of life and death for them, and the rest, he didn't have to care. Chapter 51, Sakura Deadman. Letters. As a few people looked on, not far from Zhang Qishan's location where they were, there was a middle-aged man carrying a flat stretcher walking over, and on either side of his stretcher were 2 bundles of firewood for the fire. Ha! What did I expect? But a village boy who picks wood. Qi Tizui's original nervousness instantly relaxed when he saw this silhouette. Master Buddha, it's just a village boy. Why don't I go up and ask? Zhang Rishan said as he looked towards Zhang Qishan. However, Zhang Qishan, who heard the 2 men's words, never replied and only frowned. This place is in the middle of nowhere and extremely remote, and there are no trees around that can be used as firewood. So how could this person possibly come here? After a while, Zhang Qishan spoke. Hearing this, Qi Tizui, Zhang Rishan and the 2 of them looked at each other, and only then did they come back to their senses. Looking around the scene, there really didn't seem to be any trees that could be used as firewood. So this man, Hinayama, go help this old countryman. At this moment, Zhang Qishan opened his mouth to Zhang Rishan. Yes, Master Buddha. Although he didn't understand why the Buddha would want to go himself since he had already found out that there was something wrong with this person. But as for the Buddha's orders, he had always gone to follow them to the letter as long as he was ordered to do so. As Zhang Rishan got up and walked towards the village man, just as he reached his side, the village man was startled as if he suddenly realized that there was someone behind him. Then, after taking a deep look at Zhang Rishan, he hurriedly accelerated his steps and wanted to leave. Let me help you. Old country. Zhang Rishan caught up with the village man, but the village man didn't say anything, just lowered his head and continued to speed up his pace. Nope, he's a Sakura. On the other side, Zhang Qishan, who was watching all of this with his own eyes, suddenly looked at the village man's pair of legs and spoke in a cold voice. What? The one that's having a good day? Chizui turned his head to continue looking at the village man when he heard the Buddha's words. Oh, my God, how did Buddha see that? Why didn't I see it? Hinayama, stop him. And by this time, Zhang Qishan had already gotten up and ran in the direction of the two. Li Hai saw the situation then followed, leaving Qi Beiji alone frozen in place. Unknown. On Zhang Rishan's side, that village man heard Zhang Qishan's voice, and knowing that he had been exposed, he directly dropped his flat burden and used a speed faster than the hare in the tortoise and hare race, and scurried out in a flash. Unfortunately, Zhang Rishan, who had reacted at this time, had already pulled out the equality of being's artifact. As the saying goes, 7 steps inside and out, the gun is fast. And for Zhang Rishan, the 7 steps are just the starting point, because, bang, with the sound of a gunshot, the man instantly ran faster and farther. Battalion Commander Li, please. The moment Zhang Qishan's voice rang out, a cold light flashed out with a swish. This was immediately followed by a scream. At that moment, the figures of Zhang Qishan and Li Hai also ran past Zhang Rishan like the wind. By the time the two came to the man, he had actually started foaming at the mouth. Seeing this, Zhang Qishan looked at Li Hai. Buddha, don't look at me. I didn't do anything. Li Hai spread his hands while retrieving his own weapon, the giant greatsword, through the air. Heart also while secretly, I Lua Zhang Big Buddha. I do not listen to the words of the 9 masters to help you out. You actually still suspect me? That is, this girl is a guy who has a good little life. Otherwise I will not step in to help you stop him even if you shout your throat out. There's no way. Being a member of the wolf army, it's inherent to look at these people who are having a good time, commonly known as hatred of the rich, and Zhang Qishan, who heard Li Hai's words, had also squatted down at this time and broke open the mouth of this guy on the ground whose legs had been broken and was foaming at the mouth, and finally found the answer. It's the dead soldier, taking poison. Zhang Qishan faced gloomy. He did not expect this guy actually so decisive. Said not to live, not live. Minutes to take the drug to kill himself is who the hell taught him. Master Buddha, how's it going? At this time Chizui and Zhang Rishan also ran over. Chizui began his 101 questions as soon as he arrived. See for yourself, Master Chi Ba. Li Hai lifted his chin at the guy on the ground. Yikes, this girl died fast enough, Chizui uttered in surprise. Right, let's keep looking for the mine entrance. Zhang Qishan took one last look at the lifeless guy on the ground, spoke to a few people, and walked in a random direction. The other side, a small grove of trees outside of Sandy City. February Red and the girl walked among them. Girl, where are you taking me? February Red tenderly looked at the girl beside him and opened his mouth to ask. The girl who heard this covered her mouth with a smile and looked at February Red and said, Second Master, before I thought I was going to die, so I prepared a grave for myself in advance. But now, Master 9 has cured me, so I want to take you with me and knock over that grave. Hearing the words coming out of the girl's mouth, February Red looked at her heartily, then nodded, very quickly. With the girl's directions, the two came to an open area. Looking at that tombstone in front of him, which reads Tomb of the Beloved Wife. Yow! February Red's eyes are a little red. Suddenly, February Red whimsically opened his mouth and said, Girl, why don't we lie in together? Hearing the words of the second master, the girl wanted to, for a moment but finally nodded. Just consider it an experience. When the two lay down in the coffin, February Red and the girl looked at each other wordlessly, but because of the tight space, the girl twisted uncomfortably, and that was it. Crunch! A very faint voice reached February Red's ears. Lin House. At this time, Lin Zhouyang had already returned to his mansion silently. He had just walked into his study and sat down when he saw a letter on his desk, thinking about what he told the people below him before he left, that if there was anything to be done, he should write it up in the form of a letter and leave it on the table for him to read. So he picked up the letter straight away and opened it. The master himself, Apprentice Red Nun, has already led 5,000 sons and daughters of the Wolf Army to arrive in the Cloud Province, but they have been attacked by unknown forces in the province and are trapped in the area of Cloud Mist Mountain. So I asked that the master personally come to the aid of the master. Red Nuns. Looking at the letter's script, Lin Jiang's pupils shrunk, and a channel of light flashed through his eyes. At the same time, the power of the world eye burst out from his body, instantly covering the entire Lin mansion, inside and out, underground and in the sky. Not even an ant was spared. After realizing again that there were no problems, the power of the world eye swept towards the entire Sand City again. At the same time, he raised his palm and frantically operated his invisible palm power, trying to find something, but in the end, it seemed to be hindered by some kind of power. With no result, It was only after a long time that Lin Zhuoyang put away his palms and the power of the world eye and looked at the letter in his hand. An attack by an unknown force? Around cloudy mountains? Have finally, you made a move. Trying to do something by expelling me from Sand Castle? Or, is it trying to reach someone? Lin Zhuoyang looked at the letter in his hand and murmured in a low voice. Chapter 52, Guessing. Not making a difference. As for Honggu's safety? Are you kidding me? She's lucky she's not endangering people. Who else is going to put her in harm's way? With those life-preserving treasures he prepared for the Red Nun. It's not polite to say that even if she encounters the siege of a 100,000-year-old corpse king she might still want to perform a Changbanpa-style Red Nun version of 7 into 7 out. Not to mention encountering a large number of enemy soldiers. Not to mention the 5,000 wolf army soldiers beside her who had already been idle for a long time. Just the Imperial sword treasure box in her hand was enough to allow her to come and go in the midst of 10,000 troops. Putting down the letter in his hand, Lin Zhuoyang opened his mouth and shouted, "Someone come!" Tap tap tap. No sooner had the voice been heard than there came the sound of hurried footsteps. Master 9. What are your orders? Lin Zhuoyang looked at this wolf army soldier who walked in and didn't say anything back, only staring straight at him with his eyes. Name, Gao Wang. Identity, 3rd Battalion, Wolf Army Soldiers. Looking at the information displayed on the attribute-less panel, Lin Zhuoyang spoke. Gao Wang, can anyone come to my study today? Gao Wang was thrilled to hear that the 9th Master actually called out his name, but still respectfully said, back to the 9th Master. No one has entered the study all day today. Hearing Gao Wang's words, Lin Zhuoyang instantly frowned and spoke again. Are you sure? Below, Gao Wang looked at the 9th Master, whose brow was furrowed, and thought he'd said something wrong, but then he heard the question, so he frowned slightly and thought as well. Eventually, he spoke up. Yes, Master 9, I can vouch for my life. A guarantee of life? Guarantee you'll be dead. Lin Zhuoyang muttered in his heart when he heard this, then waved his hand for him to retreat. This Gao Wang's physical quality as well as mental strength were not weak. The general strength of the Wolf Army soldiers who could enter the 3rd Battalion could be ranked in the 3rd echelon in the Wolf Army. According to the system data, it was also up to 80 points up and down. But it was this kind of strength that was actually slipped in without any discovery or noticing. And a letter was put in? It seems. It is really mysterious. Even his one-poem world scripture couldn't find the slightest useful clue. Cautious, careful, acting meticulously and without leaving a trace. And with a skill, or something, that can make it impossible to measure with the art of fortune-telling, so that no one else can measure it. It was the 4th, 5th, 6th, or 7th time since he'd crossed over so many years that he couldn't accurately or at all measure the target. The first few times he tried the Bronze Gate, the Snake God, the Queen of the Essence, the Bottomless Cave of Ghosts, and the pair of huge pupils that appeared at the end of the Sandy Sea period, etc. It seems that now, there is another it to be added to the list. Unfortunately, the law inscriptions under my control are all extremely broken law powers, and I don't know if it's because the grade is too low, but I always feel like I can't utilize its strongest power. Otherwise, just give him a regional time lapse and I'll know who put the letter there. But for now, I still have to think about what to do next, murmured Lin Zhuoyang, frowning with a pensive expression. Judging from this letter, it wants to detach itself from the sand castle, so that it can do something. What will it be? Exploring the tomb of Qing Wuzi? Or contacting Zhang Qishan? Or Lu Jianshuan? Or maybe this letter isn't it at all? Or maybe it's not it at all, but that little day called Mura ******, I don't think so. That very good at life Murakuma should be a pawn too. The next morning, when Zhang Qishan and February Hong several people came out of King Wuzi's tomb with grey heads. They had just returned to Sand City and were about to go to the Lin Mansion to seek help from Master Linzhou when they heard that Master Linzhou had left overnight last night because of the events in Yun Province. Incidentally, he also took 2,000 Wolf Army soldiers with him. Zhang Qishan's residence. Strange, really strange. Why are there so many things going on lately? Even the ghost immortal, Master Linzhou, has actually left Sand City? What in the world is going on that even that master has been alarmed? Chi Tizui took a cup of tea, came to sit on the sofa and said, no matter what it is, I always have a bad feeling in my heart, said February Red with a worried face. Zhang Qishan also frowned on the sidelines without saying anything. At this moment, there was a sense of annoyance in his heart that could not be driven away. The other side, Lin Mansion. Gao Wang, who was in charge of Lin Mansion's vigilance last night, handed a letter to Li Hai at this time and said, Battalion Commander Li, last night Master Jiu said that there was a situation in Yun Province and he had to go back. So you'll be in full charge of the Sand City side of things for the rest of the day. After saying that, Gao Wang simply turned around and left. Looking at the departing Gao Wang, Li Hai turned around and walked into the study, closing the door before opening the letter and reading it. As the contents of the letter were presented, a touch of gravity appeared in his eyes, and then he took out a match and burned the letter completely. he didn't turn and walk out of the room until the letter turned to flying dust before his eyes. Mine. Yesterday, Zhang Qishan and the others entered the entrance to King Wuzi's tomb. Chen Pai, Huo Xiangu, Half-Cut Li, and Lu Jiansun and that village under came here with a bunch of manpower at this time. Third master, fourth master, immortal nun, a few bosses. This is where Zhang Qishan and the others went in yesterday. A short, ordinary-looking middle-aged man pointed at the entrance not far away and spoke to the few people in front of him. Are you sure this is the place? The third master, Half-Cut Li, looked at the entrance in front of him and opened his mouth to this middle-aged man and asked, his words exiting at the same time, a pair of eyes still staring at him with a deadly stare. At the same time, Chen Pai, Huo Xianfu, Lu Jianxuan, and that village underclassman were also looking at him with fierce eyes. I dare to send for. I can vouch for it with my life. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. In that case, you can go to hell. Bang bang bang. Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, Li opened his mouth to interrupt, while giving a look to the men around him, waiting for this person to die. The third master Half-Cut Li before looking at Chen Pai Huo Xinfu several people said, Gentlemen, what do you think? How else can I look at it? There's obviously a big tomb in here. And from what the people below said, that Zhang Qishan couldn't handle it at all. Otherwise he wouldn't have thought of running to the Lin mansion to get help from the Lin Zhou master. It's a pity that he pounced. Master Lin Zhou left San City last night in the middle of the night. Now that the sharp sword hanging over our heads is gone, then this tomb, naturally, goes to whoever breaks it first. Chinpi opened his mouth with a straight face. Not bad. I agree with what fourth master Chen said. Immortal Huo spoke up. X2. Lu Jianxuan and Mura **** both nodded as well. In that case, down to the grave. But in advance, said, encounter difficulties united to break. Encounter treasure by force to fight. Who do not break the rules. The third master Half-Cut Li vicious voice. Depart. Chen Pai directly shouted, followed by a few people with a large gang of henchmen toward the mine entrance inside. At this time, Lin Zhouyang, who had originally left San City overnight, was sitting on the coffin in the center of King Wuzi's tomb. That's right, it's the coffin of the tomb's owner, King Wuzi. With the power of the world eye, he looked outside the tomb at Chen Pai and the others who were walking in through the entrance, frowned slightly, and then spoke out. Humph, what a bunch of things that don't know how to die. And this kid Chen Pai, I'm damn well letting you play freely, not letting you die freely. This tomb has long been laid by me with all sorts of dead-end organs, even Zhang Qishan and the others. If not for Li Hai's hand, they wouldn't have been able to walk out of this tomb. Just like that you guys still dare to break in? It seems like these 9 gates are really falling apart. Lin Zhouyang's cold voice continuously resounded in the center of this empty tomb, shaking many things in this tomb with fear. Forget it, don't do it or die. But that guy, Lin Zhouyang didn't want to pay attention to the few 9 sect dons that had already walked in outside, but instead turned his world-eyed gaze on the middle-aged man who had already been killed by a few shots. With his memory, if this man had actually appeared yesterday, he would have remembered it, but it was off. Chapter 53, Under the Blank Village. The other side. Chen Pai and the others had completely walked into the middle of the entrance, and as they continued to go deeper and deeper, someone soon realized that something was wrong. Third master, this entrance isn't right. A stout man pushing a half-dozen plums spoke up. Something's wrong. What? Did you meet a demon? Chen Pai heard the other party's words and spoke disdainfully. Speak up. Half-Sack Li gave his man a look and waved his hand for him to ignore Chen Pai's words. Third master, this is a robber's hole. It's not just a robber hole. What's the fuss? This is a tomb. If there's a tomb, there's a robber hole. It's normal, Huo Xiangu said with a piece of silk cloth in her hand covering her nose. But it's a robber's hole in the opposite direction. I think the two authorities should understand what I mean by now. Being looked down upon twice in a row. Even though he was only a steward in the third master's mansion, as the saying goes, you have to look at the master even when you hit a dog. At this moment, the stout man's tone was more or less impulsive. But Chen Pai and Huo Xianfu who heard his words didn't care about this, because they both thought of something. With the robber holes reversed, either the contents of the tomb have been taken, or escape. In thinking of the following people came to report that today, Zhang Dafu master and the second master they are all gray. Could this be a fight between Zhang Qishan and the others? Immortal Huo spoke hesitantly. No way. First of all, the time is too short, and this robber hole is extremely huge. It is not at all a few people can dig it out. And then there is the color. The 4 walls of this robber hole are quite a few years old at a glance. So, whatever the pros and cons are, just go in and see. Chinpi waved his hand in a big wave and said that he took the lead. Along the way, both Lu Jianxuan and Mura **** put their presence to an extremely low level. And now looking at Chen Pai's reckless behavior, Lu Jianxuan looked directly at the village and gave him a look. This is the partner you're looking for? Sacrifice yourself for the good of others? Murakumo was also holding his forehead with his hand at this time, more or less speechless, so he turned his head away, unable to bear to look directly at Lu Jianxuan's gaze. Tomb Center. Lin Zhouyan looked at Chenpai's movement and was also speechless, directly opening his mouth and cursing. Finished calf stuff. Chenpai didn't know that because of his actions, he had left the three of them speechless to the core, and two others secretly happy. And these two people are naturally the three masters Half-Cutly and Huasian-gu. After all, someone rushed ahead to take the knife. They are not happy cannot. If not, the occasion is not right. They even want to directly let out a loud laugh out, with Chenpai leading the way. Soon the party moved on. As they continued to walk in, they all heard the sound of tick-tock tick-tock, and at this time, Chenpai, who had been pretending to be stupid, was also careful. After all, pretending to be stupid can be, but not really stupid. Something's not right. Suddenly, Mora A, whose presence had been minimal, spoke up. What's wrong? What's wrong again? Luck Kin-hoon and Chenpai spoke one after another. If I remember correctly, when we came in, there were 52 of us, and by all rights our footsteps should have been disorganized and numerous. But now, Mora A frowned at Chenpai and a few others in front of him. Chenpai, who had heard this from Mora A, looked directly behind them, and the same was true for half-shreddedly, Huaxianqiu, Lu Jianxuan, and Mora A. But, people are there. No, they have a problem. The third master, Half-Li, looked at the gang of henchmen who had fallen a dozen paces behind them, and his face grimaced. Tomb Center. Lin Zhouyan looked at the crowd in the tomb passage with his worldly eyes, but his attention was on the cherry blossom man named Mora A. Can you even hear the number of such disorganized footsteps? You think you're Hulkbuster? What a smooth ear. With that, the attribute-free panel moves. Blank. What? At this moment, Lin Zhouyan directly stood up from Cheng Wuzi's coffin. It was his turn to say something was wrong at this point. Obviously this past time himself had used the attribute-less panel to check on this girl. It's safe to say that with the exception of one background snob showing, which there isn't, all the other information proves that he's just a guy who can get by. But what is it now? Between his mind's electric thoughts, he raised his left hand and invisible palm power surged madly in his palm. Unmeasurable, invisible resistance. Grandma Bear, Luo Laoxian possessed. That's it. In an instant, Lin Zhouyan wanted to rush out, but in the end, he held back. Wait some more. And at that moment inside the tomb passage, there was a sudden jolt in the heart of the blank attribute Mora A. Aha, who is it? Could it be the guy who's already left? What else is he trying to gauge me with? Outside. Inside Sandy City, Zhang Qishan reorganized his aura and brought the two Zhang Rish and Qi Tizui to the Lin Mansion. Following the footsteps of the subordinates of the Lin Mansion, a few people soon came to the lobby of the Lin Mansion once again. Master Buddha, 8th Master, Lieutenant Zheng. Li Hai looked at the several people and arched his hand in salute. Battalion Commander Li, X 3-inch. Zhang Qishan's few people similarly arched their hands in return. Battalion Commander Li, Master Lin Jiuhe. Zhang Qishan looked at Li Hai and didn't know what to say. Master Buddha. Before Master 9 left, he said that during his absence I would be the sole agent of all the situations of the Wolf Army on this side of Sand City. So if you have any questions, there's no harm in saying so. Li Hai looked at Zhang Qishan's expression of desire to speak and said, Truth be told, Battalion Commander Li. As Zhang Qishan opened his mouth, Li Hai also knew the meaning of the other party's visit to the door this time. That is, he wanted to let himself accompany them to run another trip to that tomb under the mine. However, Li Hai thought of the contents of the letter left behind by the 9th Master and had a tangled expression on his face. Battalion Commander Li. But what's the difficulty? Zhang Qishan looked at Li Hai's expression and already had an answer in his heart, but he still asked unwillingly. I'm really sorry about this, Master Buddha. The 9th Master left secret orders before he left. Plus there are really some things in the mansion that I need to guard personally. So, alas, in that case, excuse me, Zhang Qishan said with an arch of his hand and then turned to leave directly with Qi Tizui Zhang Rishan and the two of them. Li Hai looked at the departing trio with a luster flowing in his eyes, his gaze lingering on Zhang Qishan for an especially long time, not knowing what he was thinking. Battalion Commander Li, is there anything wrong with this Zhang Qishan? When the three left, a person walked out from the back of the lobby and asked Li Hai. It's nothing, it's just that. I don't know why, but I always feel that there's something wrong with Zhang Qishan today. That aura on him, it's like he's a different person. Li Hai said as he heard the words of the visitor. A new man? The visitor was puzzled and looked out of the lobby. February Red Residence. Zhang Qishan came here after a few people left the Lin Mansion. Zhang Qishan, what have you been doing for the past 2 days? As soon as he walked into the February Red Mansion, a pretty figure came to Zhang Qishan's side and took his arm, saying, "Oops, it's Ian." "No, ma'am. In the past 2 days we've been following Master Buddha around. We almost forgot about you." Chi Tizui looked at Ian Xinyue who was pestering the Buddha and said with a slap on the head. Zhang Qishan also remembered this woman at this time, while looking at her with a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Yun Family, Chapter 54, Talking to it, Hand to Hand. Seems like the truth. At this moment, Zhang Qishan thought of what Xie Laojiu had said back then. The Yin family, a hegemon in Beiping, is even a huge network of contacts in the grave-robbing world. Moreover, he who had participated in the auction of the Crescent Moon Hotel had also seen those listening slaves and stick slaves of the Yin clan, one literary and one military. All of them were extraordinary. If he has those people under him. When Zhang Qishan thought of this, the gaze that he originally had at first been uninterested in Yin Xinu looked at her with tenderness at this time. At this moment, a plan, and a dragnet quietly weaved in his mind. A net that in the future, might be able to envelop the entire Nine sect, and even, Master Lin Jiao. On the other side, in the tomb of Qing Wuzi, at this time, Chen Pai and the others had begun to panic. First a group of brothers under his command were inexplicably controlled by something, followed by countless tiny snakes that could parasitize the human body. The further in you go, there are still unknown creatures that look like hair attacking, organs and hidden weapons, unknown creatures, and all sorts of organs coming one after the other. Only after entering the tomb and holding on for a short while, the crowd that was originally walking together was completely broken up and dispersed to various places in the tomb. In a dark corner, Nirakumo's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he looked around with a wary face. As time passes, his breathing gradually stops, even his heartbeat loses its rhythm, and if one is allowed to observe him closely, one will realize that he looks like he is dead, but the light still shining in his eyes proved that he was still alive. Tap tap tap. It's amazing. No heartbeat, no breathing, even the life force in your body has disappeared. Yet you're still alive. What about you? No origin, no past, just like appearing out of nowhere. Or is there really a heaven-killing clan in this world as you said? Ha, does that matter? Maybe it doesn't matter. Even though your appearance disrupted our plans, but, you're still within our plans after all. Yes? I'm curious. Who are you guys? The god who controls everything. Boom, buzz. An invisible aura instantly swept across the entire King Wuzi tomb, and the one who bore the brunt of it was Mora ***** in the darkness. God? No one dares to call himself a god in front of me. Even if there really is a god, I can still slaughter it. Ignorant people always think that they can go against the heavens and slaughter the gods, but unbeknownst to you, what you see is only what we want you to see. Even if you possess the same special bloodline as the Zhang clan, or even stronger than them, you will not be able to escape our control after all. The moment the voice fell, Mora ***** suddenly rushed out with inhuman speed. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiao Sample was shocked in his heart. This guy could actually not be suppressed by the dragon's might? Interesting, running quite fast. But, Sonic understands. Lin Jiaoyan's words fell, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into thin air. After a while, there was a sudden boom that broke the sound barrier from where he had left. In the dimly lit tomb passage, Nirakumo was running frantically at an alarming speed, aiming instead for the center of the chamber. Suddenly, why do you want to go in there so badly? Lin Jiaoyan's figure appeared in front of him while extending a finger to point at him. He saw that there was a rune flying towards him from Lin Jiaoyan's fingertips, and it was simply too late to react, so he ran straight into it. Immediately afterward, there was an invisible confining force spread all over his body, instantly making him unable to move the slightest bit. How can it be? What kind of tactic is this? Nirakumo was extremely shocked. Something that was not in the information about it. Swish, Lin Jiaoyan's figure arrived in front of him in an instant. I'm curious about one thing. What made you Murakumo? Or rather, when did Murakumo become you? Lin Jiaoyan. We know you. Just remember, you're in our hands. Instead of answering, Mora ***** inexplicably said, and then, Lin Jiaoyan then saw that it was as if his body was air drying and aging, and in just 2 blinks of an eye, it was rapidly rotting and sanding away. What a joke! Lin Jiaoyan shouted angrily as he watched the scene happening in front of him, while an inscription flashing with different colors surfaced around him. A stream of power containing laws kept pouring into the body in front of him that was rapidly decaying and sanding. After all, or just have to watch. I've been preparing for this for so long, and you're telling me this thing might not be personal? Lin Jiaoyan looked at the pile of gravel on the ground and was furious. Impossible. The other party was definitely a human being, except that this would be an unknown means of suicide, which would allow one to die without a trace, leaving one untraceable. except for a pile of sand. But this kind of tactic, it's a bit over the top, isn't it? While Lin Zhuoyang was furious, a black stone that was only the size of a small thumbnail cap and shielded his perception flickered imperceptibly in the gravel that had been transformed under the village. Following. Swish, the stone suddenly rushed towards Lin Zhuoyang's chest at breakneck speed, and with a pft sound, it penetrated his body. The moment the stone penetrated through his body, some memory fragments suddenly and inexplicably appeared in Lin Zhuoyang's mind. Very vague. Wow, as a mouthful of blood was spat out. Lin Zhuoyang couldn't care less about his own situation and his spiritual power was frantically activated. Countless inscriptions in the spirit world flickered madly with light, and a force of shattering laws that was like a shocking wave swept toward the black stone that had fled far away. Hurt me and still want to leave. Rumble. In this instant, the entire Qingwuzi tomb shook because of him. Let me go. Otherwise you can't afford the consequences of messing with us. A spiritual force came from a distance. Lin Zhuoyang's eyes were violent at this time, and his voice sounded as if it was coming from the nine hells. My consequences will come later, but yours are already doomed. Get your ass back here. With Lin Jiang's roar filled with the power of shattering laws, the black stone was wrapped in the power of the laws that had surged out before. Immediately afterward it flew backward as if it were time going backwards, flying back in front of Lin Zhuoyang. At the same time, a palm containing infinite palm power gripped at the black stone, grabbing it into his hand. This strange energy? Is it meteoric copper? No, it's stone. Meteorite. A meteorite that contains special power? Not only can it shield my spiritual perception, it can also shield the measurements of the fortune-telling art. So, it's all because of you. Lin Zhuoyang looked at the black meteorite in his hand, and at this moment, he finally realized why he couldn't count anything. At the same time this maraca **** can still be transformed silently under his nose now. Suddenly, he remembered those memory fragments that appeared in his mind when this black meteorite pierced through his chest. This ability, how similar it was to the black hairy snake that Innocent and Ritu encountered at a later stage. In this instant, he seemed to understand. It, or they, are also using the same method to gain immortality in disguise. The only difference is that this black meteorite seems to be able to carry their memories completely, and even allow their consciousness to live inside the meteorite. And these are just the ones he has discovered or guessed so far. As to whether there are any other abilities, it is not yet known. What an incredible thing, do you think so? Lin Zhuoyang spread out his palms and said as he looked at the black meteorite in his hands. What's the situation? Lin Zhuoyang, who had been frozen for a long time and hadn't heard any response, was dumbfounded. Hurriedly, he picked up the black meteorite block to check it out, and there was no problem. Spiritual energy flooding in and nothing? When Lin Zhuoyang crushed the black meteorite block with one hand and gritted his teeth with an expression out. The reason turned out to be that there wasn't a single bit of memory picture, or even memory fragment, within this black meteorite block, and even that strange energy of its own was gone. It seemed that the original guy in here had triggered some kind of prohibition, thus causing this black meteorite block to be completely scrapped and turned into an ordinary meteorite. And it, too, has completely dissipated. Sure enough, it's worthy of being a guy who's existed for who knows how long. This reaction, I'm damn. Simply, Lin Zhuoyang was almost exasperated. He had prepared for so long just to catch this guy, but now, it was all ruined. After this incident, with the vigilance of they, I'm afraid it will be difficult to catch one in the future. Chapter 55, Shenpai and the others return from serious injuries, and Zhang Qishan Bully convenes a meeting. Lin House, somewhere in the room, Jude Cao was startled as he looked at Lin Zhuoji, who suddenly appeared with blood on his chest. Master 9, what are you doing? Hearing Jadiko's words, Lin Jianyang took the lead in using the attribute-less panel to look at Jadiko in front of him. After all, after the beating he got from that guy in the tomb, he doesn't look like a good person to anyone now, commonly known as post-stress. And while that black meteorite block could shield his world eyes and one palm world scripture, it didn't seem to be able to do so to shield the view of the attribute-less panel. So after making sure that Jude Cao in front of him was okay, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. Nothing, just met someone who would rather die than talk to me, Lin Zhuoyang said, also feeling strange. It stands to reason that these guys have survived for so long with the black meteorite chunks, and they are still looking for a way to live forever in their physical bodies tot his day. In that case, they should not be very afraid of death, right? But he met this guy, how can he just die? At least hesitate, give him some time to react. In the room, Jude Cao's mouth twitched at hearing this before he opened his mouth to ask, I wonder who was so disrespectful to you that they would rather die than chat with you. At that, Jude Cao couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to know. Get ready. It's time for you to return home. Lin Zhuoyang looked at Jude Cao and waved his hand at him and said, Yes, Master 9. Hearing this, Jude Cao's eyes lit up. Finally, was it his turn to play? Unfortunately, What he doesn't realize is that when he goes back this time, his appearance will be scheduled for decades from now. The other side. February Red House. Zhang Qishan and the others had already agreed to make another trip down to the mining tomb early tomorrow morning. At this time, Zhang Qishan had just stepped out of the February Red Mansion with Xinu and Chi Tai Zue Zhangrishan. Just one of the soldiers quickly ran up to a few people. Report Buddha. Just now. As the soldier recounted, Zhang Qishan and the others knew what had happened. It turns out that just now, the soldiers guarding the city saw Chen Pai, Huoxian Nun and Half-Cut Li coming back from outside of the city, and looked at them in an extremely sorry state. The third master Half-Cut Li was originally a double-legged disabled person, and this time he came back. He directly even lost those already crippled legs. And then there was Chen Pai, covered in wounds, deep to the bone, like a bloody man. Immediately after that was Huoxian Gu, who was directly carried back, alive or dead. And from what the soldier said, there were dozens of brothers out with them this morning, as well as that San City intelligence officer Lu Jianxuan sent down from above. There's also that village down at the pretty country chamber of commerce hall. But now that Chen Pai's 3 Nine Gates pawns had returned, but Lu Jianxuan and that village underneath had not, that meant that they had died in the tomb. The moment. In his heart, Zhang Qishan only wanted to say, it's really God's help. The third master's half of Li has been completely ruined. Chen Pai is seriously injured, and Hua Jinshi, the head of the Hua family, is alive or dead. This was the time for him to regain control of the 9 sects and purge all opposition. As for why they were like this, without even having to guess, Zhang Qishan could think that it must have something to do with the tomb under the mine. Hinayama, pass on my order. You will personally lead the people to invite all the heads of the 9 sect to my Zhang mansion to convene a meeting of the 9 sect. The light in Zhang Qishan's eyes flickered continuously as he spoke to Zhang Rishan beside him. Yes, Master Buddha. Zhang Rishan, who had received the order, stood down in a military posture and responded, then left with the soldier who had come to report. Buddha, you are trying to take advantage of the third master Chen Pai and them at this time. Chi Tizui looked at the departing Zhang Rishan, turned his head to look at the Buddha in front of him and opened his mouth to ask. For some reason, at this moment, Chi Tizui suddenly felt that the Buddha in front of him was somewhat strange. Well, old 8, this is the perfect time to reorganize the 9 sects. Zhang Qishan didn't bother to look at the strange look Chi Tizui was giving him. Perhaps he had also sensed the change in himself, thus he couldn't bear the look Chi Tizui was giving him at this moment. Night. Zhang Qishan's residence. At this time, the Zhang mansion was heavily guarded, and patrols of 10 people in small groups could be seen everywhere. In the living room of the Zhang mansion, the family members of the 9 gates were once again gathered together. It's different from the last Lin house. At this moment, each of the 9 sects' current family members were silenced and waited without a word for the master of the place to make an appearance. Around the living room, there were still quite a few Zhang clan soldiers holding submachine guns guarding the 4 directions. For a while, the entire living room fell into an atmosphere of falling silence. Tap tap tap. With the sound of thick military leather boots treading on the ground, Zhang Qishan slowly walked down the second floor steps. Only after walking all the way to the main seat in the living room and sitting down did he look with a serious face at the current heads of the 9 sects of each family. Gentlemen, the 9 sects have been scattered for too long, and as the head of the 9 sects, I think it's time to straighten things out. Just after sitting down, Zhang Qishan began to engage in targeting. Those present were all heads of families, who could not understand to whom Zhang Qishan was directing these words. Humph, Great Buddha Zhang is so majestic. Although you are the head of the 9 gates, the 9 gates have traditionally had each family minding their own business. When has one family ever had the final say? Have you gone through our consent when you say that you're going to reorganize? Also, I'm really impressed with how big Buddha Zhang acted tonight, and I'm afraid it's all over the entire San City right now. Master Zhang Dafu's family, the 9 sect, is the only one, and in one night, he led the troops to capture all the other 8 masters of the 9 sect. At this time, the face is still miserable with the third master Half-Cut Li coldly grunted and opened his mouth. Although he was now severely injured, it was nothing more than his already useless legs becoming completely useless, but it did not mean that he was at the mercy of others. Oh, consent? In that case, how about I ask for your consent now, third master? Bang! Ah! As Zhang Qishan said that, Zhang Rishan, who was standing aside, directly pulled out his gun and fired a shot at the root of Half-Cut Li's already oozing blood thigh before it was pressed against the back of Half-Cut Li's head. Third master, do you agree now? Zhang Qishan looked at Half-Shot Li, but Half-Sack Li didn't say anything, just a pair of eyes staring straight at him. Well, since the third master isn't speaking, that means he agrees. Gentlemen, don't you? I agree with Master Buddha's words to rectify the 9 sects. Master Xiejio was the first to speak. I agree. With Master Xiejio taking the lead, the remaining few 9 sect heads, except for the unconscious Hua family head Hua Jinshi, There was only one Chenpai left with a gloomy face and no words. Fourth Master Chen, is there anything you want to say? Zhang Qishan looked towards Chenpai. Although it seemed to be just a casual question, the fierce color in Zhang Qishan's eyes was seen by everyone present. Promise him. While Chenpai was trying to reproduce his fourth Master Chen's might and be tough for a couple of moments, a voice suddenly reached his mind. What's this? Master 9. I agree with Buddha's proposal. In the end, under the influence of Master 9's voice, he decided to live a little first. And when Zhang Qishan, who was in the main seat, heard this, he instantly changed his face. His smile rose, and then he spoke. Well, since all the heads of the house have agreed, then I'm here to make an announcement first, as this Termswa clan immortal aunt is currently in a coma, and it's not known if she'll ever wake up. Therefore, I raise Hua Jinshi's niece, Hua Yunying, to become the new Hua family immortal aunt. Stolen writings period. Name made up. Who is in favor? Who is against? As Zhang Qishan opened his mouth. At this point, Hua Xianqiu from the Thief Pen period makes her official debut. Subsequently, Zhang Qishan announced several new rules of the 9 sects as a way to achieve his ambition of restricting and controlling the entire 9 sects. Chapter 56, Easily Entering the Tomb. Zhang Qishan is tricked. Vice officer wants to go to the northeast. Vertical day. As promised yesterday, Zhang Qishan and February Red set off for the mines with a group of elites selected from each of the 9 sects families. As for Zhang Rishan, he was left behind to guard the situation of the 9 gates, and Chi Tizui still continued to follow them. But considering the dangers within the mining catacombs, Zhang Qishan ultimately did not let him follow him in, but instead left a dozen or so hands to be led by him, ready to receive him at any time outside the tomb. Master Buddha, did you find anything wrong? In the tomb passage, February Red opened his mouth to Zhang Qishan and asked. Well, it seems like there are a lot less organs. Hearing February Red's words, Zhang Qishan frowned in response. It seems that my rebellious disciples and the others aren't all useless. At least, they have given us a good foundation for this descent into the tomb and cleared a lot of obstacles. February Red laughed. No matter what, it's better to be careful. Zhang Qishan spoke, as their group of dozens of people continued to go deeper and deeper. Very quickly, they then arrived in the middle of a chamber, and as soon as they stepped in, the scene in front of them gave them a shock in their hearts. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of pits of various sizes within this chamber. Judging from the shape and size of these pits, they should be the places where those coffins were originally placed on the ghost fire truck. There were quite a few digging tools around, in addition to the tired white bones, which were too numerous to count. Master Buddha, it looks like this should be a burial chamber. Calming his mind, February Red spoke. That should be right. Let's continue walking. Zhang Qishan nodded, then turned around and left the chamber, continuing to walk deeper into the tomb. With the movement of Zhang Qishan turning to leave, February Hong followed after glancing at the tomb room. Leaving the crypt, the crowd walked another long distance. Strange. It's obvious that the last time we came here there were countless organs and hidden weapons and numerous weird creatures. How come there seems to be nothing this time? It can't be possible that our last experience was a hallucination on our part, right? As he went further in, the journey went smoothly enough to make February Red a little disbelieving. Listening to February Hong's words, Zhang Qishan frowned tightly at this moment, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. As for the hallucination that February Red had mentioned, he felt that it was simply impossible. After all, if it was really a hallucination, that time, they wouldn't have almost lost their lives in here. Buddha, a lot of iron ropes have appeared ahead. Suddenly, while Zhang Qishan was contemplating, one of Zhang Fu's personal soldiers opened his mouth and shouted. Hearing the words of his personal soldier, Zhang Qishan looked toward the distance. Sure enough, a structure that looked like an altar appeared not far away, while there were also a number of iron cables the thickness of buckets connected in all directions. Master Buddha, this seems to be the deepest part of the tomb already. February Red spoke to Zhang Qishan after carefully observing the situation around him. Check it out. Zhang Qishan's face was heavy. This descent into the tomb was too smooth, too unbelievable, as if it had been arranged in advance. It was too unusual from what they had encountered the last time they had been down here. So he spoke to his own men at his side. Having received Zhang Qishan's order, this personal soldier randomly selected a few 9 sect elites out of the crowd on the side, and then led them to climb up the iron ropes towards the altar location not far away. A few moments, Zhang Qishan looked at the several people who had successfully reached the altar and was silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Let's go. With that, Zhang Qishan took the lead and jumped onto the iron rope, heading towards the altar, followed by February Red, and the rest of the 9 sect elites hurriedly followed. In no time at all, everyone has come to the altar. On the altar, there was nothing else but a coffin. However, Zhang Qishan found something different. Master Buddha, there should have been something put here before, and it's not small, so it looks like it was taken away. February Red came to his side and said as he looked at an obvious mark in front of Zhang Qishan's eyes. Zhang Qishan frowned and nodded without saying anything. Master Buddha. That coffin. Hearing February Red's words, he came back to his senses, turned his head to look at the coffin that didn't seem to have the slightest trace of opening, and directly said, "Prepare to open the coffin." With his order, a group of 9 sect elites began to make preparations to open the coffin, and Zhang Qishan just like this quietly stood aside and watched. At this time his only feeling there is a layer of fog to cover him. He seems to be caught in a heavenly bureau. Buddha, get ready. At this time, the person below opened his mouth and called out to Zhang Qishan, and hearing the voice, Zhang Qishan hurriedly put away the thoughts in his heart and walked towards the coffin. This time, he was going to do it himself. As he rolled up his sleeves, there was the sound of the coffin lid moving. Very quickly, the coffin was then opened completely. Master Buddha, be careful. But before Zhang Qishan could react, February Red suddenly reminded in a shocked voice. With a pft sound, a slender black snake flew straight out and bit him on the neck. Then it is a black eye. Zhang Qishan unconscious before the only impression is February Red that a concerned and nervous face. Sandy City. Zhang Qishan's residence. In the master bedroom. Inu looked at the unconscious Zhang Qishan on the bed with a worried face, while Zhang Rishan and Chi Tai Zue both stood aside. At that moment, February Red walked in from outside. Second Master, how is it? Can we contact Master Linjiu? Zhang Rishan looked at February Red who walked in and asked anxiously. But, after glancing at the several people in front of him, February Red first shook his head before speaking. Battalion Commander Lee said that he can't contact Master 9 right now either. What about Battalion Commander Lee? As the head of the 9th Master's Close Guards, Battalion Commander Lee can only treat ordinary gunshot and knife wounds. He knows nothing about poison. Without waiting for Zhang Rishan to finish, February Red spoke up. Then what should we do now? We've invited all the doctors in San City, but they are all at their wits' end just as they were when they faced the lady. This, Chi Tizui looked at the bed face more and more pale. Neck was bitten by the snake out of the 2 tiny holes around the hole has turned black-purple, and then dragged on. I'm afraid, the Western doctor I hired from Peking couldn't do anything. He just gave Qishan a shot of antibiotics and toxin suppression and then left. He said that if he couldn't find a way to save him within 7 days, then Qishan. You also spoke up at this time. It seems that we can only go back for a trip. Zhang Rishan suddenly spoke with a grave expression. Go back? Back where? Chi Tizui didn't know how Zhang Rishan's face suddenly became grave. There's no time to lose. Second Master, I'm counting on you for the rest of the 9 gates. 8th Master, Madam, let's pack up and leave immediately. Zhang Rishan didn't respond to Chi Tizui's words. He just dryly instructed February Red before addressing Chi Tizui and Inu. No way. At this time Qishan can't move around anymore. Otherwise it will accelerate the circulation of toxins in his body. Ma'am, I don't have time to explain to you, and I can't explain to you. Listen to me. At the moment we can't find Master Lin Jojo. This is the only way we can do it. Zhang Rishan spoke to Inu. Ma'am, listen to the adjutant. The adjutant grew up with the Buddha. He won't harm the Buddha. Yes, ma'am. There's only so much you can trust the deputy now. February Red and Chi Tai Zue opened their mouths to advise from the side. Hearing the words of the 2 men, Inu finally loosened her hands that tightly embraced Zhang Qishan. Chapter 57, Stormy Weather. Little Zhang Qilin. That night, with the help of February Red, Zhang Rishan, Chi Tizui and Inu left Shacheng overnight with the unconscious Master Zhang Dafu, toward the northeast. What they didn't know was that they thought they had left very stealthily, but there had always been a figure watching them from a short distance away. Finally, I can meet him at this time. In the darkness, a voice sounded and disappeared quietly, and this person was not the only one who was staring at Zhang Qishan. In the darkness of another place, there were still several pairs of eyes staring deathly at the departing Zhang Rishan. Several people. Zhang Qishan is unconscious. His adjutant must have taken him back to the Zhang family. Well, we're not the only ones concerned about Zhang Qishan. There's also that guy. That fellow will definitely follow. After all, he's very curious. He must be interested in the Zhang family's affairs. This is an opportunity. But he's too strong and his power isn't small. If you want to deal with him, you have to take care of those under him first. In that case, let's start the cleansing program. The highest priority target, his wolf army. Then Zhang Qishan sighed. He's insignificant compared to that guy. Not bad. Zhang Qishan can be in contact later on. And the Wang family can also make an appearance. This dog, it's also time to let out and loosen his teeth. At this moment, as the voice rang out in this darkness, a monstrous giant net unfolded and enveloped towards the wolf army that was far away in the Cloud Province and within the city of Sand at this moment. Vertical day. On the second day after Zhang Qishan's few people left, the Sakura army, which had long been on the move, began to gather their troops. looking like they were in the style of launching an attack on Sandcastle at any moment. And far away in the Cloud Province area, the rest of the warlords in the Cloud Province also started to gather their armies for some unknown reason. At the same time, the Cherry Blossom armies stationed in the border area of the Cloud Province similarly gathered with a great momentum. The Wolf Army Residency in Cloud Province. Quincy, a lofty building stands here. The building. A soldier in a black wolf army costume was running quickly towards the center of the building. Report. Important information. Enter. Reporting to Vice Marshal Red. The Sakura army in the border area has suddenly assembled. There are also quite a few warlords in the province who seem to have reached a consensus to gather their armies at the same time. The target should be us. Behind a 2-meter-long table, Honggu was sitting on a chair and stood up directly after hearing what the soldier said. Sakura's army assembling? Warlords reach a consensus? It seems they've been secretly colluding for a long time. Damn things. After figuring out the magnitude of it, Honggu shouted, "Notify all the brothers below. Prepare for battle. Mobilize all tanks, armored vehicles, and the entire army at once, and set off those pieces of in the province first." Meanwhile the 7th, 8th, and 9th boot camp training are straight out of training. Cop out and top me off on the border. As Honggu gave one order after another, the entire Cloud Province Wolf Army moved. Same time, inside Sandy City, Li Hai had already begun to count his troops and generals, and the 9th sect had called in thousands of brethren under the leadership of February Red, just because, at this time, an entire division of Sakura's army had been stationed 10 miles away from Sandcastle. The cherry blossom anointed flag that stood tall fluttered in the wind, and that anointed-like odor made the people within the Sandy City smell and somewhat vomit. And on the other side, at this time, Zhang Qishan's few people had already entered the northeastern territory. At the rate they're going, how much longer do they have to go? Never mind, they're heading in this direction, so I'll go ahead and take a look. Maybe I'll get there first. Lin Zhuoyang stood on a tree with his hands behind his back looking ahead at Zhang Rishan's few people and whispered to himself. Because of the special nature of the Zhang family members and the presence of the meteorite copper that was said to be present within the Zhang family's ancient building, it was not possible to figure out their location with Lin Zhuoyang's current palm power. This, in turn, was the reason why he hadn't searched for the Zhang clan on his own for so long, but now with Zhang Rishan leading the way, a specific direction after that, it would be no problem. As Lin Zhuoyang took one step, his figure then disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived thousands of meters away, over and over STH. He didn't even know how far he'd gotten. Still, it turned out well, and he finally saw the monolith. Nanjiang family members will die if they enter. Ha, certain death? Then I'll have to go in and take a look. After sweeping a glance at this stone tablet, Lin Zhuoyan once again took a step and disappeared in place. Somewhere deep in the mist-filled forest within the northeast, an ancient building stood. A chair stood at the front door of the ancient building. A small figure sat on it. Since you're here, you might as well come out. The tiny figure suddenly spoke. TSK, at a young age, where did you get that old-fashioned tone, and that look on your face? Is it really natural? Lin Zhuoyan's voice rang out in the empty environment, and with that, his figure suddenly appeared in front of the tiny figure, bending down to look at him. As Lin Zhuoyan's figure silently appeared in front of him, the tiny figure of Zhang Qilan's pupils of his eyes fiercely shrunk even though he still had an expressionless look on his face. Alas! It should be very tiring to know how to hide all your emotions in your heart at such a young age, shouldn't it? If it wasn't for your eyes, I wouldn't have even realized you had a mood swing just now. Lin Zhuoyang stood up straight, still moving with his hands behind his back, looking at the little guy in front of him who hadn't grown up yet. Who are you? Zhang Qilan asked with a pair of calm eyes that had calmed down, looking straight at Lin Zhuoyang. Me, if you don't mind. You can call me Big Brother. Lin Zhuoyang also looked straight into his calm eyes and said, your last name is Chang too? A flash of doubt flashed in Zhang Qilan's eyes. Do I have to be surnamed Zhang for you to call me Big Brother? Why can't you change your surname to Lin? That way maybe you can still get rid of your originally established fate. Lin Zhuoyang turned around and looked at the door of the Zhang family's ancient building. Since your last name isn't Zhang, how did you get in here? Zhang Qilan asked as he looked at the strange man in front of him. Why can't we get in? Just those broken organs can stop those ordinary people. Well, if you're not willing to be my little brother, then I'll have to go in and take a look. After all, I'm still quite interested in the Zhang family's ancient building on your side of the northeast. Oh yeah, one more thing. If you leave here in the future and go to the Zhang family in another place, I might come to find you when you're releasing the wild. I hope you'll remember me then. With that, Lin Zhuoyan walked towards the gate of the ancient building. Wait, you can't go in there. The tiny Zhang Qilan got down from his chair and flew to Lin Zhuoyang to stop him and said, trust me, I can, and you can't stop me now. Lin Zhuoyan looked at the little guy in front of him who was stopping him, and a spiritual force swept towards him. In an instant, He couldn't move. See, I told you couldn't stop me, right? As he walked past the little Zhang Qilin, Lin Zhuoyang even winked at him and said, with that, he walked straight towards the gate of the ancient building, and as he approached, the heavy gate slowly opened with a single movement of his mind, and Lin Zhuoyang just walked in with his hands behind his back. Chapter 58, Battle Rising. Confident Red Nun just walked through the door. Before Lin Zhuoyang could react, the door behind him automatically closed, and outside the door, as the door closed, the little Zhang Qilin's form regained its freedom. I've told you, you can't enter. Little Zhang Qilin looked at the closed door and opened his mouth. Then he turned around and left, and inside the door, Lin Zhuoyang didn't care at all about the door that had automatically closed behind him, just looking at the scene inside the ancient building with a bashful face. At this time, he stood at the doorway, and in front of him was a pair of sarcophagi, some placed on the ground, some hanging in the building. At a glance, it seemed that there was nothing peculiar. Just then, the scene in front of him suddenly began to change, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had arrived in an underground world. Here, there were still countless coffins hanging on the distant stone walls, while he was currently standing in the middle of an overhanging stone pillar. Around him, there were many more overhanging stone pillars. Roar! Suddenly, a voice that sounded like a savage beast came out, and immediately afterward, he saw a black Qilin of enormous size stepping into the air. At the same time, a fireball spat out from his mouth and flew straight towards Lin Jianyang. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a powerful illusion. It's actually so real. Is this a true account being reproduced? Or is it because of the power of the meteorite copper under the control of the Zhang clan? Lin Zhuoyang wasn't afraid at all as he watched the fireballs flying towards him. Instead, he watched the scene with an interested expression on his face. It wasn't until the fireball was about to approach him that he erupted a mental power to break it up. Fresh wire. Steeply, another voice came, sharp and bright, and immediately afterward, he saw a phoenix flying from the darkness in the distance. Holy, what the hell is Phoenix all the way here? Isn't this a ING Wang family thing? Roar! Before Lin Zhuoyang could regain his senses, another roar came from another direction, and at the same time, a huge beast with wings on its back that looked like a tiger appeared. This girl is Zhang Qishan's bloodline? A poor man? Roar! Fresh wire. Roar! Accompanied by three voices, three huge-sized divine beasts and ferocious beasts all rushed towards Lin Jiang. Until this time, Lin Zhuoyang still didn't have much fear. Instead, he still had the leisure to think about something. Is it possible that the place in this illusion is where the real Zhang clan's ancient building is located, regardless of the northeast Zhang clan where I am now, or the Benai Zhang family on the other side, or even the four-square city that little brother went to when he released the wild behind him? Or maybe all the other Zhang family's ancient buildings are actually just a replica? And in the real Zhang clan's ancient building, there might actually exist unicorns, phoenixes, and poor beasts that existed in the ancient times? Also at that moment, those three huge-sized divine beasts and ferocious beasts also came to a distance of several meters in front of Lin Zhuoyang's body. But as Lin Zhuoyang casually raised his hand under a wave, those three divine beasts, ferocious beasts, were directly blown away by an invisible force. The other side, the Wolf Army residency in Cloud Province. At this moment, within the Wolf Army's compound, there was an atmosphere of strict wait and wait, and at the same time, all the Wolf Army soldiers, except for the 7th, 8th, and 9th battalions that had just come out of the training camp, all were fist-pumping in preparation. After all, they've put up with it for the past year. Sandy City. Unlike the situation in one part of the Cloud Province, because Yun Province was the Wolf Army's headquarters base, the Sakura Army needed more than enough time to prepare. And here, after the Sakura Army had been stationed for only a few hours, an attack was launched on Sand Castle. Boom boom boom. Did day day day. Did day day day. Bang bang bang. At the gates of Sand Castle, countless gunshots rained out from the barrels of the guns in the hands of the Wolf Army and Zhang Qishan's armored troops. And on the other side, the Sakura Army was constantly advancing towards Sandcastle. Battalion Commander Lee, those Cherry Blossom troops have gone crazy and are charging over desperately, killing one group and then another. At this rate our ammo may not last that long. Not only that, but their artillery is bombing nonstop for no money. It's too damn suffocating to fight. In the fortifications at the gates of Sandcastle, the second master of the 9 gates and the 9th master came to Li Hai and spoke loudly. Master 2, Master Xiejio, no matter what we have to hold on. When the bullets run out we'll fight physically. Kill, Li Hai responded loudly, while the body of the heavy machine gun in his hand kept shaking, and a bullet was shot out as if it were a line. Watching Li Hai's movements, the second master and the 9th master exchanged glances, then returned to their positions, picking up their weapons to continue defending against the Sakura Army's attack. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky. Take cover, bombers! Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. with a loud buzzing sound. A bullet that looked like an enlarged version of a bullet fell from the sky and landed straight on the ground of the Sand City's fortifications. Ahaha! Yun Province, the center of the Wolf Army compound. Reporting to Vice Marshal Red, all wolf troops are assembled. Good, pass on my order. 12,345th Battalion. Launch an attack directly towards the Sakura army. Don't give them enough preparation time to prepare against us. Tell the brothers below that as long as they are fierce and ruthless enough, on this day next year, we'll be able to stampede the king and enjoy the flowers. Yes, Battalion Commander of Battalion 789. I'll give you 3 days to purge the entire Yun province of all rebels, leaving no one behind. I, Vice Marshal Red, as Honggu's order with a high voice was given. Instantly, the entire wolf army resident of Blackwave centered on Koan City, rushing towards the entire Yun province in all directions. Inside the compound, Honggu watched the 100,000 wolf army that was finally formed during this past period of recruitment leave, and a magnificent emotion rose in her heart. Such a thing she had actually wanted to do for a long time. First take down the entire Yun province, then use Yun province as the base, recruiting troops and horses, accumulating food, and when the back comes to fruition, she can even kill directly to Sakura Island, rip off the anointed flag and replace it with their wolf flag. But because of her master, this plan was delayed, but it wasn't too late now. She was confident that, given 3 months, she would kill Sakura Island. As for the headquarters compound here, will it be attacked by elite troops sent by those guys who are quite good at getting by? Honggu looked behind herself at the 18 guys riding high horses and wearing ancient general's armor. Oh, elite troops? How elite? She killed as many as came. Since ancient times, Daxia has had a vast territory, an extremely hidden and mysterious place. A huge stone table stood in the center with a thick candle lit on it. At the same time to the stone table as the center, in all directions there are dozens of hundreds of caves. A dark cave, cannot see which the slightest. The war has begun. Suddenly, a voice came out from within a certain cave, especially loud in this silent space. Still not the slightest clue about that person. A voice came from inside another cave. No, but that's okay. Sooner or later, another cave resounded with voices. Sooner or later, sooner or later. We've been saying sooner or later since I don't know how many years ago. But now, an angry voice roared from one of the caves. Calm down. The men down there have already set out to take care of the left hand of his men. From the information we've gotten so far, his disciples and henchmen all seem to have powers beyond normal. Maybe we can find the answer in them. Perhaps. There was never meant to be an answer. Doesn't matter. At least we're alive. Head is a body like this still alive. Chapter 59, Corpse King Rider explodes himself. Red Nun injured. Lehigh escapes. Every other day, outside of Sand City. At this moment, the Sandcastle Wolf Army and the Cloth Defense Army as well as the 9 Sex Group all retreated back to Sand City. Simply because this past time, the Sakura Army has been so crazy. Bullets, shells, bombers, especially the damn bombers, whose serious planes aren't busy with serious business rounds all day long. The shells that were thicker than a thigh fell on their fortifications one by one without stopping, not knowing how many flowers and grasses would be blown up. It was too damn hateful. Gentlemen, now that the battle is urgent, bring out all the dickens you can. Battalion Commanderly. Defending Sand City was originally the business of your Wolf Army and Buddha's Cloth Defense Army. Now we're pulling out our family's money. But where's Buddha? Where did the people go is not even known. Enough. This is not the time for harboring. It would be better to think about what to do next with this time. What else can we do? Fight. Inside the temporary military camp compound in Sand City, the families of the 9 gates each had their own views and quarreled. At the same time the entire Sand City people are packing up their things, ready to evacuate the Sand City at any time. And on the other side of the Wolf Army's compound in the Cloud Province, at this moment, the Red Nun had already led the 18 Corpse King Riders to battle with dozens of mysterious people dressed in black robes. Damn it! What are these guys? Why does it always feel like I can't utilize all my power when fighting them? Red Nun's face was ugly as she forced back a black-robed man, and the 99 flying daggers around her kept rotating around her. At this time in the Wolf Army's compound, the Red Nun and the 18 Corpse King Riders were divided into 19 battle arenas by these black-robed men. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared this time. They seemed to know the power of the 18 Corpse King Riders when they were united, so they had adopted such a tactic. At the same time, they seemed to be carrying something that could suppress the power of Honggu's bloodline as well as the Imperial Sword treasure box, making it impossible for her to utilize her strongest strength. Quick fight! At that moment a mysterious man in black suddenly spoke. With that, the rest of the 4 black-clothed men who had surrounded Honggu with the same person who had opened his mouth nodded tacitly and simultaneously erupted with a speed that was no weaker than Honggu's to kill towards her. Buzz! Swish swish swish! Seeing this, Honggu urged the 99 flying daggers to counterattack against these guys as well. Roar! Suddenly, in a battlefield that was divided out, a Corpse King cavalryman's body erupted with a horrifying bloody aura, accompanied by a rumbling sound of a huge explosion, and brought the 4 black-robed mysterious people who surrounded it to the same death. Ho 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 ho! Feeling the 18 transparent silk threads in the underworld that uniquely belonged to the 18 Corpse King riders break off one of them, the remaining 17 Corpse King cavalrymen roared, followed by gusts of bloodthirsty aura surging wildly. Not good. They're going to blow themselves up. Withdraw. Rumble. Unfortunately, these men in black were still too late. As a huge boom exploded, the entire Wolf Army's compound was affected and instantly turned into ruins, and in a split second, this place became a place where blood chi, fury chi, and corpse chi converged. Edge of the residency. As early as when she noticed the movements of the 18 Corpse King riders, Honggu quickly fled from the center of the area with the phantom lightning skills that Lin Zhuyang had passed down to her. But even then, she still had a ripple effect. PFF accompanied by a mouthful of blood spat out. Honggu looked at the original Wolf Army's compound and struggled to get up to flee towards the distance. As for her Imperial Sword treasure box, at this time, it was left behind in the middle of the compound due to the effects of the massive blood chi, baneful chi and corpse chi from the Corpse King cavalry's self-detonation. Ahem. Not far from where Honggu left, 2 black-clothed figures also rose from the ground. She ran away? A black-clothed man said as he looked at the back of Honggu who had already run away. Don't worry, there's no way we're the only ones scheduled up there. She can't get away. The other man in black forced himself to stand up from the pain in his body and opened his mouth. Then he turned his head to look behind him at the place filled with blood fury and necrotic aura, and said with some trepidation, I didn't realize that those things couldn't even suppress the black stone. It's really terrifying. Of course, according to the information on it, those guys seem to be the Corpse King cavalry that person purposely researched and refined from special corpses. Originally not human, much less any bloodline power. So the black stone cannot suppress them is also expected. Just did not expect. Suddenly, before the other man in black could finish, 2 sharp knife tips pierced through both of their bodies. Sorry, your mission is done and it's time for you to disappear from this world. Leave the rest to us. Inside Sandy City, in the midst of the temporary quarters. At this time Li Hai also encountered a group of mysterious people in black. They barged straight in. See people to kill. In addition to the 9 doors of the various leaders were seriously injured unconscious. The others are pretty much dead. Who are you people? Li Hai calmly sat on the main seat of the temporary quarters, listening to the sounds of the killing that hadn't stopped outside, and looked to the 3 people across from him and asked. The 3 black-robed mysterious people did not say anything, but just held long knives in their hands and walked towards Li Hai step by step. Seeing this scene, Li Hai knew that he might be in trouble today because, in the past, the Overlord sword, which had been called out and driven at will, hadn't moved a bit until now. It seemed that these people had something on them that could suppress the divine artifacts that Master 9 had produced. But, even without the Overlord sword, he, Li Hai, was not at the mercy of others to beat, kill, and humiliate. Boom! As a warlike killing intent burst out from his body, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Boom! In the next moment, he was out in front of a black-clothed mysterious person with a punch, and the reaction of the man in black was not slow, immediately crossing his sword to resist. Although he was shaken back several steps by Li Hai's powerful punch, the actual damage was not a bit. When Li Hai saw this, his pupils shrunk. Masterful. With that, an even more powerful battle intent killing intent surged out, instantly soaring in speed and power, continuing to kill towards the 3 people in front of him. Boom boom boom. Doraemon. For a time, 4 black residual shadows flashed continuously throughout the entire temporary quarters. At the same time, as time passed, Li Hai's fighting spirit and killing intent got stronger and stronger, and his strength and speed soared continuously for a short period of time. No, something's not right with this guy. Suddenly, a man in black opened his mouth and shouted, the black stone doesn't work on him, and he's getting stronger. What kind of monster? Meanwhile a black-clothed man who was frantically sparring with Li Hai shouted angrily at this moment, and then just in the time it took for the distraction to speak, a fist went straight through his skull. Boom! Tap tap tap. Just as Li Hai had just punched through the head of a black-clothed man, the sounds of fighting outside suddenly decreased while a dozen black-clothed men ran in. What's the situation? This guy is not affected by the black stone. Come together and kill him strongly. The dozen or so black-clothed men who had just run in heard this and directly charged towards Li Hai without hesitation. Seeing this, Li Hai directly turned around and broke through the wall of the temporary quarters and flew away. Chase. Can't let him go. Chapter 60. Several people proceed to the ancient building. Red Nun disappears. Li Hai appears overseas. 2 days later, northeast, outside the Zhang family's ancient building. At this time, Zhang Rishan dodged one organ after another with his former memories, and finally walked in with Enxinu, Chi Tai Zue, and the still unconscious Master Buddha. Lieutenant, is this your and Master Buddha's old home? Why do I feel so eerie? Chi Tai Zue said out loud as he looked at his surroundings. Shoo, 8th Master, don't talk nonsense. Zhang Rishan raised a finger at Chi Tai Zue, looked around with a nervous expression and said, well, no matter what, we need to hurry up and heal Master Buddha. It's not like you didn't hear it all the way here. The damn Sakura people have gone to war for good, Chi Tai Zue said, changing the subject. Hearing the 8th Master's words, Zhang Rishan also frowned with a worried expression, wondering how the situation in Shachang was at this moment. Well, Lieutenant, we shouldn't think so much. After all, there's still Battalion Commander Li in Shachang, and maybe Master Linzhou has returned to Shachang at this time as well. Chi Tai Zue looked at Zhang Rishan's worried expression and knew what he was thinking, so he patted his shoulder and comforted him. Hey, you two, what time is it now? Since you know the situation is urgent, don't you want to find a way to heal Chishan first? Enxinu looked at the two big men in front of her and shouted out, yeah, Lieutenant, what's next? Follow me. At this point, the two of them came back to their senses, and Zhang Rishan walked in front to take charge of leading the way. Soon, several people arrived at the ancient building. Wow, Lieutenant, I didn't realize that your old family was hiding quite deep, actually building a building in here. Chi Tai Zue looked at the ancient building in front of him with a face of amazement. Zhang Rishan, on the other hand, didn't say much at this time, just looking at the ancient building in front of him without knowing what he was thinking. It was a while before he spoke. Let's go. I'm going. Suddenly, Chi Tai Zue let out a cry of alarm. Zhang Rishan and Enxinu followed his gaze and saw that a child had actually appeared at an unknown time at the entrance of the ancient building that was clearly empty before. Seeing this scene, Zhang Rishan calmed his mind, and his hand pulled Shi Beiji a bit in a silent manner, then led the two of them towards the children. Elder, I've come for the roots. Coming in front of the child, Zhang Rishan respectfully bent down and said. Little Zhang Qilin looked at the unconscious Zhang Qishan and whispered, his roots aren't here. He said what looked like a refusal, but he took out a wooden tablet and rubbed it in his hand. Zhang Rishan's eyes lit up when he looked at the wooden sign in his hand, but he knew the rules here so he didn't make a move. While Chi Tai Zue and Enxinu stood on the sidelines not daring to speak. It was really because the atmosphere at this time was too weird. Lieutenant Zhang, a man in his 20s, actually called a kid who looked like he was only in his teens an ancestor? Was it because his seniority was high? Or was it because of something else? At this time, the little Zhang Qilin eventually extended his hand holding the wooden sign, but did not speak. Enxinu on the side had already guessed that this wooden sign must be something that could save Zhang Qishan's life. So before Zhang Rishan could thank her, she extended her hand, deep in the ancient building. At this moment, Lin Zhouyan was holding a book in a very large library and reading it with great interest. Ever since he entered the illusionary realm and saw the three divine beasts, he had been guessing everything about the Zhang family. With that, he broke the illusion and walked deeper into the ancient building until he came to this place, like a sea of books. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he raised his head and looked toward the top of his head. This is a piece of the marking inscription I placed inside Zhang Qishan's body. They're here? Lin Zhouyan muttered. Then he looked down at his feet, his brow furrowing slightly. Not knowing what came to mind, he closed the ancient book in his hand and took a step in a certain direction. And on the outside, around the Cloud Province, at this time the Wolf Army at the beginning of a succession of great victories, but with the disappearance of the Red Nun, coupled with a person with a heart to push the waves behind the scenes, at this time the Wolf Army has been completely routed. It was being eaten up and slaughtered in a frenzy by the Sakura Army and an invisible force. And far away on the other side of the ocean, a luxurious manor house. Jude Cao looked at a familiar figure brought in by his men and smiled as he came to his side and hugged him. It's been a long time, Battalion Commander Li. Welcome to my place. Jude Cao, do you know where Master Nine went? At this time, Li Hai, who had a face of vicissitudes, looked at Jude Cao in front of him and asked, I honestly don't know. All I know is that Master Nine told me to come back and get ready until I receive a symbol when I can get started. Jude Cao looked at Li Hai and said, could it be that the ninth master was also given by those men in black? Impossible. With Master Nine's strength, just those men in black wouldn't have. Once Li Hai heard Jude Cao's words, he lowered his head and began to ponder. That's right, Hong Gu. Jude Cao, did you find Red Nun? Li Hai suddenly remembered the Red Nun in the boundaries of the Cloud Province, and quickly grabbed Jude Cao's shoulder and asked loudly, Oh, Battalion Commander Li, take it easy. This matter, I'm going to give you a heads up first, you'd better be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Li Hai's heart went cold. I sent people to look for Miss Red in the Cloud Province territory, but the result, I'm very sorry, she seems to have disappeared. As expected, Honggu was also targeted, Li Hai said secretly in his heart. There's one more thing. The Wolf Army. The Wolf Army. What happened to the Wolf Army? I don't know what to say. See for yourself, Jude Cao said, giving a look to the butler next to him, who then handed over a letter. Seeing this, Li Hai took the letter and opened it to read it. The Wolf Army was victorious in the initial battle, but after the disappearance of the Red Nun, the Wolf Army was leaderless, and there were unknown forces secretly provoking the Wolf Army. Coupled with the crazy counterattack of the Cherry Blossom Army, the Cloud Province rebels sneak up from behind, and the Wolf Army, defeated in a big way, eventually collapsed. Looking at the contents of the letter, Li Hai heart rage, but he knows that now there is not the slightest way, if anything, that is unless the 9 masters appear, to save the day. Mysterious land. It's still the same place. Stone tables, candles, caves. Unlike before, this time, there was a figure shrouded in black robes standing beside the stone table. The people down there captured the girl, and after our research we found that she possesses a purer bloodline than the Wang family. The same bloodline as the Wang family. The black-robed figure bowed slightly and spoke out. Silence for half a day. It took a voice from within one of the caves to say, "She's the lost child of the Wangs?" The black-robed figure who heard this shook his head. Not really, according to our investigation. Before she met him, this girl was just an ordinary person with better talent at best. Oh, that's interesting. That means he possesses the ability to make people produce bloodlines out of thin air, and even directly make people have extremely pure bloodlines. Could it be that there really is a race like that in this world? No way. Suddenly, a voice came from inside the other cave. If such a race really exists, then we can definitely find it in the records. And what about this ability to make people have bloodlines out of thin air? Don't you forget that we can also make people with special bloodlines, and that technology is the mainstream of the future. So, how do you explain him? Keep looking into it. Even the fox that can hide has a day to show its tail. Chapter 61, Out of the Ancient Building. Ominous premonition. Lin Jiuyang's rage. In the twinkling of an eye. It had been 2 months since Lin Jiang had entered the Zheng family's ancient building. Today, he finally stepped out of the Zheng family's ancient building. TSK. I have to say, your Zhang family's collection of books is indeed quite large, and the formation that was set up using the meteorite copper was indeed magical, making me toss and turn. Lin Jiuyang stood in front of the gate of the ancient building and stretched out, saying to the outside of the empty ancient building. He knew that the Zheng family here had been secretly watching him for this past period of time, so he believed they could hear it, but seeing that no one answered back, he had no choice but to walk helplessly towards the outside of the ancient building. See you later, gentlemen, Lin Jiuyang said with his hands behind his back, and then his figure disappeared. The settlement on the other side of the Zheng family's ancient building. Several figures looked in the direction of the ancient building. This fierce god is finally gone. A man spoke. Yes, I didn't expect that the meteorite copper matrix that my Zheng family had studied for hundreds of years to come up with couldn't even trap him. This fellow also took away quite a few of our meteorite copper and canonical books. A man shook his head with a bitter smile. It's just that, but some books that have long been useless. As for the meteorite copper, just take it. Our priority right now is to rush to the Four Directions city to rendezvous with the patriarch. Our Zhang clan situation right now isn't going to be easy. It's nothing more than some climbers who actually gather outsiders to try and subvert my Zheng family's 1,000-year legacy. It's simply delusional. No matter what, we still can't be careless. That Wang family and it disappeared for so many years, and suddenly appeared and did so many things. We have to be on guard. Not bad. As strong as that kid just now, with a 100,000 strong army under his command, but in just 2 months, it has already fallen apart. The other side. Lin Jiuyang had just stepped out of the forest where the Zhang clan was located when he felt a sudden surge in his heart. Strange? Why do you have a bad feeling? Lin Jiuyang frowned slightly, his right hand behind his back then lifted up, invisible palm power surging wildly in his hand. Rumble. Immediately afterward, an appalling aura erupted from his body, sweeping in all directions. Horrendous momentum as if the 8th-level gale, blowing around the trees even rooted lifted. The earth under the feet cracks. The sky wind swept the clouds. A change of color of the sky. Well, you guys play like that, don't you? Then I'll have some fun with you guys. At this time the Lin Jiuyang, all the anger in the sky, originally thought his disciple Red Nun has 18 corpses king writing, even if it really have what means. Red Nun can also rely on 18 corpses king writing retreat to escape. There were also the 2 inscriptions of the Tao of Battle and the Tao of Killing that he had placed within Li Hai's body that were triggered, as the power of the law's inscriptions flowed through his eyes. He then traveled 2 months back in time to see Li Hai's scene at that time. The 3 black-clothed figures and the dozens of black-clothed figures that rushed in behind him, all of them had the strange energy fluctuations of that black meteorite in the first place. So good. It seems that black meteorite still has the effect of being able to suppress the ability of the bloodline. Then I'd like to take a good look to see if that broken stone can suppress my bloodline. Nima, you don't play a good game of chess, but you want to play a game of lifting the table for me? Also ing lifted is my table. In that case, then ing no one to play. Don't show up for eternity if you can, or I'll kill every ing one I see. Thinking of this, Lin Jiuyan instantly transformed into a residual shadow and disappeared from his original position, heading towards the boundaries of Yun province, far away on the other side of the ocean. As Lin Jiuyan peered into the past scene through the power of the 2 inscriptions inside Li Hai's body, Li Hai also felt it. Master 9. Old Xiao, prepare a plane for me, I'm going back to my country, and prepare some more manpower for me. Yun province, a warlord's compound. Rumble. With a terrifying air pressure hitting the area, the entire barracks compound was awakened. All of them ran out, looking at the gloomy sky with an uncertain look. Strange, obviously just now the sun was shining brightly. Why did the sky change just like that? A soldier said as he looked at the sky overhead. Wolf Army, Lin Jiuyang has come to kill. Suddenly, a sound as loud as the roar of an airplane spread throughout the entire military compound, and the soldiers of the barracks who were still unaware of the situation were now alarmed. Wolf Army? Lin Jiuyang? That's not. Before these soldiers could think about it, a sea of silver suddenly appeared in the sky not far away, behind the barracks. The leader of the warlords in this location looked at the sea of silver. With a look of despair on his face he murmured, "It's over. It's all over." As soon as the words fell, the silver ocean had reached the gate of the barracks. It was only at this point that those soldiers at the barracks site could see that it was not a silver ocean, but clearly a handful of uncountable flying daggers. Rumble. As the silver sea formed by countless flying daggers swept across the entire barracks compound. In just a few breaths of time, all living beings in the entire barracks compound, whether they were people, horses, weapons, equipment or otherwise, they all turned into countless fragments and were carried by the silver sea, flying in another direction. Today's Yun province was extraordinarily filled with the smell of blood. One short day, all the warlords who had backstabbed the Wolf Army 2 months ago were all ambushed, and the originally silver ocean was completely turned into the color of blood. As the ocean of discolored blades flew across the entire sky of the Cloud province, the warlord group of hundreds of thousands of people then completely disappeared into the Cloud province. Meanwhile, while the endless flying dagger box bloodied the Cloud province, Lin Jiuyang also killed the Sakura army alone, gave them a good life to aspire to. It was different compared to the sweeping massacre of the endless flying dagger box when it targeted the Cloud province rebels. He was like a mad beast at the moment, charging back and forth through the Sakura army. Fists, palms, legs, fingers, claws, all sorts of moves came out. When using his fists, anyone who could get by was either punched in the head or through the chest and belly. When you use your palm, you slap a little karami. Your brain bursts and your gun shatters. But in just a few short hours, the Sakura army had been hunted down by him alone for dozens of miles. Baka pressure, so fond of pressing the road. I'll help you. Lin Jiuyang shouted at the Sakura officer who made a sound, and then he slapped his palm out. And the Sakura officer was left with only a skeleton in place on the spot, and his flesh and blood were turned into crumbs spread all over the earth. When this Sakura officer passed away on the spot, Lin Jiuyan looked toward those little days in the distance that were still running as fast as they could. Jia, running pretty fast, but the faster you run, the more excited I get, ha. Lin Jiuyang shouted out loud as if he were insane, and then he leapt up and rushed into the sky, before waving his palm repeatedly at those little days fleeing ahead of him. As he slapped out his palm force in succession, a huge invisible palm print was like slapping a mosquito, slapping at the fleeing little day. For a while, huge invisible palm prints slapped around, and the small days of fleeing were like mosquitoes sucking up blood. Splat becomes. Imagine swatting a mosquito. Chapter 62, Li Hai returns. Abyss. Mighty pressure revisits Chen Pai's body. A few hours later, the largest Sakura legion in the territory of Yun province was slaughtered by Lin Jiuyan alone, standing thousands of meters in the air. Lin Jiuyan looked down at the road that stretched for dozens of miles below, all dotted with blood red, and his eyes were also cold. The show, it's just beginning. In the next few moments, Lin Jiuyan ran around the various Sakura army barracks stationed in the Yun province, not going to spare a shorty who can get by. On the way, he even met a so-called anointed emperor imperial envoy. High status, I must say, but fun to torture. And in the end he was given a straight human swine to soak in an oversized bucket of feces. As for him being some bull ***** anointed royal envoy, I'm sorry, let him speak to me in person. In short, it doesn't matter what your status or position is on the island, and what kind of voice you have in the World Conference for the current period. In his case, it's one sentence: I'll kill what I can, and I'll kill what I can't. A few short days, Lin Zhuoyang then cleansed the entire Yun province. At this time, there were no warlords in Yun province, no Sakura army, and not even a single Sakura person could be seen. Sure, there were plenty of bodies. At the same time, during these few days, Lin Zhuoyang had also recovered quite a few wolf army soldiers, scattered at up to nearly 1,000 people. But when I think of the original under their own nearly 10,000 army, Red Nun back to the Cloud provinces directly after recruiting, gathered a whole 100,000 army, and now, bang, Lin Zhuoyang directly slapped a stone aside in indignation. 9. Master. At that moment, a wolf army soldier came to his body and looked at the scene and silently swallowed before opening his mouth to shout. What is it? Lin Zhuoyang calmed himself and asked this wolf army soldier. Master 9. Battalion Commander Li is back. The soldier returned. Hearing the soldier's words, Lin Zhuoyang's eyes lit up and said, bring him here. Not for a while. Li Hai then came to his body. Looking at the 9th master in front of him, Li Hai directly kneeled down and cried, I'm sorry, Master 9. Sha Chang. Lin Zhuoyang looked at Li Hai in front of him and reached out his hand to pat his shoulder. Alright, get up. I already know what happened. It's not your fault. Hearing this, Li Hai reached out and wiped his eyes, then said to Lin Jiang, Master 9, now that there are no more warlords in the entire Yun province, and the Sakura army is extinct, let's take advantage of this opportunity. Hai Z, there will be no more warlords, much less Sakura people, in the entire Yun province next, understand? Lin Zhuoyang knew that he wanted to say something, but now he already had something else in mind, so he directly opened his mouth and interrupted. And naturally, Li Hai understood what Master 9 meant, so he had to nod. Watching Li Hai's movements, Lin Zhuoyang turned to Li Hai, looking at the sun that had begun to fall. Hai Z, pass my words out. From now on, Yun province will not enter the warlords, will not enter the cherry blossoms, and will only wait for the final peace and prosperity. Yes, Master 9. As Lin Zhuoyang's words fell, Li Hai nodded his head in response. One time, crazy rumors are spreading about the whole Cloud province. The latter was accompanied by countless scouts of forces entering and then leaving the Cloud province. Up to this point, after the major powers knew the real situation in the Cloud province, they all lost the original idea of wanting to go to a place in the Cloud province to get a piece of the pie. It was mainly because that master had slaughtered Sakura and all the local warlords since he suddenly disappeared without a trace. So even if some people have ideas in their hearts for the Cloud province territory, no one dares to make a move without that master's permission. After all, those hundreds of thousands of warlords and hundreds of thousands of Sakura's army, adding up to almost a whole million, the bloody deeds told them that that master, they really couldn't afford to mess with him. 100,000 mountains in Yunnan province, a magnificent tomb built hundreds of meters underground. At this point in time, this catacomb was converted into an underground fortification that could be suitable for human habitation. And here, it was the new base that Lin Zhuoyang had purposely found and remodeled. At the same time, he had also used the meteorite copper matrix method that the Zhang family had developed over hundreds of years to lay a large formation in and around this tomb to guard against external enemies and prying eyes. And this place, he named it, the Abyss. At this moment, in the main chamber, Lin Zhuoyang was floating a drop of blood in his hand, while there was also endless churning palm power wrapping around the drop of blood, as if he was conducting some kind of examination on the drop of blood. Alas, it looks like Honggu was taken away by them and used the black stone to hide her. Otherwise I couldn't have failed to count. Lin Zhuoyang murmured with a sigh. Master 9, who exactly are they? I know the strength of Honggu, how is it possible? Li Hai, who was on the side, saw that Lin Jianyang had stopped his hand movements, so he opened his mouth and asked. Red Ant's strength is not a problem in leveling them, but the problem lies in the fact that there is something in their hands that possesses a strange energy and magnetic field that can suppress people with special bloodlines, or even things. Lin Zhuoyang explained for Li Hai and said, then spoke again. However, although I haven't figured out if that thing has any other abilities, I have found a solution for the point of suppressing bloodlines and special items. Hearing Master 9's words, Li Hai nodded contemplatively. By the way, how's that thing I asked you to do coming along? Lin Zhuoyang suddenly remembered his previous command and asked Li Hai. 9 masters, all arranged. According to those ancient books you brought back, I selected the most elite 100 of them to study. With their current progress, at most 3 months, they can be out of the master. Then, Li Hai said in response regarding the mission Lin Zhuoyang had laid out for him earlier. Very well, during this next period of time, you secretly send people out to find as many orphans as possible and bring them back for more cultivation. Someday in the future, or at some point in time, I want them to become the strongest single combatant of the abyss. I will make them regret messing with me. Lin Zhuoyan's eyes were icy cold as he spat out vicious words. Yes, then, Master 9, over there in Sand City. I'll make a trip there myself. And by the way, how is the great Buddha Zhang at this time of the year? At this time within the Sandy City, since the return of Zhang Qishan, the great Buddha Master, under his leadership, the Sakura army had not been completely repulsed by them though, but it also stabilized the current situation, allowing the entire Sand City to briefly return to its former appearance. The Chen Mansion, one of the 9 gates. At this moment, Chen Pai was looking at a treasure that his men had just collected, transfixed. What is it that actually makes 4th Master Chen look so mesmerized? Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him, and Chen Pai rushed back to his senses and kicked out behind him. But before he could kick, a familiar pressure pressed down on him. In an instant, it was as if he had returned to the way he had been when he was in the February Red Mansion, and his entire body was crushed to the ground, unable to move the slightest bit. 9. Ninth Master, forgive me. Chapter 63, Zhang Qishan serves as a lead. Lin Jianyang strikes. Ha, it's been a long time since I've seen you, but 4th Master Chen gave me such a gift. It's quite a surprise. Lin Zhuoyan's voice rang out, and at the same time, he withdrew the intimidating pressure on Chen Pai. I wouldn't dare. Master 9, I didn't expect it to be you. Feeling that pressure on his body disappear, Chen Pai hurriedly stood up and respectfully said to Lin Jiang, well, I don't blame you either. How have things been going in Sandtown lately? In my absence? Lin Zhuoyan turned around and sat firmly on the main seat looking at Chen Pai and asked, Master 9, Sand City has recently. Chen Pai slowly told Lin Zhuoyan all the things that had happened in Sand City during this recent period of time in minute detail. Listening to what had happened in Sand City during this period of time, Lin Zhuoyan didn't care about anything else, but after hearing about Zhang Qishan's change, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Are you saying that Zhang Qishan has stayed in the Zhang Mansion and hasn't come out again since he came back until after he repelled the Sakura army? Yes, Master 9. Okay, I get it. You continue to play freely for the rest of the day. I'm going out. After saying that, Lin Zhuoyan's figure directly disappeared into thin air. Chen Pai was not surprised to see this, and after cleaning up a bit, he returned to his previous appearance. The other side, Lin Zhuoyang arrived at the Zhang Mansion. He was found in Zhang Qishan's study. At this moment, he was looking at a drawing on the table, with Zhang Rishan standing guard. Name, Zhang Qishan. Identity, Sand Castle Defense. As the attribute-less panel moved, Zhang Qishan's information appeared in Lin Jiang's eyes. As expected, Zhang Qishan had already touched them by this time. He, great Buddha Zhang. Lin Zhuoyan's voice rang out in Zhang Qishan's study. With that, Zhang Qishan and Zhang Rishan were shocked in their hearts at the same time. Master 9. Zhang Rishan had a look of surprise upon seeing Lin Zhuoyang, while Zhang Qishan's pupils shrank before he acted as if nothing had happened and shouted with a smile. Master Jiao, why are you here? Didn't even tell me? When did you first come into contact with them? Do you know where their strongholds are? And what they intend for you to do? Before Zhang Qishan could finish, Lin Jiang directly opened his mouth and interrupted to ask. When he heard Lin Zhuoyang's words, Zhang Qishan's heart thumped. He knew what Lin Zhuoyang meant by what he said. Because, Master 9, what are you talking about? What them? Zhang Rishan, who was on the side, was a bit puzzled. Hearing Zhang Rishan's voice, Lin Zhuoyang directly gave him a look, and with that, the future 100-years-old mountain just suddenly fainted. Zhang Qishan, I'll give you a chance to keep me from getting you killed. With a look that fainted Zhang Rishan for a second before Lin Zhuoyang opened his mouth to Zhang Qishan. 9. Master, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Qishan looked at the adjutant who was given a second glance, felt the slightly gloomy atmosphere in the study at this moment, and stiffened his mouth. Buzz. As soon as Zhang Qishan's words fell, accompanied by a silent buzzing sound, a pressure that was several times more powerful than the aura pressure he had felt at the February Red Mansion instantly pressed down on him. With a loud plop sound, Zhang Qishan gritted his teeth and his face grimaced as he directly knelt on the ground. Zhang Qishan, great Buddha Zhang, did you not think that I'm really that nice to talk to? Or did I treat you guys too well in the past, giving you the idea that I'm easy to mess with? Lin Zhuoyang took a step out and arrived in front of Zhang Qishan, looking down at the kneeling Zhang Qishan with his hands behind his back. 9. Master 9, I really don't know what you're talking about. Or, who are they? Again? Zhang Qishan's face flushed red as he spoke against the pressure on his body. He didn't expect that the Lin Zhuoyang in front of him was actually powerful to such an extent, even stronger than a few months ago, and that he could be embarrassed to such an extent just by the pressure of a body that made him feel like he was facing death directly. No wonder they are so afraid of him. Zhang Qishan, you don't have to pretend in front of me. It's not much use. I know you have the black stone on you, as long as you are willing and use its power. You can easily get rid of my pressure. Lin Zhuoyang turned around and said. Sure enough, Zhang Qishan, who heard Lin Zhuoyang's words, his originally reddened face instantly calmed down and slowly stood up from the ground. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, he, Zhang Qishan, had to show his cards. Master 9, why are you doing this? You can't fight them. Zhang Qishan's self-confidence was extremely bursting at this moment. Using the black stone, he felt terribly strong at the moment, so for Lin Jiang in front of him, he didn't have the same kind of awe that he originally had. Ha! Boom! Lin Zhuoyang just smiled faintly, then Zhang Qishan directly flew out backwards and ruthlessly hit the wall, while an invisible force directly fixed him to the wall. I can't fight them? Then try making them appear in front of me instead? A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter, only playing some plots and tricks. Why? Simply because they know that rats, after all, are just rats and can't bite an elephant. Ah. As Lin Jiang's words left his mouth, Zhang Qishan, who was fixed to the wall, began to hiss in pain. What? Is it painful? Weren't you confident just now? Very bullish? Wasn't it because you thought that piece of broken rock gave you unrivaled power? Do you think you can battle the heavens and the earth? Ha! How about now? Do you think you can defeat me? Might as well tell you I'm not getting serious yet? Where are they now that you say I can't fight? So powerful. Let them come out and kill me. Ah. As the words continued to spit out from Lin Zhuoyang's mouth, Zhang Qishan only felt that all of his internal organs were being pinched hard by an invisible palm, including his heartbeat, his bones, his meridians, and even every piece of flesh and blood was trembling. Until this moment, he didn't know what it meant to have power, what it meant to have one power. In the face of absolute power, any plots and tricks were really too powerless. Master 9, give me a chance. I can help you draw them out. Zhang Qishan shouted loudly as he endured the intense pain emanating from his body from the inside out. Boom! As Zhang Qishan opened his mouth, the invisible force that had imprisoned him suddenly disappeared, and with it, he fell straight to the ground. Phew. Zhang Qishan, who had fallen to the ground, greedily breathed in the air around him, while the sharp pain on his body gradually subsided with the help of the black stone. I hope you're true to your word. I can give you time, but if you dare to lie to me, the bloody truth of those nearly 1 million in Yun province will be your downfall. Lin Zhuoyang's voice resounded throughout the study, and by the time Zhang Qishan raised his head to look, he was long gone. By the way, Zhang Qishan, don't think of running away. Take a look at that rune at your heart. That thing can't be shielded by the black stone on your body, and when you're ready for everything, through it, you can contact me. All the same, I can go through him and find you whenever I want. Of course, if you cut out your own heart, you might be able to get rid of it. Just as Zhang Qishan breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Zhuoyang's voice once again sounded in his ears. He hastily stood up with his still shaking body and lifted his shirt to look at his heart. True to form, read a rune. So he hastily spoke. Don't worry, Master 9, I won't let you down. With what happened in Zhang Qishan's study past, he then began to contact them through the black stone. By this time he had thought everything through. Follow them to Mix. Lin Zhuoyang will not let him go, and he will definitely die. After all, just as Lin Zhuoyang had said, the bloody facts of those nearly 1 million in Yun province were there. Being targeted by him was like the king of hell himself writing your name in the book of life and death. But if it was just them, maybe he could still have a chance of survival. Now that Master Lin Josie had gone berserk and slaughtered the entire Yun province, they also knew that once they appeared and were discovered by Lin Zhuoyang, they would surely die. So they didn't dare to appear openly and honestly. And this was his chance. 10 days have passed. Zhang Qishan had managed to contact it through the black stone, and just tonight, it would appear in Sand City. This information, he also informed Lin Zhuoyang through the rune at his heart. Night, the early hours of the morning. At this moment the silent Zhang Qishan's mansion, still in the middle of that study. Zhang Qishan was sitting at the table, and in front of him were 4 people clad in black cloaks. Zhang Qishan, you summoned us here. What has happened? A black-clothed man opened his mouth in a grim tone and asked. This black-clothed man had just finished speaking when suddenly a cold light flashed, directly cutting off their thighs. This was immediately followed by a scream that resounded through Zhang Qishan's study. It's not him who's looking for you. It's me. It was then that Lin Zhuoyang's figure slowly appeared in the middle of the study. The first thing Lin Zhuoyang did when he appeared was to search for the black stone from them with a wave of his hand and control it to fly into his hands. Zhang Qishan, you dare to betray us. Boom! A black-clothed man questioned Zhang Qishan with a ferocious tone, but unfortunately, Lin Zhuoyang did not allow him to speak, so he just stomped on his head. Looking at those red and white things on the floor, splattered everywhere, for a while, the entire study was silent. Next, I ask, you answer. Understand? Lin Zhuoyang said. Ha. You ha what? Did I ask you? Lin Joyoung looked at the black-clothed man who had made a sound, and a spiritual thought directly pressed over. Looks like you'll have to be put through some tricks. As he said that, countless snakes, insects and ants suddenly sprang out from under Lin Jiang's feet and crawled towards the black-robed man who had made a sound. Ha. Chapter 64, Soul Search. Red Nun Breath. With the outcry of the black-clothed man, but in a few dozen breaths of time, both of his arms were left with only bones. This scene was deeply seen in the eyes of Zhang Qishan and the two remaining men in black. At this moment in their hearts, they only felt that the Lin Joyoung in front of them was a devil, a demon. Tough, too tough. After a while, the black-clothed man who screamed out in misery completely collapsed on the ground. All of his flesh and blood was fed to the snakes, insects and ants, leaving only a set of white and miserable skeletons. Only then did Lin Joyoung turn his gaze to the remaining two black-clothed men. Okay, now it's your turn. Tell me, where are you stationed? Or how do you contact your superiors? Lin Joyoung looked at the two, but they were as dumb as if they were mute, not saying a word. Seeing this scene, Lin Joyoung frowned. He didn't expect these guys' mouths to be so hard. In that case, he would have to resort to another approach. It doesn't matter if you don't speak. I have another means here. This means can view one's memories at will, and the consequences. That will be very painful. The name of this tactic is called soul searching. As Lin Joyoung spoke, two identical law inscriptions emerged from his hands, and immediately afterward, they flew directly towards the two of them. As the law inscriptions entered the two men's brains, countless images soon flashed through Lin Jianyang's eyes. At the same time, because of Lin Joyoung's actions, the two people on the ground at this moment had their faces directly twisted up, their mouths wide open as they tried to make a sound, but no sound came out. Zhang Qishan, who was on the side, watched the scene. His heart once again refreshed his knowledge of Lin Joyoung. He didn't expect that the other party actually even had this kind of means of being able to view other people's memory past. Looking at the expressions of those two on the ground at that moment, his heart couldn't help but feel a little creeped out. Ghost Immortal Master Lin Jiao, not to be messed with. That was the only thought in his mind at the moment. The other side. As the memory images of the two men continued to flash through his eyes, he soon found some information. They did capture the Red Nun in a place in the Cloud Province. There is also a secret base in Sand City. Only these 2 points and nothing more. Boom boom. With the sound of 2 slight explosions, the 2 remaining men in black directly exploded their heads and passed away in place. Damn! It's just a few little caramels. No useful information at all. Lin Joyoung murmured with an ugly face. From the memories of these 2 men, they were purely instrumental, with no method of contacting the top, only the top taking the initiative to contact them. Pure and simple one-line contact, and according to their memories, they were only the action team. To put it bluntly, they were only responsible for the hands-on. About the others, one did not ask and did not know. The only useful information was that in their memories, Lin Joyoung knew that they were an organization, which had an operations group, a research group, a calculation group, and so on. This information couldn't help but remind him of the Wang family. Could it be that they and the Woofers? Master 9, what should we do next? Zhang Qishan stayed aside for a long time, watching Lin Joyoung's face changed like a face change, until his face completely calmed down before Zhang Qishan opened his mouth to ask, next you keep doing what you want to do, and as for them you don't have to care. Returning to his senses, Lin Joyoung said to him, do you need me to continue? No, that's all you can reach. Lin Joyoung knew what Zhang Qishan wanted to say, but after reading all the memories of the 2 black-clothed men, he had long known that they were the ones who were specifically responsible for contacting Zhang Qishan, and that there was no one else but them, so he directly interrupted. Then with a wave of his hand another inscription flew towards Zhang Qishan's heart. Zhang Qishan saw the scene pupils shrink. Does the 9th master he wants to? But, after waiting for a long time, nothing happened, which made him a little surprised. You didn't think I was going to do a soul search on you, did you? Lin Jiang looked at Zhang Qishan with a strange expression with a strange look on his face. In response to this statement, Zhang Qishan could only, don't worry, I'm not interested in your memories, at least not right now. That rune I gave you is a rune that allows you to explode into a superb and long-lasting battle. After all, you've betrayed them now, which is equivalent to standing against them. So for your safety, I've added an insurance policy for you, while that previous rune remains in place, and I'll come back for you if something happens. After saying that, Lin Joyoung's figure disappeared in the middle of the study. Seeing this, Zhang Qishan could only look at the study filled with red and white things with a helpless expression. And at that moment, Lin Jianyang had already arrived in the middle of those guys' secret base with a flash. Stepped into the secret base tens of meters underground. The first thing that came into view was a large vessel filled with a green liquid in a strange creature. It's like a suture of various different species. Seeing this, Lin Zhuoyang directly waved his hand and put it away, just in case it would be useful later on. After putting away the large vessels and the strange creatures inside, Lin Zhuoyang spread out his mental power and scanned everything within the entire secret base. Soon, he found a profile. Subject 27. Female, possesses a special bloodline, initially identified as the same phoenix bloodline as the Wang family, and the concentration of her bloodline is more pure than that of the Wang family. Preliminary experimental results. Its blood can be configured into a special strengthening drug and used to strengthen members of the Wang family and members of the action group. Looking at this data information in his hand, Lin Jiang's face was hard to see. At the same time, he had found the particular drug that this information stated was 4 tubes of light red-colored injections. From among these 4 tubes of needles, Lin Jiang sensed the aura that belonged uniquely to Honggu. Looking at the needles in front of him, even though he knew that in the end he might still end up with no success, he still picked one up, and with the invisible palm power surging, he began to try to deduce the whereabouts of the red nun by virtue of these few needles. As the invisible palm force disappeared, a flash of disappointment flashed across Lin Jiang's face. With that, he turned straight away and left the place. Yun Province. Abyss. In the main hall, Lin Zhuoyang had Li Hai send someone to that secret base in San City to guard it after he returned here, and report back in time once there was any situation. He would directly teleport there with the power of the law inscriptions that he had prepared in that place in advance. Master 9. Everything has been arranged. Li Hai stood beside Lin Zhuoyang and spoke. Well, I know. I'll be in seclusion for a while next, and I'll leave the matter of the abyss to you. Heiko, don't let what happened last time happen again, and keep me informed if anything happens. Yes, Master 9. After the conversation between the two ended, Lin Zhuoyang directly left and came into the middle of the chamber. After lowering the stone door of the chamber, he took out the 5 black meteorites he got from those 4 black-robed men and Zhang Qishan from the space. Time after time. Chapter 65. As time goes by, Tian Bao Lu, Shirley Yang, Hu Ba Yi. Time after time. As the years go by, Panjiayuan Tian Bao Street, 49 City in the 1980s, a 9-story building stands in the center. And that, too, is the origin of Tian Bao Street, Tian Bao Building. Tian Bao Building was first built 40 years ago. The establishment of the first but just a few years, it has become the 49 City extremely famous Gold Grotto, together with the Crescent Moon Hotel. It was known as one of the 2 major underground worker concentration camps in 49 City, and at this time in the Tian Bao Building, there were a lot of people, and there were extremely many people coming in and out, but among them was a girl, dressed in a leather jacket and pants, tall and curvaceous, with curly blonde brownish hair, with a Chinese hawk nose and shallow eye pupils. She presents a unique beauty that makes people unconsciously put their eyes on her. The front desk of Tian Bao Building. Hello, how may I help you? The receptionist girl asked with a smile as she looked at the leather-clad beauty who had come into view. I'm here to see Uncle Hai, the leather-clad beauty said directly as she looked at the front desk. Uncle Hai? Is it Boss Li? The girl at the front desk asked in confusion, and then said, sorry, this beauty, our Boss Li. Just say that Snowy came to see him. He knows. The leather-clad beauty knew what the receptionist meant, so she spoke directly to interrupt. That's good. Seeing that the leather-clad beauty in front of her said so, the receptionist finally nodded, and then asked another receptionist on the side to take her place, and then walked towards the back of the front desk. In a moment, the receptionist girl who had just left walked over with a middle-aged man in a suit with a big back haircut. Manager, it's this beautiful woman looking for Boss Li. The receptionist girl brought the suit manager to the leather-clad beauty and said to the suit manager, hello, I'm the manager of Tian Bao Lu, Zheng Fei. I don't know what this beautiful woman's name is. The suit manager looked at the leather-clad beauty in front of him and saw the unusual aura about her at once, so he extended his hand to introduce himself. Shirley Young. The leather-clad beauty extended her hand to shake the others as well, a touch that loosened. Oh, okay, Ms. Shirley Yang, I don't know what you and our Boss Li are. Room 9 of the Tian Bao Building, mine, Shirley Young said directly. Hearing this, the manager Zhang Fei's face instantly changed, then respectfully said to Sherry Yang, welcome home Miss Yang, you come with me. With that, Zhang Fei turned around and walked ahead to lead the way, and Sherry Yang saw this and directly followed. The front desk lady from before, on the other hand, was directly frozen in place. Oh my god, the legendary owner of the 9th room had returned? It was still such a beautiful young lady. The other side, Shirley Young followed the manager, Zheng Fei, to a separate elevator. After opening the elevator door, Zheng Fei respectfully pressed the button to the topmost floor for her and then turned around. Ms. Yang, when you go in you'll go straight to the top floor, where Boss Li is. Aha! Shirley Young nodded in response. Zheng Fei didn't show any impatience at this. Instead he waited more respectfully until the elevator doors closed before straightening up and turning to leave. Ding! A moment. With the sound of the elevator, the doors slowly opened. Shirley Young looked out the elevator. The first thing that caught my eye was a beautiful rug at the elevator door that was worth a lot of money at first glance. Stepping out of the elevator and standing on this soft carpet, just above your head is a huge crystal chandelier vertically in front of you. Turning his head, a large desk was set up not far away, and a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura sat in the leather boss chair behind the desk. At this moment on the boss chair, the middle-aged man also looked over following Sherry Yang's line of sight. With just one glance, a hint of surprise, a hint of amazement appeared in his eyes. Yo, isn't this little Schwer? I haven't seen you in a few years, but you're already so elegant and beautifully frozen. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and said with a flirtatious smile on his face, Uncle hi, Shirley Young shouted, and came in a flash to the boss's chair behind the desk, placing her hands on the middle-aged man's shoulders and squeezing gently. Don't give me that, just say something. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes, feeling the movements of the two small, soft, boneless hands on his shoulders, while his mouth spoke polite words. What? Couldn't I have come to see you specifically? Shirley Young said with a haughty expression and pouted. Yes, of course it's okay for little Cheryl to visit me. I can't be happier, the middle-aged man said as he enjoyed the just right amount of strength coming from his shoulders. Ha, comfortable? Uncle hi. Shirley Young showed a wry expression as she looked at the middle-aged man who was filled with an expression of enjoyment. Comfortable. That's quite comfortable. In that case, then don't help me find someone. Shirley Young's gentle tone changed abruptly and exclaimed with a slap on the middle-aged man's shoulder. Aggie Eunice, just now you were gentle and lovely, now you've become like this. How can you get married in the future with this look? The middle-aged man let out a fake cry of pain and said to Shirley Young, who had come to the desk in front of him, old me is so naturally beautiful. I don't worry about getting married. Don't worry, the main question now is, have you found the person I asked you to find for me yet? Shirley Young asked with an arrogant face to the middle-aged man. Just don't worry. The person has been found. Just come and collect it directly when you want to leave. Dependable? Hearing those 3 words, the middle-aged man's eyes glared. Is it reliable? Are you kidding me? There's no one in this world more reliable than him. After all, he's my 9th master. I'm giving away my own boss. Are you telling me it's reliable? Of course, those are the words of the heart. Just put your mind at ease. It's absolutely reliable. Hearing this, Shirley Young nodded. That's good. With that, she turned and headed for the elevator. You girl, this is leaving? Otherwise, long time no come back. While there is still time, go out and turn around. The other side of Panjiayuan, big gold antiques. Come and go. Master who? Master Fatty. Inside please. Dejinya, who was also famous in Panjiayuan, had a pandering expression on his face at this time and was leading the two into his store. After entering and sitting down in the Dakin teeth store, a rough-looking man with a big waist opened his mouth and asked, Master Jean, what exactly are you looking for old Hu and I for? Another man with a straight figure and a hard face, called Old Hu, also looked at Dejinya. Yeah, Master Jean, what can't you say outside? Why it's nothing much, just those things you two masters brought back to me last time that made me a lot of money. No, today is purely to thank you two gentlemen. The other thing is, by the way, I'd like to introduce you to a business, Big Goldtooth said, pulling a box out of a drawer off to the side. Come, gentlemen, this is for you. It's, Hubai was a little hesitant as he looked at the box that was pushed in front of him by Dejinya. Let me see. Fatty didn't know what it meant to be polite, and directly took the box and opened it. I'll go not me, Master Jean. You're being too petty, aren't you? Those things we brought back last time, not to say they made you a fortune, but how? They're better than these two contraptions, the fat man said as he took out the two pendants in the box that looked like dog's teeth and shook them. Fatty, shut up, Master Jean. If I'm not mistaken, these two should be gold-touching talismans, right? For the fat man's illiteracy, Master Jean did not care, but the sight of Hubai is to see some doorway. After scolding the fat man, he opened his mouth to Dejinya and asked, at the same time taking the two pendants from the fat man's hands and looking at them. Your master who know what to do. Not bad, these two are exactly touching the gold talisman. Just match you two identity, is not it? Dejinya gave Hubai a thumbs up. No way, Master Jean. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Hubai pushed the box containing the gold-touching talisman back in front of Dejinya with a stern face. Not this, Master Hu. This thing I keep is also useless, since this is not as good as giving you two to really not. Either way, this stuff is. Hey. No, Master Jean. Didn't you just say you had some business to introduce to my brothers? At that moment, Fatty Wang suddenly interjected, while reaching back to retrieve the box and cradling it in his arms, giving a look at Dejinya. Oh, Yeah, almost forgot about that. De Jinyang tapped his head, then began to narrate. It is such a thing recently, there is a beautiful country to the big boss, funded an archaeological research team. Now, it is still short of a person who knows the art of feng shui. This is not. I thought of Master Hu Yu well. The way back. Hubai said with a helpless expression as he looked at the fat man beside him who had a demented smile on his face. Fatty, are you so far gone? It's just a touchstone talisman. What? It's not old Hu I'm talking about you. What do you mean it's just a gold-touching talisman? Do you know what this is? This is a symbol representing my Fatty Wang's orthodox gold-touching lieutenant status. Hearing Hu Baiyi's words, Fatty Wang touched the gold-touching talisman at his chest and excitedly said, Get it, whatever you say, but this time we owe Master Jean a big favor. Hu Baiyi said, although I don't know the authenticity of this gold-touching talisman, and it is even highly likely that it is fake, but in any case, judging from the materials, craftsmanship, and vintage of these two gold-touching talismans, not the usual stuff either. Chapter 66, Feelings. Shirley Young is red in the face. Day 2, early morning. Shirley Young came to Tianbao building early in the morning. With what happened yesterday, this time the front desk lady led her directly to the separate elevator. After the excellent service pressed the button to the topmost floor for her, the receptionist lady left as the elevator door closed. The topmost floor of the Tianbao building. It's the same room as yesterday. Unlike yesterday, this time, Shirley Young saw an unfamiliar figure. Uncle Hai. Shirley Young greeted Li Hai, the middle-aged man from yesterday, and then her eyes went to a young man sitting on a leather sofa to the side who was reading a book. I just saw that he was handsome, second only to 99.9% of all the readers' lords. The features are decent, fair skin, although the other party did not stand up, but looking at the figure should not be short, more than 1 meter 8. Most of all, there was a special aura about him, although he wasn't close, just by seeing it, he felt a surge of violence, ferocity, softness, warmth, sunshine. In short, the extremely chaotic and mysterious aura is striking, along with a fatal attraction that cannot be ignored. Ha ha ha, Cheryl's here so early? How's it going? Have you had breakfast yet? I'll have the underlings arrange one for you. Li Hai smiled and stood up from the boss chair, walking straight to Sherry Yang and leading her to the sofa. I've already eaten. Uncle Hai, this is. Shirley Young sat down and returned, then winked at Li Hai and gave a slight skim to the young man on the side, meaning for him to give an introduction. Ah, this is. Li Hai naturally understood what she meant, but this one, how should I introduce her? Your godfather? After all, when the ninth master and the head of the moving mountain were known as brothers, it didn't seem wrong to say that. But, Lin Jiuyang. At that moment, the young man on the side spoke up himself, while extending his right hand to Sherry Young. Hello, Shirley Young. Shirley Young also extended her hand and shook the others, while secretly saying in her heart, Lin Jiuyang? What a familiar name. It seems like I've heard it somewhere, but I can't recall it for a moment. At the same time, a strange feeling couldn't help but surface in Lin Jiuyang's heart at the moment. This white and tender little hand, but also strange good touch Lu. Aside STH. Li Hai saw that the two had been holding each other's hands without letting go after they introduced themselves, so between head turns, he looked at Master 9, and then at Snowy. SS. My Lin Jiuzi master. You are hungry, and my little Shuera, you want a young grass to eat the old cow? A.M. Yang Shueli looked at Lin Jiuyan with a reddened face. Ahem. Hey, how much longer do you want to hold it? Li Hai, who had been standing by the side for a long time, heard this and skimmed his head and rolled his eyes. Is this shaking? It's clearly touching, or the open and honest kind. Master 9, although I know you haven't touched it in decades, but you cannot be like this. Look at the people touched. The face is red. The main thing is that people's age than you are a few dozen years younger than you, or even nearly 100 years old. Hey, sorry, your hands are so soft, it's kind of addictive, Lin Jiuyang said with a calm face, as if he was talking about some trivial matter. My Lin Jiuji hard to tease chant on, Li Hai shouted in his heart at this time. You, how do you? Shirley Yang also had a red face and looked at Lin Jiuyang with a somewhat stunned expression. Strange, so strange. If it was in the past, if someone dared to talk to me like this, I would have kicked him in the nuts in a minute. But today how? Ahem. What about? Snowy, shouldn't you be leaving? Don't you have things to do? Li Hai couldn't take it anymore. Staying in such an atmosphere made him feel like he was suffocating. Yeah, so what? I've got things to do. Let's go. Shirley Yang's head was a little hot at this time, and subconsciously took Lin Jiuyang's hand that he hadn't let go of yet, and got up and walked towards the elevator entrance. When the two of them entered the elevator and the doors closed, Sherry Yang broke away from Lin Jiuyang's hand. Hoo. This man is so strange. It's like a walking human chow. It scared me so much I almost fell in. No way. Absolutely not. I still have to figure out how to find my dad and not be exposed to all this childish stuff. In the elevator, Shirley Young breathed slowly and loudly, mentally hinting to herself over and over. Lin Jiuyang, on the other hand, was looking squarely at this beauty in front of him. Great body, great looks, and a big ass. Sure to have a son. It's a pity that in his past life and present life, the decades added up to almost 100 years, and he still hasn't had a girlfriend, and he hasn't been in love even once. And I don't know if it's because I've been fighting them for too long over the past few decades, and because I've been in the chambers of the abyss for so long. It always feels like there's not enough head to go around. Afternoon. In a small estate on the outskirts of Peking, Dejinya arrived with Hu Bai and Fatty Wang. Who are you looking for? A clean-cut looking man with glasses asked the trio. Oh, hello, little brother. I'm Dejinya from Panjiayuan. I was commissioned by Professor Chen. Big Gold Teeth smiled at the man with the glasses. Oh, Professor Chen found them. Tell you what, you guys wait, I'll go find Professor Chen. After the man with the glasses finished speaking, he turned and ran into the yard. In no time at all, the three of them then saw an old man with gray hair walking out behind the man with glasses. Seeing this, Dejinya hurriedly walked up and opened his mouth. Professor Chen, I've brought the person you're looking for. Little Jean these two are just proficient. Yes, Professor Chen, let me introduce you. This is Master Hu Bai Hu. He is well versed in the feng shui metaphysics you are talking about. And the one next to him is his good brother, Wang Kaixian, known in the Jianghu as Fatty Wang. Dejinya gave Professor Chen a detailed introduction of the two. We don't take everyone here. What's the principle beforehand? And you, do you really know feng shui? Suddenly, a voice spoke from the doorway of the room Professor Chen had just walked out of, leaning against the wooden fence in their direction. The three heard the voice and looked in the direction it came from and saw Shirley Young. Saw Shirley Yang's moment. Hu Bai is a bright spot, but the king fat well. Hey this little twat. Fat master shut up. Fat master fat master. The big gold teeth hastily covered the mouth of Fatty Wang and whispered in his ear. Fat master that one is the gold master I said, that beautiful country to come. Fatty, don't cause trouble. Hu Bai also said from the sidelines. Only when he heard the two speak did Fatty Wang quiet down. Of course, the main thing is that the words of the big gold teeth, after all, is the master of the gold? Give money to the person, this face or to give. Old Hu, give this little twat a long look. Recite the dozen or so words of whatever feng shui technique you learned in the first place, and bluff her. Although Fatty Wang had tightened up a bit, he still leaned into Hu Bai's ear and said this to him. Aha! Hu Bai nodded. That was exactly what he wanted to do, and for some reason, ever since he saw that woman, there was always a strong desire to express himself that wanted to burst out of his heart. Just in time, take this opportunity to show off. Chapter 67, Fatty with a bad mouth. Lesson learned. There are many different kinds of feng shui techniques. What I have learned is the 16-character yin-yang feng shui secret technique. Among them, the word heavenly star is the most refined. The heavenly star feng shui technique, also known as the heavenly vault green bag technique. The so-called road to find the dragon divided into gold to see the entanglement of the mountain. A heavy entanglement is a heavy shutdown. Close the door if 8 points of danger. Not out of the yin and yang gossip line. Hu Bai had one hand behind his back and one hand in front of him, and slowly recited in a superior posture. Snap. Good. You can join in, but him well. Sherry Yang said with a praising clap, then looked at Fatty Wang. Me? What's wrong with me? Fat master? Fatty Wang pointed at himself with a puzzled expression. This mister, who has demonstrated his learning. So what do you know, Your Excellency? Shirley Young asked, looking at him. Hey, little looking down on me this is. Fatty Wang rolled up his sleeves and wanted to show his tactics, but the sleeves are rolled up, but one seems, seemingly, maybe, ha ha ha, laughing my ass off at this fat ass. Suddenly, an unbridled laugh came from right behind them. The few people who heard the voice turned their heads to look. Shirley Yang's eyes were gentle, Hu Bai's face was grave, Dejinya's eyes showed surprise. As for Prof. Chen, they had seen it a long time ago. Only Fatty Wang, looking at that little white boy, nerve delayed, he reacted to this kid is laughing at him so he walked straight toward Lin Jiuyang, and said with his mouth, little fart you smile, Fatty shall not, fat master don't, put. 3 voices sounded at the same time. Hu Bai Dejinya opened his mouth to dissuade him, while Fatty Wang suddenly knelt down directly with a dumbfounded expression. What's going on here? What a situation this is. Fatty Wang was puzzled in his heart, and at the same time wanted to stand up, but the result, old Hu, old Jean, you two quickly come and help Master Fatty. I can't get up from this damn thing. Hearing Fatty's words, Hu Bai and Dejinya hurriedly came to his side, and with one hand, they tried to help him up, but, No matter what they did, the fat man's kneecaps felt like they had grown into the ground, and he couldn't pull himself up. Dead fat. How many times have I told you? Don't be so mean. Don't be so impulsive. Now you've suffered, haven't you? I'll let you do it. Hu-Ba-Yi pulled for a long time, tired enough, and finally shook off his hand and said to him, as early as the first time he saw Lin Jo-young, his heart was bursting. This was a feeling that he had developed over the years as a soldier. He trusted his feelings very much, because when he was on the battlefield, he relied on this feeling to escape the fatal crises several times and survived until now. And not to mention his feelings, that young man at first glance looks extraordinary temperament, majestic, at a glance is not an ordinary person. This dead fat man is just impulsive. Master Fatty, if you apologize to that master, you might be able to get up. Dajinya also spoke to Fatty Wang at this time. When he saw that young man just now, Dajinya instantly remembered that he had witnessed Tian Baolu's bossly treating this young man with respect, which was why he opened his mouth at the same time as Hu-Ba-Yi. What? Let me give that little white. Ooh-hoo. Before Fatty Wang could finish his yawn, Dajinya covered his mouth. My fat master that master we cannot afford to offend. You just admit a mistake. Apologize how easy thing A man can be a man can bend can stretch not. Dajinya muttered in Fatty's ear. This brother, I'm sorry about earlier. This brother of mine has a poisonous mouth. Please don't take it to heart and let him go. At this time, Hu-Ba-Yi said to Lin Jiang with an arching bow. I'm sorry, but I have a small heart, and just any little thing can stuff it up. I'd like to leave him alone, but, well, my little thumb. Look, he doesn't seem very willing. Lin Jo-young raised his right hand and moved his little thumb, saying, Put. Shirley Yang, who had already come to Lin Jo-young's side, couldn't hold back her laughter as she listened to what he said in a serious manner, as well as his actions. Hu-Ba-Yi looked at Shirley Yang, who was covering her mouth and snickering, and then looked at the young man in front of him, a flock of crows fluttering over his head. Fatty, I can't handle this, you're on your own. The helpless Hu-Ba-Yi turned around and patted Fatty's shoulder, shaking his head and said, this. Fatty looked at the old who turned away and stood aside, and then looked at the little white man not far away. Of course, this cannot be said. Finally, or a bite of teeth said, so what? This master, my mouth is poisonous. I'm a person who prefers to talk nonsense. You see if you can. Can't. Lin Jo-yang spoke directly, then pulled Shirley Yang and headed inside. Hu-Ba-Yi, who was on the side, saw the two men's movements and a flash of loss flashed in his eyes. No, master, grand master, do me a favor, give me first. Ouch, I'm going. Fatty Wang excitedly looked at the two people who left, said that he wanted to move his body, but the result was that he actually found that his legs could move under the movement, and then he directly fell into a dog's. Just this once, and never again. Lin Jo-young, who had already walked into the room, transmitted his voice. Halfway through the day, inside the house, everyone arrived. Shirley Yang finally agreed to join Fatty Wang. Anyway, it's just a matter of a few tens of thousands of dollars of knife music. It does not matter. Gentlemen, the goal of our journey this time is the depths of the Taklamakan Desert, which is rumored to contain the ancient city of Jingjie where the Queen of Jingjie is located. However, before we head here, we're temporarily going to have to make a diversion to the Kunlun Glacier, as I've received. No way. Just as Shirley Yang was pointing at the map on the hanging wall, suddenly Hu-Ba-Yi stood up excitedly and shouted, No, old Hu, what's wrong with you? Fatty Wang looked at the unusually excited old Hu and asked out loud. The others also turned their heads to look at him. The only one who looked like he was asleep was Lin Jo-young with his eyes closed on the side. Miss Young, you can't go to Kunlun Glacier. That place is extremely dangerous. The Kunlun Glacier must go. There are clues to my father there. Shirley Yang directly interrupted Hu-Ba-Yi's words. What's wrong with you, old Hu? Isn't it just one more trip? What's not to go for if you can still get an extra share of the money? Fatty pulled old Hu and whispered in his ear. No, Fatty, it's not about the money. It's really. Hu-Ba-Yi had an ugly look on his face and hesitated to know what to say. Comrade Hu, do you know something? Or have you been there? Professor Chen saw Hu-Ba-Yi's situation and opened his mouth to ask. Not bad. Hu-Ba-Yi nodded. I've been there before when I was still in the military and that place is extremely dangerous. As Hu-Ba-Yi opened his mouth to narrate, the crowd also knew the situation of the Kunlun Glacier. Harsh survival, fire ladybugs at the touch of a button, tragic deaths of warriors and more. But no matter what, none of this will stop Shirley Yang from having to go. Well, no matter what, I have to go. If you're afraid, Mr. Hu, you can leave now. Shirley Yang said to Hu-Ba-Yi. Ms. Young, Hu-Ba-Yi still wants to persuade again. The Dap Ghost Bug, also known as the Fire Ladybug, comes in two forms, Infinite Karmic Fire and Nipur Divine Ice, and is a tomb guardian that the ancient demon kingdom specializes in finding and cultivating to survive long in. Suddenly, Lin Jiuyang, who had his eyes closed on the side as if he was asleep, spoke up. This brother, you know about this kind of bug? Hu Bai listened to the words coming out of his mouth with an incredulous expression. Shirley Yang and the others also looked at Lin Jiuyang. You know? I don't know how many of these bugs I've caught, and I've also studied the infinite karmic flame and night pour divine ice on them for decades. Now that both of these powers have become standard for Abyss members, Lin Jiuyan thought in his heart. On the other hand, he said, well, it's quite understandable. So can you fix it? Shirley Yang asked. Small problem. Hearing this, Shirley Yang directly believed him unconditionally. Chapter 68, Arriving at the Kunlun Glacier. Encountering a pack of snow wolves. Vertical day. After a night of homework that Fatty Wine gave Hu Bai yesterday, he finally convinced him. So at first light, the crowd began to get ready. In a moment, when the crowd was ready, they went straight to the train station, got on a train to the Tibetan region. 3 days and 2 nights passed in the blink of an eye. The crowd got off the bus in the Tibet area and took another bus to the Kunlun Glacier area. At this time, at the foot of the Kunlun Glacier, there was a team of local garrison soldiers that Professor Chen had contacted in advance. He was hired specifically to protect the archaeological team. After Prof. Chen went up and said a few words to the leader, the crowd began to set off and climbed towards the glacier. After more than 3 hours of trekking, all of them except for Lin Jiuyan were all out of breath. Seeing this, Shirley Yang spoke up. Well, it's fairly flat here, so we'll just rest here for a while. Hearing the boss who paid out the money vocalized, the fat man directly sat down on the ground without any image. Ouch, I go tired, fat master me. He, fatty, it's time for you to work out. Look at this pio of yours. Hu Bai sat beside him and smiled. Che old Hu, what do you know? I'm called rich. Destined to be a symbol of my future, will be rich and famous, do you understand? The fat man gave him a blank look and patted his stomach. Jiu Yang, drink some water. On the other side, Shirley Yang came to sit beside Lin Jiuyan with a water bottle and handed it over, saying, no need. I'm not thirsty. Lin Jiuyan glanced at the water bottle she handed him and lay down on the cold snow and closed his eyes to fake sleep. Shirley Yang shook her head helplessly at this. This nerd doesn't understand women's hearts at all. I'm going to go. Old Hu, look at that master. He won't even drink the water handed to him by the beautiful boss herself. TSK. If this were for me, Mr. Fat, what can you do? Drink it all? Hu Bai also gave him a blank stare. Look out everyone. There are snow wolves. Suddenly, a soldier who had been hired by Professor Chen to protect them opened his mouth and shouted. The crowd that heard the voice got up in a hurry and looked toward the site of the soldier. Sure enough, on a steep slope not far away, a stout snow wolf with 2 green eyes stared at the direction where he and the others were. As we all know, wolves are a pack animal, so the fact that there is a wolf here means that there must be a pack nearby. Everyone be careful, don't provoke it or else. Ow. Before Hu Bai could finish his words, the snow wolf on the steep slope suddenly began to wail. Holy, this wolf doesn't talk about martial virtues, he just starts calling numbers. Fatty Wine looked at the snow wolf that looked up to the sky and whistled. As a man who had been a soldier and had met wolves, he naturally knew what this meant. Prepare for battle. Protect Professor Chen and the others. The leader of the soldiers invited by Professor Chen shouted. At the same time, a sound of ow 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 came from the neighborhood. In no time, nearly 100 snow wolves appeared around the crowd. Ow, ow ow ow. Before the crowd could make more preparations, as a snow wolf's wail came out, nearly 100 snow wolves ran towards the crowd. Shoot! Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! While the others were still scrambling with their hands and feet, Lin Jiuyan was still lying on the snow at this time, faking sleep, not a bit alert to the dangers occurring in the surroundings, and even feeling uncomfortable lying down. He even turned around. Ha. The battle had only just begun for a short while before 2 or 3 of the soldiers invited by Professor Chen were pounced on by the desperate snow wolves at the cost of being shot. Asako, crutch, ***** Naya. A soldier looked at his 2 comrades who were pounced on and torn by the snow wolf, and directly turned his gun around and pulled the trigger. But, in this way, he also, no way, these wolves haven't eaten for a long time by the look of them. They're on to us, run. Hu Bai looked at the 12-person squad of fighters that Professor Chen had invited, but in just a short while 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 people had been sacrificed. Taking another look at the crazy hungry eyes of these snow wolves, he knew that they were encountering a pack of hungry wolves and shouted. Hearing Hu Bai's words, Professor Chen and the others hurriedly ran towards the mountain, leaving only Hu Bai and the others to break the back. Brother Hu, you guys go first, I'll break the back. The leader of the squad of soldiers looked at Professor Chen and the others who had already run away and shouted at Hu Bai. Hu Bai looked at the eyes of the squad soldier leader and had already guessed his thoughts in his heart. After looking at the pack of hungry wolves that were still quite a bit away, he knew that the dude was afraid that the next Fatty, let's go, shouting at Fatty, who was still madly muttering nonstop on the side. Hubai also turned around and chased after Professor Chen and the others in the direction of Professor Chen and the others. Okay, brother, you, take care, Fatty responded to Old Hu, then looked at the squad soldier leader and his two companions, and finally left as well with a hard heart. By the time the two had just run not long, because of the loss of 2 points of fire, soon the remaining squad soldier leader and his two comrades also. Sniff, 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 sniff. As the leader of the squad of soldiers and their leader fell, the snow wolves didn't go after them anymore, but stayed where they were to enjoy the hard-won food, and at that moment, a snow wolf came to where Lin Jianyang was and was shrugging its nose at him and sniffing. That's right, Lin Jiuyang did not follow Prof. Chen as they left, and also because the scene just now was too chaotic, so even Shirley Yang, who was very attached to him, did not find out just, what are you smelling, wolf cub? Suddenly, Lin Jiuyang opened his eyes and looked at a snow wolf in front of him that couldn't stop sniffing at him and said, ow. The snow wolf was so shocked that it jumped 2 meters away with a tang and then snapped its teeth at him. Aha! Lin Jiuyang looked over with a single glance. Ooh-hoo! The snow wolf immediately tucked its tail and ran away. At the same time, all the snow wolves around the neighborhood looked like they had encountered some natural enemy, and disappeared in a puff of smoke with their tails between their legs. The other side. At this time, Shirley Yang also realized that Lin Jiuyang hadn't run out with them. Shirley just listen to Uncle Chen. Wait for some time before you go. Otherwise you go now also. No, I have to go. I'm going to bring Jiu Yang back. Ms. Yang, I think that at this time you go not only can't bring back the people, but you may also become the food in the mouth of those hungry wolves. Hu Bai said as he blocked in front of Sherry Yang. No matter what, I have to go. You get out of the way. Sherry Yang snapped at Hu Bai with a determined expression. That boss Yang, that master is so powerful. He must be fine. Why do you need to? What are you talking about? Suddenly, before Fatty Wang could finish, Lin Jianyang's figure slowly walked up from below the crowd. 9 sons, Shirley Yang looked at the approaching figure, peeled away from Hu Bai and ran over. How are you? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? As soon as Shirley Yang arrived in front of Lin Jiuyang, she asked at him. Nothing, what could be wrong? Lin Jiuyang casually said. This, Fatty, look. Fatty was just about to open his mouth and say a few words to Lin Jiuyang, when Hu Bai pulled him back, and also skimmed his head in the direction Lin Jiuyang had come from. Old Hu, what's wrong? For a moment, Fatty Wang didn't react to Hu Bai and asked. Footprints, Hu Bai reminded. In an instant, Fatty Wang realized that something was wrong. At first glance, hiss, what's this guy doing walking without footprints? And he's walking on a snowy mountain without a trace? At this moment, the two men silently glanced at each other. Chapter 69, Crack, Entry, and Fatty Jade Pei. Mr. Chen, come look, there's a crack here. While Hu Bai Wang, Fatty and the two of them were shocked that Lin Jiuyang was walking without footprints, Shirley Yang was concerned about checking if Lin Jiuyang had any injuries. One of Professor Chen's students, Chu Jian, suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, let me see. Hearing the sound, Professor Chen couldn't wait to run over. Hu Bai and Fatty Wang looked at each other and ran over as well. Soon the crowd all ran to the crack that Chu Jian had discovered. If my guess is right, this should be down here, Professor Chen said hesitantly as he bowed his body and looked toward the crack. Kunlun Glacier Earth Palace. Hu Bai's face was grave. Now that the place has been found, prepare to get ready and get down there. Shirley Yang looked at the crack and said to the crowd, I'll go down and wait for you guys. Lin Jiuyang said casually before jumping straight down the crack. Holy, Fatty Wang uttered in surprise. 9 sons, Sherry Yang spoke anxiously. I'm fine. After a while, Lin Jiuyang's flat voice came from below. Shirley Yang was relieved to hear that. Fatty Wang, on the other hand, is, my god, this guy jumped off with nothing and nothing happened? So what else do you want? Well, pack up. Hu Bai patted his shoulder. Halftime. Lin Jiuyang all felt like he was about to fall asleep when Shirley Yang, Hu Bai and the others came down. Boom boom boom, with the sound of a landing. I'll go, there's quite a lot of space down here. Then came the voice of Fatty Wang, who marveled. As the crowd was marveling at the space below and the sights they had never seen before, suddenly one of Professor Chen's female students screamed, Sayaka, what's wrong? Professor Chen and Mr. How and the others came to this female student. There's a body here. Fatty realized the reason for the schoolgirl's shriek and pointed to the ice wall aside. Old Hu, this wouldn't be your comrade from your military days, would it? Hearing the fatty's words, Hu Bai shook his head and said, no, the clothes are completely different. These are my father's expedition clothes. Shirley Yang stepped forward and looked into the wall of ice. This, then how did this person get shipwrecked here? It's still frozen in the ice wall. Professor Chen's student, Chu Jian, looked at what looked like a frozen person in the ice wall and wondered. In any case, it doesn't look like it should be a fire ladybug. There may be other dangers, so be careful next. Everyone, Hubai said with a grave expression on his face. The crowd nodded when they heard this, and then after stabilizing their emotions, they began to observe the situation around them. Eventually it turns out that there appears to be only one way out of here, an ice cave not too far away, and it's not clear where it leads. Let's go, Shirley Young said as she looked at the hole in the ice in front of her, and then walked straight through. With that, under her lead, the crowd headed deeper into the ice cave. Not a moment after entering the ice cave, halfway, Fatty Wang suddenly said, "Strange, this ice cave is really a natural formation? How come Fat Master I don't look quite like it?" Ha ha ha, Comrade Fatty, time is an amazing force, and the things he can form are often unimaginable to us ordinary people, and that's precisely why our archaeology is meaningful, Professor Chen said smilingly when he heard the fat man's words, then added, "Judging from the direction we came down, we should now be due south, a position just about midway between two snow-covered mountains. You see, the naturally occurring ores, mica, and crystals on this are all treasures of nature." With that said, Prof. Chen began to teach on the spot. Under Professor Chen's on-site teaching, the crowd soon came out of the ice cave, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a relatively shallow underground river. Looking at the underground river in front of them, Professor Chen and a few of his students were exuberant. They didn't expect that they would actually be able to see the underground in their lifetimes. "Teacher, look, there's writing here," a student by the name of Satapang shouted as he stood by the rock wall. Hearing his words, Professor Chen instantly came to life and hurriedly headed towards Satapang. Seeing this, Hubai and a few others also followed. "Hey, strange, why do these words look so familiar to Master Fatty? Coming here to the rock wall." Fatty scratched his head as he looked at the writing on the rock wall and said, "Indeed." Hubai also nodded. And then, "Jade pendant." Both of them looked at each other at the same time and opened their mouths. "Jade pendant? What jade pendant?" Shirley Young looked over at the two of them when she heard them. Fatty glanced at Old Hu. Old Hu nodded at this. Then he said, "The writing on this rock wall is very similar to the writing on a jade pendant on Fatty's body. That's why we..." "What? Impossible. These words, as far as I can observe, should be the specialized words of the Ghost Cave clan. How can?" Professor Chen said with a disbelieving expression, but before he could finish, the fat man pulled out a jade pendant from his chest. At this moment, Professor Chen's eyes went straight. This is the key of essence," Professor Chen exclaimed. Sherry Yan was also looking straight at the jade pendant on Fatty's chest with her eyes at this time, while stretching out her hand. What are you trying to do, beautiful boss? Robbing?" Fatty watched this action and directly retreated 3 steps in a row while putting the jade pendant back into his chest clothes. "Comrade Fatty, where did you get this jade pendant?" Professor Chen looked at Fatty with an excited face and asked. "This jade pendant was accidentally obtained by my father when he was fighting bandits back in the day, and it ended up becoming my family's heirloom." "What?" Fatty Wang carefully looked at Professor Chen, mainly because the other party's eyes at this moment were really a bit unbearable for him. "Fatty Wang, can you show me the jade pendant?" Shirley Young spoke up to him at that point. "No way," the fat man said outright. "I'm just looking at it, nothing else, because I have a jade pendant like that." With that, Shirley Young pulled out a jade pendant she was carrying. Fatty's eyes glazed over as he looked at the jade pendant in Shirley Young's hand. "Holy, your dad went to fight the bandits too? Fatty, just show it to Boss Young. It's not like she's going to covet this piece of jade pendant of yours." Hubai looked at what looked like the other half of the jade pendant with some curiosity in his heart, so he spoke to Fatty. "Okay." When Fatty saw Old Hu speak, he was curious about what was going on, so he removed the jade pendant and handed it over. With the jade pendant handed over by the fat man in her hand, Shirley Young's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement, and then she slowly leaned in with both hands. And up STH, the 2 jade pendants successfully merged together. Sure enough, this is the complete key of essence. Prof. Chen, who was watching them merge together from the side, said excitedly, "No, what's this about? What's the key of essence?" Fatty once again heard what Professor Chen said and asked with curiosity in his heart. "The key of Jingjie? The key that opens the ancient city of Jingjie and where we're going next." "What?" Hearing this, Fatty and Old Hu uttered out in surprise, especially Fatty. He never thought that the thing he had been wearing for so long was actually the key to the ancient city of essence. In that case, wouldn't that have to be worth old money? Fatty looked at the 2 jade pendants that were combined together and thought in his heart. Chapter 70, Hu Chen and the 2 Guesses. Dialogue in the depths of the Earth Palace. "Alright, Fatty Wang, give it back to you. Wait until we get to the Jingjie ancient city. When we need it, we'll borrow it from you once more." Sherry Yang separated the jade pendant and glanced at Fatty Wang before handing it back to him and said, "Ahem, So what? You'll have to charge for it then. Fatty suddenly became a little embarrassed after receiving the jade pendant. Perhaps he even felt that this request of his was more or less excessive. Sure enough, as soon as his words left his mouth, the crowd looked at him with astonishment, as if wondering how he had the nerve to say it. Even Hubai, who was on the side, brushed his face with his hand and quietly took 2 steps to the side. Okay, well, let's move on. Shirley Young nodded to Fatty Wang, then turned around and walked towards the surface of the underground river. The crowd saw this and rushed to follow. Shirley, where's that little brother? Just as the crowd arrived at the river and was about to step in, Professor Chen suddenly realized that there seemed to be someone missing from the group. Hearing this, the crowd came back to their senses. Yeah, where's the little brother who doesn't talk much? Shirley Young looked around, and at this point, she was getting a little anxious. Lin Jiuyang, this nerd. How to turn around the effort is gone. Lin Jiuyang. After looking around for half a day and not finding anyone, Shirley Young directly opened her mouth and shouted. What she didn't realize was that Hubai and Professor Chen instantly changed their faces when she shouted out the 3 words Lin Jiuyang. Prof. Chen was like that because he was old enough that his parents were people who had come from that era in the previous generation, so he had often heard his parents mention the name since he was a child. More know what this name represents, especially in the Cloud Province a place represents, because his parents is the Cloud Province people. He himself had been in the Cloud Province a place for a few years, only later read on the book before going to the 49 cities. So, as for Hubai, although he wasn't from Yun Province, his father, Hu Guohua, was from Hu Province, and his father's grandfather had both spent time in Yun Province, especially his grandfather. In those chaotic times, it was because he went to a place in Yun Province that he escaped that disaster and later went to Beiping. The reason for this was because the Yun Province at that time was known as the safest place in the whole of Daxia, and no matter whether it was the great powers or the dwarfs, none of them dared to set foot in that area easily. Only in recent years, after the rise of New Daxia, have some crooked people slowly entered that place. Therefore, under the influence of the ear, he also remembered the name. Plus later he learned the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art, and entered the circle of some of the things he heard after. Plus to this day, he still remembers the words his grandfather once said. Yun Province, a place, no warlords, not to mention the cherry blossoms, the powers shall not enter, foreign country shall not invade, those who enter the death, only peace and prosperity can be solved. And the reason why it would lead to the Yun Province in that era would become the safest place in the entire Daxia at that time was because of these 3 words that Sherry Yang was shouting at that moment. Could he be the one? In this instant, Hubai and Professor Chen both thought at the same time in their hearts, and no matter what they do here. At this time, Lin Jiang had long since run into the depths of the underground palace, looking at the 9-story broken and floating demon tower that was still standing there in the distance. He walked towards the direction of the demon tower without the slightest change in his face. As he approached, for some reason the entire demon tower actually began to shake. At the same time, those dapper ghost bugs attached to the demon tower also flew away from the demon tower, but they didn't dare to fly towards where Lin Jianyang was. TSK, I haven't seen you for decades, and you just felt my scent and started shaking. What's the point? Lin Jiuyang said to himself as he walked. Speaking of which, after decades, they still haven't come? It's really strange. If they want to live forever in their physical bodies, they should come to you. Why don't you come? Did you really turn into a teenage mutant ninja turtle? Lin Jiuyang was still speaking. They would like to come, but you have set up everywhere, and I don't know how many of them have been killed by you over the past decades, and I'm afraid that all of the existences that have the strength to do so have been pretty much killed by you. A spiritual force surged towards Lin Jiang. It's almost killed. It's not like we've killed them all. Lin Jiuyang said disdainfully. Wasn't the girl sent out by them more than 10 years ago? And why are you holding on to them? The spiritual power came again. To mess up my disciple like that? Still haven't recovered even now. And the reckoning against me decades ago. Is it not something to just say it's over and done with? Think pretty good thoughts. What? Do they think that just because they sent my disciple back, they think it can be over? That karma can be ended? What a joke. As Lin Jiuyang spoke, a shocking aura surged wildly around him. Ugh, you're strong. You call the shots. The spiritual forces were somewhat incapable of responding. Yeah? Then you better not let me know you're involved with them or else. Beyond the depths of the underground palace, Shirley Young hollered for half a day, and she who never saw Lin Jiuyang, sat down somewhat dejectedly on a rock at the side. Shirley, that little brother will be fine. Just don't worry. Why don't we go in first now? Maybe he's already gone in early. Professor Chen advised as he looked at Sherry Yang's drooping head. Not bad, Boss Young. Prof. Chen is right. That master, little brother's strength is extraordinary. He might have already gone towards the depths ahead of us. If we set off now, we might be able to encounter him. Hu Bai also spoke from the sidelines. This master is also said to jump down, just jump down, said to see no one's shadow is really not even see a shadow. Do not know whether it is a person or a ghost. Fatty Wang spoke impatiently from the sidelines. Fatty, shut up. Hearing this, Hu Bai hastily spoke out to scold him. According to what he heard and what his grandfather told him when he was a child, this master can be very powerful. In case he heard, then the fat man will have to suffer again. It's not old Hu. It would have been. Are you still trying to get on your knees? Without waiting for Fatty to finish complaining, Hu Bai brought up the incident a few days ago when that master made Fatty poof down on his knees without a single movement. Hearing old Hu's words, Fatty hurriedly looked around with his eyes, fearing that the master who came without a shadow would suddenly appear. But although he didn't see that master, he did see, holy, so many flying insects. Hearing Fatty's words, Hu Bai suspiciously looked toward Fatty's line of sight. Then, a memory emerged from his mind. Hu Bai, go, old Hu, I've thought of it. My child's name will be Bauer, run. Between the memories surfacing, Hu Bai shouted out loud as he looked at the fire ladybugs that were flying towards him and the others. I go, old Hu, you're a grandpa, what are you shouting blindly for? Scared the fat master out of me. Fatty shook his body full of resentment and opened his mouth to Hu Bai in greeting. The others looked at him uncertainly, wondering why he was suddenly yelling like a madman. Run, it's a fire ladybug, it's going to die. Hu Bai pulled the fat man and tried to drag him up, while shouting at the others. Fire ladybugs? Looks almost like fireflies. What's so scary about a bunch of bugs when their asses are glowing? Is it really as scary as you say? Chu Jian looked at the fire ladybugs flying across the river with full concern. Well, it looks kinda weirdly nice leh. Yi Eason, the female student who had been frightened by the ice wall corpse earlier, also nodded. Boss Yong, Professor Chen, you guys quickly persuade them. If you don't run away for a while it will be too late. Hu Bai pulled up Fatty Wang and shouted anxiously to Sherry Yang and Professor Chen. Anyway, comrade who shouldn't lie. Help me. Suddenly, before Professor Chen could finish, a fire ladybug flew into Satapang's hand at an unknown time. Immediately after that, starting from his palms, blue flames instantly ignited. Although the crowd didn't feel the slightest sensation of heat, the terrified and frightened cries of Satapang let them know that the temperature of this blue flame was definitely not low. Also at this time, Hu Bai arrived in front of Sa Dipping with a quick step, and swung out a cold light just as he opened his mouth to call for help. Then Satapang's arm, which was ablaze with blue flames, was sliced off and fell aside. Zip, 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 as the sound of blue flames burning and the sound of blood and flesh sizzling resounded. But in this short while, that arm of Satapang was completely burnt to ashes. What are you waiting for? Run! Chapter 71, Identity Exposed. Hearing Hu Bai's voice, coupled with the arm on the ground that had been completely burned to ashes, the crowd finally came back to their senses and frantically ran towards the ice cave they had just walked out of. Not good. 9 sons. Unlike the others, Shirley Yan was thinking of Lin Zhuoyang's safety at this time, so she wanted to jump into the water to hide and wait until the fire ladybugs flew by before going in. But just as she was waiting for her to make a move, Hu Bai stopped her. Fatty, come help. Get off me. You don't want to die. That fire ladybug is already that close. Your idea is useless. No way. I have to go in and save Zhuoyang. Gu my aunt. It's that time of the year, or take care of yourself first. No way. Don't worry about Master 9. With his methods these fire ladybugs can't help him at all. Between the 3 pulling, in the end, it was the 2 of them, Hu Bai and Fatty Wang, who had the upper hand. Fatty ran towards the ice cave as soon as he picked up Shirley Young. On the way, Fatty still kept complaining. My auntie, if not for the fear that no one will pay the fat master if you die, I really do not want to carry you. Too damn heavy. Hu Bai, why did you just call Zhuoyang 9 masters? Over Fatty's shoulder, Sherry Yang asked to Hu Bai. Yes, old Hu. Who is the 9th master? I want to know too. The fat man also opened his mouth and called out. You don't know the identity of that master? I'm also convinced. I really don't know how you invited him out. Hu Bai said as he looked at Sherry Yang in surprise. Although he couldn't 100% confirm that he was that Lin Zhuoyang even now, but thinking back to the feeling he brought to himself along the way, I'm afraid it was about right. Lin Zhuoyang, 9th master, Lin Zhuoyang, ghost immortal. On the shoulder of the fat man, Shirley Yun's face was blank, her mouth muttering and chanting, finally remembering a name once written in her grandfather's notes, and then her face instantly darkened, and the whole person directly fell silent. Seeing this, Hu Bai also knew that she should have guessed something, but did not say much. After all, at this time it was still important to escape. In the process, He also glanced back in passing to see if the fire ladybugs behind him were catching up, but with just one glance, his pupils shrank. Behind them, countless fire ladybugs flew, but always hanging behind them. Most importantly, in the depths of those countless fire ladybugs, there was a figure hidden. Judging from that figure, it's that master without a doubt. But why? Hubei couldn't figure it out. Only knowing that by the looks of those fire ladybugs, or the meaning of that master, he should not want himself and the others to go even deeper. This is good. His heart itself for this place has always had an inexplicable fear. Maybe because of the sacrifice of those comrades. May also be because, halftime, the crowd all got back on the ground through the rope that had just been lowered. Prof. Chen and his students were each tired and panting unimaginatively as they lay down on the snow. Not to mention the fat man who also carried a man for so long and climbed the ropes. Ouch, I go. Raise the money. Must add money. Fatty threw Shirley Yang aside and sat down directly on the ground and shouted, Hubachi, tell me about it. Shirley Yang ignored Fatty's words and turned her head to Hubei, who was also sitting paralyzed on the ground, and said, Shirley, what did you tell Comrade Hu to say? Professor Chen walked over at this time. Master Lin Jiao. Hubei calmed his breathing to utter these 3 words. What? Nevertheless, Professor Chen had a surprised look on his face just after Hubei finished speaking. Comrade Xiao Wu, you also suspect that little brother is Professor Chen. You know that too? Hubei looked at Professor Chen in surprise. Ha, more than knowing, technically speaking, I'm also originally from Yun Province. Next, Prof. Chen began to slowly recount to the few people the legends of the Cloud Province. Hubei also interjected from time to time from the sidelines. Hey, I go then according to you guys. That master lived until now how to have 70 or 80 years old, even nearly 100 years old, but he looked very young. Wang Kaixian listened to Professor Chen and Hubei as they both spoke in unison, and opened his mouth to ask a question in confusion. Yes, teacher, how is it possible for someone to be nearly 100 years old and still be so young, looking just like a teenager? Is it possible that there really is a way to stay young forever in this world? Chu Jian also questioned the opening. Several others nodded. I don't know about this. Anyway, in the Yun province, the 3 words Lin Jiao Yang have become a myth. As for how much truth there is in the process, after all, no one has ever seen it with their own eyes, let alone confirmed it, Professor Chen slowly said. On the other hand, Sherry Yang and Hubei on the side fell into silence. Others might be skeptical, but the 2 of them, one was a descendant of the relocation leader Partridge Whistle, and Shirley Young still remembers looking no more than 30 years old when her grandfather died, and through the notes her grandfather had left behind, she knew even more about why he was the way he was. The other was someone who had learned the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret technique and had even seen numerous unscientific events, so they have reservations in their minds about eternal youth or even immortality. Old Hu, what's wrong with you? Why don't you say anything? It's hard to believe that you... Fatty said as he bumped Hubei with his shoulder. Fatty, there are many things in this world that cannot be explained by science. Hubei just looked at him and said this. Boom. You people, you're quick to run for your lives, but you just have a bad memory. Suddenly, a voice rang in the ears of the crowd, followed by the crowd following the voice. It was then that he saw Satapeng collapsed on the ground, looking like he was unconscious, and beside him stood the central character of the story that Professor Chen had just told, the mysterious little brother. Satapeng. How are you doing, Satapeng? Yi Yisin came to Satapeng and shook his body, while Hubei and Wang Kaixian and Shirley Yang as well as Prof. Chen several people were looking at where Satapeng's original arm that had been cut off by Hubei's knife. The pupils were instantly dilated, because Satapeng's left arm, which was supposed to be empty, actually appeared intact. Okay, stop howling, he's just passed out. He'll wake up in a while. Shirley, here's what you want. Lin Jiao Yang spoke to that ignorant and pure white college student Yi Yisin. And then a book was thrown out of his hand and fell straight into Shirley Yang's arms. Holy, this is a miracle. On one side, Wang Kaixian, who didn't know when he came to Sa Di Peng's side, was touching the intact arm with a marvelous expression. Master 9, thank you for helping Satapeng. Professor Chen looked at the intact arm that the fat man was touching in his hand and bowed in gratitude to Lin Jiang. Seeing this, Lin Jiao Yang just nodded his head lightly, then came to Sherry Yang's side and looked at her. The notes are in our hands. Next, we can go directly to the Jingjie ancient city. Hearing what he said, Shirley Young didn't respond, just looked straight at him. What's wrong? Lin Jiao Yang asked. Just now, Professor Chen called you the Ninth Master. The Ninth Master of the Ghost Fairy Lin Ninth Master. Sherry Yang said. Well, the right one should be me. Lin Jiao Yang frankly admitted in response. Sure enough, it's really him. Hearing Lin Jiao Yang's words, Professor Chen and Hubei both secretly said in their hearts, and a bitter smile flashed across Shirley Young's face. I can't believe I almost had a heart attack on a man from the same era as my grandfather. Shirley Young thought bitterly. So, what should I call you now? Back then I called you Grandpa Big Brother. If you count according to generation, you can also call me Grandpa. Lin Jiuyan thought back. Master above. Disciple Wang Kaixian sincerely worships you. Please master pass on my divine skill. Suddenly, Wang Kaixian and kneeling slide to his front. Directly Kowtow Worship Road. Chapter 72, Entering the Desert. Lin Jiuyang tricked up the hurricane. A small town near the Taklamakan Desert. From the time Lin Jiuyang appeared and his identity was revealed, Shirley Young, who had gotten her father's notebook from him again, finally decided to head straight to the Taklamakan Desert in search of the ancient city of refinement. As for the fat man's desire to worship Lin Jiuyang as his master, Lin Jiuyang shook his head and refused him with a remark that they did not have a master-disciple bond. Although there was no master-disciple bond, nevertheless, Lin Jiuyang gave him an item called the 2-gene token. Well, in fact it is Wang Kaixian. This guy knows that he can't worship the master after, and don't want to kowtow to such a head for nothing. Then he stalked him, and eventually had no choice but to take a random little thing he'd been working on for the past few decades and throw it at him. It's also the touchstone token. And this gold touching token is made by him with 500 years portion of mahogany heart that grows in the sunlight for years and is extremely young. It was also supplemented with part of the blood of a dog that had lived for a full 15 years and 5 black dogs that had been soaked for a full year, plus a piece of what was known as the finest of all ores, the Earth's core lava ore. It was also a red stone at the bottom of the crater that served as an embellishment and finally formed the token. It has an extremely strong yang qi and the ability to ward off evil spirits and drive away evil spirits. To say the least, it is also considered a treasure, at least in the eyes of Lin Jiuyang, compared to what the regular people use the black donkey hooves to be much better. At this point, small town in a stagecoach. The crowd was busy preparing the things they would need to use when they were about to enter the desert. As for Lin Jiuyang, he was resting on the side with his eyes closed as before. For that matter, the others are used to it. After all, only the weak will adapt to their environment. The strong, then, will only be adapted by the environment. Fatty, can you stop walking around with that sign all the time and move your hand to help, please? Hubai shouted to the fat man who was walking around with a touch of gold token in his hands with a demented smile. Coming. Hearing Old Hu's words, Fatty carefully put the token into his arms and came to Old Hu's side, and on the other side. At this moment, Shirley Young was discussing the next trip en route with Professor Chen. Shirley, if we want to enter the desert, we can't rely on ourselves alone. At the very least, we need someone who is familiar with the desert. Professor Chen looked at the map and said to Shirley Young, well, I know. I've made the connection that there's a man in this town by the name of Anliman who keeps a lot of camels and frequents the desert. Shirley Young nodded in response. That's good. Professor Chen's heart was relieved to hear this. It didn't take long. The crowd then packed up. And at the same time that Shirley Young got Lyman to come to the stage door with a dozen camels. Bosses, bring the stuff over here and hang it on the camel. Anriman spoke with a distinctive accent and waved at the crowd. When the people saw this they each lifted what they had prepared and headed for the camel. But a few dozen breaths. The group then put all of their gear on their camels and started walking towards the desert outside of the town. Leaving the town and just starting out into the desert. The crowd that came to the desert for the first time still had some curiosity in their hearts and found this unique landscape of the desert to be spectacular. But as you keep moving forward in the desert, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That's when a few of Prof. Chen's students couldn't take it anymore. The idea that the desert landscape is spectacular at the beginning is gone, and now the only thing is boring and full of yellow sand. Blah blah blah. It's annoying, drinking water with a mouthful of sand flavor. Xu Jian said as he sat on the camel with his water bottle and spat twice to the side, the front of the line. Hubai looked at the compass in his hand and noticed the change in the compass needle. Then he opened his mouth and shouted at Anriman, who was leading the way. Master Anriman, why the sudden change of direction? What? This old guy lead the wrong way? And murder for money? Fatty Wang in the back misheard Old Hu's words and wanted to roll up his sleeves and plunge in. Really deaf? Hubai asked why there was a sudden change of direction. What did you hear? Lin Jiuyan was a little speechless and felt a little funny as he spoke to Fatty Wang. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Fatty turned his head to look at Lin Jiang behind him. What made him feel strange was that lord's voice was clearly not very loud, maybe even just to the extent of opening his mouth, but his voice just reached him very clearly. It's still really awesome, Fatty muttered. The gale is coming. We need to find shelter or we'll be blown away by the gale force winds in this desert. And Lyman, who was leading the way ahead, responded to Hubai's words at this time. Hearing this, Hubai felt the growing wind and sand and nodded without saying anything else. After a while, the crowd was led by Lyman to a slope, and instantly, the originally huge wind and sand became much smaller. Ouch! This place is so soft. Fat Master, I almost fell in. Fatty Wang jumped down from the camel, Barely standing still, he hastily pulled aside the camel and said, "Fatty, you move a little less. With your size, it might be easy to get stuck in." Hu Bai flirted with the fat man. "Hu Bai, how far are we from the ancient city of Jingjie?" At this time, Shirley Young came to old Hu and asked. Hearing her words, Hu Bai took out his compass and map and placed them on the ground to unfold them. Professor Chen also came to the side at this time, quietly watching his movements. A moment, Hu Bai stood up and looked at the endless desert in the distance and said, "If I'm not wrong in my calculations, it won't take more than 2 hours at the most for us to enter the boundaries of the ancient city of Jingjie, and as for the specifics, we'll only know when we wait." Aside, Lin Jiuyang heard Hu Bai's words surprised for a moment, did not think that this guy counted really accurate. It seems that this 16-word Zine and Yang Feng Shui secret art or have 2 brushes. However, looking at the trend of the gale, I'm afraid it won't stop for a while. Therefore, Lin Jiuyang didn't want to wait that long, so he reclosed his eyes and lay down directly on the sand, while an invisible force emerged from him and silently converged towards the distance. In a moment, a horrified voice then sounded, "Dragon! Tornado! It's no good, Professor. A tornado is coming." Xu Jian, who was looking around, came to the side of several people and shouted out in terror, "What? It can't be? There shouldn't be a tornado." Hu Bai looked at the sky with an unbelievable expression when he heard Xu Jian's words. This weather, although there would be a gale, according to the analysis of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art Tianzi scroll records, there shouldn't be a tornado. Crap, old Hu, there really is a tornado, and it's coming in our direction. Fatty Wang also opened his mouth and shouted, "Hoo hoo hoo." It was also at this time that everyone heard the whistling of a tornado. Not good. Everyone gathered the camels together and hold on to them. Hu Bai heard this huge wind sound and quickly reacted by shouting. Unfortunately, under Lin Jiuyang's covert maneuvering, it was obvious that it was already too late. The outermost wind ring of the tornado directly blew the crowd up into the sky, and miraculously those camels and that old man Anriman seemed to be unaffected by the tornado. Just a trembling body curled up in the middle of the sand, steady as a mountain. But the scene was invisible to others who had already taken to the skies. Chapter 73, One Step at a Time, the Ancient City of Essence. Lin Jiuyang suddenly snapped, rolling eyes. I don't know how much time has passed. A dimly lit space in the desert underground. The crowd slowly woke up. Hiss, Big Master. I was blown up into the sky by a big tornado and I didn't die. I'm the chosen one. Fatty, who was the first to wake up, patted his head with a headache and muttered to himself as he looked at the dim surroundings. Cough cough cough. Fatty. Wang Kaixian, where are you? Hu Bai's voice resounded in the dimly lit space. Old Hu, I'm here. Fatty Wang responded loudly, while standing up and looking in the direction the voice came from, vaguely seeing old Hu's figure. A corner of space. Shirley Young also covered her head at this time and slowly woke up. Looking at the dim surroundings, the first thing she did was to touch her backpack and pulled out a flashlight from it and pressed it. With the flashlight shining, she instantly saw Lin Jiuyang, who was sitting on a rock on the side. Awake? Lin Jiuyang said as he looked at her. Aha! Shirley Young nodded. Ever since she had learned of Lin Jiuyang's identity, she had begun to intentionally put distance between the two of them, so upon realizing that he was sitting on the rock beside her, smart as she was, she guessed the original reason for the others sitting there in just a blink of an eye. Guard yourself. In this moment, she didn't know what to expect, because she didn't know in what attitude, in what capacity, the other person was guarding her. Elderly? Or do you prefer? Ouch, I go. Damn it, I forgot there was a flashlight. Not far away. Fatty looked at the direction where the light was on, and patted his head, saying at the same time, he also hurriedly turned his backpack, took out a flashlight from it, and shone it at the direction where Hu Bai's voice was coming from. Ouch my ass. The moment the flashlight light shone, a ghostly face came into view, directly scaring him. Ha ha ha, fat ass, you're scared by me, aren't you? Looking at Fatty Wang being frightened, Hu Bai smiled and patted him. Holy, old Hu you. Cough cough cough. Master Fatty. Master Hu, can you take your feet off of me first? There was a sudden sound at the feet of the two men. Looking down, I realized that it was actually Professor Chen's student, Satapeng. Well, that's embarrassing. A quarter of an hour later, everyone regrouped, and after checking to see that no one was hurt, they were all thankful. Okay guys, let's take a look around the neighborhood first. I wonder where we got caught in the tornado. I also don't know if it's far from our originally planned route. Shirley Young said as she looked to the crowd. No need. We're already here. As soon as Shirley Young finished speaking, Hu Bai spoke with the compass in his hand. Hearing his words, the crowd rushed to cast him a puzzled look. You're here? Are you kidding me? It's a big tornado. It's good that it didn't kill us. Can it send us to the ancient city of Jingjie? Hu Bai looked at the way the crowd was looking at him. For his part, he glanced silently at the bland-faced lord. He believed in the 16-character yin and yang feng shui secret technique he had learned, as he had escaped many dangers with this skill. But on this occasion, the tornado had come too suddenly, so suddenly that the time between its appearance and the time it swept them away was too fast and too short, which was why he was suspicious. And that suspicion, too, alarmed him. After all, if a tornado, a supernatural force of nature, could also be manipulated by man, then that person, perhaps, could not even be called a human being. It should be called God. Old who, what are you thinking? You just said we're here. What's going on? Fatty reached out and waved his hand in front of Hubai, and after seeing that he didn't react, he patted him and asked, Ahem, it's like this. According to the route we set out before, I've done the math, and this place happens to be within the boundaries of our final destination, the Jingjie ancient city. Hubai turned back to the crowd. This is the ancient city of essence? Then where is the entrance? Chu Jian questioned as he looked around at the darkness. That direction, Hubai said to the direction pointed by the compass needle. Hearing his words, Professor Chen and Sherry Yang looked at each other, then hurriedly led a few people with flashlights in the direction Hubai pointed out. Fatty was even more positive. After all, it was the Jingjie ancient city. Who knew how much treasure would be inside? As the crowd walked in the direction Hubai pointed out, Lin Jiang slowly followed behind. Seeing this, Old Hu hurried to his side. Master 9. Xiao Hua, what about some things? There's no need to pursue the root of the matter. And, isn't it good to take one step and save yourself from eating sand outside? Before he could ask, Lin Jiuyang opened his mouth to interrupt. Hearing what this master said, Hubai's heart also confirmed his guess. Sure enough, that tornado was the handiwork of this master. Ah. Suddenly, a scream came from the distance. You're a big shot. Girls are just pretentious. It's just a corpse. Holy. It was immediately followed by Fatty's voice. Hubai hurriedly ran toward the front with his flashlight. When he came to Fatty and the others, he was also surprised by the scene in front of him, followed by an image that replayed in his mind. Hubai, is this the entrance to the Jingjie ancient city you were talking about? Where is the entrance? Chu Jian angrily walked towards Hubai. Asterisk. What the do you want? Fatty blocked in front of Hubai and pushed away the walking Chu Jian cursing. Hubai, I investigated you before we left, and your former file recorded what happened after you returned from the Kunlun Glacier in the first place. And this place, how similar it is to the place you said in your file. Do you know something about it? Shirley Young looked at Hubai and asked, Comrade Xiao Wu, you said that this is the entrance to the Jingjie ancient city, but there's only. Saying that, Professor Chen also glanced at the grotesque corpses a few steps away. I don't know anything, but I'm pretty sure this is the entrance to the ancient city of refinement. Hubai looked at the crowd and opened his mouth. You're still talking about the entrance? Where is it? Look for yourself. Where is the entrance here other than these corpses? Ah, Chu Jian shouted at Hubai. It's so annoying. Can you keep your voice down? Lin Jiuyang suddenly frowned at that time and looked at that Chu Jian and said, What's it to you? I'm telling you. Put. Without a sound, Chu Jian's head flew straight out. Yisin, who saw this scene, screamed once again. Put. As another sound rang out, Yisin's head flew out. Ken. Asin. Professor Chen's nerves were delayed for a moment before he cried out sadly. Instantly, the sound of the invisible blade cutting through the neck rang out one after another, and from beginning to end without saying a word. Mr. Hao. Saw Dipeng. Professor Chen. All. Looking at this bloody scene, Sherry Yang, Hubai, Wang Kaixi and three people directly froze in place, dumbfounded. TCH, to be honest, I was going to wait for them to die a natural death after thoroughly entering the Jingjie ancient city, but it's all here and they're really a little too annoying. So, Lin Jiuyan looked at the three peoples in different expressions and spoke. 9. Master 9. What do you mean? Hubai looked at Lin Jiuyan and asked. At this time, the originally big grinning Fatty Wang was also scared and somewhat silenced, while Shirley Yang was looking at him with an expression of disbelief. Actually, it's nothing, it's just that I've been preparing for quite a long time, so now that I've arrived at the door, I'm a bit excited in my heart, plus they're really quite annoying, so I'll just kill them straight away, and use it to calm my excited feelings. Besides, even if these guys go inside, the end result will be death. So well, Lin Jiuyang unfolded his smile and looked at the three Hubai people. Meaning you joined my team on purpose, aiming for this ancient city of essence? Shirley Yang looked at Lin Jiuyang and asked somewhat sadly. Lin Jiuyang nodded non-committally at this. Chapter 74, Shirley Yang Rage, Ancient City, Red Nun. Shirley Yang watched Lin Jiuyang's nodding motion and a wave of anger rose from her heart. So everything, including using Uncle Hai to deliberately approach me in the beginning, was also for today. Listening to her somewhat angry questioning, Lin Jiuyang still nodded. Why? Why are you doing this? And even if you wanted to use me to enter the ancient city of essence, why did you have to kill Professor Chen and the others? Shirley Young completely exploded at this moment, angrily questioning. As I said earlier, they will still die even if they enter the ancient city of essence. Now it's just ahead of schedule. Also, the so-called Uncle Hai, formerly known as Li Hai, as you call him, is my man himself, so there is no such thing as utilizing him. Lin Jiuyang looked at her blandly and said. Shirley Young, who heard this, became even more furious. She hadn't realized that the man who had made her heart flutter had begun to set his sights on and count on her when she was just a little kid. At this moment, all the previous heartfelt feelings towards him were all shattered, leaving only endless indignation. So she directly pulled out a sharp dagger from her waist and charged at Lin Jiuyang. I'll kill you. Unfortunately, Shirley Yang was still too tender. Her figure and dagger were no more than a foot away from Lin Jiuyang when she was confined by a force that surged from deep within her own body. This caused Hu Bai, who was watching all of this happen and was planning to be ready to strike at any time, to look stunned. What have you done to me? Shirley Yang felt her body that couldn't move the slightest bit shouted out in terror and anger at Lin Jianyang. TCH, if you're a girl, you shouldn't play with something as dangerous as a dagger. It's easy to hurt yourself. The dagger in Shirley Yang's hand automatically flew into his hand as Lin Jiuyang spoke. Aside, looking at the dagger that flew straight into that lord's hand, this made Fatty Wang, who had originally gotten a look from old Hu and was planning to sneak in a hand, instantly wilt. Are you kidding me? This master's hand did not move a bit, so that the surname Yang cannot move. A sentence to let her hands of the dagger flew into their own hands. Such an existence, fat master, if I do it, will I still be able to survive then? Fatty Wang looked at Hu Bai, and Hu Bai gave Fatty a look at this time. Fatty Wang instantly understood, then relaxed his originally taut body. Lin Jiuyang had seen all of their covert movements, but he still wanted to see, what would they do? After seeing Fatty's originally tense body relax, he knew the answer. Uninteresting. Lin Jiuyang shook his head slightly and said in his heart, with that, Sherry Yang, who was originally unable to move, was directly controlled by him to evolve her body into an upright stance, and then floated up. Just like that, Lin Jiuyang led Sherry Yang, who was floating in mid-air, towards the depths of those strange corpses. He also said to the two Hu Bai as he passed by them, keep up. Hearing this master's words, Hu Bai resignedly chose to follow, and when Fatty Wang saw that old Hu had conceded, then he definitely didn't have to not concede. Lin Jiuyang, you let go of me. What the hell did you do to me? Let go of me if you can. You asshole. Shirley Yang, who was controlled to float in midair beside Lin Jiuyang, loudly broke into a curse, and to Sherry Yang, who was controlled by anger at the moment, Lin Jianyang only said two words, silence. Then Shirley Yang realized that no matter how much she opened her mouth she couldn't make a sound. The two men who followed him, Hu Bai and Wang Fatty, saw this and both had expressions of surprise and as if they were used to it, rolling eyes. After Lin Jiang arrived at a stone wall deep within the strange corpse, the stone wall in front of him actually opened up automatically. The stone wall mechanism automatically opens to rise. In just a few breaths of time, as the sunlight shone, a dilapidated ancient city deep in the desert appeared in the distance behind the stone wall. This is the ancient city of Jingjie. Hu Bai looked at the distant scene of the ancient city and said in shock, Old Hu, is that the Jingjie ancient city? Fatty Wang also looked at the ancient city in the distance as if it was built out of yellow sand and asked Hu Bai at the side. Aha! Hu Bai nodded. Egu I go. This after all the hard work finally arrived. But look at this distance. If we walk over, how should we? Holy, old Hu. I'm ing hallucinating. I'm ing flying. Speaking. Fatty Wang suddenly shifted his tone and exclaimed, stop yelling fatso. Have you forgotten about Professor Chen and the others? And it's not an illusion. Hu Bai looked at that master in front of him who had already taken off and opened his mouth. Dozens of breaths of time passed in a flash. As the few people flew quickly through the air for some distance, they soon arrived at the ancient city. Mid-air, Hu Bai, who was descending, looked at the ancient city below that was getting closer and closer, and he also realized that there were still a lot of people inside the ancient city at this time. At a glance, a group of people dressed in metaphysical black combat uniforms, totaling no less than 100 people, led by an imposing-looking woman, a black cloak, a ponytail, a delicate tang horizontal sword in her hand, and an icy face. This was Hu Bai's first impression of her. Soon, under the conscious maneuvering of Lin Jiuyang, they came to the ground. Master 9, just landed. The woman with the icy face instantly became a little gentler, and spoke in unison with the rest of the people in the Xian black combat uniforms and shouted at Lin Jiuyang. Aha! Lin Jiuyang nodded in response. Then looking to the 3 men and 1 woman among the abyss members who were tied up, he asked the woman in black, Red Ant, What's wrong with them, master? I've asked. They're from the mountain moving clan, and came to this place to look for the mistletoe pearl. The red nun wearing a black cloak responded to Lin Jiang. Oh, I didn't realize there was still a mountain moving clan now? Hearing the red nun's words, Lin Jiang was more or less taken aback. After all, if he remembered correctly, back then, in order to be prepared for any eventuality, he had brought people to take the entire Zakrama clan to. Forget it, kill it. Lin Jiang waved his hand. No, I can. A bald, burly man who looked like the leader among the 3 men and 1 woman was about to open his mouth to say something. Unfortunately, the Abyss members were moving too fast to be heard anymore. Wang Kaixian. Lin Jiang didn't bother to see what happened to those few people, nor was he interested in what the leader was trying to say. Instead, he called out to Wang Kaixian, who was still a bit dumbfounded on the side. Fatty, Master 9 is calling you. Hu Ba-yi, who had already returned to his senses, bumped Fatty with his shoulder and said, Ninth Master, you called me. Fatty Wang squeezed out a pandering smile on his face at this time and came to Lin Jianyang's side and asked, Jade pendant. Lin Jianyang said with a faint look at him, a jade pendant? Oh, Jade Pepe. Fatty Wang, who had just come back to his senses, hurriedly removed the jade pendant from his neck and respectfully handed it to Lin Jiang. The red nun on the side saw this and directly stepped forward to take the jade pendant. At the same time, on Sherry Yang, who was still floating on the side, a jade pendant also flew out to come in front of the red nun. Honggu casually took it and closed the 2 jade pendants together, then turned toward a strange style of platform in the middle of the place where they were. Chapter 75, 30 Years of Layout, Entering the Essence, Desiring to Capture the Void Number Space, with the red nun placing the combined jade pendant into one of the grooves of the strange table. Soon the strange serpentine table slowly opened to reveal a bead inside. Honggu looked at the bead and directly picked it up. I'll go, baby Fatty Wang said as he looked at the precious pearl in her hand with his eyes glowing. Too bad it didn't get him. Go, open the organ. At this time, Red Nun said to a few Abyssal members. Hearing Honggu's words, a few Abyssal members directly walked towards the surrounding stone pillars. After looking at the structure of the stone pillars, one man pushed against the base of one. Click 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 click. With a simultaneous rattling sound, a stone door mechanism opened with it on one side of the serpentine table. Seeing the stone door mechanism open, the remaining Abyss members came to the mechanism first and walked straight in. Seeing this scene, Honggu came to Lin Jianyang's side and respectfully handed the beads in her hand to him. Lin Jianyang just glanced at it, then withdrew his gaze and said, Take it first, it'll be useful later. Yes, master. Honggu sniffed and carefully put the precious beads away in a pouch at her waist. Hubai looked at the brocade bag at the waist of the red nun. Obviously a very small bag, but actually after loading down so big a treasure pearl cannot be seen at all. It seems that the bag is not a mortal object. Go! After waiting for Honggu to put away the beads, Lin Jianyang said something and then took a step towards the stone door of the mechanism. Seeing this, Honggu gave the 2 of them, Hubai and Wang Kaixian, a look, signaling to follow. The 2 of them looked at the exquisite Tang horizontal sword in her hand, plus the master who had just walked into the stone door of the mechanism, and finally followed her. As the crowd walked through the stone door and made their way forward, the fact that he didn't encounter a single bit of danger from the organs during the process made Hubai think of the group of people who entered first. Sure enough, as they continued to go deeper and deeper, they soon made their way safely to the deepest part of the Jingjie ancient city. Here, Hubai saw the group of people who had been waiting here for a long time. Master 9, Sister Hong. As Lin Jianyang and Honggu walked to the forefront, the Abyss members called out. Lin Jianyang didn't respond to them. At this moment, all of his attention was directed towards the huge coffin built from the Kunlun divine wood in front of him. The coffin of the Queen of Sperm. 30 years? I've been laying out for 30 years, only waiting for this day, to enter the essence, seize the space of imaginary numbers, and completely transform into a dragon. Lin Jianyang muttered to himself as he looked at the coffin. And Shirley Young, who was floating in midair beside him, had her pupils shrunk when she heard this. She didn't expect this guy to actually start counting 30 years ago. Before she could think much about it, her body then suddenly floated towards the coffin. It blended straight into the coffin. Holy old who, Boss Yang is gone. Fatty Wang looked at this scene and exited in shock. I saw it. Hubai's face was grave. He didn't know what the Lord wanted to do, but his instincts told him he had to run or he might be playing with his balls in a minute. Fruity. He hadn't even begun to make a move. As Shirley Young merged into that huge coffin, the coffin actually began to shake, and there was a wonderful scent spreading out. Boom! With a loud bang, the lid of the huge coffin directly flew out and fell aside. At the same time, a figure wearing a phoenix cape slowly sat up from within the coffin. Seeing this, Lin Joyang's face was flat and he just opened his mouth and said to Honggu, who was at the side, I need some time. It may be very long or very short. In the next period of time, you and Li Hai manage the abyss well, and at the same time, lay down a big formation in the entire Jingjie ancient city. Don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, master, Honggu responded as she glanced at her master, and then took out the precious pearl from the brocade pouch. With the appearance of the precious pearl, the entire inner tomb of the Jingjie ancient city began to tremble, while many strange sounds came from it, like the hissing of wild beasts and the hissing of snakes and insects. Let's go! Hearing these voices, Honggu's face sank, and the beads in her hands began to emit a faint shimmering light. This thing was the key to whether or not they would be able to leave the Jingjie ancient city next. With Honggu running towards the outside first, all the members of the abyss bowed slightly to Lin Joyang before turning their heads to follow closely. Seeing this, Hu Bai shouted at Fatty, Fatty, run! However, just as he wanted to take a step of his own, he realized that his legs seemed to be unconscious, and then he collapsed straight to the ground. The fat man beside him, on the other hand, turned and ran out in a huff when he heard his words, and his mouth shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk, old Hu, you wait for me. Lying on the ground, Hu Bai looked at the fat man who ran out directly and wanted to say something, but I don't know how it happened at this time, even his mouth seems to be senseless. This made the corner of Lin Jiang's mouth, who was watching all of this from the side, twitch, wanting to laugh a little. As for the reason why Hu Bai was like this, Lin Jiang looked towards the figure in the huge coffin in front of him. The aroma emanating from that figure could paralyze one's nerves and body, which was why Hu Bai was unable to control his body. The reason why Fatty who was with him would be unaffected by this aroma. Lin Joyang thought of the gold touching token that he had obtained not long ago by Fatty pestering himself. Hey, this fat guy is really lucky. While Lin Joyang was thinking about this, the figure in the coffin had fully stood up. At the same time, the figure of the woman wearing a phoenix cape also opened her eyes at this time. With the moment her eyes opened, Lin Joyang seemed to see another space, a world of nothingness, through those beautiful eyes. The other side, Hu Bai, who was lying on the ground, also saw the figure that came out from the coffin, as well as her eyes that had been opened. In just an instant, Hu Bai disappeared into thin air, and Hu Bai's disappearance didn't affect Lin Joyang and the figure of the woman in front of that coffin. Unknown bloodlines, people with no past, why here? Suddenly, the figure in front of the coffin opened its mouth and asked. Lin Joyang looked at her and didn't reply. It was just that countless inscriptions surged out from his body, each of them containing the power of laws. In just 2 short breaths of time, it was spread throughout the entire chamber. What do you want? The figure felt the terrifying aura of the law inscriptions that had spread around the entire chamber and spoke in a shocked voice. In a minute you'll know. Lin Joyang spoke back at this time with an expressionless face. Then, all the inscriptions within the entire chamber rushed into the figure's body at an incredible speed. Immediately followed by a scream came out. At the same time her eyes radiated immeasurable millimeters of light. Chapter 76, Monsters, Gray Space. After all of the law inscriptions had entered her body, Lin Joyang saw that the time had come, and his entire body instantly transformed into a piece of inscriptions as if they were numbers and flew towards the eyes that were blossoming with immeasurable milliluminous light. As Lin Joyang entered her eyes, rumble a loud sound accompanied by a channel like the sea waves of powerful air toward the entire chamber lifted. Just a short time, more than a dozen breaths of time on the wave of the entire Jingjie ancient city. And at this time, outside the Jingjie ancient city, Red Nun led a group of abyss members and Fatty Wang, who had just run out and hadn't had time to catch his breath, to look at the gradually collapsing entrance to the ancient city. There's a big guy coming out. Get ready. If it works, keep it. If it doesn't, kill it. Yes, Sister Hong. The crowd of abyss members responded in unison. Old Hu, where are you? Old Hu, Fatty Wang, who had just slowed down, scanned the crowd to the side and shouted for another half hour. At the moment he had an ominous feeling in his heart. Stop howling, you're the only one out. Honggu looked at Fatty Wang and said, what? No way, how could he not have run out when he clearly opened his mouth and yelled run first? Fatty Wang stood up in disbelief, picking his way through the members of the abyss to check them out. It wasn't until he finally looked at all of the hundreds of members of the entire abyss before he turned his head and ran towards the entrance of the ancient city. Old Hu, you died a horrible death. You're the one who yelled run away first. Boom! Roar! Before he could finish his sad cry, a monster suddenly broke through the ground and rushed out. Fatty Wang was thus knocked unconscious by a rock lifted by the other party as they rushed out. And to the side, Honggu and the others looked at this monster that rushed out in front of them. The body is over 10 meters long, with an upper body that resembles a human, but with sharp teeth, a fierce face, and sharp horns. The lower body is tailed, section by section, looking like a caterpillar again. It says it's a snake, but it looks like a worm. To say that it was a bug, yet it had the upper half of a human body, was really weird. Sister Hong, what should we do? This thing looks like it's useful, and then it looks like it's not. A member of the Abyss asked to Hong-gu. Let's get them dead first and bring them back for the research department to study. The Red Nun said in response. Hearing Hong-gu's words, that abyssal member nodded, and then exchanged a look with each other to a few companions on the side before charging straight towards the monster in front of him. The other few members of the Abyss who had gotten a look from him spread out and formed an encirclement around the monster. Ow! The humanoid snake-tailed monster looked at the little man running towards it and let out a roar, then swung its tail and charged. Swish swish swish. Suddenly, just as it had just made a move, several chains flew steeply in all directions, and at the forefront of the chains was a single precise and small arrow. The arrow stuck into its body with a cracking sound, and then, the abyssal member who was the first to move suddenly had icy blue flames flaring up in his hands and slapped his hands loudly at the ground. Click 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 click. With a sound of icing, the ground instantly freezes and spreads toward the monster. Deep in the ancient city, after countless inscriptions had poured into the Essence Queen's eyes from Lin Zhuoyang's incarnation, this body, awakened by Shirley Young, then began to rot and dry out, and at this time, Lin Zhuoyang had arrived in the middle of a strange space. At a glance, this space was all a grayish color. In the midst of this space, there were also countless silhouettes flickering, but these silhouettes all took on a grayish appearance. Here, Lin Zhuoyang also saw Hubai, who had just been taken in by this imaginary number space. However, at this moment, Hubai didn't have a single breath in his body, just like a dead person, and his entire body looked just like the other figures, appearing gray. Ha! Interesting. Looking at this gray world, Lin Jianyang muttered to himself with the corners of his mouth curled up. Immediately, his figure began to vaporize and change. It eventually became an inscription that looked like an ancient humanoid script, while at the same time the countless inscriptions that he had released when he was in the crypt earlier also began to slowly emerge into this space, bringing some other colors to this gray space. At the same time, as countless inscriptions surfaced, one by one, they converged towards the ancient humanoid inscription that had been transformed by Lin Zhuoyang. After an unknown amount of time has passed, with 3 earth-shattering thuds resounding in this gray space. Aang, Ang, Anan. In the center where countless inscriptions converged, a monstrous dragon with a body length of nearly 1,000 meters, as if it was cast in gold, with 3 hideous dragon heads appeared. This feels so good. A dragon in the center of the monstrous dragon looked at the 2 dragons on either side of him and let out a muffled, excited sound. It then looked towards those grayish figures in this grayish space. It could feel that there was a special kind of energy in these silhouettes, an energy that connected the entire gray space. And so, it only slightly contemplated for but a few breaths of time, and then opened its big mouth and flew toward those silhouettes. Outside, Red Nun looked at the monster that had been frozen by her men with Nipur God Ice, and with a wave of her hand to the crowd behind her, the many members of the Abyss headed in the direction of the monster. After a whole 100 people had all formed a special formation around the monster and were each holding a black stone in their hands, Red Nun then nodded to a few members of the Abyss who were leading the way, and then, hundreds of people have surfaced on their bodies with black, red, and blue rays of light rushing up to the sky. As these hundreds of 3-colored rays of light converged in the sky, they finally formed a circular matrix and landed back on an open space not far from them, spinning non-stop to eventually form a vortex. Looking at the vortex, it seemed to be connected somewhere. Take this big guy back and send someone over to prepare the formation. Red Nun looked at the whirlpool not far away and turned to a member of the Abyss. Yes, Sister Hong. After receiving Red Nun's order, a few Abyssal members took out ropes and dragged the entire monster towards the whirlpool after tying it up. Sister Hong, what about that guy? At that moment, a member of the Abyss came in front of Honggu and asked him. Hearing this, Honggu glanced towards Fatty Wang, who had already passed out, and frowned slightly. After thinking about it for a moment, only then did she say, just find a random place with people and throw him in. Okay, Sister Hong. As this member of the Abyss responded, Fatty Wine was just dragged into the middle of the vortex by him, and was thrown to who knows where. The Red Nun, on the other hand, stood still and watched the people below go about their business, waiting for the person who was about to come across the vortex.